see if they can...
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM power.
Onto a Morgan. Is that enough to dance? Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultra.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Well, trainers, fancy seeing you here. Welcome to the very start of our EU Play Pokemon season 2025. Oh yeah, we're here in Dortmund, a town famed for its mining history. And you can see we've got some Zubats flying around here. We have been excavating some gems to share with you this weekend. New season, new rule set, but same casters. You're going to have to put up with us, I'm afraid. I am Charlie Merriman, and I am very merry indeed to be joined by the brilliant Ben Kiriakou, the lovely Lee Provost, and the jubilant Jamie Boyd. Well, good morning, lads. Ben, how are you doing?
Doing fantastically, Charlie, and I cannot wait to kick off this season with Regulation Set H, seeing how all of our players are going to be adapting to the format, how they're going to be adapting to Baltimore 2 weeks ago, and coming into this weekend, how they're going to be kickstarting our season off.
Yeah, what is EU's tear on the meta right now after Baltimore a couple of weeks ago? After the Grand Challenge last week, oh, how's everyone's blood pressure doing after that one, eh? Goodness, closed team sheet, best of one shenanigans. Jamie, how did you find that?
Yeah, the Grand Challenge is always completely different to just a best of three open team sheet. We're so used to that. That's how it used to be many years ago. We were used to the closed team sheet best of one. Now we have to go back to it. You have to team build in a very different way, because when we got our open team sheets here in the regionals and above, then you know what to expect. But with the best of one closed team sheet, who knows what can be run?
Well, exactly. I mean, Side Spam, very, very powerful. I ran into more than my fair share of Delphox, I think. I wouldn't be surprised to see some Delphox this weekend. Lee, how did you find it?
Yeah, I mean, like Jamie said, you know, we're kind of going back to an older time where we've got closed team sheets.
Back in our day, Lee.
Back in our day. Back in my day. We're there. No, I enjoy it. It's a different change up from the regular kind of scene, you know, where we're coming into these tournaments, and it's a lot more easy to see what your opponent's doing, whereas you can use those tricks in a tournament setting like that, or maybe have those surprise factors, a surprise terrestrialization that players aren't expecting. Enjoyable, but I'm pleased we've got the tournament structure that we've got here this weekend.
Also, I love how just doing this is kind of shorthand for being old. But what is
Back in my day.
Well, when you get to our age, Charlie, you'll know exactly what you...
Well, we have that to look forward to, Jamie. But we're here in Dortmund. It's our very first stop on our road to Worlds. We've got so familiar to so many of our stops in the 2024 season being grayed out, but we're here with a fresh new one for 2025. Let's take a look at our path to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Well, we're here in Dortmund, as you can see. Look at all those beautiful cities. Ben, take us through it.
Well, we've got Dortmund where we are this weekend. Of course, we're going to France next with the Lille event, then to Dansk, Sao Paulo for the first international championship of the season. That's going to be a fantastic spectacle of Regulation Set H. Stuttgart back to Germany, and then in the new year, Birmingham, London for EUIC, Stockholm, Seville, Utrecht, Bologna, New Orleans for NAIC, and of course Anaheim for the World Championships.
Palm trees in both Hawaii and Anaheim, it seems. It seems to be a staple of Worlds of the past couple of seasons. Just look at the incredible places that the season allows us to explore, Lee.
Yeah, I mean, when we've got it all laid out in front of us like this, it's so exciting, and it's nice for our players to be able to plan their season, which events they're targeting to get those championship points, to lock up that invite for the World Championships. Of course, we'll get into it in a moment. It's a lot trickier this season to get that World's invite than it has been in past years. But all the same, when we're looking at these cities, we've got Sao Paulo coming up, then we've got London, then New Orleans, and then Anaheim, and everything in between there. Just extremely exciting, isn't it?
It really is. If there's one way to make a year go quickly, it's to be part of the Play Pokemon circuit, that you just sort of meet out the year by the events that you're attending. And of course, this is just our schedule in Europe. We've got so many events going on over in NA as well, and around the world. There's so much excitement to look forward to. Speaking of excitement, Regulation Set H. Ooh. The power level, that little bit lower. So many more Pokemon are viable right now. And it's going to be a thrill to see what people are bringing to the fore. Jamie, I think you and I will connect on using those more niche Pokemon.
Niche Pokemon for sure. And that's the real key for Regulation H. If a Pokemon has a niche, then in a power level such as Regulation G, you're going to struggle to be able to find that and be able to fit it onto a team. But when that power level, like you said, has dropped quite significantly with none of the legendaries and none of the paradoxes either, then these Pokemon that do have their actual niches, well, suddenly that might be the correct choice for your team. And it's going to be so often the case. We've seen already really cool techs coming out in the previous regional championship in Baltimore. Like loads are really cool. Like the Toedscruel and Weezing would not have really been viable in any other format, but then suddenly here in Regulation H, it was a really strong showing there. Loads of really good Pokemon that are totally viable. I'm really excited to see what comes out over here in EU.
I've just been scratching my head as to why we haven't seen any Kingdra yet. But, you know, maybe this weekend, maybe we'll be able to see.
That's because you're not playing, Charles.
Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be it. 100% Kingdra usage over here. Now, Lee, you alluded to it slightly earlier about how slightly more difficult this year, perhaps, for people to attain their invite to the World Championships. Let's take a look at how championship points are going to be working this season, because there have been some changes. So, Ben, what's standing out to you here?
I mean, the first thing is the championship points that have changed for this season. In previous seasons, it was 200 points for first place. But look at all those championship points on display for our winner this weekend. 350, going down to 325, 300. They are very important to get the season started, because to qualify for the World Championships, you've got to finish in the top 75 in Europe, top 75 in North America, top 50 in Latin America, and top 20 in the Oceania region in championship points overall. There is no minimum threshold that you need to obtain anymore. You have to get within that top 75 if you're playing in the European region.
And of course there for the junior and senior divisions as well, you can see the top numbers required to reach if you want to be qualifying for the World Championships in those divisions. And of course, there's also the matter of best finish limits, Lee.
Yeah, the best finish limits play a huge factor in determining how many championship points a player can have. Of course, there is a best finish limit of 5 between regionals, and that's shared with the international championships as well. So you can only have 5 of those results counting towards that overall total. It'll put you into the leaderboard, and being able to be in that top 75 is, you know, when you look at the events that we have and the amount of players that we have in attendance, it's no mean feat to finish in those levels at the end of the season.
And
so it's going to be really hard.
We've been saying as well that you need to come in the top 75. Of course, you could just win the whole thing.
That is very true.
If you win the regional championship, you automatically get that World Championship qualification. We've already seen one player over in North America get theirs. And now we're going to be crowning one regional champion over here that is also going to get that automatic qualification to the World Championships.
And it's not just qualifications on the line, trainers. Oh no, do you like money? Well, good news. You can win some if you attend one of these events and have a fantastic finish. Let's take a look at the prizes that are on the line for our trainers here in Dortmund and at other regional championships this season. And it's looking pretty nicely.
Very nice. Again, you know, if you're a master and you finish in first here, you not only get that automatic invite to the World Championships in Anaheim, you also get to take away a sweet $6,000. Don't forget about the booster packs either, 108 of those, which is great for first place. Of course, then going down the list, the prize money just continues to be so good. Second place, you can see 4,000, 2,000, 1,000, all the way down to top 16, and you're still getting $750 there. And then in the pricing in seniors and juniors as well, very good. So those newer players coming in, going to have that support, get really good pricing. It's just phenomenal to see the level of pricing that we have at such great events this year.
It's brilliant as well that, you know, you have to spend some money to, of course, travel to these events, to attend these events, but incentive to do really well, to get the trips essentially paid for themselves if you're able to have a fantastic finish at one of these events. So I hope that trainers have their training caps on, ready to go in this season. I mean, there's so much on the line, but I think ultimately what's going to matter most to everyone is just being proud of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible achievement, especially when the field is as difficult as it is. I mean, we have so many players playing in our regional championships, our international championships, in every circuit across the European region, across the North American region, across the rest of the world as well. There's no free games anymore. I think, and Lee and I can definitely attest to, back in the good old days, it was a little bit easier. You go to a tournament, you play a few rounds, you think, yeah, okay, I can just warm up into it. But having played some regionals last season, I can definitely tell you the stress is on from round one. You've definitely got to come in hot, come in sharp, come in ready to be playing if you want to do really well. But even getting, 5 or 6 wins, fantastic achievement when everybody is up to such a good standard.
Or is that another reference to back in your day?
I was about to say, Ben, you really need to stop highlighting the fact that we're all
around the block, Lee. I mean,
I was only a couple of years after you guys, but I'm not back in the good old days.
No, Jamie. For some reason, we are the kids in this Mousehold family right now. You also, Jamie, speaking of you mentioned Nicholas Morales earlier, the winner of the Baltimore Regional Championships just a couple of weeks ago. Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into that. That was, of course, our first major Regulation Set H tournament over in NA. Nicholas Morales, what a story. First regional championships ever attended, going up against veteran player Paul Chua, EUIC champion from the 2023 season, and coming out on top. I mean, the mental fortitude required to keep your cool in such high-stakes scenarios can't be understated, Jamie.
Yeah, for sure. Paul Chua is one of the most winningest player is what they refer to in North America. Second most regional wins out of any player in the world, and then almost getting another one. I believe it would have been his 7th if he would have won the finals. But yeah, Nicholas, first tournament ever, able to take that win. We've seen that a couple of times where new players come in, first tournament, and they are now the champion. And that could be you back at home as well. If you're thinking about getting into this game, now is the perfect time. We're proving it time and time again. It's not just the veteran players that are coming out on top here. It's the brand new players that are really showing that they have what it takes as well.
And if you can, bring a Skip Plume plushie, because Nicholas Morales did so well with it. Luca Cherubelli, a world champion for 2024, loving his Skip Plume plushie in all the photography that was taken there. There's clearly something to be said for rocking your own Skip Plume at these events. So absolutely phenomenal display. But of course, those were only the top 2 positions. Let's take a look at our top 8 from Baltimore. What other 6 trainers were up there? What Pokemon were they running? What was the first impact on the Regulation Set H metagame? Let's take a look at it right now. And Lee, I think we'll notice that there are quite a few repeated Pokemon here, quite a few repeated archetypes, but also some brand new things.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the reliance on the top 8 bracket here on that Porygon 2 and the Ursaluna, and how impactful that kind of Trick Room mode alone has, and then the different combinations as well. The other thing that I would outline as well is that kind of the support element between just the Incineroar and the Amoonguss. We've seen that common trend throughout many formats throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, and it's still such a staple for players to kind of utilize, rely on, and give them that stability to allow the other players in their team to kind of be able to execute the game plans so well and effectively.
Can you imagine how different Regulation Set H would be if it was no legendaries, no restricteds, and no Incineroar? I think it would shake things up quite dramatically, but of course Incineroar has been dubbed the king of VG. It offers such useful utility. Regulation Set H, if you're unfamiliar trainers, that's exactly what it is. No restricted, all legendaries can be used. And so that means that you have all of these slightly lower powered Pokemon that are suddenly viable. The Flamigo here as well, Ben, that's a Pokemon who previously we've seen running its signature ability, Co-Star, but more and more in Regulation Set H, we're seeing the Scrappy ability.
And that's really to target down Golden Go that you can see really prevalent in the top 8 bracket of Baltimore here, bypassing that ghost typing, being able to hit Golden Go for super effective damage, but also target down Pokemon like Porygon 2, Porygon like Ursaluna if they don't tear her away from that critical fighting weakness. And Scrappy got a little bit of a buff a few years ago when it was able to block Intimidate from Incineroar as well. Not just Incineroar, there are Pokemon as well that intimidate, but that Intimidate drop being blocked just allows Flamigo to be a consistent and prevalent threat on the field. Pretty fast, pretty powerful, and you can't stop it or slow it down very easily.
No, absolutely not. And it just goes to show, you mentioned there, Scrappy now blocks Intimidate as well. There are so many tiny little details at play in every ability, every move in the metagame, and you've really got to do your homework as to all of the ins and outs of the synergy that your team allows, every move and the potential that it can provide for your team. There's so many things to keep aware of. And I think something that a lot of trainers have been talking about a lot is Archaladon in Regulation Set H. What do you think about that, Jamie? How do you think Archaladon's going to fare this weekend?
I mean, when it was first introduced, it wasn't really used too much. It was like, well, this is cool, Electro Shock getting the special attack boost, and then, well, the format's a little bit too powerful for it, unfortunately. So it fell by the wayside a bit, but it seems like Regulation H seems to be the time for it. Rain is very common. We've seen Basculegion picking up with Pelipper as a Swiss and Sweeper, so you can just chuck your Archaladon on there as well. Getting the consistent special attack boost with Electro Shock while also getting the boost of your defense whenever you're hit with Stamina. You get your Assault Vest to patch up your special defense. It's a very, very well-rounded Pokemon. And we saw, like, even in the finals, it didn't even need the Rain mode at all. It was the Mousehole population bombing itself, the Archaladon itself, to get +6 defense immediately. So it is a very, very versatile Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of Rain, I think a lot of trainers coming into Regulation Set H with Urshifu no longer available were thinking, okay, well, then I'll use Palafin instead. But it's nowhere to be seen. It sort of said, hey, guys, and then see ya, and it's no longer here. I mean, Lee, what do you make of that?
I think with Palafin, I think on paper, it's a very good Pokemon. It's the ability that hinders it, though. And I think the fact that you have to lead it to almost switch it out straight away gives such an advantage to your opponent in those kind of situations where it's an obvious play that you have to make to get that advantage with the Pokemon to kind of get it going in the game. And I don't think you've got the room to be able to do that in this format in particular. So probably one of the reasons why we're not seeing a lot of its use. We have seen in the Global Challenge recently other water-type Pokemon. We've already mentioned Basculegion, but you've got things like Quaquaval as well that, might see a little bit more play. It's got some really good utility and, got the same typing as Urshifu as well. So, although not as oppressive as it can do a similar job, It
can do a similar job, but Urshifu does not have those smooth moves that Quaquaval has. Oh, no. See that little shimmy it does on the battlefield? We wouldn't be surprised if we see some Quaquaval this weekend. But speaking of this weekend and what we're expecting, let's go through what each of us is expecting this weekend. Jamie, you mentioned that Mousehold was indeed the MVP in Baltimore. Talk to us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, we've been seeing it with Friendguard almost all the time that it's been used in previous formats, because Friendguard is such a great ability. We see it on Clefairy so often, a Pokemon that has to hold the EVO light to make use of it, but Mousehold doesn't need that, it can hold an item. But then suddenly, here comes the offense with a Technician-boosted Population Bomb that's hitting 10 times with the Wide Lens, and we saw it just one-hit knockout the Dragonite, one-hit knockout the Ninetales in the finals as well. Those are bulky Pokemon. And Mousehold, which is supposed to be a supported Pokemon, suddenly are picking up one-hit knockouts. And I think that is a testament to the drop in the power level in the format as well. Mousehold is now really strong and might be one of the strongest Pokemon. And Nicholas was able to figure that out, pair it very nice synergistically with the Archaladon, but also able to turn off on the offense when it wanted.
Philosophers have been questioning for centuries whether it is indeed a one-hit knockout, if it's from a Mousehold Population Bomb, or a 10-hit knockout. But we know what you mean there, Jamie. Mousehold, that's my favorite Generation 9 Pokemon. Population Bomb's such a strong move. There is a chance to miss. With the Wide Lens, makes it very, very accurate indeed. You're very unlikely to miss, but with each successive hit, of course, increasingly likely. What are your thoughts on Mousehold, Ben?
I think it's such a great Pokemon, and as Jamie was saying, we've seen it used as a support Pokemon. It can still be used as a support Pokemon, and that's one of the nice things about it, because it has got flexibility on a team. We can see it go fast and offensive, but we can see it kind of, and I think what we see as Regulation Set H develops, we'll see that kind of middle ground where it's somewhere in the middle. It's doing a lot of offensive, putting a lot of offensive pressure on, but it's also doing a little bit of support at the same time, and being able to sort of bridge that gap, almost the glue in many teams and compositions that we're going to be seeing in Regulation Set H going forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you spoke about fast and offensive. You also talked about sticky, slow, glue. Lee, I believe what you're keeping an eye on this weekend is how speed works in Regulation Set H.
Yeah, especially when we're coming off the previous format where we've had the restricteds and we had such a small pool of Pokemon Pokemon really to kind of focus in on, and trainers were able to know how fast everything was in that format. Very familiar with what the sorts of Pokemon you would kind of come up against a lot. But I think with this format and lots more Pokemon being so much more viable, it really makes the emphasis on knowing your Pokemon's speeds a lot more relevant. You've got to know those intricate speeds, because that can give you an advantage in a game, that can give you a disadvantage if you aren't fully aware of what your opponent's Pokemon's kind of how fast they're going to be. Are they going to attack before you? Are you going to attack before them? It's such a pivotal thing, and with such an array of a pool of Pokemon that we've got, I think it's so relevant in this format, probably more than we've seen so far in Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah, it's of paramount importance. And then, of course, you've got the intricacies of, okay, but what about under Tailwood? What if my opponent has Tailwood up? What if I have a Choice Scarf? What if I have a +1 speed boost? You know, all of these things that we've got to bear in mind. And Ben, how about you? What are you looking at this weekend in Dortmund?
For me, it's all about the weather this weekend.
Yep.
And we've seen in previous regulation sets in the Scarlet and Violet era, you've got this kind of war between the rain and the sun, between Torkoal and Pelipper predominantly. But now we're seeing Pokemon like Tyranitar come into the fore. We're seeing the Alolan Ninetales that Paul Stewart ran to get to the finals of Baltimore a couple of weeks back. And now you've got this a little bit more intricate way of determining what's important in the match, and how do you create that board state. And we talked already about Archaladon getting its Electro Shot sped up, charged up by having the rain on the field. Well, now if you switch a Tyranitar in, if you switch a Torkoal in, if you switch a Ninetales in, that can leave the Archaladon vulnerable for a turn while it's still charging up, while it's getting that Electro Shot getting going. So it's really relevant for some of the most powerful Pokemon in the format, but also with how you want to play the game. Personally, for me, it's Ninetales with Aurora Veil. That's something that Paul wasn't running a couple of weeks ago, but it's such a powerful way of power controlling this format, and something I've definitely got my eye on.
Okay. You've also got to be really conscious of exactly when your weather is going to be set off based on the switching order, right? So it's real intricate details that these trainers need to become aware of, and you've got to be doing your research, doing your homework as to how those speed interactions work and how those weathers work. And that's for me, of course, Nicholas Morales, our first-time champion, and it really could be you, as Jamie said. You want to be getting involved in that conversation, trainers? You need to be following our socials. There's so much Pokemon action going on this weekend. So much to come over the whole season, as you saw. And what's the hashtag we all use, everybody? I can't remember. Remind me. 1, 2, 3, hashtag...
Play Pokemon.
Thank you. There we go. I've got to lock that in my mind somehow. Play Pokemon. Use that hashtag Play Pokemon. We want to see your pictures. We want to see your thoughts on all the action that's going on this weekend. We want to see you getting involved in all the mining activities we're doing here. We've got our rock types. We've got our bats flying around here. Follow our channels on YouTube and Twitch as well. You can be following along, watching the stream this weekend. There is so much action to get involved in. Speaking of which, do you reckon it's time? Do you think it's time we burrowed out of here? Got this show on the road. All right, let's get going. So then, everybody, we are coming to you live. Our players are ready to thrive. Let's get going for Play Pokemon 2025.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Well, you've heard my voice 3 times in a row now. That was the format explainer video explaining to you how the tournament is working this weekend, and I have the pleasure of being joined by my good buddy, old Benny boy. Ben, how are we?
The pleasure, Charlie, is all mine this weekend to be on the desk with you and once again to be kicking off the season here in Dortmund. We've got so much action going on this weekend. I cannot wait to get us kick-started off and see our players in action.
Oh my goodness. What an honor to be casting our very first major EU game of 2025 to be broadcasting to you. I cannot wait to cover this with you and the players that we're going to be able to feature, the teams, what is going to be EU's take on Regulation Set H, which Pokemon are we going to be running. Tell you what, there was a team I saw going around a week or two ago. I'm wearing my Venonat pin here. It was like a mono bug team that had a Venonat on it, and I guess like an EVLI, maybe Compound Eyes, maybe the Hypnosis, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a regulation set for Venonat to thrive, it definitely would be this one. We're going to have to see if we're going to see Venonat this weekend. I'm repping Porygon 2 myself. I think I've got a sneaking suspicion that we're going to see a little bit of that a little bit later on, and certainly in some of the matches that we've got featured for the rest of the day. But let's take a little look at our players to watch for this weekend. Of course, we are in Dortmund in Germany. There are a plethora of fantastic players from Germany that we are going to be keeping an eye on this weekend.
Yeah, I believe it's around half or so of the players here are from Germany, are attending one of their more local regionals, let's say. And these are the ones that we are looking at right now. Michael Kelsch, a player who was runner-up at the World Championships in 2023 and then reaching top 4 in 2024. That in itself is an incredible achievement. Top-cutting the World Championships 2 seasons in a row. Marcus Statter, a player of such incredible standing, been around in the scene for a very long time and just building up that experience. Cannot wait to see how Marcus performs here this weekend. And Florian Temmet, the winner of the Dortmund Regional Championships in the previous season, and just like Nicolas Morales, a first-time attendee of a regional championships and a first-time winner.
What if Florian this weekend can make it 2 for 2?
I know, yeah.
They make Dortmund their tournament of choice. We'll have to definitely keep a close eye on Florian this weekend along. And I want to call out Marcus as well, a player that's been playing for a while, won a national championship here in Germany, also won a regional championship a couple of seasons ago in Regulation Set B, I believe.
Yes,
A or,
yeah. No, I think it might have been A. I think
he had an iron juggler, so I'm going to say it was B. I'm going to say it was B. Yeah, he won here in Germany as well. Again, going to be looking to go for another regional win here. And Michael is just a fantastic player, as you mentioned, getting to top 4 and top 2 of the World Championships. But not only that, a fantastic figurehead in the German community as well, bringing new players in and helping them achieve more and more in the game and just bringing them into the community that we know and love.
Oh, absolutely. And I tell you what, if Florian were to win again this weekend, I think we'd be sure to see some campaigning to have the next World Championships in Dortmund. So Florian, clearly he's got that home turf advantage. We'll have to see. It's so exciting to see Florian back here. So exciting to see that fire was ignited
delighted by winning at Dortmund, his first ever event last season. And let's see how he can perform here. Certainly looking to defend his title. And Germany has always been, as you alluded to there, Ben, such a strong region for competitive Pokemon. So is it going to be that home turf advantage? Certainly in Bologna at the end of last season, we saw 2 Italian players in the final. Are we going to have the same here in Germany? Are we going to have a German face-off?
Well, again, last time we had Dortmund, we had Florian versus Nick Schropp, both players from Germany, and being able to get to the finals and face off against each other. Of course, Florian taking the crown in that particular tournament. But yeah, I think it's going to be something that could be a nice poetic end to the weekend, but we've got a lot of weekend left to go. So why don't we kick things off with having a little bit of a look at what our players are bringing to this event, the Pokemon that they are most favoring here in Dortmund.
Sounds good to me. Let's see those Oh, it's Incineroar and Rillaboom and Golden Go in the top 3 spots. I mean, we can't be too surprised about seeing Incineroar out there in front. Incineroar and Rillaboom really have become the first partner Pokemon of choice in competitive Pokemon, and Rillaboom only just behind Incineroar there at 0.4% less.
Yeah.
Amoonguss, a very worthy redirector, but look just below it there, Ben, at the Electabuzz. Now, this might not be a Pokemon you're expecting to see. If anything, you might be expecting, well, why not Electivire? Well, Electabuzz holding the Eviolite, which boosts the defenses of a Pokemon yet to evolve, becomes an incredibly bulky threat. And it gets access to Follow Me with that redirection, and then other helpful moves as well.
Well, one of the most helpful things that Electabuzz does, especially when you see the usage of Amoonguss there in 4th position, is its ability Vital Spirit. Shared with Magmar as well, the other redirector of choice in that kind of ilk. You've got the ability to redirect moves like Spore. Follow Me, of course, does work with Grass-type Pokemon where Rage Powder doesn't, so you can redirect Pokemon like Rillaboom, you can redirect Spores from Amoonguss, not go to sleep most critically. But I think the thing that Electabuzz really brings to a lot of these teams, not just the ability to power control with moves like Eerie Impulse to keep Pokemon like Archaladon at bay, but also Electro Web to get some all-important speed control. So it's a very well-rounded support piece to many, many teams this weekend.
Looking forward to seeing some Electabuzz here, and look at all the water and rain we've got going on as well. Pelipper there setting up the rain for Archaladon to get its Electro Shot off in 1 turn. But then you've got Primarina as well, a Pokemon that was doing really well in Baltimore too. Liquid Voice ability, turning any vocal moves, let's say, into a water type. So I'm looking at you, Hyper Voice. That's good spread damage there, as well as Moonblast. We've seen, for example, Choice Spec sets on Primarina. You might opt for an Assault Vest, or you might opt for sort of Calm Mind and set up. It's a very flexible Pokemon, and I think one Pokemon that it targets down really well is Annihilate, because of course you're threatening with super effective Fairy type damage, but then Annihilate's most common terrestrialization type is Fire, and then you're hitting it super effectively with Water as well. So yeah, it's no surprise to see Primarina doing so well here.
Not at all, and it does kind of form the basis for a slightly different Pokemon to take a center stage to what we've seen before, and that's Sneasler. Being able to hit Pokemon like Primarina, like King Gambit, sitting there in position number 6. Pokemon like Porygon 2 that you really want to hit with a fighting type move with the Eviolite item, also so bulky, so difficult to knock out. But Sneasler's fighting type, it's really fast speed tier, its ability to go for fake out, just like those Pokemon above it, Incineroar and Rillaboom, to give a little bit of support. But I mean, we got to talk about the elephant in the room here. Diaclaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness, I shudder whenever I think of Sneasler, to be honest. Diaclaw, a move that is powerful in itself, but then it also has a chance to sleep, paralyze, or poison when it connects. It's not guaranteed to do any one of those things, but it's an equal chance for any one of them. Now, in that situation, the best you can hope for really is poison, I guess. I mean, it still puts you on a timer. It's certainly better than sleep, where that Pokemon is just inactive for guaranteed 1 turn. Paralysis, I mean, that could just strike at any moment and your Pokemon can't act. It's, yeah, you've got to play around that move so carefully. But then it's also where Steel types can come to the fore, like Archaladon, because it's a Poison type move, and that's going to do nothing against Steel type. So, yeah, you can see how the ecosystem balances out.
And then close combat's calling. Especially when you're targeting down Archaladon and you've got the threat of close combat coming from the Sneasler. But then if you go for Archaladon's more common terror types, which would be grass, then you're just opening yourself up for super effective damage from a Dire Claw and those pesky side effects, shall we say.
Yeah. I mean, speaking of side effects, I think it's important to call out as well, one potentially unsung reason why Rillaboom is so good right now, and it was in the top 3 of both days, I believe, at Baltimore as well, is setting up the grassy terrain. Because not only does Rillaboom set up the grassy terrain to enable its grassy glides to go first, but with Earthquake, it's going to be neutralizing the damage done by that move. Grassy terrain will limit the damage of spread ground type moves. And so Rillaboom really coming to the fore there in the face of something like an Ursaluna, a regular form Ursaluna that can go for those Earthquakes. It would also activate against Bulldoze and other spread type ground moves like that. So yeah, Rillaboom offers so much utility.
It does, and that's the beauty of how that Pokemon interacts with a lot of the Pokemon in the format. And of course, it's not just its support capabilities and the ability to bring out Grassy Glide. It's also, the Grassy Terrain. It's also the move Grassy Glide that gives it a little bit of priority, allows it to pick off Pokemon at low HP, and really gives you a lot of end game positions that you can play for. But not only that, when the rain is coming, you've got Pokemon like Basculegion, such a powerful threat, especially when it's holding a choice band. Yeah. It's definitely not something that you want to allow to hit you too many times in a row. So Rillaboom also answers questions like that. How do I sit in front of a Basculegion and feel good about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Basculegion, you can really be caught off guard by a Basculegion. You've got to, and in the end game, which is when it's more likely to come out as well, with its Last Respect move, boosting for every Pokemon on the party that's been knocked out. You've got to have an answer for it waiting in the back somehow. And with its coverage of Water and Ghost, it's very hard to cover all bases there. So really going first is one of the only guaranteed ways that you can deal with it. It might Terrastallize into the Grass type, and then your Rillaboom, I guess you'd have a U-turn that could be any super effective. But yeah, it's a really good point there, Ben. Yeah, Rillaboom really good at dealing with those Basculegion as well. Basculegion with that Swift Swim ability, but it could also have adaptability, and that's boosting up the power of any same type moves. And of course, if it were to Terrastallize into the Grass type, say, then any Grass type moves it would use, like Terra Blast, say, that definitely would be boosted by the adaptability there too. Mold Breaker you don't see so much, but this selection of abilities is a really, really powerful one.
One thing I really like about the adaptation that you can do, the adaptability of Basculegion itself, if you'll forgive me the pun there, Charlie.
No, you know I'll forgive you the pun.
I had a sneaking suspicion. Yeah, is the ability to go for Swift Swim. There's so much rain in the format, as we've talked about already. But if you're not opting for setting up the rain yourself and you don't want to play that game, you can maybe put on a Choice Scarf, maybe go a little bit further, a little bit faster naturally without that weather condition on the board. You play adaptability, you're boosting up the power of Last Respects, and it comes in at the end of the game as a late game cleaner almost. It's so difficult to stop. Adaptability, last Respect is so powerful. I can't overstate that enough.
Yeah, and I tell you who resists that. These guys. Mousehold, running your normal types as well. And thus, the Circle of Life continues, this circle of types, this complicated wheel of type matchups. But enough of types, enough of Pokemon. What about the people? What about the people who are going to be playing in Swiss Round 2 that we're going to be getting into very shortly here in Dortmund? Well, you can see what we're going to be featuring, but then we've also got so many other cool Pokemon on stream as well. Just to take a little selection of the Pokemon we've got here. Hisuian Zorua, we got a Primarina, we got a Magmar, we got Garchomp, you know we got some Vivillon, 2 Vivillon there, Hisuian Typhlosion, but then we've got the match that we're going to be featuring, Ben.
Maurice Uteg and Jonathan Marston, both regional champions from different seasons, and yeah, this is going to be an absolutely fantastic match. I cannot wait to get into it. But let's talk about the other regional champions that we've got here going down the list. Andrea Olea, I believe the winner of the 2022 London Open, Taran Birdie, the Perth regional champion, Luca Lucignoli and Victor Medina, 2 fantastic trainers, and Victor, of course, we've seen so many times on stream. Frederick Hoy Nielsen, a top 8 at Worlds in 2023, I believe, and Marcus Sponholz as well, who I've got to be honest. I'm really excited to see the Excadrill.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with that Sand Rush, Tyranitar setting up that ability with its Sand Stream. And then the Magmar, you were saying, Ben, about how Electabuzz isn't the only redirector of the Gen 1 ilk. You can also run that Magmar with an Eviolite. And thank you, Ben, for that little trip back down memory lane, back in your day over the years. But Maurice Uteg and Jonathan Marston, what we're going to be featuring here. Yeah, Maurice, a player who's had a lot of success in more recent seasons, and Jonathan Marston, a player who perhaps has more years of experience under their belt. But as we saw with Nicholas Morales in Baltimore and Florian Temmer in Dortmund last season, those years of experience might not necessarily come into play. Sometimes you just need a fresh perspective, a new tear on the metagame. That's certainly something that Maurice is providing. And excited to see the matchup between Mousehold and Annihilape and our Chaldon, and then on the other side, your Electabuzzes and your Primarinas. It's going to be a really good one.
It certainly is, and yeah, I'm just excited, Charlie. I just want to get straight on into it.
Hold your horses.
I'm just trying. I'm trying. Because I mean, this is the thing, especially what we were saying on the couch. I mean, there is no easy matches whatsoever, and that's so important to take account of. We're only in round 2. These players have only taken 1 win apiece.
Yeah.
And now they've got to play again against some other players that have also won. That's how the Swiss structure works, where as we go through the tournament, you play players with the same record as you.
Yeah.
The day gets harder and harder and harder the more that you win, but I think for most of these players, they're looking at their opponents thinking, okay, all right, this could be like round 7 day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And this is what we got to face right in the morning. Just warmed up, just started to get into things, and already here on the main stage.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it will be some comfort to trainers to know that because of the slight changes heading into the 2025 season, it's not quite so many Swiss rounds today. It's maximum 8 Swiss rounds to be played on day 1, and then we'll see how things shape up for day 2. But hopefully that will help with our trainers' fatigue and their ability to keep their heads focused, because it cannot be overstated how much of a mental game competitive Pokemon at VG is as well. And here they are on the stage. There's Maurice Uteg. What a way, what an honor to be kicking off the 2025 season on stream for these 2 players.
And I'm really excited to feature both of them. We said it before, we've got 2 regional championships here in front of us, playing off against each other here in round 2 in Dortmund. And I'm excited to see, we'll get into the teams in more detail a little bit later along, but I'm really excited that we've got almost a Maurice special for this match coming up. Maurice is a very well-known trainer for running Pokemon called Grimmsnarl, and in this regulation set, it's seen a little bit of use. It's definitely been one of those Pokemon that many trainers have considered, but Maurice is one of those really dedicated pilots to it. Almost every season that you see Maurice playing a tournament, it's there on his team, and this is no exception.
Oh, very exciting indeed. Screens are so good. I was saying it earlier, I think in this format, especially when you kind of want some of your Pokemon to take hits, like our Chaldon to boost up its stamina ability, like Annihilate to boost up its Rage Fist. But for now, let's take a dive into the achievements of these players, and to be honest, it's hard to fit them all onto the screen. Maurice, 2024 Lille Regional Top 8, and of course back to 2022, your Bremen Regional Champion.
Yeah, I remember interviewing Maurice after he took the win there. Just so fantastic to see how happy he was, not just to be representing his German region, of course, but to be winning his first event. And Jonathan Marston there, 2019 Harrogate Regional Champion, Jönköping Regional Top 8, Paris Special Event finalist back in 2020, and the 2020 Bochum Regional Top 8 as well.
Oh, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic match, and the trainers are just getting settled and ready to go, accompanied by a trio of Eevee there, Umbreon, Glaceon, and Espeon, ready to cheer them on from the sidelines. But it's time, trainers, to take a look into these teams. So there's Grimmsnarl with your double screens. You've got Thunder Wave as well. That's going to be going off first, because thanks to the Prankster ability. Then Spirit Break for a little bit of damage, but also reducing the special attack of opposing Pokemon. And otherwise,
here we are with a Pelipper Archaladon setup, but then you do have the mouse hold here. This one doesn't have population bomb. It's a more support-oriented one. That's going to be able to boost up the stamina and the rage fists of the Annihilate, as we were saying. Sinister as well, really nice just to be able to switch in for hospitality, get a little bit of recovery. The match gotcha, of course, as well, does spread damage, heals back the Sinister, has a chance to burn, life due for more recovery, can set up trigger from Rage Powder. It's a really, really nice moveset on that Sinister.
That's the whole theme of the team, isn't it? You've got Archaladon and Annihilate here, and everything else is there to get them set up. Every other, all eyes are going to be on either Archaladon or Annihilate, or both of them as this match goes through. You've got the power control with Grimmsnarl, you've got the power control with Mousehold Friend Guard, you've got the Follow Me support, you've got the weather control to activate Electro Shot, you've got the hospitality to recover their health, and you've got the Drain Punch, of course, on the Annihilate to keep it healthy too. Very difficult Pokemon to take down.
Well, speaking of difficult Pokemon, there it is, Ben. There's your Sneasler with Terra Stella, no less. And a Focus Sash. It's Pokemon that likes to hit hard and fast. It's here for a good time, not a long time. And then you've got Dragapult with that Choice Band as well, and access to Outrage. Really interesting. It's a move that you cannot choose the targeting of. But of course, with a Choice Band and boosted by the fact that Dragapult is a Dragon type, and no less with the Dragon Terra type, that's going to be dealing a huge amount of damage. Of course, you get an extra boost if your Pokemon terrestrializes into one of its own types. Got a really bit here with Knockoff rather than U-turn, which I really like. Getting rid of an opponent's item can be absolutely crucial. Primarina, Haze. Love to see that. Getting rid of boosts. That's going to be affecting the Archaladon, not so much the Annihilate with its Rage Fist, but Haze really nice into the Dondozo teams as well that we've been seeing coming out in Regulations Age. Then you've got your redirection with Electabuzz and King Gambit too with Swords Dance.
Swords Dance is a really nice tech onto King Gambit. I've seen quite a few opting for low kick instead of Swords Dance, but Swords Dance just says, hey, I don't care what type you are, I don't need the coverage, I'll just use the dark type coverage that I've got to proper effect, and make sure that Sucker Punch is able to knock out Pokemon from a much higher HP range. And that gives you so many more options, makes King Gambit such a big threat. But, I mean, looking at this matchup, it looks pretty even to me, Charlie. What's your take?
Well, let me take a look down these team sheets. I think that the Sneasler, you've got to be careful of if you are Maurice, because it's threatening super effective damage into your Archaladon, barring a Terra. But then, as you said, Ben, Archaladon has the Terra Grass, so then that would be taking super effective damage from Diaclaw. Diaclaw and just status conditions generally, there's not much Maurice can do to prevent status conditions. It can spread its own with Thunderwave. I think screens could be very helpful here against some real hyper offense that can be coming out from Jonathan's side of the field. But then you've got setup going on as well, and that's where Haze can be coming in from the Primarina. We didn't call out the Terra Stella and the Life Orb on the Pelipper, so that is a Pokemon that, as well as being supportive with the Tailwind and setting up the Rain, can be dealing a huge amount of damage. I think there is no, as we said, there's no population bomb on the Mousehold. There's Friend Guard instead. So it's, I think perhaps for Jonathan, it's getting rid of support pieces. And if you're Maurice, it's just trying to withstand that, trying to get the upper hand on the opponent, trying to exhaust Jonathan's very hard and fast fuel while Jonathan has the momentum, because I think Maurice has more tools potentially to be able to pivot around than Jonathan does.
Well, one thing is that the Mousehold is a Terra Fairy, so there may be a few calls there going on as to whether or not the Sneasler is going to go for its Diaclaw or Close Combat, and whether or not the Mousehold goes for a Terra. That could be quite impactful. If the beat up doesn't go off, then the Archaladon hasn't got its stamina boost set up. The Annihilate is going to struggle a little bit more, maybe relying on what Jonathan's going to be going for to boost up the power of its Rage Fist. And that gives Jonathan some options, because you can just kind of ignore the Annihilate, target down the partner Pokemon for a little while. If it goes for some Bulk Ups, you just get in the Primarina, haze those boosts away, and then you can maybe sort of set it up for everything versus Annihilate in the end game. And I really do think you're right. You called it out perfectly. It is, I think it's going to be about dealing with those support pieces on Maurice's side. If Maurice can expertly pilot the Grimmsnarl, as we've seen many times before, if he can bring in the Sinister at the right time, maybe, if he can just get that beat up onto Archaladon or Annihilate, depending on what route he wants to go for. I think it's going to be the Archaladon in this match overall. then I think we've got a match in favor of Maurice. But let's get it started. Let's get it kicked off. Round 1 here in Dortmund. Mousehold and Annihilate for Maurice. Electabuzz and the Sneasler here on the field for Jonathan. So a bit of fake out pressure right off the bat.
This is a really nice lead for Jonathan. You can redirect those beat-ups that could be going into the Annihilate in order to boost up the Rage Fist. But then also you have the Sneasler there ready to threaten the Mousehold. You can Terra Fairy, but then Diaclaw becomes super effective. So Jonathan really in the driving seat heading into this one. Annihilate can be going for one of those bulk ups. It's relatively safe to do so, but then you've got Taunt on the Electabuzz too. So Mousehold deciding, this is looking scary. I want to protect the kids here. Let's go for a protect. As Electabuzz does indeed go for Follow Me.
Follow Me would take away a beat up from the Mousehold. So I really like the way that Jonathan is approaching this matchup, just saying that's the problem. Hit my Electabuzz instead, as the Mousehold correctly protects itself, of course, from that close combat.
Yeah, and that's going to be the bulk up coming out from the Annihilate as well. So, and at full health too, so Maurice taking full advantage of that turn. As long as that Electabuzz is on the field, it can be redirecting away those beat-ups, but this is where the bulk up comes in so handy. You don't need to rely on a partner Pokemon to get some boost to your Annihilate. Rage Fist is still at base power, it hasn't been hit at all, and that's how Rage Fist works. The more hits you receive, the more powerful the move gets.
And it's going to be a struggle for Jonathan to go for his speed control in this situation. Not that Sneasler needs it at all, it's the fastest thing on the field. But for preparation for later, you kind of want to make that Annihilate a little bit slower so it's easier to deal with, and it can't get its drain punches before your Pokemon attack. But Electro Web would activate the Defiant ability, and that could be catastrophic.
Well, we'll have to see if that comes into play, but for now, Electabuzz wants to be the star of the show, going for Follow Me. Here comes the Diaclaw, and it gets paralyzed. The Mousehold has the paralysis. It might be unable to move, but it's not guaranteed. Here comes a Bear Rage Fist right now into the Electabuzz. Time to deal with this as quickly as possible. Just look, the dividends that Eviolite plays, the Eviolite has in store, but Mousehold is able to get that taunt off into the Electabuzz, and that's huge because it can now no longer go for Follow Me's, so beat up is very much online, but the Mousehold is still threatened by the Sneasler.
It is, and seeing how much damage that Diaclaw did, doesn't matter if the Mousehold goes for Terror or not. Jonathan doesn't have to risk lowering the defenses of its Sneasler. Not that it matters too much because of the Focus Sash, but now you don't have to worry about that type matchup. You can just knock out the Mousehold and take away the beat-up from being able to be a factor at this point in the game. And that could really set up Jonathan for the long run, where you take away one of the most important support pieces. Maybe you've got to switch out your Electabuzz to bring it back in later, but seeing how much that Rage Fist did to it, I think it's got a lot of opportunity to redirect attacks in the future.
That Electabuzz, quite the opposite here for a long time, rather than necessarily a good time, but Diaclaw heading straight into the Sinistcha. Will it get a status? No, it does not. The Annihilate able to get a bulk up off as the Sinistcha is providing some lovely matchup on the field, but of course, the Annihilate at full HP doesn't need to recover at all, but there comes the Electro Web. Absolutely huge, because now this Annihilate gets a double attack boost. Let's see if this Annihilate can now just go on an absolute rage through the rest of Jonathan's team.
This is what I love about watching Jonathan play. He is aware of what's going on, but he's willing to take those risks. He can see a game plan in the distance. And just making sure that you're trying to knock out the Mousehold with the Diaclaw plus the Electro Web might be part of his game plan, but now definitely not his game plan. The Electabuzz is switching in on out of there.
Electabuzz has been grounded and coming out instead. Here swoops Dragonite, and it's time to get Sparkly Trainers. Time for our first terrestrialization of our EU 2025 season. It's going to be the Sneasler. It's gone for its Stellar Terra, the Terra type introduced in the Indigo Disc around 9 months ago at this point. This is going to be giving a one-time boost to a move of Jonathan's choice. A boosted Diaclaw with that Terra Poison into the
it's not enough.
Not going to be enough for the knockout, but it is enough for the sleep. That is not something Maurice wants to see. That is something Sinistcha is not going to be able to act this turn. A little bit of recovery from the berry.
Wow, that is such an important sleep there onto the Sinistcha. I'm just going to double check this because I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, it does have the ability to go for a Trick Room. So that could have been a fantastic game state for Maurice to be able to get into. The Sinister going for a Trick Room. The Annihilate has got a speed drop already. It's got all those attack boosts, and then it would have been the fastest Pokemon on the field. But Direclaw showing exactly why it's one of the most scary moves in the video game right now, just putting that Sinister to sleep. And now, with the Dragapult coming in, carrying that Choice Band, at least the Annihilate's got 2 defense boosts that it's had from his bulk ups. It's going to be able to resist that Choice Band Dragapult a little bit better than it would have otherwise, but it still puts Maurice a little bit on the back foot.
One mug of matcha is enough to send anyone to sleep, and that's certainly Sinister getting a taste of its own medicine. Archaladon joining the field right now. Outrage goes for the Outrage. It goes straight into with a critical hit to boot. You do not see that every day, trainers, and Archaladon brought down to such low HP, but at least the Direclaw not going to be doing anything into that Steel type. Big Drain Punch now into the Sneasler. Not very effective because it is a part Poison type. No recovery there because it was at full HP. Really interesting to see Maurice go for that play because he's threatened by super effective damage from the Ghost type Dragapult, but now it's locked into Outrage with the Choice Band.
And it can't switch out. The Rage Fist is going to be able to target it down. Now, this Annihilate hasn't yet been hit, so it's going to be relying on those boosts to its attack stat to be able to knock out the Dragapult, but almost certain that it's going to be able to. If the Outrage does target down into that 8 HP Archaladon, it's obviously going to be going down, but it could also target into the Annihilate, and that would boost up the power of that Rage Fist.
The Annihilate is at +4 right now in its attack. Outrage this time going into the Annihilate. It's really bulky and got some defense boost. It's a lot of damage, but nowhere near enough as Dragon Pulse coming out from this bridge over troubled water going into the Sneasler. Big Rage Fist into the Dragon Ball. Surely it's going to be enough to secure the one-hit knockout, and it is!
Dragapult taking a one-hit knockout, going back to its trainer. That's the first knockout in the Dortmund Regional Championships here, and it's a one-hit knockout. We start the weekend as we mean to go on here, but that now gives Jonathan the opportunity to bring in a Pokemon of his choosing, and that's going to be Primarina, and you can see the effect of the Electabuzz going for the Electro Web onto the Annihilate in the previous turns. Now the Primarina is likely to be faster than it. It's going to be able to target down the Annihilate with a Moonblast. It could haze away all of those boosts that the Annihilate has spent so long trying to get its way up. And of course, the Sneasler is going to be able to target down into the Archaladon with its Assault Vest. It can't protect itself, so it's probably going to be going down now.
Oh, well, yeah, so it's on such a low HP as well. The Direclaw targeting into the Annihilate this time. Jonathan fishing for one of those cheeky status conditions. Snarl coming out, though, into Jonathan's team. That's going to be reducing the special attack of, crucially, the Primarina here. Sneasler doesn't mind that so much, being a physical attacker. Moonblast directed into the Annihilate here as well. So no haze. We do still have these stat boosts online, but it's a button that Jonathan can quite freely click at any point.
Maurice has played this really well, actually. I think Jonathan was respecting the switch in to the Sinister, activate the Hospitality, get the Annihilate a little bit more healthy, be able to take a Moonblast from the Primarina. But actually, Maurice holding his ground and just saying, no, I'm going to Snarl. I'm going to make sure that your Primarina is not doing as much damage, that actually it's less likely to get a knockout, and then try to get in that Hospitality HP boost to the Annihilate a little bit later on.
Yeah, it was the Electabuzz being the star of the show earlier, but right now Primarina is here, providing one of its beautiful arias on the field. It's time for Maurice to switch, going into that Sinister. So here we're going to see that Hospitality ability come in. That was so cute, seeing its little sleeping face as it came out of the Pokeball. There it is, a nice little boost to the HP for this Annihilate. But here we go. It's time for Maurice to match this Terra into the Annihilate, going for its Terra Water. Now, we were saying before how Terra Fire is a common Terra type on Annihilate, but Terra Water is great into Primarina. That's going to be resisting those Hyper Voices changed by Liquid Voice into Water, and of course neutral damage from the Moonblast. Oh, we're going to have a status. It's poison. Okay. Jonathan has had the full trio, the full set of status conditions right now. Annihilate, though, just poisoned, takes that Moonblast. Now, a special attack drop would have boosted the attack even further of the Annihilate thanks to its Defiant, but here comes a big Rage Fist now into the Primarina. That's enough for the knockout. This is why you've got to respect
expect this furious ape?
So you didn't even need the hospitality HP recovery to be able to survive that combination of attacks, and partly because of that snarl dropping the special attack of Primarina previously. But that Rage Fist has been boosted up twice now, and it's really looking for knockouts in every Pokemon that it's targeting down. Here's the Electabuzz coming back in. That damage that it had before was from a Rage Fist that hadn't been boosted up, and now, well, Charlie, I think it's going to take a little bit more damage this time around.
I'm just looking at those status conditions flashing on the screen for poor Maurice here. This is really dire straits, although Maurice has been playing this incredibly well, but his Pokemon will not be having the best time on the field right now with those status conditions. Now, Electabuzz is threatening super effective damage into this now Terra Water Annihilate, but as you said at the start, just took the Bear Rage Fist. Now it's got all these boosts. Electabuzz is in the face of a very different beast right now.
It certainly is, and of course, if that Sinistcha wakes up this turn, which it has the opportunity to do, it can redirect attacks away from the Annihilate here, and Drain Punch is just as viable here as the Rage Fist to be able to recover some of that HP. I think it all comes down to whether or not the combination of Dire Claw and Electro Web can knock out the Annihilate, but we're not going to be seeing it this turn. Sorry, Charlie, Mousehold has gone down.
Mousehold has been felled. The Friend Guard is off the field. Here comes the Electro Web. This is going to be giving another Defiant boost.
Oh, it's enough.
If it can hang on,
Single
but
target.
It cannot. A critical hit as well. Single target. That's the Annihilate down. So now all of a sudden, Maurice also down to his final two Pokemon with an Electabuzz looking incredibly healthy. We know that the Archaldon is on such low health. The Sinistcha is asleep. Is going to need to be waking up sooner rather than later. And by sooner, I mean now.
Yeah, right now. Right. Sinistcha! Sinistcha! Yeah, it's definitely got to. But I mean, that hospitality is actually coming in clutch here because it takes the Archaludon away from being knocked out from an Electro Web. Sneasler definitely going to be able to knock it out with a close combat. That hasn't been boosted up yet by the Terrastella. So definitely a KO potential here. But as we said in the last turn, Rage Powder could. And it is the wake up this turn. Rage Powder going off from Sinistcha. Let's see how Jonathan is targeted.
Sinistcha, I'm so pleased you're listening to your alarm there. That is close combat going into the Sinistcha there. Electro Web coming out as well. That's really interesting. Just a little bit of chip damage there. I wonder why close combat was targeting into the Sinistcha.
Well, it's the Rage Powder targeting that down,
of course.
stopping it from going into the Archaludon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the Rage Powder redirecting that close combat. So Rage Powder really coming in clutch right now as the special attack is dropped of the Electabuzz, and that is enough to knock out the Terra option. That's Sneasler for Jonathan. And this Electabuzz, it certainly as a support Pokemon, has access to a little bit of chip damage that it can go for here. But then the Archaludon, the more you hit that, the more its body press is boosted up. So you've got to be very careful indeed. This Electabuzz might just not have enough gas in the tank to see this one through.
It's going to be very tough for the Electabuzz to do anything with its only attack being electric type and resisted by both of Maurice's Pokemon. Of course, we know that the Sinistcha has the Life Dew move, and Jonathan knows that too. It can just recover HP past there, and congratulations on Maurice. That was a roller coaster of a game there, but Maurice managed to navigate it so well. Dire Claw doing absolutely everything that it could. You couldn't ask more of that Sneasler in that match, and it still wasn't quite enough to be able to break through Maurice's defenses.
Well, you could have asked for 3 sleeps. That would have been something that you could have asked from the Dire Claw, but I mean, no, it really gave us the full gamut of the status conditions on display so early on in the day in our EU 2025 season. Goodness, that came down to such fine margins, and although that Electabuzz was so healthy, you might be wondering why Jonathan locked in that forfeit, and Jonathan just recognized that he did not have the offense available to be able to take down the Archaludon and the Sinistcha. You saw how little damage that Electro Web was doing over on Maurice's side on the field. And of course, it's only Electro Web that this Electabuzz can go for, so that would have been the damage that Jonathan was locked into, and of course, you're just boosting up those body presses as you go. So that's game 1 to Maurice in the face of such status conditions coming out from Jonathan. How is Jonathan needing to adapt here, Ben?
This is so difficult. I think maybe one of the things that you could ask for is that Outrage goes into the right slot.
True, yeah.
That's definitely one of the game changes that we had, where it was great to do the damage to our Chaladon, but you had the Sneasler there that can go for close combat. So you really needed that Outrage to be locking into the Annihilate and doing the requisite damage to put it into KO range a little bit earlier. But I think all eyes are going to be on how Jonathan is able to target down that Annihilate in the early game. And I really love this adaptation, getting Dragapult with Sneasler on the field, getting Fake Out, getting the ability for Dragapult to go for those powerful Dragon Darts, maybe locking into Phantom Force if you can do what you need to do to knock out that mouse hold, stop the normal type redirection, and then you're targeting a ghost type with a ghost type super effective move before it gets the opportunity to get too many bulk ups going.
You've got 3 fierce Pokemon on the field, and you've got a cute family of mice that's providing such ample support for the Annihilate right now. Beat up very much online here. You cannot redirect over on Jonathan's side of the field. You could Fake Out. Of course, you've got that Direclaw threat as well. And Maurice has that ability to switch to something in the back as well if he doesn't like the face of this Dragapult into his Ghost-type Annihilate. But it's time to Terastallize. It's time already in turn 1 of this game 2 for the Dragapult to become a pure Dragon-type right now.
That's a really, really dangerous-looking Dragapult.
Yeah.
And with the Dragon Darts targeting, it could target both Pokemon down and do a lot of damage. Maushold going for the Protect. If Annihilate hasn't gone for a Protect, which it has, I think that's probably wise in this situation. Find out what the Dragapult is going to be locking itself into, and it's going to be Outrage. And Charlie, I'm gonna make a call here.
Oh, yeah?
That Outrage would do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, Ben. I think your years of experience have really come in handy there, as Direclaw going into the Annihilate as well, so may well have been causing a status condition on the field right now. Got a lot of Dragon Heads staring across at you from the field with that Dragapult's head, then the 2 Dreepy, and then that Dragon Terror Crown as well. Certainly very fierce indeed, but it's a really nice Protect from Maurice, just scouting out what move this Dragapult is now going to be locked into, given it's holding the Choice Band.
And I wonder if Maurice is going to consider going for the Terra Fairy on their Maushold that's immune to the Dragon typing, would be immune if the Outrage targeted into that slot. As you said before, Jonathan doesn't have control about where that Outrage goes.
Well, let's find out.
Be a Terra.
Oh, it is going into the Maushold, so Terra Fairy would have got around it. That's going to be enough for the one-hit knockout on all 4 of those little mice. So no more Friend Guard on the field for this poor Annihilate. Here comes Direclaw. Oh my goodness, hold your breath, everybody. What's it going to be doing? Is it going to be causing a status? It doesn't. The Annihilate able to get that bulk up off. Now a boost to its attack and its defense.
And getting set up for the rest of the game, but the adaptation that Jonathan's made, getting that powerful offensive pressure in from the Dragapult right early doors, and also taking advantage of its Terror type as well, boosting up the power of its Outrages yet further, just means that it's going to be breaking through whatever it's going to be targeting down. I mean, we saw the Outrage non-Terror go into the Annihilate in the previous game, and it did, what, 40% roughly? It's got 1 less defense boost, and the Dragapult is Terror this turn, this game. If the Sinister decides to go for a Rage Powder, it's going to redirect the Outrage into it. That's probably a one-hit knockout, even though Sinister's pretty bulky. And if it targets down into the Annihilate, well, maybe it's not picking up the KO, but it's doing substantial damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the question is this Sinister actually going to be able to act on this turn? Is it going to be statused once more by this Sneasler? Well, let's find out. First, we're going to see where the Outrage goes. It is into the Annihilate. How much damage are we doing here? A lot. The Annihilate down to 34. Here comes the Direclaw into the Sinister. What's it going to do? Paralyze. Okay, let's see. Can the Sinister act on this turn? What's it going for? First, we're going to see this Rage Fist coming out from the Annihilate. Boosted once now. And with the bulk up, and that's going to be enough for a one-hit knockout. That is the Terastallization down and out for Jonathan. But now all eyes on this Sinister. Is it going to be able to move on this turn? What's it gone for? Yes, it is the Trick Room. We're twisting the dimensions.
And Sinister becoming even faster than it once was in the Trick Room environment. That may be a benefit to Maurice in this particular game state. And now we have the speed orders reverse, that Sneasler is going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field, but that does again give Jonathan the opportunity to bring in his Primarina. And the Primarina is sitting in a pretty good spot. I mean, naturally speaking, it is going to be slower or faster in the Trick Room environment than an Annihilate. And because we haven't had the Electro Web that we saw in last game, the speed orders are kind of working in the favor of Jonathan now. But of course, there is the Life Dew from the Sinistcha. There is the ability to redirect the Moonblast. There is the ability for Maurice to be able to control this situation and use those Rage Fists that the Annihilate has been building up in its favor. That is, if the Sinistcha is able to move with the Paralysis.
Yeah, you've got a chance that you'll be able to move. You've got a chance that you just won't do anything at all. That is how Paralysis works, as Sneasler decides to sneak on out to the back. And here comes the Electabuzz, ready to provide that support for Primarina. Primarina going to be going for that Protect. Let's see where Maurice has been targeting here. Magic Gotcha, that's going to be a spread-type move anyway, as long as it connects onto this Electabuzz, and indeed it does. So into the Electabuzz it goes. Might be a chance to burn here, a little bit of a chance to heal back some HP as well. Just a little bit, though, that Electabuzz taking it so very well. And the Electabuzz does get the burn, so it's on a timer at least, and it's such a bulky Pokemon that could actually prove crucial.
Ooh.
Rage Fist targeting into the other slot. So Maurice calling that Protect. Really nice damage onto the Electabuzz. It does hang on, and that is just a testament once more to that Eviolite held item. But that Electabuzz brought down very low, and the burn is going to be enough to pick up the knockout. So there you go. You can see how crucial that Magic Gotcha burn was.
I think Jonathan really playing around the Annihilate, going for a Protect from the Primarina, maybe trying to just make sure that the Primarina hangs on yet another turn, get the Electabuzz in, get a Follow Me on the field, and then be feeling a bit safer about going for on the offensive with the Primarina in Trick Room. Maybe an indication as well to how that Life Orb Primarina has been trained. Maybe it's a little bit more speedy than most, and Jonathan's just trying to play around that. But Maurice just seeing right through it, knocking out the Electabuzz is a big support piece that Jonathan is now missing, and that Annihilate is no longer as safe, nor is the Primarina. But the Annihilate's going to be getting out of here this turn.
Yeah, Maurice deciding that it's unlikely for the Sneasler to be targeting a fighting type attack into that Pokemon, given that it would be doing no damage at all, being a ghost type. And it's going to be the Archarodon switching in. That gets a free defense boost. It's flipped on this turn, but it wasn't going to move anyway, thanks to it just being switched in. So a free defense boost, 2 stamina, boosting on that body press. Not very effective into the 2 Pokemon on the other side, but they really do stack up. And sometimes not very effective damage can just look like really good damage.
It can, and Hype Voice coming out from the Primarina, coming out here and boosting up stamina on the defenses of this Archarodon yet again. So Body Press is active. Not going to be that effective against the Pokemon that Jonathan has on the board. But most crucially, I think, is that Sneasler's Close Combat is going to be much less offensive now that effectively Archarodon has double the amount of defense that it did when it just switched in and took those 2 attacks. So in combination with the Life Dew and the Rage Power from the Sinistcha, it's going to be very, very tough to be able to take down this Archarodon. You can go for a Haze here on the Primarina, take away those defense boosts, but until you deal with that redirection from the Sinistcha, you're not consistently going to be able to target down the Archarodon whatsoever.
And it's such good damage from the Sinistcha into the Primarina. Nearly just pick out the knockout. If we get a burn here, that would be enough to take out the Primarina as the Sinistcha slowly heals all the way back up. Let's see if there's going to be any burn in sight coming out on either of these Pokemon. It is the Primarina. That is exactly the Pokemon that Maurice would have wanted to burn. So it's going down at the end of this very turn. Dragon Pulse gonna be not quite enough to deal with this Sneasler right now. Moonblast into the Archarodon. It's holding the Assault Vest, boosting up its special defense. So really nice item you can give to your Archarodon there. And you know what? The burn's not even gonna matter because the Life Orb on that Primarina is gonna be taking it out thanks to the damage it dealt on that turn. Close Combat now, super effective. Into the Archarodon. Gonna be enough to pick up the knockout here, but you do have that Annihilate in the back. That Sneasler, very low health. It doesn't have a spread type move.
Now, where there's a will, there's a way, Charlie, in this match, and the way is Dire Claw.
Yeah.
But if I'm not mistaken, we are still going to be in Trick Room for 1 more turn, and that's going to give the opportunity for the Annihilate to get healed up with a life dew, maybe take it out of range of the Sneasel's Dire Claw in this situation. It's going for a protect. It needs to against the 2 attacks, but it's fully paralyzed. Sinister there, not moving.
Yeah, Sinister is not able to provide its lovely matcher for the Annihilate thanks to that full paralysis. So that could have been really, really crucial there. At least the Annihilate gets a little bit of passive leftovers recovery. Could go for a Protect on this next turn to get even more. Could even try and go for another Life Dew with this match, with this Sinister. It's on full HP and it's already paralyzed, so it can't be status. Perhaps Marie's thinking, well, it's a good thing I did have that status condition earlier on, so I don't get put to sleep now. Yeah. But let's see how this turn plays out. Is it going to be the last one? Dire Claw not enough to pick up the Annihilate. Is it going to be because it's going to get that poison? Okay, that's probably the best one that you want to see in this situation, and it's looking good for Maurice. Here comes the Drain Punch. That's the Sneasler down. Annihilate, a little bit of recovery to boot, and that's absolutely huge for Maurice Uteg, claiming the victory.
Congratulations to Maurice Uteg, your winner from the Dortmund Regional Championships Round 2 here this weekend. And what a way to do it. Such commanding fashion. I'm a little bit sad that we didn't see the Grimstyle, I gotta be honest, but hey, you know, with a show like that, being able to, especially in game 1, be able to deal with all of those status conditions that the Dire Claw was dishing out turn after turn after turn. We saw that critical hit on the Electroweb on the Annihilate. I'm not sure if that mattered or not, but either way, it was kind of one of those ones on the fence, and if it was maybe a toss-up between KOing and not KOing, it definitely took it over the edge. And then being able to get into a position where our Chaladon was able to, and Sinister were able to sit in front of that Electabuzz was just fantastic. And game 2, being put under so much pressure with a Dragapult right out of the gate, but being able to navigate that so effectively was just absolute masterclass.
Yeah, but fine margins in both games there, and really interesting to see Jonathan going all in on that Terra on turn 1 in game 2. It did, as it transpired, turn out to be perhaps a little bit early. I mean, the Dragapult was able to pick up the one-hit knockout onto the Mousehold. Here it is now. There's that Terra Dragon boosted Outrage with the Choice Band into the Mousehold. It did have access to Terra Fairy, decided not to go for it, wouldn't have done anything in that situation. But again, Murray's deciding a little bit too early to go for that. Here comes that Rage Fist into the Dragapult, boosted up by that point, able to claim the one-hit knockout, and then that was the Terra option already gone for Jonathan. I want to call out as well how it can be very tempting to, of course, bring your Pelipper when your Archaldon is there for the Electro shots, but Maurice left it on the bench both games. Just goes to show how flexible the team can be, and not minding about that KO on the Archaldon at the end there, because he'd already gained so much ground. Yeah,
and I think you've got to recognize, and especially with the way that Maurice is running his Archaldon, running Dragon Pulse rather than Draco Meteor, it's a much more consistent Pokemon for him. It's sitting on the field for much longer. It's going to be able to launch various different coverage options out onto his opponent, and yeah, okay. You can, if you're doing that for 6 turns in a row, you don't need the Electro Shot. If you're able to sit on the field with an Archaldon for that long, you're probably sitting in a pretty good position.
Yeah, absolutely. And Archaldon and Annihilate, as we said, just Pokemon that love to absorb hits and boost up the power of their respective moves. So again, I think the 4 Pokemon chosen by Maurice to bring to that game, absolutely the right choices there. In terms of Jonathan, I mean, still, you know, played incredibly well, and especially in the threat of what Maurice was dishing out to him. But what do you think about it? How do you think Jonathan could have approached the match a little bit better? I'm slightly looking at that King Gambit, to be honest, and Sword Stance.
It's tough, right? Because if you bring the King Gambit to the game, it's a Terra Dark as well. Yeah. So you haven't got that protection that you would have if you were running, say, Terra Fire, Terra Water, one of the more or Terra Fairy, the more defensive options that King Gambit can go for. Then you can kind of sit in front of the Annihilate, make it guess between having to launch a Drain Punch or a Rage Fist to be able to do the requisite damage that you need to do to knock it out. Instead, well, Drain Punch is going to be good either way. It's either super effective or double super effective. So I think King Gambit would have been in a tough spot to be able to make a lot of headway, especially where Maurice was leading the Annihilate and putting it onto the field. And I think that was the challenge, is trying to get to those all-important pieces. Maurice was protecting them so well. You either had the friend guard and redirection, or you had the Sinister healing it back up, more redirection as well. I think that's what made this matchup particularly challenging for Jonathan.
Yeah, I think if you look at the two redirectors on both teams, Sinister for Maurice, Electabuzz for Jonathan, the Sinister can just do a bit more.
Yeah.
It's got that spread damage with Match and Gotcha. It can set up Trick Room. It can heal out with Life G. The Electabuzz, very bulky, don't get me wrong, but Electro Web isn't the most damage. Taunt didn't really come into play in this game, and you can protect and follow me. So, yeah, I think this is something we saw in Baltimore as well, of course, with the Glare and Weezing and Toadscruel team that Wolf Glick and others were running. Giving it the choice specs, you have the neutralizing gas ability, so that is kind of makes it a support Pokemon, but then it can deal significant damage as well with Choice Specs Held Item, boosting up the special attack of the Galarian Weezing. So I think this is something that's coming to the fore of regulations at H, finding a way for your support Pokemon to also deal damage and do more than just support.
Definitely, and even though that Mousehold wasn't running the population bomb that we've been talking about this morning already, it was still doing enough. It was still providing enough support to be able to get his board state set up, get that Annihilate set up. And actually, like, Annihilate is something that we probably need to talk about after that match in a little bit more detail, because it's such a strong Pokemon in this format. Mousehold Annihilate as a combination is something that we're well used to by now since it was introduced. But that ability to proc the Rage Fist boost multiple times in a row, its ability to have Defiant to stop Pokemon like Incineroar with their Intimidate ability, just running away with things, take advantage of moves like Electro Web and Icy Wind. It's such a strong threat, and when you can bulk it up, when you can use Friend Guard or Redirection to support it as well, it's so difficult to be able to knock out, even with spread moves.
It's also just the threat of you might activate the Defiant that can deter people from pressing certain buttons, like the Moonblast from Primarina. If that got the chance of the special attack drop that it has, that would have boosted up the Annihilate's attack by 2 stages, and, you know, then Maurice runs away with the game even further. But it certainly is, with the Pokemon that Maurice has brought, it's a lot of getting the Archaldon and the Annihilate in particular in the right position, getting them set up and supported around, because they can just sort of solo the game, potentially against all 4 of your opponent's Pokemon.
Well, let's hear a little bit more about that with our winner from round 2 in the Dortmund Regional Championships, Maurice Uteg.
Of course, I am joined with the winner of round 2, Maurice Uteg. Maurice, how are you feeling after that game?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. Obviously, everyone expected this team to be everywhere. Not my team, but the team Jonathan played. So I prepared against it really well, but it's still so hard. Everyone plays this team because it's so good, and because Sneasler can just swing games, as you could see in game 1. But yeah, I'm really happy to have won both of those games, especially game 1. So
yeah, it did seem like you were in the driving seat for a lot of it, and then of course Sneasler was doing Sneasler things. I think we got every single status it could have gone for. We got Paralysis, and it got the poison. So yeah,
with Diaclaw as well.
With the Diaclaw, yeah.
He has Poison Touch, but I think he poisoned it the last time he poisoned with Diaclaw. So yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, of course it was doing Sneasler things.
A well-trained Sneasler.
Yes. So after getting all those statuses, like what was your mentality going into the game? Because there was the sleep on the Sinisters that was trying to Trick Room, which would have probably been game ending immediately. So like, what was your thoughts after seeing all of those statuses?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to be as little emotional as I can, but as you said, the Trick Room that I locked in was game winning from that point. Because my Annihilate was at -1, so it was probably underspeeding everything in my opponent's team, maybe except for the King Gambit, but doesn't really do that much damage to my Annihilate with that. So yeah, I was a little bit emotional, but then I kept my calm again and I managed to win, because gladly the ability of Sinister still works while it's asleep. I don't know how it's managing to heal other Pokemon while asleep, but glad it did.
Yeah, and it's very, very nice to be able to get that recovery. Of course, you're going with the very classic Annihilate and Mousehold. We know what that does. You like to beat up yourself, get that Rage Fist activated straight away. But then there was that Electabuzz that did have access to Follow Me on Jonathan's team. That's a very consistent way of stopping the beat up going into the Annihilate. But you still chose to lead with it both games. So what made you choose to go with Annihilate Mousehold, even in the face of a Follow Me?
Yeah, I feel like I feel like you force them to not protect with the Electabuzz. Especially in game 1, you can just taunt them because they kind of need to follow me. And yeah, if they don't league Electabuzz Sneasler, which is not a common lead at all, then Maushold can probably get a beat up off the turn after. Which is why, yeah, I like that. And Maushold is so good against those common Electabuzzes because if they are taunted, they can just use Electro Web. And as you could see in game 1, Electro Web just boosts the Annihilate, obviously, because of its ability. And then you don't even need to beat up yourself. So your opponent basically does it for you, right? You get one hit on the Rage Fist, and then you get 2+2 attack. So it's basically like you beat up yourself 4 times. So yeah, that's why I chose this lead and this composition. And the team I chose because if you would have asked me like 1 year ago, I would have probably said I would never go to a tournament with Mouse Ape because there are so many, or often there's like so many mind games regarding if you would taunt the opposing follow me user, if you get fake outed, if you beat up yourself, so many mind games, right? So many reads turn 1. But I figured with this team there are a lot of good game plans that don't require as much mind games. As you could see, in game 1 I logged in pretty fast because this is just a game plan that I worked out. So yeah, that's why I chose this team.
Yeah, and your game plan brought Archaludon without the Pelipper, which is, we're starting to see it a little bit more and more. Of course, you do want the Electro Shot to go off in 1 turn in the rain. But yeah, bringing Archaludon without the Pelipper, what were your thoughts going into the game with that? Because you said you were ready with the game plan, so you'd already worked out you didn't need Pelipper with the Archaludon.
Yeah, I think Snarl is pretty nice against the Primarinas. That could give me some trouble if my Annihilate gets too low, or if I want to go with the Trick Room and they keep their Terra, so they are not being beaten by the Machagotcha Pokemon Sinistra. So that's why I brought Archaludon like without Pelipper. And I think it's just normal. Normally you often see Pokemon with like that Meteor Beam got announced and everyone played Nihilego with Meteor Beam. And then at some point people get smarter and see, okay, you can play this Pokemon without this one new setup strategy as well. As you could see, I forced a fake out on the Archaludon switch in and just got to Stamina boost +2, so I was really defensive. If I wanted, and if I got the life steal off, I would probably live the close combat, and then I KO everything with Dragon Pulse anyway. So yeah, I think it's just normal, and people are getting smarter to use those Pokemon without the specific setup they are designed for.
Yeah, well, another way that you ran a Pokemon like the Maushold that was Terra Fairy. Usually we see Terra Ghost to avoid fake outs, or maybe Terra Grass to avoid spore or redirect spores into itself. But Terra Fairy was an interesting choice. What was the reasoning behind the Terra Fairy on the Maushold?
Terra Fairy is just really good defensive type, especially against King Gambit. I tried Rocky Helmet on this Maushold as well to break a Sneasler's Focus Sash, because then against, especially against Dragapult and Sneasler, you can just Terra, follow me, soak 2 attacks, bulk up. Yeah, in this game too, I thought, I don't really remember why I didn't Terra Fairy there. Probably should have. Maybe I thought he locked into Dragon Darts and I overlooked it, or maybe I thought he would go, he would switch because of the Terra Fairy threat, something like that. But yeah, it's just really good in team preview, and I feel like most like Incineroar, they don't want to bring Incineroar into my Annihilate, so I don't need Terra Ghost for the fake outs. Rillaboom as well, it's just so bad against Archaludon, and against Sneasler you can just double protect turn 1 and go from there. So I didn't quite need the common Terra Ghost, I would say.
And just to finish off your team, you got a Grimmsnarl. I think you're known a little bit to bring a Grimmsnarl once or twice to a tournament. So what's Grimmsnarl doing to round off the team?
It just gives you so many other modes, right? So you can just go for screens, you can throw off Thunder Waves, and then you have your really bulky Archaludon. In best case, you like swapped it in, get 1 or 2 defense boosts, and then you have screens, you heal yourself with the Sinistra, and just everything comes together with the team. I actually didn't want to play this team, but Marcus convinced me to. He's playing the same thing, and we were talking about teams, and I thought he would just propose it because, well, I'm known for playing Grimmsnarl, and he was like, maybe you like it, but I just feel like it has really good matchups into the common teams, especially as you could see in the Electabuzz team. I would say opponent had the better of the RNG, and I still came out on top. Of course, it's not a free matchup by any means. I think that's not possible against this team, but yeah, I just think I have good matchup across the board, and the Grimsnarl helps in some other matchups.
Sounds good, and it seems like a very solid team. You mentioned Marcus, assuming Marcus Statter,
Sure.
team as well. So just before we conclude the interview, is there anyone else you want to shout out?
Yeah, probably my prep group this time around. It was Faiz, Pepsi, Marcus, and me. So I would consider us 4 really strong German players, and it was the first time actually we came together. They were asking me if we maybe want to prepare something for Dortmund, and while we didn't come up with any new team, I think we find this team that the top 16 in Baltimore pretty well. And yeah, so definitely shout out to them. Of course, shout out to my family watching at home. They're always happy to when I'm on stream, and yeah, grateful for the support. Yeah.
Awesome, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. A very good start already going with the 2-0. We'll be coming to a very short break, and we'll be right back with round 3 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. Stay tuned.
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
Luca was a little bit disappointed. It's going to be enough to take down the Mariah.
I love the way Luca was able to pivot this in here. And the is right on. What's it going to be?
Luca Cherubelli.
Cherubelli, become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
Luca Cherubelli is your 2024 Masters Division Pokemon Video Game World Champion. But just how did he get to that hallowed position? Charlie Merriman here, trainers, to take you through Luca's path to the peak. He attended his very first competitive Pokemon event in 2017, finishing with a respectable 4 wins and 3 losses. But what mattered far more to Luca was the firm friends he made within the passionate Italian VG community. Helping each other and building up experience at local events, just 9 months later, Luca claimed his first title as the 2017 Turin Special Events Champion. However, there followed a run of disappointing results, and Luca was frustrated not to be doing himself justice. In fact, he was even on the verge of quitting Pokemon VG altogether. But having qualified for the 2022 World Championships in London, he decided to give it one last shot. And out of the 300 best trainers in the world, he finished 36th. Luca Cherubelli was back. Worlds 2023 in Yokohama showed Luca how the standards he held himself to had shifted. He was pleased to reach day 2 again, but was hungry for more. Similarly, at the Europe International Championships the following year, he went all the way to top cut, but still knew he could do better, proved to himself that he could indeed be the very best. At Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii, he took the tournament 1 game at a time, until all of a sudden he found himself in the grand finals against Yuta Ishigaki from Japan. The night before, Luca went out for dinner with his friends to take his mind off it all, paving the way for a good night's sleep and focused preparation on the big day. Identifying that his trusty Miraidon's Draco Meteor hit nearly all of his opponent's team for good damage, Luca won Game 1, but Game 2 went to Yuta. It all came down to one final battle. And with Miraidon supported by Luca's favorite Pokemon, Half-Flame Mask Ogerpon, Luca Cherubelli secured his spot in history. The first thing Luca did after winning? Rush into the arms of the friends who made attending events so special, that helped each other improve and grow, that was such a crucial factor in Luca becoming world champion. After all, in the phrase we all know so well, you teach me, and I'll teach you. As for what's next for Luca, well, in his own words, I'm not letting winning worlds be a hindrance to my growth as a player. I'm not just hiding behind, I won the world championships. Trainers, the best is yet to come. Want to walk your own victory road? Head to Pokemon.com/play. Who knows? It could be your first step towards becoming our new world champion.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017 season, Geo played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Geo's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Geo, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Geo had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Geo to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Geo.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory, so wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man, okay, Geo defying all the odds, he believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Geo proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to round 3 of the Pokemon 2025 Dortmund Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyt. I have the pleasure of being joined by Lee Provost. And yeah, what a game to start us off here in the Dortmund Regional Championships. Sneasler spreading all the statuses, but still Maurice able to break through.
Yeah, it was an incredible game, wasn't it? And a really exciting one. We got to see a lot of those elements from the Sneasler in particular, and how awkward it can be to play against when things don't go your way if you're Maurice for the Diaclaw in particular, but really overcoming all of the odds there and being able to kind of come out on top. And I think that was the main thing, and it really looked a bit dicey for him in that first game where you're thinking, oh, and things are going all in Jono's favor, and then he just was quite composed throughout the entire match. And like you quite rightly addressed in the interview there, that he had a game plan, he stuck to it, and I think it really paid off. And that team seems like the one that you're going to be seeing quite a majority of if other players have decided to bring it, because of just how solid it is this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of trainers have been theorizing that team with the Sneasler and Electabuzz. There's really good support around some great Pokemon around it as well. Sometimes we see a Magmar over that Electabuzz. It seems to be picking up. But Follow Me is a really consistent way of dealing with just an immediate turn 1 Mouse Hold, Annihilate. Let's try and beat up my Annihilate. Nope, because beat up is now going into this Follow Me Pokemon. But it seemed like Maurice was still able to do really well against that. He mentioned in his interview, he can just taunt the Follow Me user, and then Electro Web is the only move that Electabuzz can go for, and therefore Defiant boosts. So yeah, Annihilate was doing really, really well in that matchup, especially against the lead of the Sneasler and Electabuzz. Annihilate, it wasn't threatened by the Sneasler at all, was it?
Not really at all. And then when you look across at Jonathan's team, there wasn't really a direct answer to that Annihilate, and I think that made it a lot easier for Maurice to kind of approach that game, bring it into play. But you know, the Electabuzz and the Magmar are 2 Pokemon that, you know, we're talking about redirection. Both of them are a little bit different, but both have that Follow Me ability to support fellow Pokemon and picking up a lot of popularity in the format. Electabuzz is one of those Pokemon I really love, and with that, the ability to Electro Web when it's not a Defiant Pokemon sitting on the other side of the field. It's really good use of being able to have that kind of pseudo speed control in your team, as well as having that redirection.
Yeah, it has been really nice, and it's a Pokemon that did have Follow Me a while ago, quite a long time ago.
A long time ago,
Generation 5, I think, was the last time it had it. And then now, finally, it's able to get it through the breeding of the egg moves, finally got Follow Me back, and it becomes really, really viable. We've seen EVO like Clefairy as a Follow Me redirection Pokemon. We've seen how much bulk the EVO like can add, and Electabuzz actually gets significantly bulky, just like Clefairy does.
Yeah, and it's not just the Follow Me, the redirection. The two abilities that it's got access to as well are very useful. You know, you can really utilize the static ability. If you get any hits into you can pull them in, and then you've got that chance of the paralysis there. And also Vital Spirit gives you such a kind of a buffer, a cushion in Trick Room environments where you maybe sometimes be a little more threatened from things like Amoonguss with that Spore, where you think, well, it's not really a problem anymore. I'll just pull that in, redirect that this way, and then I'm going to wake up. I can't be put to sleep because of that Vital Spirit. So really useful in a lot of ways, whichever kind of angle you approach the Electabuzz from.
Yeah, I think Vital Spirit will for sure be the most common.
Yeah.
But after a Population Bomb Mousehold just won a regional championship, Static is almost certainly going to paralyze that Mousehold if you go for the Population Bomb into it. So even though Vital Spirit, you're probably going to see that, Static is absolutely viable as well.
You kind of want to place a Rocky Helmet on there as well, but then you lose the Evioli, and yeah, you kind of lose the
Electivire, though. You could just evolve into Electivire and then give it the Rocky Helmet.
That's not...
Definitely wouldn't be as bulky, though. The main reason for Electabuzz is that extra bulk, like significant bulk that you get from the Evioli.
It's no slouch on its special attacking side either, with a very strong special attacking stat to kind of bolster up those supporting options, so you can hit for decent offensive damage as well, especially when you're seeing a lot of the format kind of go into maybe some of those water terrestrializations that are hit for super effective damage against those electric type attacks.
Yeah, and I think that Electabuzz, it made it into the top 12 usage of this tournament.
Yeah,
it
really
was like
surprising
16% usage, I think it was. So yeah, it was really, really significant. As we mentioned, it's either Electabuzz or it's Magmar. It's probably Electabuzz in this tournament, at least, but Magmar is still, it was a Pokemon just like Electabuzz back in the previous, in Generation 5. It was able to go for Follow Me, and now it's got it back again. So it is still able to hold the Eviolite, get that significant bulk, and it's still got the Vital Spirit, but Flame Body, getting those burns.
I love that. I love the
burns
Flame
is
Body.
quite significant. That'll be even more impactful against a Population Bomb Mousehold. If you burn that, that's not doing any damage anymore.
And when you look at the format as a whole as well, and look at the really good attacking options that players are kind of leaning on, like your close combat, they are a lot more physical threats, especially things like Dragapult, where, you know, might lock into something like the Outrage. If you can burn that with the Flame Body, it's so valuable for the rest of your game to be able to utilize that redirection, that support, and also kind of inflict those status conditions for free almost just by using the Magmar. And then you've got the nice ability as well with that fire typing as well with the Flamethrower. It's going to be super effective into a lot of the Rillaboom, the Amoonguss, and the Steel types that we're seeing quite predominantly in this format.
You just mentioned Amoonguss as well. I think that's a reason why you can justify Flame Body more, because Vital Spirit is mainly to redirect the spores, but you can threaten Amoonguss with your fire typing as well. And like we said, Electabuzz is no slouch on the special attacking side. Neither is Magmar. Magmar can do a very noticeable amount of damage to Amoonguss, freeing up the ability to have the ability is the sentence I'm going for, of Flame Body. So yeah, and yeah, getting the burns can be very impactful throughout the game. Maybe a Sneezer's going for a Dire Claw to try and status you. Nope, you get status instead. You get burned.
Yeah. Talking about Amoonguss, we had Baltimore Regionals last weekend to kick off the 2025 seasonal over in the US, and Amoonguss in that top 8 bracket was quite predominant.
Yep.
Do you think it's going to be as impactful coming into this weekend because of the use and how disruptive Trick Room is as just an ability for players to put maybe Porygon 2, Ursaluna, or Porygon 2 and another Trick Room setter on their team and say, well, okay, it's not my main goal with the team, but it's a mode in my team, and Amoonguss gives you such alleviation against that in particular, and I don't know whether players are going to look to that and say, okay, well, I don't want to run Trick Room myself, but I need an answer to it. Amoonguss solves that kind of issue. But if you've got Pokemon like Magmar or Electabuzz and they have that favorable Terra type as well to get around the ground weakness, then it makes it a lot more difficult to to decide on just that one Pokemon as your answer.
Yeah, like spores are incredibly disruptive. You've got the Rage Powder as well, and I think that one of the main reasons we're seeing the Magmar and Electabuzz over Amoonguss as well is Follow Me against Rage Powder. Well, Rage Powder can be ignored by Safety Goggles. Rage Powder can be ignored by the grass types as well. So Follow Me gets around those completely. Like, you can always Follow Me a grass type Pokemon. You can Follow Me an Amoonguss, and then you've got the Vital Spirit, and then you're perfectly fine. Whereas if it's Amoonguss versus Amoonguss, well, you can't Spore each other, and you can't Rage Powder each other, so it's just kind of a Spore, like...
Spore off.
Yeah, Spore off, basically, yeah.
Spore off.
Spore off.
Talking about that, though, there is the Stalwart ability that Archaludon has, of one of its many good abilities that it does have, where it will ignore all redirection altogether. Now, with the rise of redirection and how prominent it is in the format and what a reliance it has for players, do you think that might be an ability that starts to pick up a little bit of usage, or do you think the Stamina, the Sturdy are just the better abilities overall?
All three are so good. Like, getting free Stamina boost to, like, compound, like, you've got the Assault Vest to patch up the special defense, and then suddenly your body presses are getting really strong. Because if you've got Stalwart, then you're probably not going to be running body press, because you won't be able to get those defense boosters, and without the defense boost, the body press is actually pretty weak. So, but then Sturdy's so good as well, and that means you can just run max speed and max special attack and be as fast as possible without the need to be able to survive things. Then it'll free up something like a Power Herb, and you don't need the rain to Electro Shots. So, yeah, like Archaludon, it's a very, very strong Pokemon, and it tends to be Stamina. But there's so many good choices.
And I guess as well, if you're picking the different abilities as well, it kind of... it can slot into different teams and how you would pilot it as well, completely. Like where you're saying with the Sturdy ability, you can go that little bit faster, more offensive. And we've already seen in the Global Challenge recently the Choice Specs.
Yep, Choice Specs I think came second in the Grand Challenge, so yeah.
You know, it's so powerful, and just catching your opponent off guard, and even in an open team sheet environment like here, it's not a surprise to you going into the match, but then you've still got to have an answer for it, and I think that's where the issue comes down to it, because you can't freely just get rid of it in one. You got to double into it, and then if there's redirection next to it, it makes the whole thing very, very messy.
Have you seen how strong Terra Electric Choice Specs Electro Shock can be?
I have, yeah.
It can knock out a Porygon 2 in one shot.
Yeah, it's very
Porygon
scary.
2 so bulky. Porygon 2 doesn't get knocked out in one shot. So yeah, like it's a really, really solid Pokemon, and there's lots of ways to be able to run it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, our players are getting finished up in round 2 still. We've got a few tables left before we get into round 3, but we're going to throw to a quick video, a recap of the 2024 World Championships. So sit tight, trainers, grab a beverage, and we'll be right back.
We came from far away to share our love of the game.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina, Upper Shield, the signature Pokemon of Inadequates, but it's not enough. It's official. Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion.
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. It's starting in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Regidrago deck. Lost Impact. We're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's one, maybe two energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking just going to conclude that Earth and Vessel. And there is the hand! Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion!
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is going to be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division. The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we got to see Luca Ternavelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm going to show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble.
Some wonderful memories from this past World Championships in Honolulu. If you're just joining us right now, my name is Lee Provost, and I'm joined on the desk by my good friend, and it's a pleasure to be with you once again, Jamie Boyd.
Yeah, fantastic tournament we're going to be having here. Kicking off Regulation H over here in Europe. I'm so excited to see what's coming out in this tournament. When we have a lower power level tournament, lower level regulation, so many Pokemon can come out and really show what they're made of. Loads of niche Pokemon that you wouldn't see in the high power level format that we did have in the World Championships. Just seeing we had legendaries available, but no longer in this tournament. I'm really hoping to see some really, really cool Pokemon.
I think it won't disappoint. I mean, Baltimore was just so good last weekend, and we had such a variety of different Pokemon. I think we even had a Scyther in play, and I did not expect to see that. And that's one of the beauties about this tournament. Like you say, with this format, it just gives the freedom for a lot of these Pokemon that are a bit more oppressed by the restricted Pokemon, don't have the ability to kind of perform this is the place for them to do it. And I'm sure our trainers this weekend are going to take the advantage while it is available.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Pokemon that just weren't really used at all already. Like, they've broken into the top 12 of usage. We've been saying, oh yeah, Sneasel's going to be very, very good in this format, but no one was using it in the previous regulations. It still had Diaclaw. It still had the 50% chance to get a status, and no one was using it. But now, here in Regulation H, this seems to be the format for it.
Well, you were championing it.
I was.
Because
yes.
I can testify.
You say championing it, I went 5-4 when I brought it. I brought it. I recognized it was good. I wasn't. So it was still going to be very good in this Regulation H.
It is very good. Yes. And another one I'd like to just mention briefly is Hisuian Samurai. I've had a lot of fun with it recently playing it, and you know, it's a Ceaseless Edge move that it's got access to, and utilizing some of those more unforeseen field effects that we don't really see too often in the VG scene. And I do think there's a lot of value in them. I'd love to see a lot more of those, you know, the Stealth Rocks, Spikes. I don't know if we'll get to see those, but they're very valuable, I think, in a lot of ways, especially if you can prolong the game out. And I think in this sort of format where games are drawn out a lot more and there's a lot more positioning, I think there is a little bit of value in those, whether we see that as we go forward. Maybe not here, maybe later into the format as we get deeper into the other events this season.
Potentially, for sure. Yeah, like, you're able to pivot a lot more in this format when there's not just, well, I'll knock out your Pokemon in one hit because I'm so strong. Like, here's my Choice Specs Miraidon that just knocks out everything out. But yeah, like, with the format that is a lot more positional, that does open up the opportunity for the moves like the Ceaseless Edge coming out. Who knows? Are we going to see a Kleavor then as well?
Oh, that would be
Stone Axe.
I mean, that would be so great. Cool. That would be good. That's from us, of course. It is now over to you at home, because this next match, round 3, will be a community choice match. So if you are on Twitch TV/Pokemon, get voting there, because you're going to be able to pick from 4 games that we do have available, and we will have those up in just a moment. But just to make you aware, get yourselves primed, get yourselves ready to get voting, because you are going to be in control of who picks that next match. And it's, you know, it can't disappoint. I think we've really hyped up this format. We've talked about how unique it is, how exciting it is, because of the different sorts of Pokemon that we're used to seeing will be played this weekend. And it's not going to disappoint, Jamie. It really isn't.
No, not at all. And there's not really been too much development as such. Like, we've had Baltimore. That's been one regional. Yeah. Yes, there's been a load of grassroots tournaments as well to determine what the meta is going to be like going into this. But the team that won Baltimore, it was not unexpected. Like, the Malsol was a really good call to be able to just get that extra oomph to the Archaladon Rain team. But it was expected. I think that team, like, you weren't surprised that it won. So now, do you just go with that because it's proven it can work and just stick with what works? Or do you now try and counter what that is, because it's very early in the meta at the moment?
Yeah, and then it's the other question. Do you just go with something a bit more reliable, like we saw Maurice saying, you know, he's got a good matchup against the majority of things that you're almost expecting to see, and even if you do have those odd surprises, you still got that solidity, the security with how the team's kind of made up, with the screen support, gives you a little bit of a buffer against those maybe odd surprises that you might come against. And it is that question, do you go with something totally left field, something like you would normally be quite well known for playing, or do you just go with the tried and tested stuff so far? And I think really when you're coming into the first EU event of the season, there's no better place than to use those things that you've maybe been testing out, those things that haven't got popular yet, into the rest of the format.
I'm also interested how the Grand Challenge will affect things going into this tournament. Yes, that was closed team sheet best of 1, but I think the main standout for me was how impactful Assault Vest Ursaluna Blood Moon was.
Yeah.
Because it was a Pokemon that people were saying, well, this is going to be so strong in this format. It knocks out everything with a Terra Normal, Life Orb, Blood Moon. And then it had a really poor showing in Baltimore. So then people were saying, oh, maybe we were overestimating this Ursaluna. But then suddenly, in the Grand Challenge, Blood Moon with an Assault Vest was able to win. Another one was able to do very, very well and get a high ranking. So I'm curious how, mainly the Ursaluna Blood Moon, whether we're going to see more Assault Vest Ursaluna Blood Moons going into this tournament.
And does the Terra type change on it as well? Because I think with the normal Terra typing, of course, you get the boost to your Blood Moon, you get Hyper Voice boost as well, and it's so invaluable. You do lose the power anyway because you're changing item, you don't have the Life Orb that you regularly see on that Pokemon, and you get the solidity, so you've got a little bit more staying power with the Assault Vest. But do you change the Terra typing to go maybe down a Ghost route because of how prevalent fighting type attacks are in the format at the moment? And I think if you haven't got a good way to deal with those threats, then your Ursaluna's always going to be under threat.
Yeah, potentially. We will have to see if that is going to be what trainers are going to be running. But we said before, it is now over to you guys to choose who is going to be featured in this round 3 of the Dortmund Regional Championship.
Got some absolutely incredible games, some familiar faces as well, as we've got Marcus going up against Simone Sanvito in that first one there. Salatin against Michael Kelsch as well. An absolutely great match there between two trainers. Very similar teams as well. Just the difference there for a lot of it is going to be one side Electabuzz, one side Magmar, which we've already been talking about. And we have not trainers been setting that up. Of course, we've got Oliver Escalin against Luca as well. And, you know, and then Antonio versus Flavio Del Piero, a tight match from the Italian region.
Yeah, I can see a lot of former regional championships on that screen there. So some really, really cool teams coming out. Sand is something that we mentioned just in the introduction to the tournament. And it was about the weather being, well, Rain is very good. It won the Baltimore Regional Championship, and we've seen Sun a lot with Torkoals as well, but now Sand with Tyranitar, paired with Excadrill, a very classic pairing that we haven't seen for quite a while.
Yeah, not for a long time, and that Sand Rush ability that the Excadrill has, it doubles its speed whenever the Sand's active on the field, is so strong. And the steel typing as well. I think if you're looking at a trend within the format where dragon types are quite prevalent, on the back of that, do trainers start going like Maurice did with that fairy terra type? And then to combat that, do you then implement some more tools to get rid of those fairy type Pokemon? You've got Sneasler, but it's a little bit frail. It's not going to stick around for a long time on the battlefield, especially if it's well dealt with. Then you're going to have that kind of backup option. Excadrill fits that mold perfectly, and you've got the enabler of the Tyranitar with the Sand to put it in those favorable positions. You don't need to spend a turn going for the Tailwind. It's set up ready to go.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match for that, for Marcus versus Simone. Of course, Selahattin versus Michael. That's a pretty similar team that they've both got. It is just basically the difference of the Electabuzz and the Magmar. So almost a mirror match between the two German players there.
Yeah, and the Magmar, you think, oh, it actually kind of favored in this matchup a little bit because it can burn the Kingambit, potentially if it's got that flame body, of course, but it might have something like Will-O-Wisp on there as well that is an option. But there's a lot of physical threats on Salatin's side of the field, but you have to worry about that Primarina. Have you got a really good way to deal with it? You'd probably say yes, but it's how well those players protect those key pieces and move them around the board, of course. And we move on to the next match, Oliver versus Luca, a great matchup there, but not going to get to see that because I think we are mid-voting or getting close to deciding who the winner was in that 4.
Yeah, no, I think just an interesting thing as well to point out that we didn't manage to get to. Flavio Del Piero was running a Dondozo without a Tatsugiri, which is not the most uncommon thing. That does tend to happen sometimes, and it usually indicates it's probably a Yawn Dondozo. That tends to be the case when you don't run a Tatsugiri with it.
Yeah, and a way more disruptive Pokemon rather than what we'd normally see with that commander boost that it gets. But the results are in, Jamie. Let's have a look who our community has chosen for our next round 3 game. And it is going to be Antonio versus Flavio. Team that we were just talking about, we're going to get to see it a lot more in depth, and it's going to be an interesting matchup because there's such differences between the teams.
Yeah, Antonio seems to be running the same 6 that Paul Chua was able to reach the finals with over in Baltimore. Not a surprise to see that. Antonio does tend to go with what works for his team choices. And then, yeah, of course, Flavio running that solo Dondozo. It's going to be really interesting to see what kind of set that is.
And potentially 2 lines of redirection there with the Clefable. It obviously has that unaware ability, which is so valuable for it, and probably the reason why you would choose it over the Clefairy and a lot of reasons to get around potential setup that your opponent's going for. And then talking about Flame Body a little bit earlier with the Magmar, well, that's another ability that we do see on that Volcarona. Different typing, of course, with the Bug and the Fire there, but also has the ability to potentially set up with Quiver Dance, so can become a big threat depending on what version of Volcarona you've decided to run.
Yeah, you've also got the potential setup of the Swords Dance on the Kingambit.
Yes.
When you run redirection Pokemon, it's not surprising to see Pokemon that are able to set up because being able to redirect gives the free turns to get that set up, and now you can suddenly KO everything. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Swords Dance, and whether it's the Quiver Dance over the redirection Volcarona, I would be leaning more towards the Quiver Dance one, given that there is already a Clefable.
Yeah, and I think it makes more sense as well when you talk about the Dondozo. It's not got the Tatsugiri there pairing with it, so it would make sense that you've got that disruption with the Yawn, and then it allows, if your redirector goes down, you've got that other method to disrupt your opponent's side of the field where you can put them to sleep, potentially, if they can't switch out or then pinned in, and that gives you the ability to then take full advantage of those Pokemon that can set up and start cutting through the other side of the field.
Yeah, it's a it's a strategy that I do tend to like. In my previous years, I do tend to favor setting up to be able to now sweep through the games, and I do really appreciate it. Some things are now in play that weren't previously, like Unaware Dondozo kind of puts a stop to the setup immediately, and of course we've just mentioned the Clefable. The reason why you'd be running it over something like Clefairy with like Friend Guard is a very good ability. Unaware, being able to ignore all of the stat changes, that's also very, very strong. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that the Clefable, if it is being brought here, would be that Unaware set as well.
Definitely, and I think the Clefable not only offers you that redirection, but I think it offers you nice offensive options as well with the Moonblast, because, you know, I think you look at things like Whimsicott that can be used primarily as that speed control option where it enables other Pokemon. But the Clefable also allows you a decent offense as well, which maybe you don't get with the Clefairy.
Yeah, and of course, Antonio, we've mentioned it before, he's going to be running well, at least the same 6. Of course, it could be slight changes between the sets that Pulchua was running, but it is the same 6 that Pulchua did manage to reach the finals with. Like we mentioned, Antonio is a very, very strong player. Won a regional championship in Liverpool back in the previous season, and does tend to go with just tried and true Pokemon. This is a team that is now established, and now I'm going to pick it up and just have great success with it. As you can see, fantastic performances. Top 16 at the World Championships just gone as well, on top of his top 8 at the North American International Championship and a regional championship win. Fantastic season for Antonio last season.
Yeah, I think it just shows, you know, when he's picking up these teams that are, you know, very good into the format, it just shows how good a trainer he is in general, the skill level he's got to be able to kind of get familiar with the teams, knowing them inside out, knowing their lines into whatever kind of comes up against, and performing on such a consistent level, as we can see, especially this last season that we've just come out of, with incredible regional champion, NAIC top 8, and then that top 16 at Worlds in Honolulu, which is just incredible. And continuing it with a really good start this weekend. Got a tough opponent going up against Flavio next, but got the tools to be able to kind of get around it. The Ninetales on there. Does it have the Auroraville? We know that Paul's didn't. Has Antonio made any adjustments? I think that's the big thing to look at in this game, whether there are slight differences or whether Antonio's just stayed with the tried and trusted. It got to a final last weekend and a very tough regional, and I'm sure it'll do him well this weekend as well here in Dortmund.
Yeah, like it might be a surprise. Like if this is exactly the same team as what Paul was running, yes, it didn't have the Auroraville on the Ninetales, and that might be how people see Ninetales being brought on a team. Well, I've got Ninetales, why wouldn't I go for Auroraville? But Paul mentioned in his interview at the end of the tournament, it used to be a Primarina, and then it was patched. It was Ninetales over Primarina. It was just to patch some matchups. So given that the team wasn't built around like I'll set Auroraville and be really bulky, it was here's Ninetales to patch matchups, and I don't need Auroraville, then that's perfectly acceptable as well. Like, you put a Pokemon on the team to be able to fix the matchups, and yes, Auroraville is a very strong move to be able to go for, but that's not what was needed for this team.
Yeah, and then we've got the Incineroar there. We could see probably one of Antonio's maybe favorite Pokemon. He's got the nice plush there and representing it again in the team as well. I like Garchomp a lot on this format because of the ground attacks that you get, the super effective damage you can do on a multitude of different Pokemon that are very popular in this format. And I think one of those, if you can enable it, especially when you've got that Life Orb item on it, it really is quite scary. And it does have the ability to also set up as well with Swords Dance.
Yeah, it definitely can. But then if you have Swords Dance, like the classic 3 moves that you'd run is Earthquake, Dragon Claw, and Stomping Tantrum, but then you sacrifice something there to be able to get Swords Dance. And it used to be Clear Amulet as well, but Life Orb seems to be the most common. And we've already mentioned as well for Flavio Del Pidio, previous regional champion as well, but a little bit earlier in the years. 2018 was when he won the regional championship, but of course EU IC champion in 2019 as well.
Yeah, incredible resume from Flavio, and we know we've seen Flavio over the past few seasons performing extremely well, and no surprise either. You know, when you look and you see the accomplishments that a player like Flavio's got, he's always playing at the highest level and always brings really interesting teams as well. Doesn't stick with the kind of tried and tested formula like we're seeing with Antonio. I love the way that Flavio is always testing and trying new things in slightly different ways. Like this Sneasler is something that we're probably going to see a lot this weekend, but the concept of the team overall, we haven't seen it really with the Clefable, with that Dondozo, with the Volcarona, and I do like the thinking that Flavio's got when he approaches the game and how he kind of implements that into battle.
Yeah, for sure. He does bring very, very cool picks. Of all Pokemon, he brought a Pheasant Vespertine to the North American
I do remember that.
Championship.
Yes.
So actually kind of similar to the Sneasler, because Vespertine obviously tries to spread poison. Sneasler tries to spread poison and also maybe paralysis and sleep. So a little bit to callback there with the Sneasler. But yeah, really, really cool teams coming out from both of these trainers. Antonio going with the tried and true, Flavio mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's the big test for Antonio. Has he come up against a similar sort of team to what Flavio's running? And that comes back to the points we were making when we first came behind the desk for round 3 about, do you take the option of trying some of those newer elements and seeing how you get on the format, surprising your opponent? Because if you bring those sort of things, you'll know more than anyone, Jamie, that coming in, it gives you such an advantage because opponents just don't quite know what to do against you, and that can be enough to take a game 1, and then that overwhelms the opponent, and then you can just lock it up from there, and it's just such a good way to do it. But it's way easier saying it than actually putting it into practice, of course.
Yeah, there's definitely pros and cons to, here's a very established team, I'm going to use it because it's good, against, well, this is the good team that I need to beat, let's bring an anti-meta team. Because if you're bringing the established team, it's definitely good. We've seen it's good. But then the con would be that people are ready for it because they would have seen it. The anti-meta team is way more difficult to make a good anti-meta team because we don't know if it's established yet. It's just here to try and counter the meta. Does it? But if it does, it gives you a huge advantage because you've got the practice against the established teams. They've got no practice against yours.
Yeah, that's that. Well, in a nutshell, I couldn't have said it better myself. And I think the other thing is there going to be a group within the field that have been practicing with something that's maybe not as common, but is that groundbreaking strategy that kind of throws your strategy out the window, you know, and that can cause a little bump in the road here and there. But that is the beauty of the scene and the beauty of these tournaments. You just never quite know what we're going to end up seeing in that top 8 bracket, and I'm sure it will change up slightly this weekend to what we saw last weekend, just because of the development here on whether or not those players that are using those tried and tested teams can kind of solidify those as the ones to use in this format going forward.
Yeah, I think because we've only had 1 tournament so far, we're saying tried and tested.
Well, yeah, I say that, yeah. A little bit of an exaggeration.
So if those teams continue to do well, then they will probably be considered like tried and true at this point. But it's been 1 tournament, so we've got, well, here are the teams that won. So would you consider these are the teams to beat just because it happens to be the team that won? Obviously, it's a good one if it managed to win, but was that going to be, well, it won this tournament and now it's going to drop off? Or is it going to be this team won and people are going to continue to use it?
And I think there's so much yet to kind of explore and experiment within this format.
Definitely.
I don't think that we're anywhere close to probably seeing that definitive 6 that we might have seen in other formats in the past. I don't think we're going to get that similar sort of thing trending in this format, really. You might get those calls where you see the stability there with your kind of support options, but I think we're probably going to see, and that's what makes it so exciting going forward, a real mix-up going into the rest of Regulation H.
Yeah, I think there was some teams that popped up like right at the beginning of Regulation H. So if I remember, there was like a Paldean Taurus team considered a balanced team, and then well, this is the team to beat, and I haven't really seen it. So so that's just how the meta develops, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the case for both of these players here. Like we mentioned, it is the established team versus the slightly off-meta team here. Antonio versus Flavio, 2 fantastic players. We've already seen that they have some fantastic accomplishments. Here's the reminder of the teams. Once again, the same 6 that Paul Chua was able to reach the finals with. Looks like it is pretty much identical.
Yeah, identical right down to the items, I think. And, you know, got some really good options there. I like that Encore on the Ninetales because it really can shut your opponent down from doing things that you would prefer them not to be doing in a battle. You've got very few protects as well on a lot of these supporting members as well, taking full advantage of the options that those Pokemon have, like the Amoonguss there with no protect, the Spore there, and the other options that it has. And then we move over to Flavio's side, and we can see the Rillaboom, Volcarona, Dondozo. We've talked about the Sneasler. Some interesting options as well, especially with that Clefable and the King Gambit there. But the acrobatics on the Sneasler, not something that we see too commonly on that Pokemon, especially when you've got that Grassy Seed, which enables that Unburden ability when paired with the grassy terrain from that Rillaboom.
Yeah, that opens up some really nice coverage for that Sneasler, and of course the Terrastella mean you'll get a boost on all of those. But yeah, that Dondozo, I did mention Solo Dondozo is usually Yawn, but Covert Cloak with Fissure and Curse as well. Wow, what a set coming out from this Dondozo, and I'm actually not really seeing a quick way to break through it. Like, Freeze Dry will do some noticeable damage, but Ninetales isn't the strongest Pokemon. The Freeze Dry usually is like to KO a Pelipper in one shot and be able to do some okay damage to water types, but Dondozo is one of the bulkiest water types that we have, even without the Commander boost. So yeah, that Dondozo, I think it could be quite impactful in this game.
Yeah, especially if it's got those curses up, because then you can choose to go more comfortably into that Steel Terrestrialization, because you are going to be threatened from things like the Garchomp with the Earthquake, the Stomp and Tantrum, if you go for that Terrestrialization there to get around the weakness of the Freeze Dry. But with a couple of curses under your belt, you don't really then worry about the Garchomp so much, do you?
Yeah, not particularly. You'd be able to do some really good damage with Ray Crash. I think it's a really flexible Dondozo. Yes, you can just spam Yawn the entire time and force those switches or those sleeps. You can just spam Fissure, and if you manage to get that key connect with the Fissure, then suddenly you'll get a load of momentum. Or you could set up those curses and become unbreakable while also doing some very good damage. Of course, there's the rest of the Pokemon that can do some pretty impactful stuff as well. The setup on the Volcarona, the Acrobatics, Grassy Seed, Terra Stella on the Sneasler, that could be really cool as well.
Well, we are jumping into this game one here in round 3 in Dortmund. It is going to be Flavio leading out with the Rillaboom and the King Gambit. And we're going to see Antonio lead off with that double dragon pair of Garchomp and the Dragonite.
Yeah, double dragon coming back in full force here. Hasn't been around for a while. I think it was like Black and White was the double dragon era, but here they are again. Garchomp, its Earthquake is going to be weakened here, so it might need to be forced into Stomping Tantrum if it wants to hit that King Gambit super effectively, because of course in the grassy terrain, Earthquake will be halved. But Dragonite also has access to Low Kick, so it's going to be able to threaten some really good damage into the King Gambit as well. Or it could just go for its Terra Blast immediately to be able to one-hit knock out that opposing Rillaboom. It is multi-scale here though, so it is open to a fake out. That might be why it's switching into the Ninetales.
Yeah, we are going to see it just retreat for later on as that Alolan Ninetales comes to the field and starts the Snow with that Snow Warning ability. Going to give a defense boost, of course, to the Ice types on the field. Your Alolan Ninetales being the only one. It is going to be able to take attacks from the opposite side a little bit better this turn. Diving in with our first Terrestrialization as well. It is going to be the King Gambit on Flavio's side, going to that solo Dark Terra type here, and the fake out followed up from the Rillaboom coming into the Ninetales, but not going to prevent or flinch it this turn as a Stomping Tantrum taken very well from that King Gambit.
Yeah, very nicely done. And there is that Swords Dance coming out from the King Gambit. But really nice switch in for the Ninetales here, because now you can go for an Encore into that King Gambit and you can lock it down into that Swords Dance. That might force it into the Sucker Punch this turn. And then if you just don't go for an attacking move, then that Sucker Punch becomes useless as well.
Yeah, and you can almost switch out the Garchomp if you want in this situation into something more preferable in the back to not have to, because Garchomp will be forced into protection if it doesn't go for an attack, so may get a little bit more of an advantage position if you switch in something like we may see Antonio go for here. And this puts Flavio in a really awkward position where do you keep the King Gambit on the field or do you try and switch, get a switch yourself to kind of get around that Encore threat that's coming out?
Yeah, you can see what he's going for with the Terra Dark there, because the Stomping Tantrum really didn't do as much damage, and it's not going to do any damage from the Garchomp this time. It is switching into that King Gambit to try and avoid that Sucker Punch that could be coming out into that slot. Of course, if that was the move that was chosen, it will fail, but then you could just go for the Encore into the Swords Dance if it wasn't a Sucker Punch. That's probably why the Rillaboom has now switched into that Clefable, and the King Gambit on Flavio's side is going for that Protect. So if that is going to be an Encore, which it does look like Antonio went for into that King Gambit's Protect, now you can go for a Follow Me, and you keep those +2 boosts on the King Gambit.
Yeah, and it's definitely one way to get around that threat of the Encore, bringing your Redirector onto the field, because now you can draw that in with your Clefable, free up your own King Gambit to get the damage that you need off onto the opposite side of the field. Of course, having a way to hit that Ninetales, get rid of it as quick as possible is probably going to be the key here, but you can't forget about the King Gambit. Kind of Antonio identifying that maybe that Redirector does come in for that support to get around the Encore, and why the King Gambit's coming onto the field to really threaten that opposing Clefable. And now the Terrestrialization taken up by the King Gambit on Flavio's side of the field. The Clefable's not going to be able to go for that Steel Terra type to get around some of those threats from Antonio's King Gambit, as we see the Clefable just switch out, not want to use that redirection, just using it as a bit of a decoy.
And there is that Dondozo joining the field. Excellent Pokemon to bring to this game. Blizzard coming out here. Could have been another Encore into that King Gambit, but no. Smartly going for the Blizzard, expecting the Clefable to switch out there. Ironhead follow-up into the King Gambit, putting it down into the red, but here is a +2 Kowtow Cleave. Absolutely massive damage into against that Ninetales, but thanks to the snow being up, that defense boost keeping it on the field.
Probably in that Sucker Punch range now, the Ninetales, you would say, especially with that Terastallization boost, so you have to be careful if you are Antonio. Of course, you can get around that with the Encore, but what do you Encore this turn? Do you Encore the Kowtow Cleave, or do you just utilize your own King Gambit now to try and remove it from the field? Of course, Flavio being able to position that Dondozo on the field now, it is going to be threatened by that freeze dry. But of course, it does have those options where it can click into, for sure, or yawn and start disrupting things on Antonio's side of the field and breaking the flow that Antonio's seeming to get into.
Yeah, if that Ninetales is taken care of, it doesn't really seem like Antonio has an easy way to break through that Dondozo. That's probably why the Ninetales is protecting itself here, to keep it safe from any Sucker Punches that comes out. And yes, Flavio did go for that Sucker Punch into the opposing Ninetales. King Gambit on Antonio's side of the field is now able to follow up with an Iron Head into that Pterodot King Gambit, able to pick up the knockout, so no more Sucker Punch available on the Ninetales here, but Dondozo has been left alone to go for that Curse and start setting itself up.
Yeah, the Curse has already started, dropping that speed, +1 to the attack and the defense stat on this Dondozo, going to be able to take those physical attacks from the Garchomp, from the Dragonite that's in the back, and what is out on the field now in that King Gambit. Not so much the Ninetales, but it is pretty threatened and it is very low health. Of course, when you bring in something like this Rillaboom now from Flavio's side of the field, going to have that Fake Out. It has just protected, so it is going to be susceptible to that Fake Out, and also the Grassy Glide will probably be in range to take that down. So the Ninetales not in a great position. Do we say Antonio adjust that? Potentially bring something else in to better deal with the threats out on the field from Flavio's side.
Yeah, you could switch in the Garchomp to get some extra rough skin damage onto the opposing Rillaboom, whether it goes for a Fake Out or a Grassy Glide. It's going to be really close if that Ninetales in range of Grassy Glide. It would be in range of a Fake Out into a Grassy Glide for sure, but that still, even though it takes 2 turns, still keeps the Dondozo very safe. And if this Ninetales is taken care of, how is Antonio easily breaking through this Dondozo, given that the rest of his Pokemon are all physical attackers and it's already got 1 stage of increased defense on its Curse? That means it's actually able to do some significant damage with the Wave Crash as well. You could easily just go for a Fake Out and a Wave Crash into that Ninetale slot. That means you're not taking a Freeze Dry, and if something switches in, it's still taking a lot of damage.
And because of that threat, we are seeing the Ninetales going to be held for later on as the Dragonite comes in. That multi-scale is broken from the Grassy Glide that comes out there, followed up by a Kowtow Cleave doing some respectable damage into the Rillaboom, just above 50%, and a Yawn coming out from the Dondozo, now going to start that disruption. It's got the Curse off, boosting up its stats, and now going to really disrupt Antonio's side of the field. The next turn, if this King Gambit doesn't switch out, it will fall asleep.
Yeah, and that means you won't be doing any damage with the Kowtow Cleaves. That's actually doing noticeable damage to that Rillaboom. It's easily going to be a 3-hit knockout, especially because the grassy terrain has disappeared from the field now. You could just switch into the Clefable to be able to soak up that Kowtow Cleave as well if it does want to stay in and accept the sleep. But it can easily just switch out into any Pokemon that's in the back, but nothing really wants to take a +1 Wave Crash here. Ninetales will definitely be in range of that attack. Garchomp will take some significant damage from it as well. And there's the Rillaboom switching out for Flavio as well. Going to be able to get that Clefable on the field for some redirection.
Yeah, it's a really nice switch. Not only going to be able to get that grassy terrain back later, which has dispersed now, but the Clefable coming in, going to be able to take those attacks from the Dragonite a little bit better. The King Gambit forced out. We talked about the Yawn there. Doesn't want to take that sleep turn. Garchomp entering the field, but does this open up the door for Dondozo to further disrupt or get another Curse off or start the offensive? We are going to see a Terastallization from Antonio's side of the field, finally locking in with that flying Terra type on the Dragonite, going to boost those flying type attacks that it has access to, but which slot will be targeted into? Terra Blast here, it is going to be coming out from the Dragonite into the Clefable, but taken so well.
Yeah, that's not even going to knock it out in 2 hits, and there is that Wave Crash +1 boosted. That's so much damage into the Garchomp. Yes, you do get a bit of rough skin and the Wave Crash recoil, but that Garchomp, it's in range of 2 Life Orb ticks now.
That is so worth the recoil there, isn't it? And you know the damage, that's off 1 Curse alone, so this must be quite an offensive Dondozo. They're doing so much damage, nearly picking up what is quite a good defensive Pokemon in Garchomp. Not the best position for Antonio to be taking, and the Garchomp now in a position where it will outspeed everything on the field. It can go for that Earthquake as well. Now it has got the Dragonite next to it. The Flying type going to be immune to that and provide a little bit of damage, but the Curse probably not going to be enough there to cut through the Dondozo right now. Will the double up though? you can't really do it with that redirection either, Jamie.
Yeah, and I think going for the terastallization on the Dragonite as well, yes, that's nice to be able to do some good damage with Terra Blast, but now you're neutral to the Wave Crash, and that would do still some very significant damage to the Dragonite. There is that Earthquake coming out from the Garchomp, going to be able to try and bypass the redirection from Clefable, but Clefable does smartly go for the Protect. You're still going to be able to do a nice chunk of damage to that opposing Well, I say nice chunk of damage. That wasn't really that nice chunk of damage, but every little bit does help. And there was the Terra Blast trying to pick up the knockout on that Clefable. If an Earthquake and Terra Blast double up had hit that Clefable, it would have been KO'd. But now here's +1 Wave Crash once again. Look how much damage it is doing. But I think the crucial thing here is Wave Crash is giving recoil. There wasn't an easy way to break through the Dondozo, but it might actually be breaking through itself.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The Garchomp's probably got one more attack left before it goes down to that Life Orb recoil, and that is the problem. Can you get the most value out of that move? The Earthquake's the most probably obvious thing to click in here, but if that Rillaboom comes back onto the field, it's going to reduce the damage of that Earthquake by 50%, and you're not going to get the value that you need, and the Garchomp's going to just go down for a little bit of a whimper here. But that Dragonite does provide a threat. Can it take down this Dondozo if it's targeted into that this turn? If not, it probably will go down to a Wave Crash.
Yeah, we will have to see. There's the Earthquake, and Rillaboom did just switch in. That means the Earthquake does do half damage. It brings the Dondozo down into the red, though. Garchomp is going to go down to its own Life Orb recoil, but it might have just done enough damage here to put that Dondozo in range. Here's a Terra Blast coming out from the Dragonite into the Dondozo, and it's in the red. It's got +1 defense, but that is enough to be able to pick up the KO, and now that's the biggest damage dealer that Flavio had available left. It doesn't seem like he has too much damage available anymore.
Yeah, and I think you're preserving the Pokemon very well. You've got the Ninetales or that Kingambit to bring in now, which the Kingambit does threaten that remaining Clefable that you're looking at as probably one of the better options to deal with the Dragonite that's so low health. You do have a way to deal at least neutral damage with the Moonblast into it, but for your trouble, you're going to have to go for that Fake Out, double into it, and the Dragonite here has got the ability just to protect. The same with the Ninetales as well. The only Pokemon that doesn't have that protect that would be an obvious kind of Fake Out target this next turn would be the Kingambit here, but if you do that, you kind of leave that Dragonite open to go for whatever it wants.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing how Flavio breaks through the Kingambit now. It's been left at full HP the entire game. If you go for your Grass-type attacks, that's resisted. If you go for a Moonblast, well, that could suddenly get a special attack drop, activating Defiant, and then suddenly Kingambit is knocking out both Pokemon in one shot. So I think that Antonio is really in the driving seat here. Yes, you do have Fake Out available on this turn. Yes, you can go for Redirection to keep one of the Pokemon safe, but I just don't see the damage anymore into this Kingambit.
No, I completely agree with you. It seems like a very uphill struggle as the players are deciding the final or the last remaining turns here. The Fake Out coming out into the Kingambit here, going to prevent it from moving this turn. Has the Clefable got enough to be able to take it? The Dragonite down as we've seen extreme speed into that Rillaboom. Kingambit flinching here, and the Moonblast coming out, but into that Kingambit, and with the Assault Vest, soaking that up so comfortably.
Yeah, that's just not going to do it. Maybe if it was a 2v1 of Rillaboom and Clefable just against Kingambit, but Rillaboom's being KO'd to another Terra Blast or maybe an extreme speed, it's not going to be able to break through this Kingambit very easily. So it seemed like the Dondozo was in a really good position, but I think the main thing was just Wave Crash did too much damage to itself. It was in a really good position with the +1 defense, but I think that probably like 70% of the damage to the Dondozo was just damage it did to itself.
Yeah, and the Rough Skin, like we said initially, when you're doing that much damage to the Garchomp, you don't mind it, but then after time when it's stacking up and you've got that double attack coming into it, it really does make such a difference for you to be able to take full advantage of it. You can see the offensive outlet that it's got, but I think you need something like the Clefable next to it to maybe draw in those attacks to kind of keep it a little bit safer. As we see the Terra Blast from this Dragonite into the Rillaboom, it is going to be enough to take it down, taking Flavio down to that last Pokemon, and the solo Clefable, has it got enough to take on the 3 on Antonio's side as the Iron Head is coming out. Going to be enough to lock it up. Antonio taking game 1.
We still got a tiny bit of information there just at the end. Kingambit outsped the Clefable.
That is, yeah.
Like, Clefable is notably faster than Kingambit. So that's got a reasonable amount of speed investment in the Kingambit, most likely. So even though the game was over, Antonio was about to win the game, we still got a little bit of information revealed at the end.
And it's probably more beneficial for Antonio as well in that position where you are Flavio, and that situation again playing out.
would have been better just to lock the forfeit in so you don't give that information away going into game 2. Because now Antonio has a way easier time, more comfortable time going up against that Clefable, especially bringing the King Gambit in that situation. Not only knowing how well it can take those Moonblasts, but the fact that you can just launch off a Iron Head and not have to really worry about it firing anything back or being supportive, or especially when you pair it with something that might be going a little bit slower than the King Gambit, where you can get rid of that Clefable if the redirection's there, and then you can concentrate on whatever's next to it.
I mean, Clefable is very good into double dragon, but now, yeah, if you can go for just an attack with your dragon and also an Iron Head, that's probably a KO into Clefable, then you can't get the Moonblast anymore. So, yeah, very, very nicely done there from Antonio. It seemed like Dondozo was going to be in a really good position. It was maybe, well, if I KO the Ninetales, Freeze Dry's gone, I'm against 3 physical attackers, here's my curses. But then, yeah, it just... Wave Crash was really good damage, like it did so much to the Garchomp and the Dragonite, but it did too much to itself.
Yeah, and you think as well, I think if you're Flavio, if you could get maybe one more curse up, you're probably picking up knockouts on those Pokemon, because if you knock out Garchomp in that situation, if you knock out the Dragonite in that situation, then the game becomes a lot easier after that, and then you can concentrate a few more of your side of the field, what you've got left, onto the King Gambit there that was forced out because of the Yawn. It was full health and preserved so well by Antonio, which was going to be the closing up. And even then, Antonio still had that Ninetales that was so well preserved from earlier on in the game that switched out at a really pivotal time, came in, and you've got that Freeze Dry, even if things go wrong and the Dondozo does stick around.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see the Sneasler coming out from Flavio. It seems like it would be pretty impactful in this game. The King Gambit didn't seem like it was doing too much. Yes, the Swords Dance was nice, but then you were hitting into resisted hits into the King Gambit and Ninetales, and they were still able to survive. It's going to be a run back for Antonio there. Double Dragon coming out, Garchomp and Dragonite, but Flavio switching it up. Going to be leading immediately with this Dondozo. Head up with that Rillaboom.
Yeah, the Rillaboom coming out, it does enable the Dondozo to have a little bit of alleviation, especially against something like that Dragonite that could go for that Terastallization this turn, threaten with that Terra Blast or one of the other attacks that it's got. But the Garchomp in a position now where it's not going to be able to get maximum damage off onto the field. Obviously, the Rillaboom not affected by that Earthquake, and the Grassy Terrain now allows the Dondozo to either get a fake out into something like that Dragonite and then go for the Yawn. Not going to see that though, as we see the Rillaboom just preserved for later. A more preferable Pokemon coming in against this Double Dragon, which is that Fairy type in Clefable.
Yeah, Clefable's very good against the Dragonite and a Garchomp for sure, but it is a turn 1 Terastallization coming out from the Dragonite. Of course, you want access to your Flying Terra Blast to be able to do the most amount of damage you can, and then the Garchomp would also be able to do some significant damage here. The Dondozo has been left to be potentially targeted by both Pokemon because there was no fake out. That's a really good chunk of damage from the Dragon Claw from the Garchomp. Life Orb boosted, of course, and here's the Terra Blast coming out, but it was into what was the Rillaboom slot. Now they're switched in Clefable, and as we saw, doesn't quite pick up the 2-hit knockout, and there is that Dondozo setting itself up with that +1 attack and +1 defense with that curse.
Yeah, it's got that 1 up already, and we've seen the damage that this +1 attack Dondozo can do from that game 1. It's going to able to do the same thing in this situation against Antonio. The one thing you would say, if you can preserve that Clefable well from Flavio's side of the field, it does have access to the move Life Dew, so it can heal up that Dondozo and get rid of that recoil, almost kind of supplementing the recoil that you're going to take. And the Garchomp already taking a little bit of chip already. Of course, it is being supplemented by the Grassy Terrain, which is restoring health each turn, but it has taken that tiny bit of chip. Can you get it in a position? Do you go for another curse here, Jamie?
If you get another curse and then you've also got your Life Dew to recover that, you're not really breaking through the Dondozo very easily at all. There's no leftovers on this Dondozo. It has opted for the Covert Cloak instead. Leftovers would have been really nice here to get all that recovery. But yeah, if you can get a Life Dew off, then you basically sorted. But there was a lot of damage on that first turn. The Fable would be in range of a double up if you go for something like even an Earthquake in the Grassy Terrain and also the Terra Blast. That would be able to pick up the knockout. But here comes that Terastallization from the Dondozo here. It's going to be able to resist a Terra Blast, but it does now make itself weak to any of the ground type attacks. Of course, resisting Dragon as well, if that was the move of choice. But no, it's Stomping Tantrum, just very slightly weaker than Dragon Claw, but covering very nicely for that Terra Steel. Really, really good damage into that Dondozo. No Follow Me coming out, and it is a Terra Blast follow-up. Also into that Dondozo, and now it's a Steel type of +1 defense. It is able to survive. The Clefable did not go for the Follow Me. It did instead go for that Life Dew. Now the Dondozo is going to be able to get a bit of recovery, as well as that Clefable. That might put it out of range of the double up from the Garchomp and the Dragonite as well. But here comes the Wave Crash into the Garchomp. Not enough for the knockout. And this is going to be so much recoil. This is the rough skin and also the wave crash recoil. And it seems like Dondozo just held on.
Just held on. Such a key turn there. You think the life dew was such a great move because and then you thinking, okay, it's in a position where the next turn it can probably get another wave crash off, but not with that recoil, not with that rough skin damage. And the Garchomp in a position now where it probably can get an earthquake off here. It doesn't have to worry about the redirection, and you can probably pick up the Dondozo even though that earthquake is weakened, and then it frees up your Dragonite to get another Terra Blast off into the Clefable, start chipping things down on that side. And because Flavio's committed to that terastallization as well, you're removing a key element of his team, not only the Dondozo, the offensive outlet there, but you're also getting rid of the option for Flavio to take advantage of one of the best mechanics that we've seen in the Pokemon franchise. The earthquake coming out from the Garchomp, weakened by that grassy terrain, but no, it is enough to take down the Dondozo, and it will be felled this turn.
Yeah, and that was a follow me coming out from Clefable, which is now going to be useless because the Dondozo has been taken care of. The Garchomp is going to take some life orb recoil, but because the previous grassy terrain recovery was able to allow it to survive this turn. Here's the follow-up of the Terra Blast into the Clefable, bringing it down into the red, and this could have been a Moonblast from the Clefable, but no, it went for that follow me instead.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. You get the logic behind going for the follow me because you want to pull in that Stomp and Tantrum. That would be the most obvious thing, but Antonio, knowing his calculations very well, knowing that the Dondozo's solo health, even an earthquake when it has been weakened with the life orb boost that you've got on there, would be enough to pick it up. And now that Clefable in a really awkward position. We know the Rillaboom's in the back for Flavio, but what else do they have to take advantage of? And are they enough to get rid of these two Pokemon? The Dragonite hasn't taken any damage so far in this match, Jamie.
Yeah, that means it still has its multi-scale intact as well. And if you want to break it with the Rillaboom, well, that just allows Garchomp to just go for any attack to KO the Clefable here. Assumingly, it would be that Stomping Tantrum to be able to pick up the KO. It could also go for a Protect this turn, and that would allow a tiny bit more grassy terrain recovery, which would put it outside of Life Orb recoil as well, but would probably still be in range of the Grassy Glide. The Dragonite's just still not threatened here, though. It's still able to knock out the Clefable with the Terra Blast or even Extreme Speed at this point. And Terra Blast with the into the Rillaboom would also be able to pick up the one-hit knockout. So do you just KO the Garchomp, but then now the Dragonite's able to do what it wants? Do you go for the Fake Out into the Dragonite to stop that Terra Blast? But then Garchomp can do whatever it wants. So it seems like Antonio is absolutely in the driving seat here.
Well, you wanted to see that Sneasler, Jamie, and here it is. It is making its way onto the field, kept in the back, getting that Grassy Seed activated under the Grassy Terrain, getting a defense boost, and activating that Unburden ability as well, which will put it faster than everything else on the field right now. We are just seeing the double protect from Antonio to get around the threat of the fake out, not wanting to take any unnecessary risks in this turn, as that fake out coming out into the Dragonite here to try and potentially break the multi-scale as well, which is still intact on that Dragonite.
Yeah, and you can now just safely go for the Grassy Glide KO into that opposing Garchomp, and the Sneasler would be in a pretty good position here. If it can spread some Dire Claw statuses, that would be lovely, but that's exactly what the Lumberry is for on the Dragonite. You can go for the Dire Claw, and yes, you might get one of the statuses, but no, you won't, because then the Lumberry will be activated, and then here's a follow-up Terra Blast, and there's not really much that Flavio can do. Rillaboom doesn't threaten Dragonite in the slightest. It has to be the Sneasler, and his best move is going to be the Dire Claw coming out here. The Terrastallization's already been used on that Dondozo going for Steel. You can't go for the Terrastella Acrobatics anymore, so Dire Claw would be nice. Yes, the Garchomp is now taken care of thanks to that Grassy Glide, and you get a little bit of Rough Skin recoil on that Rillaboom as well. But even if you go for the Dire Claw, which would be your way out in this case, no, you don't have a way out because there is that Lumberry.
Well, here's that Dire Claw into the Dragonite. Does it get the status condition? It does not, and we are going to see in return a Terra Blast fired into that Sneasler. Has had the defense boost, but not going to be enough to take this powerful Terra Blast from the Dragonite, taking a key element from Flavio's team down.
It seemed like Antonio had pinned Flavio there pretty nicely. The Dragonite's just wasn't threatened. That Dire Claw, it did okay damage through the multi-scale, but now what are you going to do to break through this Dragonite now? Assumingly, like the King Gambit or the Ninetales is waiting in the back. Yes, there is the Ninetales. You can just go for a Blizzard, you can go for a Terra Blast, and that is going to be the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, so well managed from Antonio, but just not enough in the tank from Flavio, especially with that Dondozo. You feel like you just didn't get the value out of it when you got that curse up. Position the Clefable well, but just weren't able to get the damage required off. And this Dragonite has sat pretty healthy predominantly most of this game and really picking out most of the knockouts up from Flavio's side of the field. Clefable now in a situation where it is threatened, and we are going to see the forfeit locked in, and Antonio Sanchez taking round 3 here in the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Really, really nicely played from Antonio as well. It seemed like the consistent choice beats the anti-meta here. The Dondozo was really cool. I think it was a really cool tech. The main issue was it was Wave Crash recoil. You were just not being able to, like, yes, it was doing so much good damage. And if you had something like Liquidation, which doesn't have a drawback, you wouldn't be able to do that massive damage that the Wave Crash would do. You'd probably need like a +3 on your curses to be able to be matching what even the +1 of the Wave Crash does. But then that's just way too many turns.
It is far too, yeah, and I think that's the problem. That was where it really kind of fell afray for Flavio in that match. And like you say, I completely agree with you. The Dondozo are such a good Pokemon there. And you think when it got that one curse up, it doesn't take much to set it up. But then when you do have that Wave Crash and the drawback of that move, it's just... it really is a double-edged sword. Too much of the time for you to really take as much of an advantage as you would maybe like. And then looking at Flavio's team, you're thinking, what really options do you have for that Terra-Flying Dragonite and that Garchomp combination? Yes, you do have the grassy terrain to weaken the Earthquake, but even weakened, it's still going to be enough when you're pairing it up with that Terra Blast. As you can see here, the Dondozo committing to that terrestrialization, double-edged sword again. You resist the flying type attacks, but you become weak to those ground type attacks at the same time.
Yeah, I think if you were able to KO the Garchomp with that +1 Wave Crash, you might have been okay, but then the fact that it could just still go for Earthquake and bypass the redirection, and then there's just here's all the Terra Blast coming out from Dragonite. Like you said, the Dragonite was barely touched in that game. It was just a Diaclaw that couldn't even get the status because of the Lumberry. That's like the whole reason why that Lumberry was on the Dragonite in the first place. Yes, it does help with like Will-O-Wisps and Spores and all that stuff as well, but I remember Paul saying in his interview it was mainly for that Sneasler Diaclaw, and then just showing here, like the game was pinned. Yes, the Diaclaw went in, and maybe if it got a sleep or paralysis, but no, didn't matter. Lumberry meant that that was a perfect pin. Terra Blast KOs the Sneasler, and it is just game over.
Yeah, it's a perfect tech for that particular Pokemon, especially when you could threaten it for super effective damage, and we commonly see the Stellar Terrestrialization type on the Sneasler, not a defensive one that would be a little bit more favorable in such situations. And then you look as well, what else does Flavio have to deal with the Dragonite? And you would look and say maybe the King Gambit, maybe the Terra Dark, but then there's the low kick there that the Dragonite has. It's like it's the perfect anti-meta build right now, especially for what Flavio's kind of brought. Even the surprise picks, even that kind of intuitive kind of newer sort of build combination of Pokemon, it's still not really got a way to get around this. Not gonna say it, not tried and tested just yet, but
starting to get towards it though, based on that performance.
On the road, tried and tested team, you know.
Potentially. I've been really impressed with Dragonite, not just in this game, but definitely was impressed with it in this game.
Yeah.
In Baltimore as well, Dragonite had a really, really strong showing.
Yeah.
Like we've classically seen, well, here's the Choice Band Terra Normal Extreme Speed, which is going to get high priority, really good damage. But I think like now that we don't have Chien-Pao available, which is normally the common partner with a Extreme Speed Dragonite, we're defaulting back to the Terra Blast with the Flying Terra Blast. We saw that a lot in Regulation A.
Yeah.
Like Terra Blast Flying was the most common Dragonite in Regulation A, and then suddenly here's the introduction of the Ruin Pokemon, and now, well, why wouldn't I go for Choice Band Extreme Speed? Because it can now one-hit KO Pokemon because it's Sword Ruin. But now we don't have that available. We're back to the Flying Terra Blast, and it's really, really putting in the work.
Yeah, it really is. And then when you look at the other options on there, I love the Protect on it because it just gives you that ability to kind of put something next to it and protect it or disrupt. You've got the Ninetales there that can come in, and if your opponent starts to get a bit cheeky, starting to set up, throwing Yawns out, or trying to get some sort of Swords Dance, Nasty Plot, Quiver Dance, whatever, you can come in and then just lock it into that, like we saw in that first game, that interaction there. And you've also got the position where, okay, if Dragonite is threatened, I've still got like options in the back. The Double Dragon's really nice, especially after you have Terrestrialize, because you're kind of getting rid of that Fairy weakness as well, where you think, okay, well, the Fairy types on the team do threaten the Dragonite, but not so much after I've Terrestrialized, and I can really punish them with this big attack. And if I do miss the knockout. It's all right. I've got extreme speed. And if you do bring your King Gambit against me, or you do bring your fighting weak Pokemon against me, I've got the low kick. So, you know, it really covers a lot of bases and does a lot of work, and it did extremely well for Antonio in that last game.
Yeah, it did seem like the best way to break through the Dragonite was the setup Pokemon, not Volcarona. That does not count.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the King Gambit on the Dondozo would have been the ways. Seemed like Flavio went for that in the game 1 with the King Gambit and it didn't work, and then went for it in the Dondozo in the game 2 and it didn't work. So if those are the 2 best ways of breaking through the Dragonite and that couldn't do it, then how are you actually breaking through that Dragonite?
Yeah, because you think, oh, well, you've got the Yawn on the Dondozo, we could go for that, but then no, because the Lum. But then do you commit hard and go, okay, well, Sneasler, Diaclaw, and hope for that status, and then the Yawn. But then it's you're overcommitting, and if there's a Garchomp sitting on the field, it's another, you doing that, you've got no grassy terrain, so it's just Earthquake Town, isn't it?
Yeah, it seemed like it, and I believe we're ready for our interview over with our winner of round 3, Antonio Sanchez. Please take it away.
Here with a trainer on an absolute tear, it's Antonio Sanchez. Antonio, congratulations on that win. I mean, top 16 at Worlds in the previous season, Liverpool regional champion. You're doing really well here. How are you feeling now?
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. Came off of a strong season last one, and just keep it going. You know? Like, I'm feeling pretty confident after that match. So, yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, good. Well, I mean, trainers who tuned into the Baltimore Regional Championships a couple of weeks ago might recognize that team of yours, because Paul Chua running something very similar. So you were saying to me just before we started this interview that you actually were talking to Paul about the team.
Yeah, that's right. So I reached out to Paul because the team looked very interesting to me. And yeah, like it has the Pokemon I like using, like Incineroar. So I was like, yeah, I have to use that team. And Paul Chua was very friendly about the team, discussing everything. So yeah, but thanks to him. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, you've been pretty sport for choice in terms of Incineroar teams. There are all sorts of teams you could have chosen there. But you went for the double dragon there as well, with the Garchomp and the Dragonite. And certainly in that second game, the Terraflying Dragonite, it just sat on the field and it was dishing out damage left, right, and center. Talk to us about that Pokemon.
Yeah, so Terraflying Dragonite is so strong because it hits so many Pokemon for at least neutral damage in this format. And there is not many Pokemon that resist the actual flying hits. So I just get to spam Earthquake and Terraflying Terrablast, which I've been doing the whole tournament so far. And it's been working out, so...
Yeah, very good. Also, of course, you don't have to rely on Hurricane missing outside of the rain and things like that. So it's a really cool tech. So you sit down and you have Flavio Del Pidio across from you. You see his team. What's going through your head?
So I recognize the team because I've seen it on... like it's a popular team from Italy. So I knew the sets, I knew how to play around it. So I was feeling pretty confident because it's something I've been doing before in practice. So yeah, it wasn't a surprise for me. So I was pretty confident about the matchup.
Okay, cool. So talk to us then about your game plan going in against this composition.
Yeah, so as you can see in game 1, I have Encore on Ninetales. So I can just Encore any Pokemon on status moves and they just sit on the field doing nothing. So you can see that game 1 I swap into Ninetales immediately, threatening the Encore into the Swords Dance. So he had to maneuver around it, which I took advantage of. And then in game 2, he was so scared of the Encore that he just instantly swapped into Clefable to have follow me. So that Encore pressure is so good into those setup things, and I can take advantage of that pretty easily.
Absolutely. So much setup on that team, as well as 2 Pokemon with Unaware, with the Dondozo and the Clefable. The Dondozo with Fisher, was that something you were concerned about?
Yeah, I mean, my team is pretty fast.
Yeah.
So I knew the game was pretty going to be over before he could land like 2 or 3 Fissures. So if he was going to for Fissure stay that way, I think that was an advantage for me because my team is more fast-paced than his. So I wasn't really afraid. I think I was pretty happy with every move Dondozo clicked because he was clicking Wave Crash and he was getting recoil damage too. So yeah.
That was a really huge factor. Wave Crash being your only damaging move, you're, of course, dealing a lot of damage right back to yourself. So you've got to be very careful about chipping away. Of course, Clefable with Life Dew on that team as well, which is helpful. So coming off the back of that, you've won 3 Swiss rounds now, heading into the rest of the tournament. Do you think your team has what it takes?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty confident. Yeah. We're almost more or less halfway through day 1. Like, it's 8 rounds today. And every round has been 2-0 so far for me, and like I'm undefeated in games. So I'm feeling pretty good going into the next ones, yeah.
Are there any matchups or any game plans that you think would be challenging for your team?
Not really, so be careful.
You heard it here first, trainers. Love that confidence. Antonio Sanchez going on an absolute tear. Well, let's hope that continues. And again, just coming off the back of such a strong season for you last year, this is our first EU event of the 2025 season. It might be a silly question for you right now, Antonio, but what's your goal this season?
This season, I want to win Worlds.
There we go. It's as simple as that. I think we all saw it coming. And it's really good to hear that you've got your sights set that high. And top 16 last year, is that your best Worlds finish ever?
Yeah, that's my best Worlds finish, yeah.
So just aiming to build on that. And it's top 16 at Worlds in itself is such a huge achievement. You must have been so proud of that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us about how that was when you finished top 16.
I was like, I had so much practice with my team that in the end Worlds was like another day of practice for me in the sense that I was facing every single matchup I had faced so many times before.
Okay.
And yeah, like I don't have any regrets. I left the venue with like, okay, I lost in top 16, but the team choice, the practice, the tournament run has been pretty good for me.
Yeah.
And I was sad at the moment, but I was like, I want to improve myself next year. So this gave me that little push to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. Probably the best finish you could have hoped for if you wanted to have that little kick to head into this season with your sights set even higher, coming top 16 at Worlds. Very, very cool. Is Incineroar your favourite Pokemon?
It really is. It really is, yeah.
Okay, what's number 2?
Has to be your Shifu Water, Shifu Rapid Strike.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you can't use that in this format, I'm afraid, Antonio. But Incineroar, you certainly can.
Yeah.
So then, Antonio, let's wrap it up. Let's give you a little bit of a chance to decompress. Finally, just any shout-outs you want.
Yeah, so shout-outs to my friends and my family. Shout-outs to Victor, Sufi, and Miguel. You're always there supporting me. And yeah, thank you to everyone who supports me. And yeah, I'm pretty grateful for everyone that helps. So.
There are always so many thanks to give, and it's hard to remember on the spot, but I think you did a really good job there, Antonio, so thank you for that. Well then, trainers, we're going to head into Swiss Round 4 very shortly, but for now, it's been a pleasure to see Antonio Sanchez win Round 3.
Let's kick off the 2024 Pokemon European International Championships!
Secure copy shots. Yes, they can! Yes, they can! They simply can't stop Fusion. No one could stop Fusion throughout this tournament, and that is why Fusion are your AL's Cup champions.
Emmy Weedle is about to clean up this game.
Emmy Weedle did a phenomenal job of reading that if Annihilate is out on the lead, I can win this game with Vigoroth, and Emmy Weedle is going to 3-0 sweep Duma to become your European International Champion.
See the Mirage Gate accelerate this Hisuian Goodra, and with this Jet Energy, it can move into the active spot, and a final boss's orders commanding one of these 2 Pokemon on the bench to come up will clinch the game out for Johan, and he becomes your Europe International Champion. Gabriel can find himself an energy card and one of those counter catcher. He can bring up one of these benched 2 prize Pokemon. Let's see if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy. The back-to-back international champion, Gabriel Fernandez, wins it all in Europe.
One prize card remaining each. Can Tord find the knockout this turn?
Charizard EX in hand. One more piece of the puzzle.
And that's going to be it. The rare candy from the Pidgeot EX will find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout. Tord Reklev is your European International Champion. 5-time international champion and the greatest player of the modern era.
And a
Salt Fest variant.
Ivy Kudjo coming out again from the Ogre picking up a huge knockout here, leaving the Incineroar. If it does outspeed this Verga, if it's trying to go for the Trick Room, is going to be able to get the knockoff off, and it is going to pick up a huge knockout.
Huge knockout indeed.
But the battle is cancelled. We have our first juniors final in the EU 2024 Championships. Kevin Han.
In with this play, Dragon Pulse, Todd doing the Chien Pao, it is enough, it picks up the KO, and this Team Blue has a lot of pulling weight it has to do, it will not, and we see it's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion of the European International Championships.
One hit is all it's going to be taking to take that Pokemon down. And this match, Nils has been in such control the entire time. It was well played, but Nils, he never let out. Always was so close to the title and is going to claim it. Nils Dunlop is going to be your European International Champion.
I'm feeling pretty crazy with this win. I did not expect this coming here. I was happy that I managed to clinch out the win in those crucial moments.
Too happy almost. I won the European Championships and I still can't believe it.
I feel pretty normal. A bit in shock. Kind of getting used to this now, but still just a great feeling.
I feel very happy to have won EUIC because it was my first IC win.
Es un sueño haber logrado esto. La verdad es algo que siempre quería. Sentí mucho ese logro hace mucho querer también enfrentarme ante Kavi-Chance.
It's been a little bit of time since, especially last year when I got so close and lost in the final. It felt really good to be able to get a little bit of redemption and keep the title in Europe this year.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All-out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela, Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to round 4 of the Pokemon 2025 Dortmund Regional Championships. My name is Jamie Boyt, and I'm joined once again by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, how are you doing so far in this tournament?
I'm doing really good. In for round 2, and Maurice Uteg versus Jonathan Marston. It was a fantastic match that we saw in that round. Of course, you and Lee got to have another nail-biter around Antonio Sanchez versus Flavio Del Pidio, and what a list of names we've already seen on the broadcast so far. It's so exciting, and having a wander out to see some of the players out there and how they're getting on. There's a lot of spicy picks, there's a lot of fun stuff out there, but everyone is really seeming to be enjoying Regulation Set H.
Yeah, Regulation Set H, I think, has been my favorite so far of all of the regulations. Regulation A was definitely first for me, but Regulation H, as time goes on, I think it might take that top spot. It has been, like, I'm very biased as a Pokemon user, and now a lot more Pokemon are available to actually be usable in this format. But yeah, we've been seeing some really cool picks. Although, we saw in the previous rounds, the team that Antonio was using, that was kind of an expected 6. Like, we saw it reach the finals of the Baltimore Regional Championship, put on a really good showing as well. I was really impressed, not just in the previous round, like of Baltimore as well. Dragonite was really impressive.
And going for a Terra Flying, I really like that adaptation to the format. I mean, in most of the regulation sets that it's been viable, we see so much more of the extreme speed sets. But let's talk a little bit more about our predictions. Most likely Pokemon to succeed there this weekend.
Yeah, I know a lot of us casters like to put our favourites at the top. Maybe there's a Slitherwing that we never ever see, and not calling anyone out. But yeah, obviously Superior, classically my favourite Pokemon. Yeah, it's still very viable. We just saw it do very well in the Grand Challenge. It was almost able to make it into the top 32 of the Grand Challenge. Of course, that is closed Team Sheet best of 1. Will it translate over to here? But I think the things that did translate over, Basculegion, Primarina, Sneasler, are all very common Pokemon at the moment.
It's actually, you've been pretty well behaved on this one, Jamie. This is this is definitely the most viable I've seen from you.
I am fully justified in picking those Pokemon because I was using it before they were cool.
I brought Basculegion. Jamie got here first.
Basculegion and Primarina I brought to the Liverpool Regional Championships back in the 24 season. I brought Sneasler to the Stockholm Regional Championship in the 2024 season, and I will absolutely be trying to bring them back in these future Regulation H tournaments. So I think I'm fully justified in my picks.
Well, for me, I'm going to go for at least one Weather Setter. At least one Weather Setter is going to be winning this weekend.
Oh, poor Politoed. I guess.
Do you know what?
Charlie's championing the Politoed.
Yeah, and fair play. You know, we've got to distribute these amongst our casters here. But I think, you know, for me, the Pelipper has seen so much use. It's both a strong attacker. We see it with Focus Sashes. We see it with Life Orb, getting the Tailwind up, getting lots of damage with Weather Ball and Hurricane, activating, of course, Electro Shot for our Chaladon. But also there's these quite dedicated, more Trick Room focused teams that Torkoal really does thrive in. But that's where Tyranitar comes in. Tyranitar's the perfect counter for the combination of Torkoal and Expanding Force. And well, Ninetales, Paul Chua piloted it to the finals of the Baltimore Regional Championships. And of course, we've just seen Antonio use it as well to great effect, being able to beat Flavio Del Pidio with it. So I think every single weather is so viable, and it's really about how you want to play the game, the fine control. We've seen on our notable matches, we've seen some Excadrill to go with the Tyranitar as well. There's loads of different ways to use it, and I think that's why, for me, Weather on top.
So you heard it here first. Ben is bringing a Abomasnow and Hippowdon to his next regional championship.
Do you know what I've been theorying Hippowdon? You heard it. You heard it here. I think it's a good Pokemon. Maybe Tyranitar's got its niche, but yeah, we could be representing.
Yeah, like ground coverage is very good as well. Yeah, like for sure. We've seen it on Garchomp, we've seen it on the Ursalunas. Hippowdon is also a Pokemon, but yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It can also set the weather.
Well, looking down Lee and Charlie's caster predictions, well, Lee's gone for the tried and tested Pokemon here. Pelipper as well, of course, representing the Weather Setter of choice for most trainers here this weekend. Plus, Golden Go that's seen so much success over the format already. Sneasler picking up in popularity, agreeing with you, of course, Jamie, and Amoonguss. Well, I mean, if Amoonguss hasn't been in the top tiers of the video game since it was introduced way back in 2011, yeah, I don't think there has been a time really where Amoonguss has been fallen properly out of favor. So, you know, you can't knock Lee for going for that one first.
It seems like he's played very safe here, hasn't he? Whereas Charlie, yes, Kingdra, of course, his favorite Pokemon as well. Porygon Z, like Porygon 2, yes, Porygon 2 is going to do very well. Of course it is. Porygon Z.
You know, I checked this.
Yep.
There are quite a few, over 100 Porygon 2 in the field this for day one.
Sounds
pretty good.
Right, yeah.
In fact, there's only one less Dragapult than Porygon 2.
Oh, wow.
Today, so
impressive.
That's a nice little tidbit. And where Porygon 2 was our 12th member of our top 12 usage, Dragapult's just sitting there, like, guys, I'm here too. But there is one Porygon Z.
One Porygon Z.
It is possible.
It's too bad.
It is possible. It can go all the way.
Well, what is also possible is the 2 Superior. Thank you for championing Superior. The 2 players that have brought it to this tournament. It would have been 3, of course, if I was in. But
yes.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, probably no Kingdra, though.
I tell you what, for those at home that aren't so familiar, Jamie, talk to us a little bit about Superior. Tell us what makes it so special in your opinion.
So the way I like to play with my support Pokemon, I like support Pokemon that can also do damage. I like Pokemon that can set up and sweep. Superior does all 3 of those. It can support with Glare or the screens or whatever. It can set up with the Leaf Storm as well, and then it can sweep. So Superior, and I won a regional championship with as well, so it will always have a special place in my heart.
Well, I mean, that is definitely one of those things that does stick with you for a long period of time, and I get it, and I like what you're doing with it at the moment with the dual screen support as well. Just being able to sort of set up that board state and be able to maintain it. Don't need a Grimstyle, just use Superior.
Yeah, well, we've seen quite a Grimstyle on the stream so far. We'll have to see how that's going to be doing throughout the tournament. We can see how well everyone else is doing in the tournament as well. We're currently round 4, so some players will be 3-0. Of course, that's where you want to be, undefeated. You need to get at least those 6 wins to make it into that day 2, and the players that have got 3-0, they're already halfway there.
Well, look at down this list. Sergio Ramirez, someone that we've had on stream before many a time here. Faiz Ashfaq as well, also getting that 3-0 position, and you can see there, I mean, the Gastrodon, Vivian is the thing that's definitely sticking out. With the Gastrodon, Lou will be very, very happy. She's over on Go this weekend, so if you want to see more Gastrodon action, check out that stream as well on the way through. But yeah, look at that. I really like how Vivian is playing in this format. It's a pretty slow format. There's lots of Pokemon that are kind of that middling speed tier, and Vivian sitting at the upper echelon of that and being able to use Compound Eyes with Sleep Powder to be able to kind of turn Sleep Powder into Spore.
Yeah, you would consider like max speed Golden Go to be like somewhat fast in this format. Vivian's faster than that. So yeah, like fast Spore, it can just about miss.
Spore.
Like Compound Eyes Sleep Powder is very accurate. It's not 100% accurate, but it is incredibly accurate, nearly. And it's, of course, they got that flying typing to pair really nicely with the Garchomp that can just very safely Earthquake next to it as well.
Exactly, and that sort of combination is really what we're seeing a lot of in this format. You need to pair up Pokemon quite a lot, but let's have a little look further down the list. Our very own Costa Didymos there at 3-0 down in 7th place. Michael Kelsch, the former world's runner-up and top 4 from last year. There's his team. That illusion of choice that we were talking about before we started, that composition of Rillaboom, Primarina, Dragapult, Sneasler, and King Gambit, and then pick Magmar or Electabuzz. What are those two support Pokemon fit in there, depending on how you want to kind of position your matchups and play against different threats that you think are going to be more prevalent or less prevalent at the point in time.
Yeah, I'm surprised it is a choice between Electabuzz and Magmar. That it could be, well, what about Mousehold? What about Clefable? What about Clefairy? Can there be any of the Follow Me Pokemon? It just tends to be Electabuzz and Magmar.
It certainly could be as well. I think this team really wants a little bit of protection from Amoonguss and being able to redirect with Follow Me and have Vital Spirit on either the Magmar or the Electabuzz. Just kind of gives it that little bit extra to when you're trying to go into certain matchups where, well, I mean, Amoonguss is a pesky little mushroom every stage that you encounter it. So every last little bit of help that you can get against it is definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, for sure. And you also have access to the Flame Body if you wanted to get cheeky with that as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Flame Body picks up after a Population Bomb Mousehold won a regional championship.
I guess, yeah. That makes sense. I hadn't even thought about that.
Does, yeah, and of course, still some fantastic players as we go down the list. Davide Carrere, a really consistent player across the years, was able to get top 8 at the World Championship, top finalist of the EUIC in 2019. Really consistent. And yeah, of course, 3-0, that's where you want to be at the moment, halfway to guaranteeing your place into the second day.
And that is all important coming into the second day. We have a slightly different tournament structure this time around. We don't have 5 rounds of Swiss tomorrow for our players and 9 rounds today. Instead, we have 8 rounds of Swiss, where our players will continue going into rounds 9, 10, and 11 tomorrow to be able to be knocked to be able to qualify into that asymmetrical top 8 cut. Now, an asymmetrical top cut can be as many as 32 players or even more, depending on how the numbers work. We're not sure exactly how that's going to shake up with the number of players we are this weekend, but what we do know is we're going to be seeing some fantastic games along the way as we kind of determine what's what in Dortmund.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some great matches. There's going to be some other great matches going on. Of course, now we can only feature one of them, but we're going to be able to see what that match is going to be. We've already featured 4 regional champions across the 2 games that that we've had so far, and we've got a regional finalist coming up here in this round 4.
I mean, you couldn't pick it any better than that. Alex Soto coming here. He was the runner-up in 2 regional championships in the last season versus Yoel Ramirez with a really interesting-looking team. But we're going to come to that in just a moment. Let's have a little bit of a look at all of the other teams. So with Antonio Sanchez that we already saw, just won against Flavio Del Pidio. Kevin Salvetto there on the bottom versus Mikhail Kelsch. That's a match that I would like to see as well.
That's a mirror match. The same 6 Pokemon.
Oh, it is as well, isn't it? Yeah. And then we've got the Weezing from Alexander there pairing against Matthias Vivian and Talonflame. So some interesting speed interactions there. And of course, you've got that all-important weather control with Torkoal and Hisui and Lilligant.
Yeah, but do you have the weather control if you just turn it off with your neutralizing gas? So I'm sure there's some interesting interactions there for that Weezing.
Once it's up, it's up.
True, true. So then you don't need your ability anymore. If you've got the drought, then you switch in the Weezing, that'll be perfectly fine, yeah.
Yeah, and then, of course, you do turn off the chlorophyll boost there for the Lilligant if you choose to switch out the Torkoal. But hey, you can just switch in the Weezing for the Lilligant, go for some Heat Waves, go for some Eruptions. And of course, so a Pokemon that we haven't really talked about too much was that Hisuian Typhlosion that's had quite a lot of popularity. Kind of the other end of the stick to Torkoal, where Torkoal's the slow Pokemon that can get Eruption. Well, Hisuian Typhlosion is the fast one that can get Eruption, and paired up with its Ghost typing, giving it a bit of an immunity to Fake Out, and being able to go on the offensive with Tailwind support from Pokemon like Whimsicott. Yeah, it can do a lot of work and kind of tear through teams right off the bat.
Yeah, it definitely can. I'm not surprised to still see it be very consistently used across this format. We saw it pop up like right at the start. People realized, well, actually, Eruption is still really good. It doesn't have to be just from this super slow Torkoal. Don't have to set up Trick Room, which Alex Soto is probably going to want to do, given the teams he tends to run.
Yeah, and well, that's certainly what he's running this weekend as well.
Yeah,
I think, like, I remember when we first got the Regulation H rule set, and people were kind of trying to figure out what's good. You look at some of the team compositions that players like Alex Soto have been running in the past, and you're like, well, none of these Pokemon have been taken away from the format. They weren't using those restricted or legendary or paradox Pokemon within them. And so the power level of those dedicated Trick Room teams that they were running, they're powerful enough on their own, but the power level just goes up a notch because you don't have to contend with Pokemon that are just as powerful on the other side of the field.
Yeah, for sure. And we've still got some very, very powerful Pokemon on the opposing side of the field for Yoel. Like the Serena is actually pretty strong. It's usually just to stop priority. But it's got respectful base attack. It's going to be able to do some significant damage itself. Got the Archaladon. Basket Legion's still going to be really strong. Like when last respects, like when you've knocked out all the Pokemon except the Basket Legion, that's the strongest attack we have in the game.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, especially if it's boosted up by adaptability as well. And that's definitely something that you want to be scared of in an end game, and something that has fallen so far into favor with a lot of players here. It just sort of completes that Rain archetype with Archaladon and Pelipper. It's like you can go for the Archaladon mode, you can get those Electro Shot boosts, you can go on the offensive that way, or hey, why don't we just set up the Rain and just go with our Basculegion? Well, let's get into these players in a little bit more detail. As we said before, we have Alex Soto, a former regional runner-up 2 times over. And
3 times, actually. Two in a season, 3 times over.
Oh, 3 overall, wasn't it? Yeah.
Back in 2020, he also came as a regional finalist back then. So, yeah, 3-time regional finalist. So close to that conversion of regional champion.
And he's got to be hungry for it, hasn't he? He's got to be, that he's coming in well prepared, well versed with the sorts of teams that he's used to running, that dedicated Trick Room mode. But then he's always going to be feeling good about sitting in these sort of new scenarios. Here we have the achievements, though. Jamie, take us through Alex's.
Yeah, he's, as we mentioned, 3-time regional finalist, twice in the 2023 season, once back in the 2020 season, and was able to achieve a top 32 at the 2022 format as well. So really, really accomplished player coming into this season. Is he going to be able to reach another final? He's been very consistent at being able to reach it. On the other side, there's Yoel. No accomplishments yet. And I always say the key word is yet. We saw it in Baltimore. First tournament for Nicholas and first win.
And of course, we saw it in Dortmund last year, where Florian Tem, it was his first regional championships, and he was able to claim a victory. So definitely don't count Yol out. Here's his team on the screen here. Amoonguss, Sarina, that double grass core, Basculegion, Gallade, Pelipper, and Archaludon.
Yeah, there's no surprise to see the wide lens on that Sarina. It does really like to go for those triple axles, but you are quite likely to miss at least one of them if you don't have that wide lens, but it makes it almost guaranteed, and it pairs nicely with the power whip as well. Gallade's an interesting choice on this team. You almost always see Gallade on a, well, like the side spam, the trick room teams that we like to see.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be on that team at all. It might be facing one, and it's going to be pretty useful in that. But yeah, Gallade on its own, without the usual support partners, is a very interesting pick.
And I like the use of Terra Electric there. Terra Electric type Pokemon only have one weakness.
Electric.
It's also dealing with the flying type weakness that Gallade has, so it's got some nice defensive capability. And of course, you know, you do set it up to be able to do some really nice damage with those sharpness boosted attacks. On the other side, we've got Alex. Here it is. Dedicated Trick Room team, barely changed from some of the previous. I'm sure he's done some work behind the scenes to make it a little bit different than it was before, but let's go through it. Female Indeedee, Armarouge, Annihilape, Hatterene, Torkoal, and the Ursaluna regular form rather than Blood Moon.
Yeah, given the name of the trainer that is using this team, this is not a surprise in the slightest. Ursaluna over King Gambit is the only change from his Regulation A version that was able to get a double regional finalists. So yeah, like he's still got that choice scarf Annihilate for the final Gambit into Trick Room. Armarouge does have a new tech in that Power Herb Meteor Beam. It didn't have that back in the Regulation A. Back then it was a Twisted Spoon with both Expanding Force and Psychic, but now it has that Meteor Beam that's going to be able to thrust an Incineroar. Otherwise, Armarouge is just completely hard-walled by Incineroar, but with that Power Herb Meteor Beam, you do get a really big hit into it.
You can see some more developments as well with the way that he's running the team. So you've got Clear Smog on the Torkoal as an adaptation for Pokemon like Dondozo, potentially a Terra Archaludon as well, Pokemon that like to boost up in front of these Trick Room teams while the Trick Room teams are getting going, getting their Trick Room set up, getting ready to be able to put their damage on the field. So yeah, as you say, Jamie, like lots of new toys for Alex to play with, and he's had so long to develop that playstyle, so long to develop the team and just tweak these little things behind the scenes, train his Pokemon just a little bit more optimally. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be a fantastic match. And if you're at home and you're thinking, hey, I want an example of how to play a Trick Room team, keep your eyes peeled on Alex.
Yeah, Alex has got to be the standout, a hard Trick Room team player at this point. Really successful with just consistently using the same kind of team. Maybe those little tweaks here and there. Yes, we do have the new toy in that Ursaluna, but yeah, he's been so consistent with that team across multiple tournaments. I think the key thing here is that there is that weather war in that Pelipper and the Torkoal, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. So they're not going to be led with either Pokemon here. It is going to be, for Alex, a classic lead of Annihilate and also Trick Room Setter in that Hatterene, but facing down that Archaludon and Amoonguss.
Most notably, the Amoonguss has too much health for Final Gambit to be able to knock it out in one by only a few hit points. So the Amoonguss is kind of safe in this situation, but Archaludon definitely isn't. I suppose the question for Yol is whether he's willing to have the Amoonguss go down to such low hit points to take a Final Gambit redirected away from Archaludon with a Rage Powder, or if he needs it for later in the game to be a little bit higher HP so he can redirect things like the Ursaluna in the back that only has moves that target down one slot at a time.
Yeah, here comes the Rage Powder from the Amoonguss so that it can keep that Archaludon safe from any close combats or Final Gambits. It does look like it is the Final Gambit into that opposing Amoonguss, but as we said, Amoonguss has a much higher base HP than Annihilate, is able to survive. Very low, but is able to survive. But Archaludon doesn't have Flash Cannon here. Snarl is still very nice. It's going to be able to reduce the special attack of that Hatterene, but Flash Cannon would have been able to threaten some very good damage here. But yeah, there goes that Trick Room that Alex does love to click.
All in all, I think I prefer the Snarl in this situation.
Yeah.
If you do damage to the Hatterene and you don't knock it out, then you've got to deal with it at full power, whereas the Snarl kind of gives you a little bit of breathing room that you really need, especially now that you've got 4 turns of Trick Room to be able to go through. Now, usually Amoonguss in Trick Room is one of the slowest potential Pokemon on on both sides of the field, but Hatterene sits just below it, and it's able to launch out powerful expanding forces before the Amoonguss is going to be able to go for anything like a Spore. So that's something that Yol's going to have to play around if he wants to position himself well in that game. You don't have to worry about it as much because of the Snarl, but with the Indeedee setting up the psychic terrain, no Rillaboom in sight to overwrite it, it's definitely on Yol to be able to reposition and get his Pokemon into a spot where they can actually pressure things back.
Like the fact that Alex brought the Indeedee in here, yes, the expanding force is now at full power, but you're not actually really threatening this Archaludon much at all. It's been true. You've got a Snarl on the Hatterene. Dazzling Gleam won't do too much now. Expanding Force is resisted. It's a very, very easy play to just go for a Protect on the Amoonguss, because that would easily be KO'd, and then the Archaludon wouldn't be threatened too much here. But yeah, Hatterene is just keeping herself safe here with a Protect in the face of the Amoonguss also going for that Protect.
Yeah, I like that. Protect when your opponent is going to protect, and then just take a full advantage of it. But there's a Psychic coming out from the Indeedee. The Indeedee is not the attacker of choice on this dedicated Trick Room team. It doesn't do really any damage to this Assault Vest Archaludon, and you can just see how much the Snarl is going to make an impact here, dropping now the Indeedee's special attack even further. Almost no damage coming out from Alex's side of the field. And yeah, you called it, Jamie. The Archaludon is sitting there nice and happy. Really, Alex needs to get that Ursaluna in on the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, assuming it is going to be the Ursaluna. If you brought Torkoal in the face of a Pelipper, that's not going to have a good time. So yeah, it's just really not threatening the damage here. And that was another turn of Trick Room stalled out with the Hatterene going for the Protect. Yes, you did catch the Amoonguss going for Protect, and now you can pretty safely go for an Expanding Force for the KO. But we saw how much the Psychic did in the Archaludon. Yes, the Expanding Force will be a bit stronger, but it's really not going to be much damage at all.
Amoonguss getting some health back with its Regenerator ability, leaving the field in favor of Pelipper to come in and take those attacks, get the rain set up, maybe get that Archaludon going, get the Electro Shots going so that it can do a little bit more damage than the Snarl is doing at the moment. Helping Hand, Expanding Force, not enough to even take that Pelipper down to its Focus Sash with the Snarl drop that it had before, and a Body Press there with Archaludon taking advantage of the defense boost that it just received from the Expanding Force.
Yeah, choosing not to go for another Snarl there. That could have put the Hatterene at -2, and then it would have really not done much damage at all. The Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Hatterene there, not able to pick up the knockout on the Pelipper because Expanding Force would have definitely brought it down to its Focus Sash. But Archaludon is still it's been chipped. It's down to half.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you're doing some good damage, but this is the final turn of Trick Room, so you should be able to survive with both of your Pokemon here. You can pretty safely go for the Protect on the Pelipper. There's no White Guards, which is a saving grace for Alex, so you can pretty safely attack with the Hatterene on this final turn. But this is the final turn of Trick Room. There's no reason for that Pelipper not to Protect.
Yeah, Pelipper just making sure that it's not taking any damage. Snarl coming out. Is it going to be a double Trick Room here to reset those Trick Rooms? Give Alex a little bit more time under those conditions. Indeed, he didn't get knocked out by this Snarl. Here it is. First Trick Room coming out from the Hatterene. Are we going to see the second one? I assume we are here. Yep, there we go. Trick Room going off and coming back online again. No longer one turn of Trick Room remaining. All four instead.
Yeah, I said no reason to not protect there. There's a huge reason.
Yeah, a big old reason.
Massive reason not to protect there. Because if that Pelipper would have just attacked, that's a KO, and it's just a reversal of Trick Room and then not a resetting of Trick Room. So that would have put Yol pretty much in the driving seat and would have almost certainly taken this game. But now there are 4 turns of Trick Room remaining rather than 0. This does give Alex a chance back into the game. You still have to break through this Archaludon somehow. It's gone for a Snarl on that double Trick Room. So the Hatterene and Indeedee, they're not doing damage now. But at least you do still have the Trick Room.
They are doing damage to the Pelipper enough to be able to knock it out, and the Amoonguss in the back is not safe either. Hatterene, I think, probably heard you. And now the Torkoal's coming in. What a great switch up here. Taking away the Archaludon's ability to go for Electro Shot, taking away the Pelipper's Weather Ball going for Water type, but Pelipper heard the Torkoal coming for. Do you know what? I need to just take a break, guys. Amoonguss coming back in, taking a Psychic for its troubles, and not enough. The Snarls were enough to make sure that the Amoonguss wasn't getting KO'd. Yol not falling for it and going for a Body Press instead of locking the Archaludon into an Electro Shot.
Yeah, and I think going for the Snarl there would have actually been not ideal for Yol, because you would have KO'd the Indeedee and you'd have got that switch in to the Hatterene that would no longer be Snarl. And here are some actually pretty strong expanding forces now. But the very key thing there was that the Pelipper was switched out that turn as the Torkoal switched in. So at any point, you can bring in the Pelipper, overwrite that Sun, and it shouldn't be able to pick up the knockout on that Archaladon.
Probably not.
Like, it's taken the body press chip damage, so the Eruption's not going to do it now. The alternative is Weather Ball, and if the Pelipper switches in, then suddenly the Weather Ball is a water-type attack, so that also will not do much damage to that opposing Archaladon.
Indeedee switching out here, and I really like that because the Psychic Terrain is not looking long to be left on the field. Hatterene switching in its favor. With its Magic Bounce ability, it would be able to bounce back a Spore, and yeah, the Spore coming out here into that Magic Bounce. Hatterene is going to go right back to the Amoonguss, which is not going to be affected because, of course, it is a Grass type, and what looked like another Snarl coming out here. So a great call there for Yol, just making sure, even though that Hatterene reset those drops from before, it's kind of got them back again.
Yeah, and now with that -1 on the Hatterene, and well, is that going to be in range of Dazzling Gleam into Eruption or Weather Ball? I'm not sure it will be, because it's taken a lot of damage reduction with just even a -1. I've already mentioned the Torkoal. It's not that healthy, so it looks like it does want to be switching out here. This is to allow the Expanding Force to do some really good damage from the Hatterene.
Indeedee coming in, getting that Psychic Terrain back on the board so that Hatterene's Expanding Force is back to full power, but it's not going to be an Expanding Force, just a Dazzling Gleam. I think trying to cover all of the scenarios there. Taking the knockout on Amoonguss, that's a big piece of the puzzle that Alex has now removed from the board, but this Archaladon is going to be able to get yet another Snarl off. The Indeedee goes down, the Hatterene goes to -2 special attack. There's going to be no more Psychic Terrain after it's gone now, so there's a timer on Trick Room and there's a timer on the Expanding Force.
Yeah, there is for sure. And this is actually a situation where you can just immediately bring in your Pelipper, because as the Torkoal and the Pelipper come in, Torkoal will be the slowest and Trick Room's active, so it'll activate the Drought first, and then the Pelipper would have overwritten it. Yes, the Drought's already on the field, so this could have been an opportunity for Pelipper immediately, but no, Torkoal's going to be coming in. Pelipper can come in when it wants to be able to overwrite that Sun.
You've got to be kind of thinking about how you're going to be getting out of Trick Room here if you're Yol. The Gallade coming in does have the ability to protect, but doesn't have the ability to wide guard. You called that out earlier, Jamie, and that's going to be a really big deal for this game. Gallade came in wide guard right now. It would be able to just use it until the end of Trick Room and not really worry too much about what was on the board. But Yol has to be careful here. You know, you can turn off the Torkoal's Eruption doing lots and lots of damage, and is that a forfeit?
It looks like it was a forfeit there. The Pelipper being able to overwrite the Sun, and also the Hatterene being at -2. The Gallade's going to be able to shrug off those attacks, and it would just be able to pick up a knockout with a Psycho Cut into basically either Pokemon. So yeah, Alex seeing the writing on the wall there. It does seem like Yol is going to be able to take this first game.
And a really nice way that he took it as well. It's not often that you see these dedicated Trick Room teams be power controlled in the way that Yol was doing. And I think that's when you're looking at going from Game 1 to Game 2 adaptations, what does Alex actually really need to do? Ursaluna. Like, it feels like Ursaluna is the answer.
Yeah, I like Torkoal into Pelipper does make sense because you do opt into the Weather War, and if you do get weather control, then you are actually pretty sorted and you just spam those eruptions. Ursaluna doesn't need to worry about that. If it gets into position, it will just be able to headlong rush that Archaladon. It was going for Snarl the whole time. As soon as the Annihilate was taken care of, the rest of the team is special. Yeah. So it's just being able to reduce that damage. Another thing as well, if that Annihilate doesn't go for a final Gambit and it takes a Snarl, well, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it? Because it would activate the Defiant, and then suddenly you're threatening some really good damage. So that could be an option as well, because it was Snarl on the first turn. It was Final Gambit into Snarl, and then you could have just left it on the field, and then suddenly here's a boosted Annihilate.
And the nice thing about that is the Expanding Force, even though if it's not in Psychic Terrain, would still be able to do lots and lots of damage to the Amoonguss if Archaladon Amoonguss is the lead of choice again for Yol. So yeah, there's a lot of good lines. I really like that, actually using the Annihilate kind of as a Pokemon rather than as a
3v3 bot.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a really nice way to say it.
Yeah.
So lots of adaptations that we could see coming into this game. And I like kind of opting out of the weather war.
Yeah.
Kind of maybe baiting the Archaladon, saying like, hey, you're in the rain. Don't you want to electro shot right now?
Oh, yeah.
Switch in the Ursaluna, take it, not take any damage from it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Then on that turn that you switch in, the Flame Orb activates. You've got the Ursaluna set up really, really quickly, and then you can just go on the offensive or take advantage of your opponent's defensive play and go for a substitute.
Yeah, there's definitely still options for Alex. It does look like Yol was in control of that first game after losing the Annihilate, just being able to spam Snarl here. But it is a switch up from Alex, going with that Indeedee and Hatterene, but still a mix-up coming out from Yol as well. That's a Gallade led next to the Archaladon this time.
Yeah, and that's going to be quite interesting to see how that really shakes up. I'm just having a little look behind the scenes at this Gallade, because yeah, it does have the opportunity to go for Trick Room. So there's opportunity for 1, 2, 3, or 0 Trick Rooms to go up this turn, and depending on whether it's an odd or even number, will depend on whether or not we're going to be ending up in Trick Room this turn. But if not, the Gallade is now boosted up by the Psychic terrain. Its Psycho Cut's going to be doing lots of damage, even though both of the Pokemon on Alex's side do resist it. They're still going to be probably doing enough, and of course you do have the pressure of Snarl going up here, but here it is, Ursaluna's on the board.
Yeah, Ursaluna won't care about any Snarls here, and is not taking any kind of damage from the Gallade on the switch-in, as Gallade is going to be protecting here. Yeah, there's the Snarl coming out. Ursaluna does not mind that in the slightest, and indeed he could very easily just be setting that Trick Room up, ready for that Ursaluna.
There we go.
There it is, and immediately that Ursaluna is online, because as you said, it switched in on this turn, it's ending the turn on the field, and there is that Flame Orb.
Jamie, I want to switch perspectives right now, because I do not want to be staring down that Ursaluna with his Flame Orb activated, its Guts boost in play. The Headlong Rush, the Facade are going to be boosted up to their full power, and there's no redirect on the board right now. If the Amoonguss, which we can see that it's in the back, comes in, it's not going to be able to spore against the Ursaluna because it's burnt. And there's no Intimidates on your side of the field. There's no power control. There's no way to stop this Ursaluna just taking knockout after knockout after knockout. And of course the Indeedee as well. If that wasn't enough, it's got Helping Hand too.
Yeah, for sure. It's good. Like, Ursaluna will one-hit knock out every single Pokemon, basically. Maybe not the Amoonguss, but Amoonguss might be able to survive. And you could switch in the Pelipper on one of the ground-type attacks coming out from the Ursaluna as well, potentially. But yeah, the Gallade did go for Protect last turn. There's the Facade. That was probably KOing 2 Gallades. Ursaluna's so strong. Easily able to pick up that one-hit knockout. Archaladon is able to respond back with a Draco Meteor here, and that was some good damage into that opposing Ursaluna. But it's still looking reasonably healthy and would be able to fire up another really powerful attack.
The Hatterene coming in here is big though, because the Pelipper we know doesn't have Wide Guard. The Amoonguss comes in, unless it goes for its Terra type, and its Terra type is Water, it would probably be knocked out quite easily by a Expanding Force. So in order to protect the Archaladon from any damage from the Ursaluna, you have to Terra redirect with Amoonguss. Instead, Yol is opting to go a little bit more on the offensive, bring the Pelipper in, get that weather set up, kind of assume that Alex has opted out of the weather wall and try to put on pressure with just a weather ball instead and take advantage of the focus sash that it's holding.
Yeah, you should be able to get off one attack into that Ursaluna, but the Draco Meteor did about that much, maybe a tiny bit more into the Ursaluna, and now you're on -2 stages of special attacks, so that's probably not quite enough to KO the Ursaluna. So if you double into the Pelipper with Expanding Force and Facade, that would easily KO, and then you're probably surviving. If you attack the Archaladon with a Headlong Rush, now the Pelipper's on the field, that's also going to be a KO, and maybe forcing that defensive Terror coming out from the Archaladon so it can survive, but no defensive Terrors here at all. It is just that Expanding Force, no Protect from the Pelipper. It's absolutely brought down to its Focus Sash. Which Pokemon is the Ursaluna going to KO? It can KO either Pokemon it wants to. Maybe, man, it's got its defense boost on.
I think it's still going.
It's still going down if it's Headlong. Yeah, there's the Headlong Rush. It's still going down. Yeah.
And there it is. The Archaladon goes down. I was getting really excited when the Pelipper went down to 1. I was thinking, yeah, it's going to be a... Oh, yeah, it's got Focus Sash there. Archaladon going back to its trainer. And this Ursaluna is doing so much work. Yol choosing to target instead of the Ursaluna, the Hatterene, maybe reading into that Ursaluna, playing a little bit defensively, and the Hatterene just trying to chip away the focus sash, trying to do that last little bit of damage. But instead, Amoonguss has to come into the field. And yeah, this is probably one of the least happy places that Amoonguss has been. The Pelipper's going down to Expanding Force or a Dazzling Gleam. And of course, the Facade will easily be enough to pick up the knockout onto the Amoonguss. But the Amoonguss, yeah, it doesn't even have the grass-type coverage that some of them do to be able to do damage into the Ursaluna, instead opting for Clear Smog, which is not very effective, and Ursaluna is probably going to be able to survive that hit.
And it would also appreciate it, because it would get rid of the Headlong Rush defense drops as well. So Amoonguss is not very helpful here. It is forced into its defensive terrestrialization, so it is at least neutral from the Expanding Force that is almost certainly coming out from this Hatterene. Pelipper going to protect itself, no access to White Guard. White Guard would have been great here to stop the Expanding Force. It would have just shut down that Hatterene completely, but no, has to protect instead, which means that this Expanding Force is going to be hitting into this Amoonguss. Yes, it is now neutral. That's still loads. That's still a lot of damage, and absolutely in range of any attack that the Ursaluna would want to go for. There's a Spore. Doesn't particularly matter. You can't Spore the Ursaluna because it's already burnt. There's the Facade, easily picking up the KO. Yes, you do take some Rocky Helmet on the way out, but you got a 1 HP Pelipper against now 3 Pokemon from Alex. I think this is going to a Game 3.
That's definitely a silver lining kind of moment there, where even the burn is not enough to pick up the KO on the Ursaluna. So 4 Pokemon against Pelipper. Pelipper can only target 1 Pokemon at a time, and yeah, I think the writing's on the wall for Yol. So we are, as you say, Jamie, going to our Game 3 here, and yeah, just that last Expanding Force into the Pelipper, doing that requisite 1 HP damage, and the Pelipper going back to Yol.
Yeah, that Ursaluna adjustment for Alex was very, very impactful here. Able to pick up so many KOs. Being able to get it active on turn 1, like as soon as you set the Trick Room, usually like you maybe have to go for redirection or fake out and then Trick Room, and then the Ursaluna's on the field for 1 turn without the burn. Facade's not that strong. Like it's okay. And Headlock Rush does some reasonable damage, but as soon as you get that burn, you pick up 1-hit knockouts all over the place.
Yeah, both increasing the power of Facade and the Guts increasing the damage that Ursaluna can do with its moves as well, while it has a status condition, Burn, of course, being the one of choice. But, okay, we've had Game 1. Yol piloted it very, very well. Alex made an adjustment in Game 2. Jamie, what are you thinking here going into Game 3? How do Yol and Alex need to react to what they've seen so far?
Well, I don't think Yol can be passive on that turn 1. He protected the Glade on that turn 1. That's definitely an opportunity for you to just go on the offensive, maybe get some really good damage into the Indeedee with Sacred Sword. If you went for Sacred Sword into the Hatterene, that would have won the game on the spot because the Ursaluna switched in. But obviously, that's an incredibly risky play to make into a quad resistance of fighting. But, you know, like the Glade, it didn't need to be passive. It could have just clicked Trick Room as well, and then it would have reversed the Trick Room, and then suddenly we're still at the same move order. But here's the Ursaluna that now you kind of need to follow me with the Indeedee, or maybe you protect and Trick Room, but suddenly here's the double up into the Indeedee and it's KO. So yeah, don't be passive on the turn 1. You're in control of the speed on that first turn. Alex wants to be setting Trick Room. You can do what you want on that first turn. Protect is probably not what you want to be doing.
If you were Alex in this situation, let's say the leads are the same in Game 3.
Yeah.
If you were Alex in that situation, would you switch out the Hatterene to Ursaluna again?
Oh, there is absolutely that mind game. Like, it could easily be, well, the Hatterene clicks Trick Room and the Indeedee switches into the Ursaluna, and here's the Sacred Sword into the Hatterene, and it does, like, no damage. Yeah. And then Trick Room is still set up again. Like, there's always going to be that mind game. And
so hard.
This kind of, like, hard Trick Room team, as we always call it, does offer those mind games. There's usually not a safe path into, well, here is how I stop Trick Room, because suddenly, like we saw, like spamming Snarl, Hatterene Indeedee as a lead, spam Snarl. That's really good because, yes, they will set Trick Room, but they're not very strong, but suddenly here's Ursaluna on turn 1.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, you could have just Sacred Sword of the Hatterene. I say just. It's an incredibly risky play to make.
Obviously you
should Sacred Sword the quad resistance, but yeah. So there are always going to be these mind games going into here, but Indeedee Annihilate, this is the classic from Alex. He led this so much in Regulation E and has now switched it up to that Annihilate and the Indeedee.
Well, there's a switch up as well for Yol, bringing the Tsarina in as well next to our Chaladon. And I do think this Tsarina is answering the question of, 1, how do I do damage? But 2, in this spot, it does offer the taunt, and that's something that Alex is going to have to be really paying attention to. It almost locks the final Gambit targeting into that Tsarina, but it can protect itself.
Yeah.
And so you've got to play this kind of game. It's like, well, if I don't go for the taunt, then the Indeedie's almost certainly going to be setting up Trick Room this turn. If I do go for the taunt, I'm risking the final Gambit play. And Trick Room's still probably going up in that scenario. So I do think the safest play is to try to protect, do a little bit of damage to that Annihilate, and force Alex to choose a little bit more.
Oh, he didn't go for the Serena, though. He has KO'd that Archaludon on turn 1. And the Serena, we've already gotten a sneak preview of what's going to happen here. Fantastic play from Alex, because here comes
this is
the
so
taunt
good.
to stop Trick Room. But no, here comes the Magic Bounce to taunt your taunt. You can no longer taunt
that's so good.
Fantastic
That is so
play
good.
coming out from Alex. It made so much sense to, well, final Gambit, I'll stop the taunt, and here's Trick Room. Like, I'll accept that
obviously.
Yeah, again, like we said, there's no obvious play coming out here, and Alex is just a master of this hard Trick Room, being able to read that turn absolutely perfectly. Yes, the Serena can still do good damage with Power Whip now, but you can't taunt that Indeedie to stop Trick Room anymore, and you can't protect. It's definitely going to be taking maybe some damage from the Hattering. Are you strong enough to be able to KO the Pelipper and, with the Pelipper and Serena into the Indeedie? Because if you are, you can at least force the Follow Me into the Trick Room. But yeah,
but then the Indeedie goes down, and you've got another Trick Room attacker coming back.
Yeah, so that would be perfectly fine.
Yeah, if Torkoal's in the back, which it could be.
It could be.
With that targeting as well, if the Archaludon is the key threat that Alex wanted to remove from play, then yeah, maybe it's not the Ursaluna in the back. Maybe there's another adaptation here. We'll have to see, as the Pelipper is going for its Terra Stella in this game. I think, is this the first Terra we've seen in this match?
I think it might have been, actually, yeah. That's very uncommon in these regulations, yeah. Going for Terra Stella, like the combination, it's Follow Me. It's a Follow Me in Trick Room, of course it is. That's a very classic thing.
Absolutely.
But Pelipper going for its Terra Stella, this will KO. This combination of now Terra Stella boosted Weather Ball into Indeedie and also Power, this will KO Indeedie. That did so much more than I expected.
Well, I mean, if that had picked up the KO, this Power Whip would have gone into the battery.
That was close, yeah.
That was very, very close there.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Indeedie goes down, Power Whip hits its mark. I know you're always happy to see those inaccurate moves actually connecting with their targets. Trick Room, of course, is going up, and then we will see how Alex has prepared for this matchup. The last two Pokemon that Alex has available are indeed Ursaluna and Hatterene. Hatterene.
Yeah, so the saving grace here is that the Ursaluna doesn't have its Flame Orb on this one turn, but actually still the taunt, the Magic Bounce taunt is coming into play here. You can't protect to stall out one of the turns. So that slot is taking damage. That Expanding Force might be enough to KO Serena. Like, Serena's got reasonable bulk, but it's taken some chip. So I reckon it survives from full HP, but that little bit of chip, it might be enough to put it in range of Expanding Force. And if that's the case, Serena goes down, and if you switch in a Pokemon, well, you're not going to be able to take an Expanding Force very comfortably. Your only resist is gone now. The Archaludon was KO'd on turn 1, so nothing wants to switch into this Expanding Force. So yes, even though the Ursaluna, it's not burned at the moment, the combination of Facade and Expanding Force will KO the Pelipper, and it might still be strong enough to KO the Serena here. Yes, here is the Expanding Force, and Serena, yep, there it goes. It's gone.
It's gone.
It doesn't matter about the Flame Orb. 1 HP, you can do that much damage without a burn.
I think he's going to manage it, just as long as he's clicked Facade instead of Headlong Rush. That's the only way that this could have gone wrong for Alex here. Here it is, the Facade into Pelipper, 2 knockouts on this turn. Yol with only 1 Pokemon in the back. We've seen a preview of it, and I'm sure in just a moment Alex will be very happy to see that the last Pokemon that Yol has available to him in this match is, of course, that Amoonguss, which only has Clear Smog as a damaging move. It's not going to cut it, Jamie.
It's not, no.
It's not.
No. Like, normally you bring Amoonguss to be able to counter Trick Room. Not in this case.
This is high-level analysis here. It's like, no.
No. Game over. Alex wins round 4. Poor Amoonguss.
Poor Amoonguss. Yeah, you know what? I like Amoonguss. I don't know what your actual feelings on Amoonguss are, JB, but I like it. I think it's
a solid Pokemon.
It's a cute little mushroom.
Yeah.
We gotta give it props, but we've also got to give props to Alex for the way that he played. Let's not forget game 1 and game 2, but like game 3, absolute, just incredible display on how to position all of your pieces effectively. You didn't need, if you're Alex, to final gambit into the Archaladon slot. You could have played the more straight line, and you had that Ursaluna in the back to be able to deal with the Archaladon. But in one foul swoop, you took away the only option to be able to taunt. You then stopped any kind of protects later on from the Tsarina to just force a board position, and you managed to knock out one of the most problematic Pokemon in the format to boot. I think we can call that one of the best turn ones, really, maybe in many, certainly at the regional level, maybe ever.
Yeah, like I think like so many trainers see hard Trick Room as very flowcharty. Yeah. Well, I'm going to follow me and I'm going to set up Trick Room, or I'm going to final gambit and set up Trick Room, and then hopefully I sweep in 4 turns. Yes, I did. Awesome. Oh, no, I didn't. Well, I guess I lose. But Alex is such a master of this kind of team that he sees lines that break the flowchart. Yeah. Like when you're facing hard Trick Room like this, you have your game plan against it. Well, it's an Indeedee Hatterene, I'll snarl. Well, then suddenly here comes the Ursaluna and it sweeps. Yeah. Well, like, okay, I switched it up. So I'm gonna be able to taunt the Indeedee. So even if you final gambit my Archaladon, doesn't matter, you don't get Trick Room. Well, here's the final gambit and also switch into the Hatterene. No taunt for you. Like, Alex is, he is the best hard Trick Room player in the world. Like, I don't think that can be denied. The way he sees the lines that can be played, I don't think any other hard Trick Room player will see.
Yeah, and let's have a look at that turn once again. Final gambit going into the Archaladon. It's a one-hit knockout both ways round, and the taunt then followed up from the Tsarina and taunted itself effectively. We did see, of course, that Yol made a valiant attempt to come back in. That was close. If that had knocked out, maybe the power would have needed to get a critical hit.
Yeah, but that would have been a way back. Yeah,
it would have been a way back. So Yol's definitely playing for his outs and using all of the tools that he had available to him, but after that turn, after the way that it played out, it just wasn't enough. And Hatterene, so powerful with the Life Orb boost as well to the expanding force. If the Psychic Terrain wasn't enough, the Life Orb definitely takes it over the edge. And of course, with the Tsarina, with its wide lens to make sure those moves hit their mark, well, you sacrifice the ability, like an Assault Vest would be another common item that Tsarina likes to run, but Archaladon's got that, and Archaladon went down to the final gambit.
Yeah, well, maybe someone like the Basculegion would have been quite nice, because that's immune to final gambit. Yeah. Like, a lot of trainers like to leave the Basculegion in the back, maybe, so it can sweep with last respects. That could have been a way into this, because then you kind of ignore the Annihilate, and you can just completely focus fire on the opposing Pokemon. If you lead with Basculegion and Pelipper, then you're doing massive damage. But yeah, there could have been the Torkoal, but there wasn't. So it was Ursaluna instead. So you could have gone for the Basculegion maybe. But then, like we mentioned, there's no safe path into this team. You may have your game plan, but against a player like Alex, you can't just rely on that.
I was going to say, like, you know, Yol put up a really good fight there. I mean, like, if we look back to game 1, how Yol was able to, you know, knock out. Well, effectively knock out, but the Annihilate went down on turn 1 to a final gambit, and the Amoonguss was able to hang on, and then there was only special attackers, and well, Snarl's fantastic in that situation. Archaladon with its Assault Vest is fully active and making the best use of that item choice. And yeah, I thought Yol did a really good job. I was wondering, like, I mean, the Ursaluna was always going to be the adaptation, I think, from Alex to be going for into game 2. I wasn't expecting it to be as decisive as it was in game 2, but of course, again, like in game 3, Alex made that fantastic call to get the Ursaluna in on turn 1, reading that there was only going to be 1 instead of 0, 1, 2, 3 Trick Rooms going up on that turn, which is a mind game and a half. And then being able to set up that Ursaluna going into game 2 on turn 1.
Yeah, it was a really impressive showing from Alex. Like, just being able to adapt from that game 1, it seemed pretty comfortable for Yol, and like based on the team competition, like I was saying, like Flash Cannon is usually the move of choice on Archaladon, but Snarl's actually pretty good here. Yes, your Flash Cannon would have been nice into Hatterene, but Snarl is really impactful, and then he just plays around that in the game 2. Well, Ursaluna doesn't care. I'll just switch in turn 1 and sweep. That worked out pretty well, and then take care of the Snarl just completely on turn 1 in the game 3 as well.
I think in the broader picture as well, I think we're seeing quite a few Archaladon already this weekend that have been dropping Flash Cannon for Snarl because you've got those stamina boost raising your defense.
Yep.
Kind of just makes sense, doesn't it? It's like the last bit of the puzzle where you want the Archaladon to be able to take lots of physical hits when the stamina boosts go up, but the other win condition is that you can't get knocked out by special attacks either. So it makes sense in the grand scheme. We can see how impactful it is against those more dedicated Trick Room teams, the Psy Spam, as we tend to coin it.
Yep.
And kind of it's that double-edged sword where against these kind of compositions, maybe you need a little bit more damage, that consistent Flash Cannon to do a little bit more, but without it, Game 1 would have been very, very tough for Yol.
Yeah, absolutely would have been. And the Archaladon seemed like it was a really good bring to this game, just purely because that Assault Vest shrugging off all the attacks. I think it was really, really smart to take care of it in that Game 3. You could have gone for the close combat, like you could have just activated Snarl, and maybe if you switch into Hatterene, then you'd be able to get that taunt into the Hatterene, still get that really cool magic bounce into the taunt, but then you'd be able to close combat the Archaladon, and then if you'd have taken the Snarl, you'd have also been able to do really good damage, but that wasn't needed. Like, just the fact that that could have been the case, and then just Final Gambit was still an absolutely brilliant play, like that just basically sealed the game on turn 1.
I think the Final Gambit is so important in these kind of compositions, because you want to have an accelerant. You want to have something that's, getting you set up as quickly as possible. And one of the things that Final Gambit's great for, not only is it great for getting the Trick Room set up by removing a Pokemon that's kind of difficult or standing in the way of your strategy, but also it's increasing your momentum. Actually, having a knockout on your side of the board is pretty good because it gets a Pokemon in for free and it gets it on the field, able to dish out damage. You've only got a limited time period of 4 turns, unless we saw that double Trick Room that we saw, I think it was Game 2, where you could set it up again. But usually 4 turns is the time limit that you're working with, and so you really do need to get everything on the board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I think that Annihilate is one of the main ways of interacting with that. You've got the Follow Me, of course. Usually is as well like Fake Out into Trick Room. If you see something like Incineroar or Porygon 2, that's a way of being able to set up Trick Room. The only 2 real ways of here is I'm going to try and guarantee Trick Room is the Final Gambit and the Follow Me. And I don't know, we did see the Follow Me in the turn 2 of the Game 3 as well, yes. But it did seem like that Alex was relying on that Final Gambit to be able to get that Trick Room set up in the initial way. And that's been consistent across the previous regulations as well. I know he used Annihilate as a lead. Like I think I mentioned in the Game 3, as far as I can remember, Annihilate indeed was his most common lead on every one of the stream games that he had when he was running this team back in Regulation A.
Yeah, I think so. And for good reason, right? Yeah. I mean, Indeedee is so difficult to knock out. The Annihilate deals with a pesky Pokemon that you're not really wanting to see. But enough of us talking about the options that this Trick Room team has. Let's hear from the expert himself on the couch. Take it away, Lee, with our winner from round 4, Alex Soto.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jamie. And I have the pleasure to be joined here by our round 4 winner, Alex Soto. Alex, you're 4-0 now in the tournament, the first European regional of the season. How are you feeling after that last match?
I'm feeling good. The last match was a little bit difficult because usually Archaladon doesn't have Snarl. Usually he has Flash Cannon instead of Snarl. And in Game 1, I think that I played bad because if I had played with Ursaluna, like in Game 2 or Game 3, I think that will be more easy, But my opponent, it's a friend, it's Folagor, and he played me very good on Game 1. It was difficult, but I think I adapted well.
Very well indeed, yeah. And I think going back to that Game 1 at the start of the game, you've got to give a lot of credit to Yoel, like you say, in that situation where they prepared, led very well, and made it extremely difficult for you to get any utility from the Annihilate in particular into the Amoonguss. Didn't take it down, and then the Amoonguss was able to kind of stick around. The one kind of turn, though, where it felt like you were kind of maybe getting that momentum back into the game was the opportunity where you had... It's a little bit of a signature play from you now that we've seen, is that double Trick Room there.
Yeah.
To
you know, normal situation is you have the trick room there and it runs out. You have to reposition and try and get back set up.
Yeah.
But you were in that perfect situation there with the Ndidi, the Hatterene, and you had the opening and you just went for it, and it really prolonged that and made it a lot harder for you to kind of lock up the match. But like you say, I think the Duraludon was really obnoxious to deal with just because of that snarl. But how were you thinking after you did go for that double trick room at that stage of the game?
I think when you have a difficult matchup, you have to do difficult decisions, you know, and you have to read aggressive, and that trick room, in my opinion, was crucial, because if not, the trick room ends and then Archaludon can win me. That trick room usually is very good against rain teams like this one, or Dondozo teams that usually goes protect to stall the trick room. That Pokemons that want to stall the trick room using protect, then sometimes they forget how works the trick room in the same turn, you know?
Yeah, no.
And it's fun to see.
It's very fun to see.
And when I do it, it's like great.
Yeah, because I think as an opponent as well, when you play against it, you think, I've got one more turn of Trick Room to get through, and then, oh dear, I've now got another 4 turns to get through, and you think, how can I come back from that?
Yeah.
But I've got to give you a huge credit, you know, the adjustment that you made going into game 2, and I think identifying that the Ursaluna was the key to that game, and then really leaning into that heavily was something. Did you identify that quite early on in game 1 when the snarl was so problematic from the Archaludon, where you were thinking, okay, Ursaluna here, if I can get into a trick room, I can get that flame orb activated, the Amoonguss can't threaten me with the spores, it can do some work.
Yeah, the matchup with Archaludon was difficult, of course, and I needed to adapt with Ursaluna usually. Then I noticed that in game 1, because I faced some rain teams here on the tournament with Archaludon, but with no snarl, you know, and then I needed to adapt the game playing Ursaluna, because I usually don't play Ursaluna against rain teams, but I noticed that against this one, the Ursaluna went good. Among Us was difficult sometimes because Among Us can survive the final gambit, and then I have to predict a little bit. I think Joel could try the Trick Room with Galate on game 2, because he have Trick Room to reverse my Trick Room too, and that's a flip coin mind game on turn 1, you know. But he have to be respectful against Annihilate Final Gambit always on turn 1, because if not, like on 3rd game, I can one-hit directly the most annoying Pokemon that's Archaludon against my team. So every player that face hard Trick Room, always on the team preview, have to be respect against Annihilate Scarf, because it can be so dangerous.
The one thing that I want to kind of touch upon, because you're so well known for playing hard Trick Room, and it is your team. You've kind of got ownership over that.
Yeah.
And even Jamie Boyd coining you as the best Trick Room player in the world, and I can't disagree with him. I think every time we see you at a regional, you know, you're 3 times regional finalist already, and you haven't made that many changes with the team that you're running now to previous regional. I think the Ursaluna over the King Gambit, made some tweaks to the Armor Rouge as well.
Okay.
But is it just something that you feel so comfortable with, and you know your line so well that you think, I don't want to look at other archetypes, I don't want to look at other ways to approach this, because I know I can still have that success? And do you think are you feeling confident that it's going to like take you hopefully to that position this weekend as well?
I'm feeling confident, but I have to see the last tournaments to see if hard Trick Room was popular or not.
Yeah.
If not, I think that's great for me, because the people is not gonna prepare the matchup so much, you know, and that's a good call. I usually like to play not balanced teams, but I'm more comfortable playing balanced team, that Trick Room, but I'm enjoying more the Trick Room, and right now I'm happy with that, and I think it's a good call for this tournament, because nobody have a real answer to Trick Room. Some people have Imprison Trick Room can be a little bit annoying, but not all people is having this, so you have to study what tournament are you gonna to prepare, and then decide the team. Not decide the team and then see what tournament you're gonna go.
Such good advice, Alex. Thank you so much. And well, I hope the rest of the tournament is as successful for you as it has been so far. But before we let you go, prepare for round 5. Do you have any shout outs for anyone here in the venue, at home that is watching?
I would like to do any shout out to Juste, that is my boss in my esports clubs, that it's Esport Maníacos, and Torbit, it's Victor Medina, and what's of my best friends. All people that has supported me the last months that was difficult for me, and of course to my girlfriend, that is Marina, that I love her so much.
That is amazing. Alex, it has been a pleasure. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully it's not the last time we see you. And sit tight, trainers. Grab a beverage, because we will be right back with round 5 very soon.
Terastallizing your Pokemon has been a key part of VGC since the release of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, being very influential on the results of a battle when utilized effectively. Let's take a look at how trainers use Terastallization to give them an edge in battle, and how the Stellar type can shake things up. Offensive Terastallization can be primarily utilized in 2 different ways to increase the damage you can output in battle. The first way people boost their damage is through Terastallizing into the same type. Fluttermane is a great example, as its most popular Terra type is Fairy, a type it already has. Fairy Terastallization changes its 1.5 times same type attack bonus Moonblasts to 2 times power. Trainers can also give a new typing to a strong attacker with a strong coverage move. Landorus Incarnate Terastallizing into a poison type can maximize Sludge Bomb damage, along with getting rid of some weaknesses its original typing has.
And because of the Terra, it barely hangs on.
Defensive Terastallization drops your original typing weakness for the type you Terastallize into, which can completely change your type matchups. An Amoonguss that wouldn't have taken a Flare Blitz well can now take the hit with ease. Additionally, Terastallizing into a type with immunities can completely swing a turn in your favor. Qianpao Terastallizing to Terra Ghost allows it to ignore moves like Sacred Sword and Fake Out. Immunities aren't just for damaging moves, but can also be used to get around status conditions. If an opponent's Amoonguss pressures your team, Terastallizing into a grass type can make you immune to its powder moves, stopping Spore and Rage Powder. You have to be careful, since there are situations where Terastallizing can be detrimental. A Terra Fairy Fluttermane will lose its normal type immunity, making it vulnerable to getting faked out.
Fake out! The call to fake out into the Fluttermane!
Oh yeah, this Fluttermane is about to enter a world of hurt. Fake Out and the Moonblast is enough to drop it in turn number 1.
If you Terastallize your Amoonguss into a water type to avoid taking too much damage, you could get punished by an opposing Amoonguss Spore. It's important to know when it's ideal to Terastallize your Pokemon. The Teal Mask introduced Ogerpon, which has a unique take on Terastallization. You're not able to change its Terra type and ability, since the masks are the only way to alter the Pokemon. When Ogerpon Terastallizes in battle, though, it takes on a new appearance and also has its ability changed to embody aspect. The Indigo Disc took a different approach, introducing the Stellar type. This is a Terastallization exclusive type, unlike any other. Stellar Terra retains all of its defensive weaknesses, meaning this mechanic is utilized for offensive purposes. You get a 1.2 times boost to any move that isn't your original typing, and a stronger 2 times boost if it is a move of your original typing. This allows Pokemon that run multiple different coverage moves, like Qianpao, a much needed boost to pick up a KO it might have originally missed. Stellar Terra does come with drawbacks, only getting the Terra boost the first time you use an attack. Stellar Terra also changes the effects of Terra Blast, giving it 100 base power while being super effective into any other Terastallized Pokemon. This can lead to some cool interactions, such as an Urshifu Single Strike being able to deal with the Terra Fairy Fluttermane it originally couldn't knock out. However, Stellar Terra Blast does come with the drawback of lowering the user's attack and special attack at one stage. There are so many ways to utilize this mechanic, with players constantly innovating on its many uses. How will will you take advantage of thrustalization to help push your way to the top?
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Started at the bottom, and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome, and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions. They've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story. We passed the test. Yeah. We become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push, you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you. Here's to you. Ones who came before. So here's to you. Here's to you. The ones who came
Hello, I'm Maurice Utek. I'm a competitive Pokemon video game player, and I started playing in 2020, and 2022 was my first official competitive season. And my first touching point was, I think, Pokemon Leaf Green. So a while back, when I was a kid still, and the first touching point with the competitive game was probably around 2013, 2014, when a friend introduced me to single battles, basically. I got into the competitive scene by a friend who introduced me to the single battles, and I always asked myself why I'm not playing the official format, and in the end I had a look into it and I fell in love with the game. I realized that I could actually achieve something by, well, actually achieving something by winning the Bremen Regionals in 2022. I needed points from 3 out of 3 tournaments, so I got really stressed out in the second one, being in Lille in 2022, and I didn't get any championship points there. So for Bremen, I took a step back and said, okay, I will still attend, but I will just have fun and try my best. And it worked out so nicely. I just had this really nice state of mentality, basically, that helped me win it all. Due to the study or to my job, I'm pretty limited on time. But at some point I realized that it's not only about playing the game a lot. It's not about like, okay, I only have 1 hour today, I go on the ladder and ladder for an hour, but it's also about thinking about the game and watching some videos, watching some replays of friends or of yourself even. And once I considered this being part of the time I play the game, even though I'm not actually playing, I got way better and I felt way better with the limited time I had. So Bremen was my starting point of realizing that that I can be a great player. And since then I cut 2 more events. I hopefully can win some events soon again. It would be great, but the best thing about the community and about going to tournaments is really meeting the friends. And that's why I will always keep playing for as long as possible.
Pokemon trainers, welcome back. I am Lee Provost and I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by Charlie Merriman. Charlie, how are you doing?
Oh, it's a pleasure, old chaps. to be here. I love it. How about yourself?
No, I'm very pleased that you... I'm now just going back into Scottish. We've been there.
It was a good impression, though. It was very good. I think it was very convincing.
Oh, aye, man. Man. You and your Kingdra, you love your Kingdra, don't you? I'm Tyranitar. That's me all over.
I love Kingdra, yeah. Haven't to have a dragon scale anywhere, old chap.
It's got boxes full of Seedra ready to evolve. Welcome back, traders. Now, I am Charlie Merriman. This is Lee Provost. And we are thrilled to be here, nearly heading into, what is it now, Swiss round 5 of the day? Yeah, yes. Swiss round 5. We had a masterclass of Trick Room being put on there by Alex Soto in the previous game. Really heavy offense. Indeed, Armory Ursaluna, love to see it.
Yeah, brilliant. And I mean, it's always a pleasure to see Alex on stream when he's piloting that sort of team as well, because like Jamie said, Ben said, you know, he's renowned for that sort of archetype, and it's great to see it when it's piloted so well, and Alex does just that. And I think going to be a formidable opponent for everyone in the field here if they come up against him this weekend, because he's just so well versed with how that team works, the intricacies, and just how to get those win cons out of like really difficult situations. You know, that game 1 looked a little bit testing at times, but able to make the adjustment and come out on top really cleanly as well.
Absolutely, the Ursaluna was really threatening the Archaldon in that game. Such a scary team to see in T-Preview as well. I mean,
yeah,
if you can't deny that Trick Room, then you can very easily get swept. It's not like he's relying purely on physical or special attackers. He's got both. He's got the Ursaluna there as well as Hatterene that's able to dish out such damage. And this is obviously a team archetype that's worked so well for Alex Soto in the past. Regulation Set A, absolutely loved, and now we're in Regulation Set H. It's very similar, just with the non-legendary and restricted Pokemon introduced in Teal Mask and Indigo Disc. So yeah, it's doing very well.
Yeah, it is. And like you say, it's not just that physical side of the spectrum with the Ursaluna, it's the special side with the Hatterene, and when it's boosted by the psychic terrain, you've got the expanding force. It's just knocking things out. And yeah, like you say, it's that scary proposition where you think, okay, if I haven't got Y-God, I haven't got a way to stop the Trick Room. And even if I do have a way to stop the Trick Room, then you have to get around the fact that you could have turns where you give a little bit too much space and one time, one opportunity, and then the double Trick Room gets set up and you think, oh, I've got another 4 turns of this.
Yeah, you've got to be really bold trying to go setting up for that Trick Room, reversing it, and then setting it up again. You get a fresh 4 turns. But Lee, we've been doing a lot of open team sheet, best of 3. If we can brave it, maybe we cast our minds back to that closed team sheet best of 1 in the Grand Challenge last weekend. I mean, care to share your experiences of that?
I didn't have a lot of time to play, but what the games I did, I really enjoyed. It always is a little bit of a throwback. I like the change-up. I really appreciate open team sheets, best of 3 format. I think it's the way forward, but I do like the alternative where you have to kind of go back, and it does mix up things a little bit, even in a format. This isn't a stale format by any means. This is really fresh. Players are enjoying it. But even when you get into those kind of stages of a format after a certain period of time, where you've got those stable teams. You've got everyone knows what kind of happening. It's still an opportunity to bring those surprises in, have them do really well, and I just love that. And we're going to have, I believe, a lot more of the challenges, online challenges throughout this year. So it's going to really throw up a lot of different and unique situations with teams and things like that as we go forward.
Certainly will, certainly will. I was running my favorite, Kingdra, right here, along with Politoed, and that is one of my picks for this weekend. I know that Pelipper is the weather setter, the rain setter of choice, but I gotta say, Politoed was able to stick around on the field for a very long time. Very bulky Pokemon, Terra Steel, of course, in the rain, that's gonna mitigate the damage from fire types, yeah. It gets Haze as well, so really good against Dondozo when setting up Pokemon, something like Archaladon. Helping Hand, Muddy Water, good spread damage, but enough about me and my absolutely dreadful run, because that is how it ended up. What about the person who, it seems at this point, has gone all the way to win the Grand Challenge that we just had? It seems to have been Nick Navarre over from the NA scene, running this team of Incineroar, Dragapult, Porygon 2, Amoonguss, Sneasler, and Blood Moon Ursaluna. I mean, with a record of 30-3, whether or not it transpires once all the results have been verified that Nick did win or not, 30-3 is a phenomenal record.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, it's no surprise to see that record and then Neil's name next to it. You know, Nick is such a good player, and really happy for him to see doing so well in this first global challenge as well, and with really unique team choices. I think you've seen the Assault Vest on that Ursaluna as one, the Vacuum Wave is an option there, and I really love that because it gives you the ability to kind of get around some of those more awkward, obscure Pokemon like King Gambit, where you can get rid of it quite quickly. The Sneasler as well, the Dragapult. You know, off camera, we both talked about that lead in particular and how many options that covers just between those two Pokemon makes it difficult for your opponent to kind of lead and properly lead against it. Incredible result. And then you've got the Porygon in there as well.
I know, yeah.
And then that solid 2 of the Amoonguss and the Incineroar, and we know what both of those do, and they did just as good a job in a best-of-3 environment, in a best-of-1, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I really love the what you called out there about there was a fast mode on that team and a slow mode, what with the Dragapult and then something like the Amoonguss Porygon 2, and seems like perhaps Fevzi claiming it was number 2. Again, we don't have the full results coming in yet, but something that we can highlight here, of course, lost to Zoroark. I think this is a very familiar feeling for anyone playing the Grand Challenge. You see it in team preview, you see the Hisuian Zoroarks there. If you're unfamiliar trainers, the illusion ability means that it will just come out looking like a different Pokemon that's in the back of the party until you hit it, and then the illusion wears off. Every time there was Zoroark in team preview, we get in the battle and I instantly forget. I'm like, okay, great, well, I'll just go for a ghost type move into that Annihilate, for example. But then, of course, Zoroark's immune because it's part normal type. And then I sort of shake my head and say, oh, for goodness sake, man, what were you thinking?
And then it's too late by then. It's done the damage.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing about Zoroark as well, it's a very fast Pokemon, like surprisingly fast, I think. You know, some people may forget that aspect of it.
Yeah.
And it does so well. But of course, if you took part in the Global Challenge, let us know at home.
Yeah.
Hashtag play Pokemon, drop your result or your experience with it and let us know here, and we might be able to feature some over this weekend. But we've got our next one.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, we're so pleased to be able to highlight this one. Alberto Nunez, beloved member here of the team backstage, who has done a phenomenal job in the most recent Grand Challenge, earning championship points in the top 128. I believe, you know, as he says there, started the day 4-4 and then just went on an absolute tear. So it just goes to show, do not let that mental fatigue and get you down, because you can still come out with a phenomenal result. An interesting team. Got the Sneasler and Dragapult, Rillaboom, Primarina, Electabuzz, and then the Volcarona. And Volcarona is such a dangerous Pokemon in Regulations at age.
It really is, yeah, especially when it's got that Quiver Dance, and you've got the redirection there with the Electabuzz. We talked about that earlier in the show as well, and, you know, I think a really nice team all in all. You cover a lot of bases there. The Primarina, one of those Pokemon that gives so many other Pokemon in this format a problem as well, and especially if you have got something like the a way around the threat of that Sneasler that can cause you a lot of issues if you're in your base typing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let us know how you got on in that Grand Challenge, trainers. You shouted out just now, Lee. Was that hashtag again?
Play Pokemon.
Certainly is. Use the hashtag Play Pokemon. Get involved in the conversation. Get involved in everything that's going on in this stream as well. Best of 3 open team sheet. A very different kettle of fish, kettle of Magikarp to what we're doing in the best of 1 closed team sheet that we had in the Grand Challenge. Get following on those channels. Make sure you are subscribed so you don't miss a minute of the action this weekend in Dortmund. And of course, this is our very very first EU event of the 2025 season, everybody. It's incredibly exciting. We've got so many more events to come, and so over the coming months, you're going to want to make sure that you are settled and ready for the thrilling Pokemon action that's coming out. How will Regulation Set H develop? Already, here in Dortmund, compared to Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, we're seeing some archetypes starting to settle down in the format, and that means that trainers are just going to try and come up with teams that counter those archetypes.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's the exciting thing about it, because we are in that infancy of the format. We're going to see the development of it over the next few months, where we see the culmination of it before maybe going into another format. But yeah, there's so much to look forward to between now and then, and you think already we're starting to see the development of those teams, and like players I would directly look to is Maurice with that Archaladon, you know, that team with the Annihilate, the Mousehold, a really old favorite with the beat up combination, but used slightly differently here. The Fairy Terra typing on that team as well, I really like, and then you've got the screen support that just makes those already, you know, very defensive Pokemon even more difficult to deal with if you're coming up against it.
Screens are so good right now in Regulation Set H. I would not be surprised. Coming away from this weekend, I'm certainly going to be trying out some Grimmsnarls, or at least some kind of Pokemon that can set up Reflect and Light Screen for myself. But do let us know how you got on in that Grand Challenge, trainers. For full disclosure, day 1, I went 11-4. Days 2 and 3 was pretty much win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1, you know. So didn't really get up that momentum. But that's just the way it works. And we have so many more online tournaments over the coming months, much more than in previous years. So it's a really good opportunity to just build up that practice. Each one can be an end in itself if you feel like you've done well, or if not, then you just use it as practice for the next time. It's really great that we're able to get this high-level tournament practice just from the comfort of our own homes, and potentially even win some championship points.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. The championship points that you get for placing high, there's a lot, you know. I think 170 championship points for first place, which is incredible. You know, it's nearly as much as like doing well at a regional, if not doing as well at a regional, you know. So yeah, definitely get involved, and you get rewards in game as well for taking part as well, which is always nice. Nice little bonus.
Yeah. And someone who's definitely no stranger to championship points is Marco Silva, the winner of the Latin America International Championships in the 2024 season. That itself for the 2025 season is just around the corner, just 6 or so weeks away. Why don't we take a little look back and see Marco Silva's journey through that tournament?
My name is Marco, and I'm from Italy.
Traveled to come to compete against the best, and he'll leave having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion. Not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
I watched the anime a lot when I was a kid, and then, when I had the opportunity, I started playing the video game as well. I started by watching some YouTube videos, and then I got really interested into that, and I looked for all the events that were held in Italy. I definitely look up to Wolfie Glick. In fact, for the last 10 years, every time I see him playing, he basically never does any mistakes, and every day I try to get on the level. My number one goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. Last year I came close, I got top 16, but yeah, I hope that next year I'll be able to improve that.
It goes for the heat wave, connects on both Pokemon. That's a double KO. Marco Hermantha Caldula Silva is going to be advancing into top half.
It definitely will mean a lot since I've been playing for the last 5 years competitively, and that would really make me happy. The feeling of winning definitely drives me the most about competing, since it's probably one of the best feelings in the world.
And one of the best feelings in the world that you can share as well by attending some of these events. You should see the atmosphere out there, trainers. There are so many people here excited for the Play Pokemon action. And as we saw in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, Nicholas Morales, first regional championships ever attended, went all the way on one. So really, it could be anyone out there who's winning today, especially in such a new sort of fertile format as Regulation Set H, where there's so much paint being thrown at the wall and seeing what sticks.
It's such a good advertisement for those newer players at home that are maybe like considering or contemplating, do I go to an event or not? I've just started getting into playing Pokemon, and I don't know whether I should. These players, and it's been kind of a common theme through the last few years in Scarlet and Violet where we've had those new trainers come in for their first event and then winning the whole thing. So there's nothing stopping you. You have a great time. The people here, like you say, the event itself is vibrant. It's brilliant, and you just experience it. Even if coming in with no expectations, you're always going to have a great time. But you never know, you might surprise yourself as well along the way.
The best way to improve is just to start. You've got to make mistakes in order to improve along the way. And yeah, we can focus, we can spotlight these great trainers like Marco Silva. Fundamentally, what that doesn't show is, I'm sure, the number of losses that have been there along the way in order to get to that position. Exactly. It's all going to start somewhere. Every step along the journey is going to be helping you. Speaking of every step along the journey, it's nearly time that we got into our next Swiss round here in Dortmund. And what do you want to see coming out of this next round, Lee? What Pokemon haven't we seen that we could? We were talking about Quaquaval before.
I'd love to see Quaquaval. I just love the ability that it has with that upper hand move that got introduced in the DLCs for Scarlet and Violet, where it can kind of get around that priority without having to have a specific Pokemon on your team to kind of prevent the priority, like we see with Fergaraf or Serena, for instance. Where with the upper hand, you can kind of really catch your opponent out. If they go for a fake out, then you can use that. You can do damage and you stop it right in its tracks. It's a bit like Quick Guard, but with damage added to it, so it's really nice. So Quaquaval will be a great one to see, I think.
Cool.
Another water-type Pokemon I'd love to see is Hisui and Samurott. I really love that Pokemon. So that would be a one for me personally, but, you know, I think anything that we do get served up this next round will be really good. We've had Electabuzz, actually. I wouldn't mind seeing some Magmar action.
Some Magmar
balance it out, you know.
Do you want to see my Quaquaval impression?
Yeah, come on.
We've got a desk in the way, but it's like...
Oh, that's very good. That's very good.
Like that? Yeah. Hey, stop.
Where's the cards?
Yeah. 10. Strictly come Quaquaval. But now let's take a look at the standings. How are the trainers doing so far in Dortmund? Let's see what trainers we have up there. And would you look at that? Number 2, Michael Kelsch, the semi-finalist in Worlds 2023, top 4 in Worlds 2024, and running very familiar Pokemon at this point: Sneasler, Dragapult, then the Primarina as well. There you go, Lee. There's your Magmar that you were talking about. It's the sort of counterpart to Electabuzz, let's say, holding an Eviolite, boosting up its defenses, able to redirect with Follow Me, and a trainer who won the Stockholm Regional Championships last season as well. So certainly looking to do the same again on home turf.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. And Michelle, just an incredible player. You know, coming out of Worlds in Yokohama, getting to the final, and you think, wow, that's the first big result you've had. But then coming the next season, when Michelle didn't need to go for the invite, had it locked up for Honolulu, but decided, no, I'm going to play. I'm going to prove that I am as good as, you know, people think I am. And he did just that, and then performed so extremely well at Worlds, and then coming in and continuing this is just, it's no surprise to see Michelle where he is in the standings, always near the top tables, and running a really interesting looking team with that Magmar in particular, where you would say normally something like the Electabuzz would be the option there, but obviously doing a lot of work for Michelle.
Yeah, a lot of work indeed. And it's a really important thing to note. You do well at the World Championships, you automatically qualify for the next year. And again, it could be you, such a new trainer to the scene. Davide Correa, this is a trainer to the scene who perhaps has slightly more experience than Michael Kelsch in previous years, running that Vivian. And I got to tell you, Lee, in the Grand Challenge, I went up against Davide Correa. He was running that Vivian, yes. It was slim. We said GGs to each other afterwards, but it was Davide who came out on top. And that Vivian, compound eyes, boosting up the accuracy of Sleep Powder, which goes fast, coming out of a Vivian. It's really difficult to deal with, especially if it has a Focus Sash too. You're going to need 2 hits at least to be able to get rid of that Pokemon, and it's such a nice one to see on the team here.
Yeah, and it's so disruptive in the way that it can support with that Tailwind as well, and then it's got the redirection. It's kind of got like a lot of those really key supportive moves for teams bundled all into one Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then, like you say, with the compound eyes, you can't give it the room, and because of the Focus Sash, it's got the room regardless of what you do, because whatever's next to it then has the ability just to, you know, you've got the Goldingo there, you can go for the Nasty Plot pretty freely in those situations because the focus is so heavily down on that one Pokemon. And with a player like David that's so good and got so much experience, he'd be able to really elevate that advantage and take, you know, use these Pokemon to their full potential.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of Garchomp in the format, and that could threaten Vivian with something like a Rock Slide. Also, some Tyranitar. We haven't seen too many Tyranitar yet today, but it's certainly a Pokemon that's running around out there in Regulation Set H. And now, Davide Moralia, an Italian player as well, who I had the pleasure of interviewing at a previous event last season. Really a lovely chat. I'm running the Hydreigon there as well. We've seen the Double Dragon already on stream with Dragonite and Garchomp, but this is Hydreigon and Garchomp. Hydreigon, the way I've seen that used the most in Regulation Set H is with a Scope Lens and Focus Energy and boosting on that critical hit chance. That can just hit very hard with access to a wide move pool that it gets.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong Pokemon. It gets ground coverage with Earth Power. It gets fire coverage. It gets obviously those big, powerful Dragon type attacks as well, and it gets Flash Cannon as well. So you've got, you know, your Steel coverage as well there. And the nice thing about going for that Steel Terrestrialization with it is has that Levitate ability, which means you've got that immunity to those ground type attacks. So can just sit next to that Garchomp pretty freely and just kind of fire off attacks alongside its double dragon partner, you know. So really nice to see there the dog typing of Hydreigon as well. Really strong Pokemon, and it's good to see these combinations that were once, you know, commonly seen in really way older formats. Double Dragon coming back and doing so well, and I think because of the amount of steel types you've got in the format right now, I think it's really suppressing the fairy types from being able to kind of come in and keep those dragons in check.
That's true.
And those dragons are having a really good time. Whether that stays the same as we go forward, but at the moment the dragons are having a great time.
Yeah, they're having an absolute dragon dance to their dragon party. I can picture the Dragonite like doing some kind of pin the tail on the Dragonite, maybe. They're just having a boogie disco ball going.
Who's the DJ?
Who's the DJ? I can see Garchomp with its sort of arm fins. I can see it. I can see it on the decks. Yeah, Garchomp on the decks, and who's going to be the best who's the best mover on the floor? Which Dragon Pokemon is the best dancer? Do you reckon?
I reckon Hydrapple.
Hydrapple. Oh, I love that. Yeah, doing the worm. Quite literally, the worm on the dance floor. Yeah, I love that. Well, anyway, coming out of that Dragon Fiesta, right back to here in Dortmund. And I think another really important thing to call out about the Hydreigon with that Terra Steel is, of course, normally it's taking double damage from Fairy, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And Steel means it's now taking resisted damage. So all of a sudden, all of these Pokemon that, you know, really were lacking something become viable thanks to Terrestrialization. Got to be careful, though, on the flip side, if you're building a team like that, because then if you're bringing Hydreigon to a game, you probably want to Terror it, and that's taking that option away from other Pokemon. So all of these mind games afloat in the scene in Regulation Set H right now, trainers. So things to bear in mind when you're building your own teams. But why don't we bear in mind the matches that we have going on in the venue right now, trainers, and what we're going to be featuring for you on stream. Let's see which Pokemon are out there in the field.
Yeah, let's have a look. We've got a notable matches for round 5 coming up now, and the matches obviously that we will be featuring as well. So we have got an absolute treat for you all this next one.
Yeah, we certainly do. We were just talking about the lack of Tyranitar we've seen so far, but there is Matteo Spadaro running the Tyranitar and the Volcarona and Grimmsnarl for the screen support too, up against Michael Kelsch, top 4 worlds this year and semi-finalist last year, running that Magmar. So able to feature some Pokemon that we haven't seen so commonly thus far, but I really want to call out Roberto Parente as well, running the Delphox. This is a Pokemon I was talking about earlier today, and the Indeedee male.
Yeah.
It's a slightly different build on that Indeedee as opposed to the female that you can see just above from Alex Soto, who we just featured on stream. But very fast and hard, expanding forces coming out from Delphox. I've really got my eye on Delphox heading into Regulation Set H.
Yeah, I really like that. And the other aspect about the Indeedee male is that it's got the ability, because of its being so fast, normally seen running the Imprison Trick Room combination. So you have that Trick Room element if you need it ever, but you have the really unique way of being able to prevent your Pokemon from, your opponent from setting up that Trick Room as well. So would love to see some of that action later on in the broadcast. So hopefully Roberto can keep on winning, especially with that Delphox, which, I think it's a really good shout. It's very dangerous, especially with that Psychic and the Fire typing. It's very unique.
Yeah, I went up against more than I'd like to admit Delphox in the Grand Challenge, and every time my heart sank. but hopefully...
You had a Kingdra, though.
I know I had a Kingdra, but Expanding Force, that's still dealing massive damage against the Kingdra. Yeah, I had the Archaludon as well. I guess that was Incineroar. That was probably the best I had. Anyway, here's Michelle with friendly Oshawott welcoming us to the table as these trainers get settled and ready to go. Now, Michelle, from what we've seen from him in the past, loves to hit fast and hard. He really likes those hyper offense modes of play, and maybe starting to experiment a bit more with team compositions he can go with, especially as we look at his achievements there. I mean, you can't be running two mono a kind of composition with achievements like that.
That's 2 seasons.
Yeah.
That's incredible, isn't it? Yeah, but like you say, he's got a very unique play style. I think a methodical way of playing the game. Let me look over at Mattia's side of the field as well. That Stockholm top 32 regional finish from last season. So, you know, a very strong finish, because all the regionals last year were extremely difficult. So even getting into those upper echelons of those finishes is an extremely good accomplishment just on its own.
No, absolutely, yeah. It's so thrilling to see all of these new trainers giving it a go, saying, you know what, I will attend an event, and I guarantee it won't be their last. We all have such a fantastic time here. And there it is. There is the Magmar. Vital Spirit, of course, prevents sleep. Overheat, Will-O-Wisp, Follow Me, and Protect. Really nice options in order to deal a good amount of damage with the Overheat, but then burning, really crucial against, for example, a setting up physical attacking Pokemon. Something like a Kingambit that Michelle is running himself as well. Terra Dark, though, so Contrast lies away from, for example, a fighting type weakness. And then Choice Band Dragapult. So exciting.
Yeah, I love that. And the other thing, when we look up at the Primarina, has got access to Haze, so a way to shut down any potential setup from the opposing side of the field. And the high horsepower as well on the Rillaboom's an interesting choice there, giving you ways to really do some good, significant damage to those ground weak Pokemon that are so predominant in this format.
And now we have Mateo's team with that Grimmsnarl. Taunt is often that 4th move slot on Grimmsnarl after Spirit Break, Reflect, and Light Screen. Kind of up for grabs, and he gets access to some really great ones. But Taunt here, going to be able to shut down any moves that aren't dealing damage. Ursaluna, a Pokemon that is so threatening, whatever format it's allowed in. Now, Porygon 2 with the Terra Fighting as well. This is something we saw coming out in Baltimore. It covers some weaknesses there, able to deal super effective damage to, for example, an Ursaluna or other normal types or steel types on the opposing side of the field, for example. There's Tyranitar with its most common Terra type, I would say at this point, the Terra Flying, and Terra Blast to deal some flying type damage. If you were to tell me in previous, generations of Pokemon that Tyranitar could learn a flying type move, wouldn't really make sense. But of course, in Generation 9 with Terra Blast, it just becomes the type of whatever Terra type that Pokemon has after terastallizing.
Yeah, I love the concept here that Matteo's going down, because I think with the screen support, you think, okay, well, we've got some already good defensively built Pokemon, but you're going a step further when you look at the terastallization choices as well there, where all of the terastallization choices across the board on his side are going to be ones that are those defensive ones. So giving you that prolonged longevity on top of the screen support, it makes it very difficult for your opponent to break through those sort of teams, and it gives you the room to set up potential trick rooms with the Porygon 2, get your Saluna into a good position, or even that Tyranitar, which is running that Assault Vest. I love the Taunt as well, because especially when we're looking at this matchup in particular, the one thing that you could say would threaten things like that Tyranitar, things like the Annihilate, would be the Will-O-Wisp from that Magmar. So being able to shut that down, not only stop the Will-O-Wisp there, but stop that redirection as well, is really going to be key in allowing Matteo to kind of get some sort of momentum swing in this game. I do love the fighting terastallization though on that Porygon 2. We don't see too often the psychic types, and we've already talked about how fairy types are few and far between at the moment in the format, so that could play a big part in this game.
Well, Grimmsnarl and Porygon 2 going to come out right away, trainers. Perhaps not the most offensive lead, but it's certainly one that is going to be causing some problems for Michelle here. You got Magmar and the Dragapult on the field. Michelle, of course, wants to hit hard and fast, but when you've got the screens and you've got something as bulky as Porygon 2 with the Eviolite, going to be tricky.
Yeah, Matteo in a really good position here to just get that Reflect Up turn 1. It's going to give the Porygon 2 a little bit more of a buffer. It's already going to be able to take those big, powerful Dragon-type attacks. And do you lock into the Outrage here? Because if you do, it's kind of risky in this position. Maybe you want to reposition that Dragapult, but we're not seeing it here. You're seeing that Grimmsnarl get that Reflect set up.
There is Reflect and Dragapult. We could say at this point, partner Pokemon, and Michelle loves to run a Dragapult in the taunts we've seen him in. Going for the U-turn, pivoting around to reveal one of the Pokemon in the back. We have the privileged position of being able to see what is lurking in the back back for Michelle here. And yeah, I mean, we've got a nice little Firewater Grass core there. And coming into this situation, looking like it might be the Primarina joining the field. That's going to be threatening the Grimmsnarl for super effective damage with its Fairy type moves.
Yeah, and it's I think out of the two, there were options there. The Primarina had to be the choice there. It comes in, it can start threatening the Grimmsnarl on Matthew's side of the field, start getting rid of that, because the longer that stays around in the field, the more disruptive it will be. And it's also got access to that Spirit Break as well, so you kind of want to remove it to prevent those special attack drops on your side as soon as possible. Porygon 2, of course, getting the Trick Room set up there, so now in a position where it's favorable in the speed tiering.
Exactly, Porygon 2 going to be going before some of the faster Pokemon, because that is exactly what Trick Room does, reverses the speed order here, and it's going to be Porygon 2 now switching. It's done its duty, it's twisted the dimensions, coming out instead. Here comes Ursaluna. Really nice switch here, because at the end of this turn, it will get the burn from the Flame Orb. We don't have to stall a turn by protecting, but let's see what the Primarina can achieve. Going for a super effective Hyper Voice. Good thing that Light Screen was set up by the Grimmsnarl, mitigating the damage, but there is the burn. So all that's going to do is going to be boosting the attack of the Ursaluna ever so slightly faster. Flame Orb doesn't need to activate now. It's got that boost to its Guts ability. Guts, of course, boosted by any kind of status condition, and the burn is not going to be halving the attack. Quite the opposite. It's going to be doing even more damage with its ground and facade moves.
Yeah, that's it. And I think you played it so well, Mateo, here, but also covering bases as well. If you're Michelle, you've got that Primarina into a nice position where it can threaten the Ursaluna. You've just got to utilize that Magmar this turn and make sure that you do remove the Ursaluna from the field if you can. If you are going to sacrifice your Magmar, you are going to pull in using that Follow Me. You have to be careful about doing that, though, because the Grimmsnarl, although has switched out, did have access to that Taunt, which it could fire into that slot and shut it down.
Well, Porygon 2 going to be rejoining the fray instead here as the Grimmsnarl switches out, and Primarina deciding that it doesn't like the face of this big scary bear on the field right now. Magmar also protecting, so Michelle just angling to stall out some turns of Trick Room here. It only lasts for a few turns, then it will expire, and then Michelle will be out acting faster again outside of the Trick Room reverse speed orders environment. And of course, the Ursaluna not protected from its burn that is ever whittling away at its health.
Yeah, and the problem is with it as well, you kind of in this situation, you want to probably, like, you do want to go for the Facade, but doing that, you're probably just going to get redirected, and it could be into that Magmar. And as we are kind of seeing the potential there is the option to go for the Terrestrialization on the Magmar into that Ghost type. If it does and it pulls in the Facade, it's going to be immune, so that you'll get no utility out of the Ursaluna this turn. And you want to go for the Earthquake, but it's conflicting because you've got nothing on your side of the field that can resist that. So you're going to take damage whatever you do, whatever you lock into, and do you kind of take the risk? We are going to get into it, though. We look like we're seeing a Terrestrialization.
Yeah, that is going to be Magmar going all spooky, taking a walk on the ghostly side, becoming a ghost type. The Porygon 2 over on Mateo's end also has access to Terra Blast. We do see Porygon 2 sometimes going for the Bear Terra Blast out of Terrestrializing, because Porygon 2 can deal a significant amount of damage with that move, but because it's a ghost type, will not be affecting it. But instead, it's a big old Earthquake with a critical hit onto the Magmar to boot. Primarina able to have a little bit of a snack here, getting ready to perform its Aria coming up later in the turn. And of course, damaging his own Porygon 2 there as well. But yes, that was the Terra Blast coming out, redirected into the Magmar, being a ghost type, not going to be taking any damage. And now that Ursaluna is just one burn away, it looks like, from going down.
Yeah, but a really nice play there from Matteo saying, okay, well, if I commit to this Facade, we talked about it, I could get punished for it. And exactly what would have happened in that situation after the Terrestrialization from Michelle. Going for the Earthquake, you do get some damage onto the Porygon 2, but you can see the value in that Light Screen from earlier on from that Grimmsnarl, able to take those Hyper Voices from the Primarina so comfortably. Like you say, it's going to get one more turn out, but do we just see the double protect on Michelle's side just to stall that out so the Ursaluna goes down? Maybe it opens a little bit of a window for Mateo to do something else, switch it out, maybe save it for later, or just go on the attack and maybe trying to catch something as we're seeing a switch in here.
That ghostly Magmar vanishes from the field as Rillaboom is switched in just in time, ready to provide a fake out on the next turn. There's Primarina going for the protect as well, and of course if you're the Porygon 2, you can just recover all of that HP back, having taken damage from the Earthquake. But here comes another Earthquake being fired off, and of course Rillaboom going to be mitigating that damage thanks to the Grassy Terrain. A critical hit on the own Porygon 2 there from Mateo, but there is that recover coming back out. This Rubber Duck is now looking all squeaky and new with a lot more HP to its name as well. However, the Grassy Terrain here is going to make sure that the Ursaluna is out of range of being knocked out by its own burn.
Yeah, that's the one drawback here.
Yeah.
You think, okay, I'm going to bring the grassy terrain in to weaken the Earthquake, but at the same time, you kind of allow that Ursaluna at least one more turn. And now the Ghost type isn't on the field in the Magmar. And you can lock into that facade, but you've got to get around this next turn of Fake Out that's active from the Rillaboom. Easy able to go into that slot and just take it down. If you are Mateo, maybe at this stage you just say, okay, I'm going to allow that to go down. I'm going to get some utility out of my Porygon 2. Try and get some good damage onto either the Rillaboom or that Primarina.
Porygon 2, from its download ability, got a boost to its physical attack there. What you really want to see is the special attack boost, then it becomes a real offensive threat. Fake Out coming out into the Porygon 2, not allowing it to set up Trick Room this turn, as the Primarina is able to go for another Hyper Voice, serenading the Pokemon on the field, but just look at how little damage the Porygon 2 takes from that. For now, Michael going to be wanting to target down this Porygon 2, trying to remove it from the field before the dimensions get all twisted again.
Yeah, really nice play there from Michelle, going for the Fake Out into that Porygon 2, kind of saying, okay, I know you're going to protect the Ursaluna because of the threat, but you're in that similar situation this next turn, regardless if a Trick Room is up or not. You've got the Grassy Gry that's going to threaten and pick up a knockout there, but it does take away all the attention from the Rillaboom, so doing a job in that sort of respect, where the Porygon 2 is less threatened going into this next turn.
Wood Hammer, big hammer connecting down on that Porygon 2, boosted by the grassy terrain. The Reflect working wonders here, and the Hyper Voice also not going to be enough. The Porygon 2 very low health, but that is okay. The Ursaluna going down here finally took enough damage. The Ursaluna that was so threatening on the field, but it doesn't go to the Trick Room. It's just a big Ice Beam into the Rillaboom. It does not get the freeze, thankfully, for Michelle. Interesting here. So the Porygon 2 could have set up Trick Room. It depends on the final Pokemon in the back for Mateo. Maybe Trick Room is not the favored environment for that Pokemon. And once again, the Porygon 2 can just recover it all away. And that's going to be the Volcarona joining the field here.
Yeah, and this is a Pokemon that really doesn't enjoy Trick Room too much, depending on what it's got access to, of course. But it does, in this scenario, have that Struggle Bug, which is going to hit the Rillaboom for super effective damage, and then weaken that Primarina as well. You've still got to consider that you've got to keep things as healthy as possible, you know, especially with the Porygon 2. I think it's quite pivotal for that Dragapult in the end game, where we know that is still in the back. The Magmar's low health at this stage, but it's about getting rid of the threats on the field right now. That Rillaboom is threatened quite heavily here from the Volcarona, and we're going to see the second Terastallization, this time from Matteo's side of the field.
Finally time for this Volcarona to get sparkly right now for Mateo. It's become a Dragon type from Moth. Getting all Draconian right now as this Volcarona lets out its victory cry on the field. Here comes a big overheat connecting down into the Rillaboom. Of course it's going to be enough for the knockout here, but at the cost of special attack to this Volcarona, reducing the move after being used. And now all eyes coming down to this Primarina. Another Hyper Voice coming out, resisted by the Volcarona, where once it was super effective, and there we go, this Porygon 2 is just left once more to be able to recover. This Porygon 2 is very quickly becoming the Rubber Duck Thorn in Michelle's side.
Yeah, definitely, and just because it's so hard to take down and you don't really have a good way to deal the damage that you need to get rid of it quickly and effectively, we are going to see the Dragapult come in, and that's maybe something that you could combine with the Primarina. The one thing that you would say about that Volcarona now, it has taken a -2 special attack drop from that overheat, so it has to switch out, but you've got a pretty free switch into the Grimmsnarl in the back, and even if it does go down, it's not the worst thing in the world. And it's also got that Fairy typing, so it has the immunity to the Dragon type as well. So in a nice position, the Shiel's got a little bit of work to do, has got some offensive threats on the field right now. The Volcarona in a little bit of a position where you want to maybe switch it out just so you can get more utility in the later game. But the Porygon 2, like you say, maybe you try and get that Trick Room up, because if you can, you're in a way more favorable position.
Dragapult going to be absolutely key for Michelle heading into this late game. It's really the only Pokemon right now for him that can deal significant enough damage, especially to the Porygon 2. Here comes the Dragon Darts into the Porygon 2, both of them redirected, because of course Grimmsnarl is a Fairy type, wouldn't be taking any damage there. Big Moonblast into the Grimmsnarl, but the Grimmsnarl hangs on here, and that's an Ice Beam connecting into the Dragapult. It's got to fear that Porygon 2. Are we going to see a freeze? No, we're not, fortunately. Just going to be that grassy terrain recovery. So really, Porygon 2 and Dragapult threatening each other mightily right now.
Yeah, now the problem is Michelle has locked into that Dragon Dart.
Yeah.
So if you need to, before this Volcarona comes onto the field, you need to remove the Dragapult, because the Dragapult will be able to pick up a knockout quite easily into that Volcarona. The problem is you're so low health. I think there the Porygon 2 would have been better going for the Trick Room than going for the Recover the next turn and allowing the Grimmsnarl to maybe get an attack off like the Spirit Break into the Dragapult this turn, and then you can try and deal with the Primarina. It's still a big threat because Terastallizing into the Dragon type, you're susceptible to those fairy type attacks that the Primarina's got access to as well. It's really difficult to make a decision, but coming right down to the wire here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be another Dragon Dance. It's finally going to be enough for this Rubber Duck to be out of the bath and back into the Pokeball. That's Porygon 2 down. Just the Grimmsnarl and the Volcarona left here. And now that Terra Dragon on the Volcarona may well come back to bite it in the face of the Dragon Ball hanging on. I think this is exactly what Michelle likes to do. It kind of looks dicey for him, but then he finds a way to navigate the Trick Room, has enough HP remaining on his Pokemon to pivot around and get back in the position that you love to be in. Of course, you've got the Magmar in the back. It can still deal significant damage with Overheat in other matchups. When you've just got a Terra Dragon Volcarona, all you need is the Dragon Dance.
Yeah, and I mean, even if one of these threats on Michelle's side goes down, you've got that Magmar to bring in, redirect.
Oh my goodness.
But we're not going to need it. Dragon Darts, more than enough, boosted by that Choice Band for Michelle to take game one.
Dragapult firing off its trusty little Dreepies from its side cannons into that Volcarona. Michelle played absolutely phenomenally there. It just goes to show that even when you're running a more hyper offense team like Michelle is running, you don't need to worry necessarily when that Trick Room goes off. If you have the tools to be able to deal with it, if you're able to protect around it enough, just as Michelle was able to do there, then you may well come out on top. And I think that was a real masterclass as to how to play around it that way, actually.
Yeah, exactly, because I think you've got to really congratulate Matteo with how much pressure he was able to apply in that game, especially when you get the screens up early on, you get the good utility with the Porygon 2 to get the Trick Room set up, and then the Ursaluna on the field, taking the Will-O-Wisp on the switching, kind of saving the job of the Flame Orb item there, but in a position where it's going to really start doing some disruptive damage. But Michelle just taking their time in that situation, protecting where they can to just stall out those turns, utilizing the Rillaboom in the right way. The Terrestrialization as well with that Ghost typing makes it difficult then for the Ursaluna to decide what to do. Do I go for a Facade and then risk it doing nothing because of the Follow Me, or do I lock in with the Earthquake and just not get the damage that I need in this situation while my Trick Room turns are ticking away?
Yeah, exactly. And ticking away is exactly the name of the game. And the thing is, Porygon 2, it felt like in that previous game, felt like on quite a few of the turns, it was having slightly too much asked of it. You kind of want it to recover and set up Trick Room at the same time.
Yeah.
Want it to fire off an Ice Beam and set up Trick Room at the same time. And so working out how best to play that Porygon 2, where best to target your moves with the Porygon 2 is going to be absolutely crucial for Matteo. It was amazing to see just how little damage some of Michelle's Pokemon were doing to the Porygon 2. So the theme that's coming out here, Lee, I think, is just trying to target it down and deal with it sooner rather than later, especially because then you're paving the way for the Ursaluna if you get the Porygon 2 with Trick Room set up.
Yeah, I think if you got those two positioned well and, you know, they're able to dish out damage freely like they weren't really able to in that first game, then I think you're going to be in a much better position. But it's whether or not you go down that route straight away, or do you maybe lean on something a little bit more like the Annihilate, which could change things up.
Well, it's going to be Paldean champion Annihilate joining the field alongside the Volcarona, but another switch up too. Sneasler and Dragapult. Sneasler, the Pokemon that with its Dark Claw move could make another Pokemon have a nap, have a poison, or have a paralysis on the field.
Yeah, the Annihilate's a great Pokemon to come in against it. It doesn't have to worry about that fake out, of course, and the Dire Claw not going to be doing super effective damage. You do, on the other hand, have to worry about this Dragapult, because we have seen how devastatingly strong this Pokemon can be if it's not kept in check because of that Choice Band item and the potential threat of that Outrage as well.
Well, an immediate turn 1 Terrestrialization here in Game 2, and it's going to be targeted down into the Dragapult once more. Well, for Mikhail right now, going into that Terra Dragon, so going all in on the offense right now. The Dragon Dart's going to be dealing even more damage with the Choice Band, with the Terra Dragon. Of course, that is how Terrestrialization works. You get an extra boost if it's of the same type. Oh my goodness. Volcarona down to only about a third of its HP. Annihilate the same, but you do give it a little stack to its Rage Fist. Here comes the Dire Claw, just enough to knock out the Volcarona. Don't need to worry about the status.
No, not at all. You don't need it there if you're boosting that Dragon Darts with that Terrestrialization. The Annihilate does get the bulk up off, which is great, but you've taken so much damage in the process, which might be a little too much for you to get, you know, the utility, the use out of it going forward in this match. This Sneasler and that Dragapult, so oppressive as a lead. And, you know, the Porygon 2 coming in now, it's in a great position, but you've got to worry about that close combat now that really threatens you. And do you go into that fighting type? It's not going to be much benefit against the Dragapult. It's not going to give you any sort of support either here. And are you in the position where you can protect with the Annihilate and then you can get that Trick Room up? Because I think if you can do that, if you are Matteo, you're in a much better position to then start threatening the Dragapult with potentially the Rage Fist there and pick picking up the damage or a Drain Punch into it to try and recover some health. But you've still got to worry about the Pokemon sitting next to it, the Sneasler, which is threatening your Porygon 2 every turn this match.
Well, Porygon 2 now going to become overall fighting of its own. It's got its fist on its head, ready to go, and it's going to be training in the dojo alongside its partner fighting type, Annihilate. And here comes another big Dragon Dance down into Porygon 2. Really good damage into that bulky Pokemon. How is the Annihilate going to take this? It is going to hang on thanks to that bulk up defense boost on the previous turn, and it's going to be close combat into the Porygon 2. So the Annihilate is left free reign right now. It's got 2 boosts to its Rage Fist, and that's going to be the defense drop coming out on the Sneasler. Big Drain Punch coming out into the Dragapult. Is no longer immune to that because it's terrestrialized into a pure Dragon type. Annihilate gets a nice little bit of recovery. Michelle's going to be a little bit careful here as the Trick Room goes up, and he's got 2 of the fastest possible Pokemon on his side of the field.
Not in the best position right now. The Trick Room play is great, and I love the fact that Mateo didn't protect there. It was such a tempting thing to do to make sure that if you got the Trick Room up, you were in that position where you were able to get it. But the other thing to consider here is the smart targeting of Dragon Darts. If you protect with the Annihilate, the Dragon Darts would go into there, so you weren't really in much of a situation where you could protect with the Annihilate, even though you wanted to, because the Porygon 2 would have went down. But we are going to see the Porygon 2 just keep itself on the field a little bit longer with that recover.
But the Drain Punch cannot be said the same for this Dragon Ball. That's going down. A nice another bit of recovery here for this Annihilate. Perhaps Michelle's game plan heading into this game is not going to the plan that he envisioned as the Dragon Ball and the terrestrialization option is down. And now he has a good few turns of Trick Room to see out right now. That close combat just not doing enough. And the Sneasler just reducing its own defenses. It is carrying the Focus Sash, so that means that it's going to be surviving at least one hit here. And that Poison Touch on the Sneasler, really great ability that it has. Really nice for it to come out here, actually, into the Porygon 2, so it will be whittling it away. It can still recover, of course, and perhaps Michelle was hoping that at some point it could Dire Claw that Porygon 2 and buy some time, put it to sleep, perhaps, but as it is, just the Poison.
Yeah, the Poison's great, because you're kind of almost locking that Porygon 2 into the decision where you have to go for the Recover to stick around on the field long enough. But if you do that, you're not getting any offensive kind of damage out, and you really want to be doing that with the Trick Room. And if you decide to go for an attacking move, you're not hitting anything for super effective here with that terrestrialization, with the Primarina coming out. This is why it complements this Dragapult and the Sneasler so well. Coming out in front of these 2 fighting type Pokemon, going to be able to really put on a lot of pressure, and both of them have taken a lot of damage so far as the Rillaboom is joining the fray.
Yeah, Rillaboom joining really, really healthy, and Annihilate going to be able to recover a little bit thanks to this grassy terrain that's been so kindly set up by the Rillaboom here. Here comes a Terra Fighting Terra Blast into the Rillaboom that's just joined here. Love to see that Terra Fighting Terra Blast animation. It's so cool. Rillaboom taking just a little bit of chip damage right now. And the Annihilate, it just goes to show the fine margins that come in at high-level competitive play. If Mateo hadn't gone for that bulk up on the earlier turn, then the Annihilate would have gone down to the Dragon Darts, and then Mikhail is in a much easier position heading into the rest of the game. Or an easier, I'm not sure about much. And even though it was surviving on such little HP, look at that. The Annihilate now back at half, essentially.
Yeah, and it has got access to the Drain Punch. It can go into the Rillaboom now and claim a little bit more of that health back, of course, with the immunity to the Fake Out. Doesn't need to worry about that there. Porygon 2, on the other hand, does, of course. And the Primarina is still in that position where it really isn't threatened too much other than the Rage Fist. It does have to worry about that because it has been boosted a couple of times now where it will be hitting extremely hard, especially after that bulk up additional boost to its attacking stat. But the nice thing about getting the Sneasler off the field was you reset those close combat drops, so it can come in a little bit fresher than it was feeling a close combat or 2 ago.
But the Rage Fist stacks onto the Annihilate will remain even after it switched out, as Grimmsnarl is going to be joining the field right now. It will set up the screens. It's interesting to have Grimmsnarl in the back. You don't often see that, but nice targeting from Michelle there. Into the Grimmsnarl, bringing that Grimmsnarl down very low indeed, but Prankster ability means that the Grimmsnarl is going to be able to set up screens and go for other status moves before anything that Michelle can do.
Yeah, but you've got that Fake Out now access on the Sneasler on Michelle's side, so you can slow down that Grimmsnarl a little bit, and maybe even go into the Porygon 2 to prevent it going for any other supporting options like resetting up the Trick Room again. And, you know, I think it's a really nice option here. You want to try and get rid of that Grimmsnarl as soon as possible, so it forces that Annihilate back out onto the field in a preferable position where you have then got that Primarina still healthy. It's not really threatened here, and it is able to close this matchup against that fighting Terra-type Porygon 2 that's really not looking forward to taking any potential Moonblasts on that slot.
Well, there comes the Fake Out into the Porygon 2 instead of the Grimmsnarl, so potentially it could have stayed on the field here, but Moonblast can connecting now. Super effects down to Porygon 2. Still not enough, but this is where the poison could come in absolutely crucial if that grassy terrain weren't on the field. It's recovering and it's taking it slightly away. Mateo trying to pivot around really expertly here with the Annihilate and the Grimmsnarl in the back, but actually that poison was enough, just about, to secure the knockout onto the Porygon 2. So that's the Terra down as well for Mateo. Michelle now at a 3-2 Pokemon advantage.
Yeah, just controlling this match extremely well, making it hard for Mateo to get any sort of momentum here, and coming down to the Grimmsnarl, it is going to be able to come in, it is going to be able to offer some sort of screen support. You got to expect it would be the light screen to give you a little bit more support against that Primarina. Go for the Rage Fist into that Primarina, try and remove it from the field. But if Michelle kind of detects that, can just go for a Protect here and utilize that Sneasler. Sneasler has got the Focus Sash still intact, so it has got that little bit of a security blanket where it can get an attack off, remove something, or just get some useful damage onto that Annihilate.
It's actually going to be the Reflect coming out onto the field as Diaclaw connects down into the Grimmsnarl, secures the knockout. Michelle has been playing this so well. Of course, the poison activation from Poison Touch on the Sneasler was very fortunate for Michelle there, as the Rage Fist connects down to Primarina. Not enough to secure the knockout, and Primarina is able to recover a little bit of HP thanks to his berry. But as it turned out, that poison that came out from the Sneasler was just enough to secure the knockout on the Porygon 2. It's absolutely huge. And there's the Moonblast. That is going to be finishing up the Annihilate right now. And that is going to be Michelle Kelsch advancing to 5-0, winning Swiss Round 5 here in Dortmund.
Incredible, incredible play from Michelle, and our winner of round 5, and doing it in such fashion as well. Really, really relaxed going into that match. Not easy though. I tried to make it as hard as possible, but I don't think Michelle felt at risk at any point there. I think he knew exactly what he had to do in that game and just played the line so well in that, you know, and it goes back to that Dragapult Sneasler, and you think, okay, they've done a little bit of work. The Trick Room's up, but Primarina just complements them so well and can come in, and then what you do against the Primarina, especially if you're committing to that Terastallization on the Porygon 2, you haven't really got a way to damage that Primarina anymore. And yeah, it just slipped away from Mateo, unfortunately, but extremely well done from Michelle. Wouldn't expect anything less.
Well, yeah, exactly. But as you say, Mateo did play so well, really trying to throw a spanner in Michelle's works. And I think it came down to, certainly in that game 1, for me, the Porygon 2 was the most valuable Pokemon. But then also, it just sort of had that 4-move syndrome of, okay, but also I would, or not so much 4-move syndrome, but I like to be doing more than one thing at a time here. Let's take a look at this little replay from game 2 of this set. Dragonar's absolutely massive, removing one key threat from Mateo's side of the field very, very swiftly, followed up by the Sneasler here. And the Annihilate taking a good amount of damage as well. But then, of course, Mateo went for that bulk up and was able to hang on with the Annihilate, able to recover back with the Drain Punch here. So Mateo really doing everything they could. I'm not sure they could have played that much better, really. There was a bit of pivoting around of the Annihilate and the Grimmsnarl that maybe could have been, those turns maybe could have been used to better advantage. But as it was, yeah, Michelle with, as you say, that Primarina able to deal such valuable complementation to the Sneasler and Dragapult on the field.
I think Mateo did as good a job as they could have with the options that they had available, because when you look at the Porygon 2, it had to go for the Terastallization that turn, because if it didn't, the Dragon Darts plus the close combat would have been enough to pick up the knockout there.
Yes.
And just showing how threatening that combination can be. So you had to put yourself in that awkward position, maybe even thinking that, okay, if I do this, the Primarina is likely in the back and it's going to make it that much more difficult in the late game, but I've got to put all my eggs in the basket now because my Annihilate can't protect, because we mentioned it there with the Dragon Darts. If there was a protect on the Annihilate, then the Porygon 2 takes 2 Dragon Darts because of the smart targeting, and then the close combat product take it down and you're just wasting your Terastallization. So your hand was almost forced, and I think in a lot of ways that just complements Michelle even more.
Right. Yeah.
With that, the way that he was able to set up that board position, those exact lines of play to the position where it didn't really give Mateo many options.
Yeah, absolutely. I love how we're leaning into this smart targeting terminology. This Dragapult's boosted by AI. This little tree piece coming out from its head. But that's exactly what happens. You protect and then get redirected. You bring in a Fairy type, they'll both get redirected. It's really, really, really nasty move. And no surprise once more to see Michelle running that. It's a Pokemon that's gone so well for him when he's running in the past, not least his semi-finalist position at Worlds 2023 in Yokohama. So huge congratulations to Michelle. And again, just goes to show how, you know, if you're hyper offense, you see Trick Room on the other side of the table, you don't necessarily need to fear, as long as you have enough tools at your disposal, as long as you're running enough protects. And I think if there's one thing that game highlighted, it's the importance of the move protect.
Yeah, 100%. You need it in a lot of these situations. I think with the Trick Room teams and going up against Trick Room teams when you're not running it yourself, you just need it to be able to at least give you a buffer to stall out at least one turn and then switch and then play around it, because if you've got the ability to do that, you can more than likely get through at least one turn of Trick Room. It's a different story if you're going up against a player like Alex Soto, who we had on round 4 and has the ability to double Trick Room. That causes a few other issues, but that's not for the here and now, of course. I think that the importance of Protect is not only just for allowing you to get in those positions, support your partner in Pokemon a little bit better, but get around those awkward field effects that you can see time and time again being utilized so effectively by trainers. I would have really liked to have seen the Ursaluna, I think, in that, just come into that game 3, but then you think, what have you got to pair next to it? You've got the Tyranitar, but then do you have to terrestrialize that to get the utility out of the Earthquake? You get your Trick Room. It feels feels very clunky, right? Because you get the Porygon 2 in, you set the Trick Room up, you get your Ursaluna on the field. How long does that take to do? And then you have to terrestrialize your Tyranitar if you bring it, and that's after you have to get rid of the Sneasler and the threat of the close combat. It's not easy. It wasn't an easy matchup. And Michelle did an extremely good job.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Michelle was very happy to bring in that Rillaboom as well and mitigate the damage of the Earthquakes that could have come out from Ursaluna. Thanks for his grassy surge, but that's enough of us whistling on. Why don't we go and hear from our winner of that round himself? So, the 2025 season only just begins. Now let's talk to the player who wins.
It's only just beginning, Charlie, but what a season we have to look forward to. We are here with a winner of round 5, Michelle Kelsch. And Michelle, you were telling me before the game, you're not just 5-0 in games, you're 10-0 in games this weekend so far. That must be a phenomenal feeling.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Like, I am very happy that my team works out as I expected. Up until Tuesday, I didn't even have a team, so I was really struggling to find a team. And then I thought, yeah, maybe Magma is pretty cool. So I tried it out in a tour, and suddenly Magma was everywhere on ladder, and I was like, why?
Yeah.
Why does it have to be like that? But overall, the team still works, even though when people have their game plans. If I have my game plans, I can still win these games.
And it's always about how you execute those. It's not just about having the plans. It's, you know, those little adjustments that you have to make in the game, isn't it? I mean, they are so important. But your team looks so strong. Tell us. I mean, let's start with the elephant in the room. We have to talk about Dragapult a little bit more. It's kind of your signature Pokemon at this point. I mean, was it straight away obvious that you were going to use Dragapult this season, or did that come later?
So when Regulation H came out, I was using Choice Band, Terra Dragon, Dragapult, and it was just so much fun. Just spam Dragon Dust, just spam Outrage, and it's just, I know how to play with Dragapult, and it has a very special place in my heart. So I wanted to build something around Dragapult. So I was using a very similar team to mine 2 months ago with like Electabuzz and Volcarona, but I thought that Volcarona isn't as good anymore in the meta, so I made the change to Magma, because I think Magma is the hidden pick for this tournament, and so far it worked out. But Dragapult, it's funny that I changed the Terra now, because back in 2023 Worlds, I was using Terra Ghost, Terra Blast, and now I'm using Terra Dragon. So it's just both steps are so insane, and I love the Pokemon because it dishes out so much damage. It's crazy.
You've got to remember that, every different regulation set, you have to adjust how you think. Just because Terra Ghost works before, that doesn't mean that it works now, does it? So, yeah, I really like how you're adjusting. But talk to us a little bit more about that Magmar then, because on our usage charts, it's Electabuzz as the sort of not fully evolved Pokemon with EVLI and Vital Spirit and Follow Me of choice. But Magmar's the call. Why is that?
I think Magma is better just because people think, okay, I have Electabuzz on my team, now my team is good into Amoonguss, which is not the case, because Electabuzz can still not hit Amoonguss, and then it still can go for Pollen Puff, Sludge Bomb, and that's not great. And it's also important to have pressure into Goldango, and Magma does just that. And the fire type is pretty good defensively currently, because there are a lot of other threatening Pokemon like Rillaboom, Volcarona, where the fire type helps out a lot. And also just having a follow me Pokemon is pretty cool. Redirecting attacks for Dragapult, for Sneasler, especially with such offensive pieces, it made sense. And I think Magma, it is slower than Electabuzz, but it hits harder because it has Overheat and not just Electro Web or Volt Switch, and that's what I like about it. And Will-O-Wisp is also a very good move.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, it's not just, you know, slowing things down like Electabuzz does with Electro Web. It's like slowing things down in terms of damage, right?
Yeah.
So that's always definitely one of the most effective ways to play the video game. Now, let's come back into the match that you just played against Mateo. Game 1 versus Game 2 went very, very differently. You had this sort of slow-paced Game 1, and then you made a big adjustment with the Dragapult coming into Game 2 and just went straight on the offensive. What was your feeling in that moment? What were you thinking of making that change?
So Game 2, I thought I needed the defensive pieces for Ursaluna, because if I can force a Terra early on it, I have Fake Out on my Sneeze, I have Fake Out on my Rillaboom, I have Follow Me on my Magma, so I can slow it down. But in Game 2, I thought, okay, maybe he isn't going to bring the common Ursaluna P2 core, because he saw that in Game 1 it didn't work out for him. So maybe I can just try to max out damage as soon as possible with Dragapult and Sneasler, but then I still have Rillaboom in the back for grassy terrain and Fake Out, and also the Primarina just for the Annihilape. It's carried me pretty much against the Annihilape, which otherwise would have probably just
scary
KO'd me, yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting and nice to like hear from you about that adjustment going into Game 2. It's like, hang on a second, yeah, I've got an opportunity here to do something a bit different. Now, outside of Dortmund, you're obviously doing fantastically here this weekend already, but you've just come off the back of getting top 4 at the World Championships. So just for the trainers at home, like, talk us through that experience of being able to not just once but twice make it so far in that amazing competition.
Well, I always say you need a bit of luck, not like in-game with hacks, but like sometimes you need matchup luck or just who you're paired with, because especially in Top Cut, if you face one volatile matchup, it can go the different way. But even the bad matchups, I try to spend thinking on how I can optimize them. I don't think as much about the good matchups. I try to make every single matchup as good as possible, and that's what I did before this Worlds. I just said, okay, I have a good matchup into most common stuff, and into the uncommon stuff, I just make a game plan which my opponent isn't going to expect, and then I can maybe catch them off guard. It isn't going to work if I face the same team 5 times and maybe if people prep together, but especially if you face these uncommon teams, it's not very likely that you face them too much, right? And that's my approach when I go into Worlds, when I go into Regional. I want a good team that is at least playable into the top meta teams, and then I will think about the non-meta teams on the way, because if you have your common core on your team, you know what the strengths and what the weaknesses are, so you can adjust to basically everything.
It's a really good way of looking at it, like priority list. It's like, right, I've got that covered, I've got that covered, I've got that. Okay, this doesn't look so good, but maybe I can figure something out.
Exactly.
And at least you go into the game knowing what you have to do. So, I mean, that really comes out in the way that you play. But moving now from Hawaii into the rest of the season, here in Dortmund, we're the first European regional. What are your plans for the rest of the season?
So I've already registered for Lille, Gdansk, LAIC. I will also play Stuttgart. With the second season, I have to see. I might go to EUIC as well, but then I will just lay down and relax a little bit, because it is also exhausting to travel that much. But I enjoy it. I love everything about it. And last season, I went to a lot as well. I went to 2 internationals and 5 regionals or special events, and I had fun in all of them. Even though when I didn't do that well, like going 5-4, I still had so much fun because spending time with your friends and also people you only know online and then meeting them in person is just a phenomenal feeling. And that's why I go to these regionals, and that's why I really want to go to more regionals, because I want to spend more time with them.
Yeah, it's such a good community, isn't it?
Yeah.
Speaking of community, let's give the opportunity for you to shout out those members of the community that have been there supporting you, your friends that you get to see from online in person at these regional championships.
So shout outs to my friends that are here. I am truly grateful to you that you made all of this possible, because the funny story is, if Bochum didn't happen, if my friends, which are now my friends, didn't go to Bochum 1.5 years ago, I would not be here. I wouldn't have went to Bochum, and it started all because of them, so I'm truly grateful to them. I'm also truly grateful to my family, because they've been supporting me also all the way since I started, and also big shout outs to my college friends as well, to my 2. You really make me happy every single day, and it's just so cool.
Very heartwarming words there, and I'm sure back at home they are very grateful to be receiving those shout-outs. Thank you so much, Michal. You're doing so well so far. Keep it up for the rest of the day. I'm sure you'll manage to make it even further. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not going to say that we're going to see you in the finals or anything, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of a wink.
Try my best.
Try your best, absolutely. That's all we can ask for. Trainers, that's all we've got time for at the moment, so stay tuned. We'll be back for round 6 at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. Here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have. It's the raids format that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemons, you know. For the Vici, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to sit to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and already played the Great League on the main event, and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people, and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them, and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
I played competitively in 2017, but only briefly because I was still at school and it was pretty tough to go to events and find friends. And I really started playing in 2020 and found a lot of online friends, and yeah, I just kept going since then. I think my favorite partner Pokemon would be Kartana, really. Due to the short time I played in 2017, it was just such a nice Pokemon back then, and I really liked the abilities of the Ultra Beast, so yeah. That's got to be my Bremen team from 2022, with Grimmsnarl, where you set up the screens, and the Assault Vest Kyogre. You have just so much bulk, it really fits my playstyle as well, and I managed to win a tournament, so it has a special place in my heart, of course. It's got to be my friends, really. It's so nice to go to the events, be recognized by the community, have fun with my friends in the evenings after the events, and of course, after taking home a medal last year, and this year as well, although it was only like a semi-finalist, I definitely want to have like more accomplishments, and Pokemon is just the best competitive game in my opinion. So I'm a really controlled player, so it's got to be Edu, of course, Eduardo Cunha. He helped me a lot during my career as well, and yeah, I mean, his playstyle is just so amazing, so controlled. Paul Chua as well, honorable mention. I think those two players are really just great idols for me, playstyle-wise.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. and you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, you know, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences, and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
And hello again, Pokemon trainers. I am joined by a top player from the Italian region, Francesco Pardini. It's always great to see you. How are you doing so far in this tournament?
Thank you for having me. Well, I'm fine. I'm tired, but definitely fine. I'm 4-1, so let's see how it goes the end of this day 1, but I'm kinda happy about it.
Yeah, 4-1's a very good place to be, absolutely. You only need 2 more wins to get into that day 2. What team did you end up bringing to this tournament?
I ended up bringing a good stuff with Magmar, Sneasler, Primarina, Rillaboom, and so on. But with a different dragon type in the classic Dragapult slot. Yep. I bring in my beloved Dragonite.
Very good.
It's a team that I worked with Eduardo Cunha. So I'm trying to do my best with the team. And for now, it's working. So I'm happy.
Yeah, 4-1's definitely working. So we've seen that composition a reasonable amount, and the debate seems to be Electabuzz or Magmar at the moment. And you've opted for Magmar. So what made you choose Magmar over Electabuzz?
Well, first, it's not a competitive reason. But I always loved Magmar since 2013, since I loved Sejun Park playing at Worlds, you remember? Because you're old like me. And
veteran.
Well, now I'm blonde, nice, but I used to have white hair. So, joke apart, I think that Magmar right now has something more, because it's not so passive like Electabuzz in some situation. Puts a lot of pressure onto the lots of physical Pokemon in the metagame with his Will-O-Wisp. And also the Heat Wave in some situations strikes hard and perfectly fit against some Steel types Pokemon which blocks Dragonite, for example. The particular Corviknight and so on, which are rare, but you can face them. So I'm liking Magmar right now so much.
And it seems to be doing pretty well so far. How have you found Regulation H overall so far? Because a lot of niche Pokemon are actually very viable in this format. So, like, how have you found Regulation H so far?
Well, basically, I like all the regulations, apart of Reg G. But no, I like this regulation so much because, as you said, there are a lot of Pokemon which are viable because the power creep and the damages and the Urshifu's are gone. So now you can protect. After years, it's amazing, but now you have a metagame where you can protect, you can intimidate the Pokemon, and they still got their malus, so I'm happy. Magmar, it's like the symbol of this viable thing, you know? So I think I'm gonna team build a lot this season.
Yeah, like I'm also looking forward to team building a lot this season.
You're a team builder, right?
I like to team build here and there. And you mentioned like across this season. Like, what are your plans going into this brand new season?
I'll try to do my best in order to achieve the qualification for an IVE, of course. It will be very, 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 very difficult because of the new rules, but I liked that the qualification it's more difficult, to be honest. And this is also something that make me more competitive. So let's see, next step will be Lille. I'm gonna jump Dansk, but I think I'm gonna make quite all the regionals. So let's see.
Let's see. And you mentioned the team was with Eduardo Cunha as well. Is there anyone else you want to give a shout out to before we conclude the interview?
Well, of course, I want to give a shout out for all my community, the Italian community, which is always very kind with me. Even when I'm bad at tournaments. And Eduardo, which is unfortunately at home because of overbooking problem of flights. So I'm gonna do my best also for him, which was a great teammate and a brother last season. So
excellent, good to hear, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. We're going to be throwing back to the casters for round 6 of the Pokémon Dortmund Regional Championships.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you so much to Francesco. Inspiring words there, and something that we should all be looking out for. Speaking of inspiring, I've been inspired by all of the mouse hold that we've seen this weekend. I've been out on the floor, I've been hedging my bets, trying to catch a tandem mouse for my own competition in regional championships. So, do you want to see it? Yeah? Tandem mouse, go!
Oh! There we are. Oh, I can talk.
Yeah, you get well done.
There we go. Yeah,
very, very well skilled.
Yeah.
But there's only one of you.
There is only one of me. And I tell you why, Ben. The real tandem mouse, the friends we made along the way. You, my friend, you are my tandem mouse partner. And look, we've got another mouse hold on the desk here. And I tell you what else, Ben, I'm quickly coming to the realization that I will have to be wearing these for the entire round. There'll be no way of taking these off with the headset on. So looking forward very much indeed to that. But thank you for choosing me out there on the floor.
Well, I mean, you just looked so capable of going into battle. You know, I feel like I could rely on you very much.
Yeah, I mean, these sort of flimsy ears might beg to differ here, but it's surprising how you saw like a fully dressed, sort of full-grown man, tandem mouse on the floor and thought, no, that's a Pokemon, not just...
You know,
you know what, more to the point, how you didn't just recognize me.
Yeah, I like to go against the curve, Charlie.
Right,
I thought,
okay.
you know what? That's the one. That's going to be my partner Pokemon for the rest of the tournament. And actually, yeah, on that basis, I mean, yeah, let's not talk about just the round that we're in right now. Charlie, if you take those off for the rest of the day, then, well, what am I going to do for my next regional championship?
Oh, yes. No, I can put them back on. I can activate tandem mouse mode again for you in any regionals that you play. But fantastic is Francesco Pardini in that previous interview that Jamie just gave. Really high-level player, and again, just going to show all the experimentation going on right now in regulated state H. I didn't think that one of the sort of headlines coming out of the weekend would be this Magmar versus Electabuzz thing. But it certainly seems to be. Michelle, Kels, Francesco going for the Magmar, but Electabuzz coming out early on in the day on stream. Both follow me, both with EVLI. I mean, you had the opportunity to talk to Michelle just now. I mean, give us a little rundown of that.
It is that objective versus subjective, or the feeling versus, you know, the kind of numbers approach to the game. Michelle is a very intelligent player. He really does dig deep into all of his matchups in his preparation, prioritizing. Yes, like, yeah, I've got that one ticked off, I've got that one ticked off. This one's not looking so good. Can I change anything, or do I just have to find a little bit of a game plan here and just do something that was a little bit more unexpected, where Francesco is like, hey, you know what, I just like Magmar. And both are completely viable ways of picking your team coming into it, because it's not important just to have all of those matchups prepared, but to just feel good using the Pokemon that you bring. 8 rounds of Swiss playing against fantastic players all the way through. Mental fortitude becomes a really big deal. And if you're using Pokemon that you're enjoying and you're having a little bit more fun than maybe you would if you were using like, hey, do you know what? I think this is just the best team. It's not my favorite team, but I think it's going to be doing the best. It makes that little bit of difference game after game after game.
You might think if you're just tuning in that you're losing grip of your mental fortitude, you're seeing a fully grown man with 2 paper dinner plates attached to his head. This is, of course, my Tandem Mouse. No, I mean, they're fluffy ears. They're fluffy ears. Yeah, they're fluffy ears. My Tandem Mouse fluffy ears. But yeah, you're so right. It's I really like that Michelle was leaning more towards the damage that Magmar can dish out, even with Heat Wave, and go for a spread type move, as opposed to Overheat, really big, hit fast. Now, both of them have the chance to miss. And of course, we talk a lot in VGC about Fire, Water, Grass cores, and Electric doesn't come into that so much. So Magmar is there to support as well as provide offense. And again, something we saw in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago, Wolf Glick and Justin Karras and other players running the team of Toadscruel and Galarian Weezing. Yeah, the Galarian Weezing is there to shut down abilities with neutralizing gas. However, give it a choice spec like Wolf and Justin did and others, and it can deal significant damage too. So it's all about getting the very most out of the Pokemon you have at your disposal.
And the players that are getting the very most out of all of their Pokemon this weekend are going to be here. Let's have a look at these standings that we have coming into round 6 this weekend. I mean, we've had so many great games already. We've had so many examples of fantastic play, but there we are at the top of the standings right there. Davide Carrera from Italy, leading the charge, so to speak, and having a fantastic tournament day.
Yeah, Davide Carrera running that Vivian team. Vivian, a really threatening Pokemon with fast and very accurate sleep powders as well. Michelle Kelsch, who we were able to feature on stream just now, do check that out if you weren't able to catch it here. Matty Morgan as well, a previous regional champion from prior seasons.
Yeah, and looking a little bit further down the list, Joan Garcia as well, Mattia Angelini. We've got some names that I'm not so familiar with as well. Juan Marin, Alessandro. We got Matty Morgan, who was a previous regional champion in Malmo a couple of seasons ago, making it into day 2 with a 6-3 record and then going undefeated to win the whole tournament. Of course, Alex Soto as well, a little bit further down the list, using his Trick Room signature strategy to be just absolutely taking names here in Dortmund.
Absolutely. And another name I'm not so familiar with is Rafael Sadowski there in position number 4. And this is the thing, we have trainers who we're not so familiar with coming out and doing incredibly well. And here, why wouldn't you? These Pokemon are really, really threatening in the format. We've talked about the Vivian, Archaladon. We're seeing a lot of them, as well as Dragapult, Sneasler. This really is becoming the duo to beat right now. And as you said, Michelle Kelsch running that Dragapult as his sort of partner Pokemon, a Pokemon he's always relied upon. Now Dragapult seems to be very much in vogue. It is the in thing alongside King Gambit and the Rillaboom here.
It seems to be that composition as well, where you've got the Rillaboom and the King Gambit, and then the last couple of slots where you've got that Follow Me slot with the Electabuzz, Magmar, and Vivian apparently works as well. I mean, I think you could maybe even put a Mousehold in that slot and have an Archaladon, sort of Mousehold-Archaladon combination.
Ears prick up at the Mousehold mention.
Well, absolutely. You know, for some reason, Mousehold's on my mind right now. I'll get back to you on why that is, but yeah, I do think it's that Follow Me support that really needs to be in that particular slot, and then something else to round out the team depending on how you want to approach matchups and what you feel good with.
Right, exactly. And this is the thing, these are Pokemon that offer such flexible compositions. You could well run Mousehold alongside that Archaladon, side population bomb to get a lot of boost to your stamina ability, and then go for a really threatening body press. However, we're seeing so many Dragapult on the rise, and indeed Annihilate, and that are ghost types that wouldn't be taking any damage from body press. Maybe we'll start to see them decrease as Dragapult rises, and this is how the ever-evolving ecosystem of Pokemon works in terms of team compositions.
And it is one of those things, especially when you've got Regulation Set H that's so open as a format. There's so much room for creativity. There's so much flexibility for trainers to take a known composition, maybe make a couple of tweaks, but as a core concept, it still works as a sort of structure to base your team upon. And so we're seeing this coming out of Baltimore. I mean, you look at the top 8 of Baltimore, there's quite a lot of similarity between a lot of the teams that made it. Now we've got that information coming into the European season. Players are like, hey, what what's going to be good against those things that we found out worked really well in Baltimore, but also like how the metagame adjusts even in the small period of time, the 2 weeks between Baltimore and Dortmund. And this is the effect of it. You see these compositions rise to popularity as we go through regional after regional.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of rising to popularity, let's take a look at the trainers who are going on an absolute tear this weekend. Let's take a look at the notable matches going on in the venue and see if the Pokemon they're using are popular as well. Look at that. That's a Politoed. It's not a Kingdra, but I'll take it. Politoed on my predictions for this weekend. I believe in it as the rain setter of choice. It's so bulky. But look at some of these other Pokemon. I'm just tripping over my words. This is so exciting. We've got a Gengar run by Ross Stewart. We got that Mousehold. Thank you, Marius, as well, for representing that, as well as a couple more Magmar here.
Do you know what? I actually spoke to Ross a couple of rounds ago, managed to catch up with him. He's a player I've played in some local tournaments up in Edinburgh. And let me tell you, that Gastrodon, I'm not going to tell you what it does.
Okay.
That Gastrodon is something special. It's a really fun set. So,
okay.
Yeah, definitely someone to watch out for. If they're making it all the way into day 2, perhaps we'll have to have a little look. Raheem, another player from Germany who's a fantastic player, team builder. He was at the World Championships this year, just gone, and is showing why he's got that consistency to make it there now in the new season, trying to make it back there again.
Yeah, and running really, really popular Pokemon right now in the format. You're going to have to reveal at some point. If we don't get to see Ross, Ben, you're going to have to reveal at some point what set that Gastrodon is running. Lou is going to be very upset that she's casting Go this weekend as opposed to VG with that Gastrodon here. Plenty of Gastrodon going on in Go as well, or so I hear, but not so disappointed that it is the Westy Gastrodon instead of the EC Gastrodon. But there we go. For me, I'm not sure which my favorite is, but anyway, really, really exciting stuff. And just goes to show, even though we're having these archetypes developing, still so much experimentation to be done. It's very early on in regulation set H. But yeah, let's just look at Eloy Hand's team there, because we've also got the Gothitelle Shadow Tag ability. That's going to be trapping in the Pokemon on the other side of the field that aren't ghost type, so the Basculegion for Longyou would not be trapped in there. But really, really like this team composition, and I can't wait to see what it can achieve.
I've got a sneaking suspicion, we'll have to see when we get the team list, is that there might be a little bit of Perish Song going on on that particular composition, set up to do lots of damage, get down to 3v2, for example, and then be able to go for Perish Trap and knock out the other Pokemon that are remaining on your opponent's side of the field in 3 turns. Alongside Gothitelle, that seems to be one of the strategies from that's been prevalent across the years in different guises, to be able to play the game without having to worry about all of those calculations, worry about tight matchups, worry about Perish Song.
Right, yeah.
And that's it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if that is actually the case. If it's not, well, I'm sure we'll see a very viable strategy coming out from Eloy anyway.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Perish Song is just one of the many tools that the Pokemon can have up its sleeve. And yeah, I want to talk a little bit more about Politoed. It's sort of... in the Grand Challenge, I was running Politoed, and it sets up the drizzle ability with the rain, which is also what Pelipper does, if you're not familiar. And with Terra Steel, you go into that Terra type, and of course, the damage you take from fire type moves is reduced because it's in the rain. So really nice synergy there. I mean, it has access to Helping Hand, something a spread type move like Muddy Water, or Haze as well. And Haze is really crucial for removing those stat boosts on Pokemon like Dondozo, for example, as long as the Tatsugiri is in play, as well as other setup Pokemon, which we've seen plenty of, something like Swords Dance coming out from King Gambit, just to name one. But it's interesting thinking about Dondozo, because what we featured on stream did not have a Tatsugiri.
Yeah,
and
right.
Overall, we haven't seen, actually, even on that preview there, we didn't see too many Tatsugiris alongside the Dondozos.
No, I mean, there are quite a few Dondozo in the field. We were having a little bit of a check of this morning before all of the rounds got started. But there's not too many Dondozo, and it's actually a little bit of a surprise in this regulation set, because when you take away all of those really powerful Pokemon, especially the restricted Pokemon, but also Paradox Pokemon that Dondozo tends to kind of struggle with a little bit, you kind of think, well, the door's wide open. Dondozo is really difficult to take down. But I think that's the maturity of our player base now, looking at what Dondozo can do and being able to, one, cover it, moves like Haze, you just mentioned, Clear Smogs on Amoonguss, but also being able to just use Dondozo as a Pokemon as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It really threatens a lot of damage. I think it really, especially without the Tatsugiri, it feels so much more lacking on its special defensive side, because that is one of its lower stats, and it would get a double boost to that when combined with a Tatsugiri. But very inflexible, of course, as well. You can't switch out the Tatsugiri or the Dondozo once they are combined. But anyway, enough about the Dondozos. Let's take a look at the fantastic trainers on screen and their achievements. So Eloy Han, a trainer with experience, stretching right back. So Ben, why don't you talk us through it back in your day with your experience?
I remember that.
Of course you do. Nah, you remember it well. Yeah.
No, that was great. It was I think it was against Matteo Ghini, or if it wasn't Matteo, it was I'm pretty sure it was Matteo Ghini that Eloy played up against in the 2013 National Championships. Going on, of course, to get top 4 in the 2014 National Championships, top 32 at Worlds this year. Has had a little bit of a break, but has had a regional finals to his name as well. Long Yu, no achievements just yet, so let's see if we can get things started here. Rillaboom, Incineroar, Basculegion, Gothitelle, Politoed, and Archaludon are the Pokemon of choice for Eloy, and that Perish song is indeed there.
This is so cool, because this is exactly what we were saying about wanting to get the most out of your support Pokemon. Politoed with the choice specs, just like the Galarian Weezing that we saw last week, or a couple of weeks ago in Baltimore. Muddy Water, going to be dealing massive damage if it connects, and a nice spread move. Weather Ball, assuming that it's the rain that is active, going to be dealing big damage there as well. Ice Beam, nice coverage move, and then, of course, Perish Song. Now, Perish Song, that's going to give all Pokemon on the field at that point where the Perish Song is sung 3 turns, and then at the end of that, they are going down. And so a really nice end game securer, if you like, that Eloy has up the sleeve. I think it's a move that you really want to, it takes a skilled trainer to use it well.
It does, and you know, let's get into that a little bit later.
Yeah.
Long Yu on the field here. Amoonguss, Incineroar, Basculegion, King Gambit, Pelipper, and Archaludon. The more typical rain-based build with Archaludon Rain, so to speak.
Yeah.
With that Choice Scarf, Basculegion, and adaptability. Interestingly, not opting to go for Swift Swim, saying Choice Scarf gives me enough speed. I don't want to have the Choice Band, and maybe my opponent has some weather control, so leaning into just the power that adaptability gives it and having its own natural speed instead of relying on the rain control. That means you don't have to take Pelipper as much here to be able to use that Basculegion effectively.
Yeah, nice to see the lack of fire-type move on the Incineroar as well, because of course the rain would be dampening the damage that any fire-type moves could do. So Long Yu thinking very intelligently about how to construct the team. We have seen a lot of Archaludon today, and of course it wasn't Archaludon that went all the way in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. Look at them, we've got 2 of them facing up against each other here. Slight differences though, Eloy's running the leftovers item, whereas Long Yu has the Assault Vest. In terms of their movesets, Snarl coming out from Long Yu's, but Eloy being able to take advantage of the fact that his Archaludon can protect and running that move, because Assault Vest prevents any use of status moves. So don't often see an Archaludon with Protect, because Assault Vest is overwhelmingly the most popular item. This is something that Long Yu has to be careful not to be taken off guard by.
And especially when you have that Perish Song option, you really do want to be able to protect. You want to whittle away the turns.
Exactly.
Usually you protect on the 3rd turn.
Yeah.
Then you do something, maybe you switch around, maybe you just keep the trap going with the Gothitelle, maybe you switch something in to get knocked out, and then the Gothitelle comes back in and can protect itself again. And then the next turn, you protect yourself, you reset the Perish Song for your side of the field, but not for theirs, and you just make sure that they can't knock your Pokemon out and their Pokemon get knocked out as well. So definitely a sensible adaptation to the kind of team composition that Eloy's running. But if that doesn't work, well, you've got choice specs on the Politoed.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, there's just so much more to deconstruct about these players' teams, far more than we could ever cover in team preview. But we've got to call out the skill swap on the Gothitelle as well. It would be so cool to see that coming out. But for now, it's going to be Basculegion, it's going to be Archaludon, facing down another bridge across the field in the Archaludon, and there is that Incineroar.
Incineroar getting the Intimidate. It's going to be making sure that that Basculegion is kept a little bit in check. But if there's anything that I've learned over Regulation Set H, Basculegion with adaptability is definitely not something to be underestimated one bit. Now, both of the Pokemon on Long Yu's side of the field aren't able to protect themselves whatsoever with the Assault Vest and the Choice Scarf. And that gives Eloy a little bit of room to maneuver whether or not he wants to go for a fake out into the Archaludon on Long Yu's side of the field, and then maybe try to launch an Electro Shot into the Basculegion slot and just start putting on the pressure, start taking those key knockouts so that Perish Song is an option in the end game. That is if, of course, he's brought the Politoed.
Flip turn coming out into the Incineroar brings down to about half HP. May I just point out, Ben, that the Archaludon being run by Eloy is Terra Bug. That's an interesting thing that we might see coming out later on in the game as Long Yu gets the opportunity to pivot round, decide which Pokemon to bring in from the back in place of that Basculegion. Deciding time for Long Yu as it's going to be hitting the field, the Amoonguss, so hopefully able to sponge up something coming out from the Archaludon. Dragon Pulse doubling up into this Incineroar, and Dragon Ball's returning right into Long Yu's own Archaludon. A little bit of chip damage and a stamina boost to boot. Don't always see Dragon Pulse and Archaludon, more likely the Draco Meteor for heavier offense, but Dragon Pulse you can use over and over again with no recoil, where Draco Meteor you drop your special attack.
Well, I think that Amoonguss is going to be happy that it's not a Draco Meteor that's threatening it right now. And I think, you know, with that damage trade, Eloy's got the better... got a good side of it, got some damage onto the field, but Long Yu's really got the better end of it here, doing lots of damage to that Incineroar. There's no way for that Incineroar to recover any HP, and you definitely do want to take these knockouts if you're Long Yu. You want to be making sure that all of those fast defensive Pokemon that Eloy has available to him are kept a little bit more in check, and to activate your own Basculegion and make sure that it can come out in the end game and be most threatening.
Citrus Berry knocked off from the Amoonguss, so it's not going to have any big recovery option, but it will get a little bit of recovery at the end of each turn from this grassy terrain that the Rillaboom has kindly set up for it on the field. Body press with that +1 to the defense after the Dragon Pulse coming out from Eloy's own Archaludon into the Rillaboom here, and Pull and Puff able to heal up this Archaludon right back to full health. It's really interesting as well, the leftover set that Eloy's running on his own Archaludon, because it is still the stamina ability. Assault Vest gives you more longevity, you're able to take more hits and then boost up that body press even further. So doesn't quite work out so well synergistically, but the leftovers and the passive recovery, bolstered by the grassy terrain set up by the Rillaboom, could well pay dividends.
It certainly could, and you know, this is usually the name of the game for these Archaludon mirrors. How do you dispatch your opposing Archaludon without giving the opposing Archaludon enough stamina boost to activate the body press, make sure that's doing as much damage as possible? It really is one of those games where you have to be very careful of your targeting, but I think Long Yu's going to be very happy that there's not too much offensive pressure left on this Amoonguss, and it's just able to keep Archaludon on Long Yu's side of the field nice and healthy.
Well, time to get grassy for this Archaludon. Time for it to take a walk in the meadow of its very own. Going for the Terra Grass over on Long Yu's side of the field. Fake out connected down into the Amoonguss. No spores from you today, sir. No thank you, as body press coming out once more into the Rillaboom. Dragon Pulse into the Amoonguss. Eloy deciding that it's time to remove this Amoonguss from the field before it can get up to too many spory, rage, powdery antics. And of course, if Long Yu were to hit into Eloy's own Archaludon with Dragon Pulse, it would do far more than Eloy's would to it, because it's not carrying the Assault Vest, not bolstering its own special defenses.
I like how both of these players are approaching this matchup. They're targeting down the glue of each other's teams and trying to sort of pick apart the pieces so that they can, you know, launch more powerfully into the real threats, which are the Basculegion in the back for Long Yu, the Archaludon, and of course the Archaludon on Eloy's side of the field as well. So yeah, I really like how they're approaching it, but I think Long Yu's a little bit further ahead because of all of that damage on the Incineroar. It's going to be very difficult for Eloy to be able to pivot those Pokemon in, and if the Amoonguss now goes for a switch out, it's going to recover a lot of that HP that it's already lost.
Regenerator coming in clutch here, able to recover Amoonguss when it switches out. But here comes King Gambit joining the field right now. Huge switch in here as body press brings the Rillaboom down really, really low. Woodhammer connects down to the King Gambit, takes it very well, as the Amoonguss would have done as well. Very threatened by a body press that could come out from Eloy's own Archaludon here, but no, it is the Dragon Pulse. Not expecting the King Gambit switch in. That is now resisted by the King Gambit with neutral damage into the Amoonguss.
And the, King Gambit coming in, showing how good the Steel type is defensively. But with the Archaludon already gone for its Terra Grass on Long Yu's side, that King Gambit is vulnerable to getting hit with a body press. But there's an Amoonguss in the back, Charlie. I mean, it can just switch in. These Pokemon can rotate. And of course, Amoonguss has recovered a bunch of HP already. So I think Eloy's got to find a way to really leverage this Archaludon coming into the mid-game a little bit more to try and get that damage on the field. Eloy's already activated Stamina once on Long Yu's Archaludon, which is causing more problems than I think it might have been worth to target down into that slot.
Of course, what King Gambit's also doing is preventing Eloy from switching safely into the Incineroar. Ooh, looked like he was very nearly out of time there as Eloy was locking in the move. As it is, King Gambit just going for the Protect. Dragon Pulse now connecting into the Rillaboom. That's going to be easily enough to secure the knockout on the Drumming Gorilla. And now the Archaludon left on the field for Eloy. Attempted the body press into the King Gambit, but perhaps a little bit predictable over on Long Yu's side, given the King Gambit is so very vulnerable to fighting type moves. Double super effective damage, being a part Dark type and a part Steel type. And there it is. So what I was saying before, the Incineroar would drop the attack stats for everything on the field with Intimidate, but then you get a double boost to your attack with the King Gambit, and that can snowball out of hand very quickly, especially when you have a Ghost type in the back.
It's a hard choice that Eloy's got to make here. Do you bring in the Basculegion to try to bait out a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit? Maybe you go for the Terra option with your Basculegion as well to try and not be knocked out, just turn it into a pure water type. But then if you switch in the Incineroar and the King Gambit just goes for a Kowtow Cleave, maybe the body press isn't quite enough. It probably will be enough to pick up the knockout, but maybe Eloy goes for the Dragon Pulse onto the Archaludon. Then you're really in some problems here. You can't really switch in and out for the situation there. So I think Long Yu has positioned themselves very, very well in this battle.
Yeah, really playing around masterfully here. And Eloy, you know, Electroshock can be huge coming out from the Archaludon, boosting up his attacks, but of course you haven't ruled the raid, neither trainer has. Pelipper and Politoed left on the bench, and so can't go for that really powerful move either. Not that, you know, it'd be good into the King Gambit, but then you're going to be wanting to go for the body press either way. But potentially heading into game 2, could be looking for a Perish Song strategy. But that's going to be Dragon Pulse coming out into the Basculegion, staying in with the Basculegion. Really bold there. Critical hit, last respects into the Amoonguss, with just the one Pokemon felled over on Eloy's side of the field. I wouldn't be surprised if that critical hit did matter, actually, to pick up the knockout onto the Amoonguss. There's the Dragon Pulse into the Archaludon, a little bit of chip damage there, and of course the Amoonguss is now down, so it can't go for another Pollen Puff to heal up this bridge.
No, but this Archaludon is looking pretty scary right now. When you've got the mirror match between Archaludons and one has Assault Vest and one does not, the one that doesn't definitely has the overall advantage here, but again, a decision for Long Yu to be making here, and you've got the option, bring in the Scarf Basculegion. One of your Pokemon has been knocked out now, so you have the last respect sort of halfway set up, so to speak. It's certainly getting going, and if you go for the last respect into the Basculegion slot, it's probably going to knock it out pretty easily. There's no rain coming out from either player, so Electroshot isn't even a risk in this situation because it's going to take 2 turns to get set up, and you can just switch out the Basculegion afterwards, maybe have the King Gambit go down for Long Yu. That increases the damage that the last respects is going to do on that adaptability Basculegion, and you can kind of try to mop up the end game.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the Basculegion for Eloy holding the Life Orb, whereas Long Yu's is the Choice Scarf. So Eloy can switch up the moves he locked into right now with that Basculegion, whereas Long Yu does not have that luxury. Would have to switch out the King Gambit. And as Eloy once again brings the timer right down to the wire, it's time for Eli's own Archaludon to go for its Terra. And that's right, trainers, this Archaludon is about to get some antennae. It's Terra Bug. Not a Terra type that we see that frequently at all, but of course what this does is resist ground type moves where once they were super effective, just to name one. Really interesting team building decision here. Eloy's Basculegion being able to go for a Protect, not holding that Choice Scarf. Last Respects coming out from Long Yu's own, and so now we know that Long Yu's Basculegion is locked into Last Respects, unless we were to switch out. Another thing that Terrabug does is resist the body press, of course, and give a nice stamina boost to this Archaludon. Terrabug may well just be the thing that saves the day for Eloy, but only time will tell. Going for the Electro Shot outside of the rain as well, knowing that the Basculegion, although it cannot protect and just block the attack, it would have to switch into the King Gambit, and then the King Gambit takes a lot of damage as well, especially after that boost to the special attack. So Eloy really, this is a really fantastic play from Eloy, getting a stamina boost, not taking much damage, as well as a special attack boost.
And also being able to set up the stamina as well, taking that Dragon Pulse from Long U's Archaludon, kind of gets it, also the body press from Long U's Archaludon, it kind of gets it set up and going, and it sort of equalizes the playing field, neutralizes the advantage that Long U's Assault Vest is affording his own Archaludon. They're going to be trading Dragon Pulses, but it's not just Dragon Pulses that are going to be traded. This Electro Shot is going to do a lot of damage, potentially into this King Gambit.
Yeah, and the King Gambit, of course, has taken a little bit of health away as well, so it could be enough. Only time will tell. Basculegion hanging on in the face of the Dragon Pulse. That's last respects. Just a little bit of chip into Long U's Archaludon here. And another stamina boost to boot. Life Orb, of course, at the expense of some HP at the end of each turn. Going to be taking down that Basculegion. So, here's the Electro Shot into the King Gambit. Is it going to be enough to secure the knockout? Yes, it is. That's King Gambit down. It's going to have to be the Basculegion coming back out. Basculegion's going to have to choose a move, and it's going to be locked into that for the remainder of the game.
But I think that's a good thing for Long U overall here. One more Pokemon has been knocked out. Incineroar's on such low health. I mean, yeah, okay, the Incineroar's going to intimidate the Basculegion. That's going to stop it from being quite as effective. But Basculegion's, yeah, it can take a couple of hits. Maybe not so well now that the Archaludon on Eloy's side of the field has got its special attack boosted, but it's at least going to be able to take one, and it takes 2 turns for an Electro Shot to get set up. I do think this is the right call for Eloy, though. Get the Archaludon set up as much as you can, overcome the Assault Vest, get the special attack boost, and when you're in the 1v1 Archaludon versus Archaludon, you want to be the one with more boosts than less.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the best option for Long U to be able to deal damage to this Archaludon really is Dragon Pulse. You can go for Electro Shots of your own. That's going to take 2 turns to work. As it is, Fake Out going to be connecting down, so it won't be moving here, getting another stamina boost, but that is okay when you have some special attacks on your own Archaludon. That's last respects, but just look, with the stamina boosts into that Archaludon, how little damage that does. Stamina boosting the defense after each hit it receives. Not necessarily even physical attacks, can be special as well, boosting the stamina. And this is going to be another Electro Shot, another boost to the special attack here, realizing that in order to deal significant damage to Long U's Archaludon, you're going to need those special attack boosts.
And you can see the effect of the leftovers really helping out here. Turn after turn after turn after turn. They're really doing a lot of work. And of course, in the mirror match, Terrabug is also doing a lot of work because you can attack into the opposing Archaludon. You can raise its defenses, its stamina boost, give it its stamina boost because you resist that body press. It makes such a big difference here.
So last respect's going to be easily outspeeding the Incineroar, of course, with the Choice Scarf. Incineroar going down, but if there's one Pokemon that can turn things around for Eloy, if there's one Pokemon you want remaining to you, it's definitely the Archaludon. Long U is getting the idea, and now getting the idea from Eloy, and now going for an Electro Shot of their own, but is it too little too late? Electro Shot will be connecting down into the Basculegion here, and that's going to be easily enough for the one-hit knockout. Interesting to get rid of that Basculegion, because it feels like the Archaludon for Long U is maybe slightly more of the threat to Eloy's Archaludon right now, but that's it. It's just going to be these bridges facing off. It's certainly not going to be an abridged battle.
Not an abridged. Yeah, that's a good one, Charlie. That's
thank you.
That's yeah. We'll be here all weekend, traders, as Electro Shot comes out, of course, from Long U's Archaludon. That's doing a lot of damage. You can see the effect of not having an Assault Vest here. It's not hanging on. It's hanging on by just a thread. But Archaludon on Long U's side cannot hang on from that 2+ Dragon Pulse. It's going to be going down, and Eloy is taking game 1.
The drawbridge is wheeled back in for Long U, and in a battle that really went back and forth, it was Eloy that came out on top, and Terrabug. was the play of the day, really. The play of that game that really saved Eloy, because body press was by far Long Yu's best option for hitting that Archaludon for good damage. And Terrabug, of course, resisted. I wouldn't be surprised if the main reason for Eloy running Terrabug on the Archaludon is precisely in that mirror match, Archaludon versus Archaludon. It's a really nice tech to have up your sleeve.
It's not common, as you said, Charlie, defensive Terra type, but it's one that we see sort of sparingly. But every time we see it, we've seen it on Iron Hands, we've seen it on Baxcalibur in past regulation sets, and it always makes such a big difference in scenarios that you don't quite expect it to be in. But when it gets used, oh my lord, it does do so much work. And it does, as you said, during the game, it allows Eloy's Archaludon to play in the mirror much, much more effectively. And yeah, with that leftover recovery, I mean, the amount of turns it was on the field, I reckon that leftovers would have been able to save it from that final electro shot that came out from Long Yu's Archaludon as well. So yeah, lots of really fine margins here. These players, of course, 5-0 already in round 6 of Dortmund here. Everything's to play for going into the sort of final few rounds of the day. Only 2 more remaining after this. And these are the margins that these trainers have to work within.
Yeah, and I think the electro shot outside the rain is a really good call as well, because there are quite a few Pokemon that aren't going to be able to protect. We see a lot of Choice Scarf, we see a lot of Choice Specs, and even Band, and the Assault Vest running around in Regulation Set H right now. So actually, if they can't protect, and you just know you're going to be eating up an Electro Shot, it's a really good play. You don't need to bring the Politoed. So it's a nice flexible option that Eloy has up their sleeve. But in terms of approaching this next game, Ben, what are you looking for from Long Yu?
Well, I think Long Yu did a really good job in the early game of just trying to knock out the support pieces for Eloy.
Yeah.
But I think what it was lacking was that pressure into the Archaludon in the end game. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that this game round. Archaludons facing each other down, but they're on the other side of the board.
Yeah, exactly.
This time coming out in the other orientation. Rillaboom and the Basculegion coming out for Eloy and Long Yu.
Yeah, these Archaludon just cannot escape each other no matter where they maneuver across the field. Rillaboom really threatening the Basculegion over on Long Yu's side here. And the Basculegion is Terra Water, so very threatened indeed. You can't fake out the Basculegion, but you can just go for a Grassy Glide. You could switch in something from the back, then Eloy could use that to the advantage. You know, maybe it's the Kingambit, say, and then you could target that with a Body Press. It would be a big old call, but and potentially too bold for this early on in the game. But these are the decisions that might be going through Long Yu's mind right now.
Fortune favors the brave. Yeah. Old. Well, I'm not sure what the term is, Charlie, but you know,
you could have been safe just sticking with brave.
No, we'll go for the brave here, and let's see which trainers have been brave in this turn, as it's a first turn terrestrialization from the Archaludon. I'm not sure which one that is, though, Charlie. It is, in fact, Long Yu's, the Terra Grass Archaludon coming out here.
Terra Grass immediately for Long Yu here. Interesting decision. Of course, the Rillaboom does have access power, not doing very much damage. So really nice call from Long Yu there.
Double stamina boost, and we saw how much damage the stamina was doing in the previous game, and here's the Assault Vest doing its best work here, making its best work here, making sure that this Archaludon on Long Yu's side of the field remains healthy, and a good terrestrialization there against the high horsepower. Now the Archaludon on Long Yu's side of the field has not 1, not 2, but 3 defense boosts from its stamina, and it's going to be doing putting on a lot of pressure. Of course, we know that the Terra Bug on Eloy's side of the field is on his Archaludon, but it's almost forced at this point in the game. It almost has to avoid being knocked out in one, and that gives Long Yu a lot of flexibility. It gives him a lot of space to take advantage of, and also to, as we saw in game 1, Pollen Puff the Archaludon on Long Yu's side of the field back to full HP.
Yeah, Pollen Puff can pay massive dividends here, but the Archaludon on Long Yu's side really taking a significant amount of damage here, so potentially something Long Yu is considering. Time for Archaludon for Eloy's end to go for its favorite Terra Bug here, looking a little bit more like a Centipede right now on the field, or indeed a Scolipede perhaps, going for that victory cry. Our Body Press now connecting into the Rillaboom, much safer targeting that slot just in case of the terrestrialization coming out from Eloy's side, which which of course it does, and Wood Hammer, giving a nice little another stamina boost to Longyu's Archaladon. A little bit of chip from the recoil that the grassy terrain will be recovering back. Dragon Ball's not going to be enough to pick up the knockout there. Another stamina boost to boot, and if this Amoonguss has gone for the pollen buff, which it has, all of that work by Eloy undone.
And you got to respect the play from Eloy. At some point, it doesn't matter how many stamina boosts the Archaladon has got. You're almost fishing for critical hits at that point. You need to make sure that you're targeting into it and giving yourself the opportunity to be able to knock it out. And if that doesn't work out, hey, that's fine. You know, you won game 1. Maybe you have to think about the end game, see if you can find a solution, or if not, then you're thinking about game number 3. But in this case, Longyu has just set up such a strong board position. They only have to click body press for a little while, maybe have to worry a little bit about the Basque Legion potentially in the back. But if they body press and it doesn't go into a Pokemon that takes damage from it, like that Ghost, unlike that Ghost-type Basque Legion, well, that's okay because Archaladon's here for the long game.
I'm surprised to see this Rillaboom stick around on the field for so long, to be honest. It wasn't offering that much against the 2 that Longyu has out on the field, and now it's down. So now can't switch in something and get around a Spore, which Rillaboom would have been immune to, being a grass type. Electroshock being set up by Eloy's Archaladon, just hoping to fish for boosts that ultimately might be able to allow Eloy's Archaladon to take care of Longyu's own Electroshock going off on the next turn. But if you're Longyu, you can just Rage Powder that away, and wouldn't be very effective. Of course, wouldn't be very effective into Longyu's own Archaladon either. But here comes Incineroar joining the field. It's not like it's threatening either of the Pokemon on Longyu's side of the field with that much damage, because it doesn't have access to a damaging Fire-type move. It's Knockoff, Will-O-Wisp, Parting Shot, and Fake Out here.
Yeah, you know, fair enough. I mean, you've got to do something in this position. Archaladon has now locked into Electroshock. You've got to make that progress if you're Eloy. Find a way to do a little bit of damage. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here. The only threat, really, that Longyu has to be able to slow that Archaladon down on Eloy's side is going for the Spore. But the Incineroar has the opportunity to Will-O-Wisp, side Will-O-Wisp. We didn't see that come off because Body Press just gets the one-hit knockout.
Clean one-hit knockout there onto the Incineroar as Eloy going for these Electro shots. Just a tiny bit of chip damage. The important thing is it got the special attack boost on the previous turn. But there it is. That's Amoonguss deciding that this Archaladon has to get even more adorable and take a little snooze on the field. And just going to be Eloy's, as of yet, unrevealed Pokemon in the bag. So Longyu adapting massively here at a 4 Pokemon advantage to Eloy's own 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just excellent play there, not taking any risks whatsoever. And of course, because you know that Archaladon on Eloy's side of the field has gone for its Terra Bug, you know that the Incineroar cannot go for its Terra Fairy to resist a Body Press, and that's a completely safe Pokemon to body press into. If it goes for a fake out into the Archaladon, then okay, the Amoonguss puts the other Archaladon to sleep, and if it goes into the Amoonguss, well, the Incineroar gets knocked out and another Pokemon goes to back to its trainer. So yeah, Longyu playing objectively correctly, absolutely here in this position, and yeah, it's I don't think Eloy's got what it takes to be able to get through this Archaladon now.
Yeah, the game has really run away in Longyu's favor, as now Longyu going for his own Electro Shot boosts. And I think in this game, the crucial thing, and it was important in the previous one, but crucial in this one, is that Pollen Puff coming out from the Amoonguss. Being able to heal up the Archaladon, or indeed anything of Longyu's choosing on his side. So you've really either got to be getting rid of that Archaladon before the Amoonguss can heal it back up, or you just target down the Amoonguss hard. But Eloy doesn't have the best resources to deal with grass-type Pokemon, but you do have Choice Specs Ice Beam on your Politoed.
Well, maybe that's the call. I mean, you speed up the Electro Shots for your opponent, but you also speed up your own Electro Shots. So maybe that's something that we can think about going into our likely, very likely, in fact, game 3. As it stands, Eloy's got a few options to maybe draw things out a little bit. You've got to maybe get a double protect with the Basque Legion, stop the Electro Shot going into it this turn. Then maybe, because you've got some special attack boost on your Archaladon, maybe you can get a critical hit, knock out the Amoonguss, but...
Or you could just forfeit the battle.
Yeah, no, that is, you know what, that is the other option. That is the other option, yeah. I think that's probably probably wise at this point to do that rather than giving your opponent any more information about how you want to approach the match. Maybe another turn just clicking protect and just thinking how to get around that Archaludon. You know, you set up so many boosts in the early game, and with the Rillaboom not even having U-turn, instead having high horsepower, once the Archaludon is a Terra Grass, it really does shut down the damage options, as you're saying, Charlie, that to deal with those grass-type Pokemon. And I think the difference here in Game 2 was that Long Use Amoonguss was, you know, kind of came in almost for free, and Eloy didn't really have the damage on the board, where I think it took a bit too much damage coming in Game 1, and that allowed Eloy to sort of deal with the Amoonguss and then pick off the partners as well.
Right, exactly. And I think, you know, it works both ways, doesn't it? Because, yes, you're not giving any more information away to Long Yu if you're Eloy forfeiting there, but also you're giving yourself a little bit less time to think and adjust heading into the next game. And we often see trainers trying to stall out the game for as long as possible because they're trying to come up with a game plan heading into the next one. But as it is, 1-1 apiece, I really am liking the look of this Politoed, to be honest with you, because it's so bulky. It's, along with Ice Beam, Muddy Water, Weather Ball as well. If you don't want to risk a Defiant boost on the Kingambit with an accuracy drop from Muddy Water, then Weather Ball is there. But also the Perish Song. It's awkward because with Politoed, you want the Ice Beam out on the field early, you want that online, but then you want Perish Song in the end game. So then you want to switch out the Politoed, bring it back in.
No, you have it in the early game. You have it in the early game.
You could do that as well.
You go Gothitelle and Politoed. You go for the Perish Song. Try to knock out the Archaludon if it's in the lead. There we go. And
no.
Maybe in the late game. Maybe in the late game. I'm going to hold out hope.
Right, sure, okay. I mean, do you want to finish what you were saying about then where the game goes from there?
Oh yeah, you try to get rid of the Archaludon as quickly as possible, then your Archaludon combined with your support pieces is able to knock out all of the rest of the Pokemon. But as it stands, we've got Basculegion, we've got Archaludon, we've got Incineroar this time in the lead instead of Rillaboom, and Archaludon, of course, mirroring each other down.
Yeah, well, it's going to be the Basculegion being threatened by the Dark-type moves on the Incineroar, but then Incineroar threatened by the Water-type moves on the Basculegion. I don't know how these Archaludon find themselves in facing each other every single game.
They've done so well.
They must just think they're looking in the mirror. What's going on? And then the other one terrestrialize and think, wait, no, I'm not Terrabug. What's going on? Oh, I see. No, you're actually another Archaludon. And Eloy, once again, bringing the timing right down to the wire. But let's see. It's got to be the Amoonguss lurking in the back for Long Yu. But for now, it's time to get Crystalline. Yes, once more, it's time for Long Yu's Archaludon to go immediately for that Terra Grass.
I think it's a good Terra type, especially with the lack of Fire type coverage that Incineroar has. The Will-O-Wisp is a little bit problematic, but there we go. Stamina boost getting set up straight away in this game, just like in Game 2, and making sure that it's just that little bit safer from its opposing Archaludon's Body Press and other physical type moves on the Incineroar.
Yeah, now Long Yu has to decide which Pokemon to bring in from the back. We're going to have the reveal of something. Do you bring in the Amoonguss right now? I mean, what can it achieve? Yeah, you have the Pollen Puffs online for later in the game. And this is the thing, it's a hard one to call. You don't want the Amoonguss to be too vulnerable, but also you want it to be able to go for those Pollen Puffs as soon as you need it. But it's going to be the Kingambit coming in instead. Body Press super effective into Incineroar, bring it down to about a third of its health. This Kingambit going to be taking a Dragon Pulse. It doesn't mind that one little bit. The Kingambit over on Long Yu side of the field does indeed have access to the Swords Dance, but it's Will-O-Wisp going into the Archaludon, which is a really nice play. So Body Presses aren't going to be dealing as much damage. You can also Will-O-Wisp, of course, into the Kingambit.
Even at 6+ stages of defense boosted, it's kind of like having 2 stages when you're burnt. It's like ×4 but halved, and you end up with this kind of thing where the maximum threshold of that Body Press is only 2 stamina boosts overall. And I really like that adaptation from Eloy, just making sure that Body Press, which has caused so many problems for Eloy across this set, is just a little bit less viable. And that might take the pressure off of Archaludon from Eloy. It means that it doesn't necessarily have to go for its Terra option, and one of the other Pokemon can, like the Incineroar, could go for Terra Fairy in the face of this Kingambit, and would probably be able to take a Body Press in this situation as well. Maybe get a Will-O-Wisp onto the Kingambit and sort of secure a board position so that Eloy can set up his own Electroshocks.
Yeah, we've got to bear in mind as well that, you know, that Eloy's Archaldon is not holding that assault vest. We cannot stress that enough. Body press no longer be doing very much damage at all inside Incineroar. It does indeed go for its Terra Fairy. You called it, Ben. Freeing up a Terra option on another Pokemon. Elo recognizing, I need to get this Archaldon set up now, so it's ready to go in the end game with boosted special attack. Knockoff coming out into Longyu's own Archaldon. That's really nice. Getting rid of the assault vest, so it's going to be softened up even further for the special attacks coming out of this Archaldon. King Gambit saying, right, I've had enough of this messing around, everybody. It's the teacher in this situation saying, look, class, settle down. I'm going to settle this with big Catar Cleaves after this Swords Dance coming out here.
But yeah, I mean, and that's a really good move for the King Gambit to be going for, but it's not going to be able to get off an attack, at least into the Incineroar, before it's gonna be vulnerable to a Will-O-Wisp. And now it's the Terra Fairy because of only the Dark type coverage on the King Gambit. It's going to be quite difficult for King Gambit to be able to knock out this Incineroar as well. So a really nice adjustment here, especially while the King Gambit is under threat of Electro Shock. Now the special attack boost is gone up, but look how much damage that Sucker Punch did right there.
Oh God, I felt that Sucker Punch in the guts, Ben. That winded me almost with the follow-up body press. Eloy's not looking too pleased about that one. Electro Shot is going to be fired off into the King Gambit. It's not the body press. It's not going to be enough for the knockout either. Thinking, maybe I should have just gone for the body press there. But perhaps, I don't know, maybe you're predicting the Amuga switch in, but it's got that double boost to its attack there. So interesting to see no body press coming out from Eloy's own Archaldon here. Parting Shot able to weaken Longyu's Archaldon even further. It's been softened up defensively. Now it's had its attack stats reduced too. Rillaboom gonna be joining the field.
And with threatening the high horsepower, that high horsepower does have to come out while under threat of the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit there. That's really been nicely set up. Of course, last turn, the Electro Shot had been locked into because the rain was on the field. So it wasn't able to do it that turn. But it could do this turn, or it could sort of start to think about it. Of course, the King Gambit can protect itself. It's not running the Assault Vest. That's on the Archaldon. So there's definitely some decisions to be made here about how you target down your opponent if you're Eloy. Do you call that the King Gambit goes for the Protect, use the special attack boost that you've accumulated with Electro Shot, go for the Fake Out, go for the Dragon Pulse, and try to target down that Archaldon that we know cannot protect itself, and then how do you beat a King Gambit? Well, put two things in front of it that it has to Sucker Punch.
Well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you have the Fake Out online right now, and we have two unrevealed Pokemon for both Eloy and Longyu in this situation. Got Basculegion, we know, lurking in the back. As Archaldon goes for the Protect that Longyu's own Archaldon is not able to go for. King Gambit also going for the Protect here. Really nice for Eloy to stall that out to try and get a body press off later on, but we saw how much damage that Sucker Punch did. Doubling up into the Archaldon here. Longyu not really fearing this Rillaboom at all in this situation. High horsepower certainly threatening down the King Gambit here, but Longyu nicely set up. Even though the Archaldon is in a slightly weakened state, the King Gambit, the same cannot be said for that.
Well, I'm just looking at the HP recovery from the grassy terrain and the leftovers. It really is adding up now. The stamina boost is activated twice on Eloy's Archaldon, and that means that the Sucker Punch maybe it's not enough to pick up the KO at this point, but there's also this like cheeky little play that you could do, maybe Grassy Glide yourself.
Yeah.
That avoids the Sucker Punch from the King Gambit on the Rillaboom and makes sure it doesn't get targeted, but then you're covering, giving the Archaldon an extra defense boost so that it can probably survive a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit as well. So you're kind of covering two bases, and with the King Gambit just having protected itself, it's much more likely to be attacking, or at least attacking, or maybe even switching this turn. But no, just a switch out from that Archaldon.
Eloy hoping to catch a Sucker Punch into this Basculegion, which of course wouldn't do anything. Sucker Punch only activates if your opponent's readying a damaging move. Look how much damage that Sucker Punch does into the Rillaboom. Follow-up body press, and that is just Rillaboom down and out immediately for Eloy. So really well targeted by Longyu there. Feels like Longyu is kind of getting things pinned down.
Yeah, this is Eloy playing a little bit defensively, and Eloy needs to play defensively. A Swords Dance King Gambit is definitely not something that you want to treat lightly, especially when it's boosted by the black glasses. But now the effect of Archaldon switching out here, is that it doesn't have those stamina boosts anymore. It's susceptible to getting knocked out by a Sucker Punch. Basculegion, of course, carrying the Life Orb as well, is also susceptible to that. And of course, it's so difficult because when you're trying to target down that King Gambit to be able to knock it out, you've still got to respect the Archaludon that Long Yu has access to. And there's still a Basculegion in the back. There's still an unrevealed Pokemon in the back for Long Yu. He's positioned this so well and targeted so perfectly with that King Gambit.
Oh, Sucker Punch just easily enough for the clean one-hit knockout there. Critical hit, not mattering one bit. And that's going to be the Basculegion down. It might be a very powerful fish, but it's not necessarily one with the most longevity. And, you know, you're looking at what Eloy has left and you're thinking, well, how do you deal with Long Yu's Archaludon? It probably is that Amoonguss in the back for Long Yu, but doesn't even need to bring it out here. Long Yu deciding, look, I can step on the gas as well as get nicely set up with my Archaludon. It's been softened up right now, but that doesn't matter. The King Gambit is there, providing such threatening Sucker Punches. Just too much health being left on the field. And once again, this Incineroar from Eloy, which, by the way, is going to make this King Gambit even more threatening, make the teacher in this situation even more severe, thanks to the Intimidate, giving it a double boost to its attacks. This King Gambit will now be at +3 in its physical attack. It's just shutting things down with the Sucker Punch. At least you can buy yourself a turn with the Fake Out. You can go for a Body Press, but of course the King Gambit can just protect. So yeah, Long Yu, really well played.
Well, the King Gambit can also switch in this situation as well. Just bring in the Basculegion. That covers a Body Press, and then you can knock out this Incineroar that can't protect itself. And you leave it with Archaludon versus the 4 Pokemon on Long Yu's side of the field. And even with the leftovers, the grassy terrain isn't gonna stay on the field for too much longer. So you're kind of whittling down the recovery in the long term. But 4 Pokemon against 1 is a very challenging place to be.
Yeah, I mean, you sometimes see the one Pokemon soloing opposing teams of 4, depending on what you have in the bag, but the Archaludon just not set up as King Gambit wisely protects from the Fake Out. Here's the Body Press from Long Yu's Archaludon. It's able to take it, get a Sounder Boost that's definitely too little too late. Dragon Pulse connecting down. Now, let's bear in mind, no longer has the Assault Vest, but still not enough to secure the knockout here. So it's just slowly heading towards, unfortunately, what seems like an inexorable loss for Eloy here.
But it would have been enough if the Archaludon hadn't switched out. It did get 1 special attack boost from the Electro Shot. So, you know, there's definitely a world where the Rillaboom made the prediction, went for either a Grassy Glide or switched itself out, expecting the Sucker Punch. The Dragon Pulse from Archaludon on Eloy's side of the field, knocked out Archaludon on Long Yu's. And then there's a whole different game to be played from that position. But that's not the world that we're living in right now.
Yeah, right.
Long Yu's made all of the right decisions, targeted absolutely perfectly. You cannot take that away from him right now. Eloy going for the protect, just trying to find a win condition in this situation. Will-O-Wisp, not connecting on the King Gambit. That was one of the ways that this could have been maybe a little bit better for Eloy, but as it stands, Kowtow Cleave with the critical hit, knocking out that Terra Fairy Incineroar.
Yeah, that's just salt in the wound, isn't it? I mean, even if you burn that King Gambit, can you come back in? I mean, it gives you a little bit more survivability. But then, once again, how do you deal with Long Yu's Archaludon? You know, it's sort of kicking the can further down the road. But very well played indeed as we see the final couple of turns play out. I mean, we're probably not even going to see what that final Pokemon is in the back for Long Yu. We've got to assume it's the Amoonguss there. But huge congratulations to both players. 5-0. Currently, now Long Yu goes 6-0. Eloy 5-1. Still an incredible achievement. Well done to Long Yu.
6-0 at the Dortmund Regional Championships, the first regionals of our season in Europe, and Long Yu pretty much securing their position into Day 2 Swiss, into that continuation, and setting themselves up really, really well to get into that asymmetrical top cup.
Yeah, very exciting indeed. And I'll be honest with you, Ben, I kind of forgot that I was wearing these ears, and then I saw myself on the monitor just then. And yep, they're still here, still playing my Tandem Mouse. We've got to bear in mind that in that game 1, even though it went to Eloy, it certainly wasn't easy. It certainly wasn't easy for Eloy to secure the win there. You know, it involved some really clutch survivals. Of course, Eloy's Archaldon doesn't have the Assault Vest, so it took way more from the Dragon Pulse than Long Yu's own took, and it required some boosting up of the special attack as well as the stamina in order to secure that game. So really just a tough matchup for Eloy there. But once again, I do really like that Terra Bug tech on the Archaldon.
It was really good, and if you look back to game 1, how Eloy used it at the point in time, you know, getting that Terra Bug just as the body press went into it, getting a stamina boost, and just putting the Archaldon on his side of the field in a great spot. I think that's like the story of the match, really, isn't it? Where you've got these Archaldon facing down against each other. They've got different Terra types, they've got different items, they've got different, or quite similar, but different supporting casts to help them achieve their goals. But I think the thing that Long Yu really did so well in that set is adjust from game 1 to game 2, putting the Amoonguss in with Archaldon, getting that flip turn stamina boost onto their own Archaldon, and that just cut away a lot of the damage that Eloy was able to try and inflict onto the Archaldon in game 1, really get that set up and going, and then heal all the damage back. Just keep the pressure on turn after turn after turn. And even though that got a little bit messy in game 3 from the Archaldon's perspective, well, they switched things up, brought the King Gambit in, found a way to get a sword stance off in front of a body press, and then look at that, the King Gambit going for the sucker punches, followed up by the body press. It doesn't matter if that Archaldon was burnt, it still was enough to pick up the KO, and KO after KO came from that sucker punch.
Yeah, King Gambit saying, you sit down, and you sit down. Stop messing around, everybody. Here we go, Kazakh, yeah, you can go home as well, Incineroar. Basically, it was King Gambit securing all the knockouts here, and we didn't even see how it would have played out because Eloy forfeited before the Archaldon went down.
I'm getting high school flashbacks. Right?
Exactly, yeah. I don't know how much you were messing around in school, Ben, but I hope that you weren't. I think you were probably a very good boy.
I was a very good boy.
Yeah.
I was a very good boy.
I think you were. I put my money on that.
Oh, and you're a good boy now, aren't you?
What?
You're such a good boy now.
Are you doing a Jamie Boy impression? Is that Jamie Boy arrived on the scene? Yeah.
Jamie Boy is a teacher, of course.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. No, it's a good point. Yeah, Jamie Boy playing that King Gambit expertly there. And yeah, once again, congratulations to Long Yu. Why didn't we see the Polytoad, Ben? Like, genuinely, I'm not saying, you know, just because it would have been cool, but I think it would have been a really good play in that situation. And then, you know, you had your choice specs, so you'd be locked into the Ice Beam, predicting the Terra Grass onto the Archaldon, and then you don't need to worry about accuracy drops with Muddy Water because you do also have access to Weather Ball, so you'd have to switch it out, switch back in. But then, of course, the Perisong stuff too.
I think there was an opportunity there for the Perisong to go. I think Eloy was maybe thinking that the Perisong would have been a difficult mode to go for in front of the threat of King Gambit, especially after you saw it game 1. You kind of don't want to necessarily put a Gothitelle in that position where it's got to have to deal with that, especially with the way that Long Yu adjusted going into game 2, where there was that Ghost-type Basculegion in the lead. Very difficult to lock down a particular lead and then go for the Perisong because Ghost types can switch out in front of Shadow Tag, but also there was that flip turn. There's that opportunity for the Basculegion to react to whatever it was that Eloy was doing. So yeah, I think it would have been the call. I think it was definitely a call to be made, but it was a very difficult one to be able to do.
Sure, yeah. It's just I think if there's what that highlights really about Eloy's team is you need at least one other way to be able to hit grass for good damage, because just Amoonguss and Terra Grass Archaldon is really shutting it down. And whether that's running Flare Blitz somewhere on your Incineroar. I mean, we also didn't see the Gothitelle come out either, which could have provided some really nifty tricks to get involved in. It's got Expanding Force without the Psychic Terrain on that team. Still really good damage, but of course the skill swap as well.
Stamina Gothitelle.
That could be a Stamina Gothitelle.
Yeah.
You're fully locked down onto the field, making that Gothitelle even harder to remove. Got to be careful bringing it in the face of the Basculegion, of course, with super effective Last Respects. Terra type on that Gothitelle, though, is Terra Dark, so would have been able to resist Ghost type damage had it gone for that Terra. But as it is, as you said before, Ben, that's not the world we're living in. The 4 Pokemon that came, Rillaboom, Basculegion, Incineroar, and the Archaldon. And yeah, I'm not convinced about Leftovers Archaldon, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, typically when we don't see Archaladon with a Assault Vest, we see it with Power Herb.
Yeah.
So you can just go for that one electro shot, get the ball rolling, so to speak. You don't have to have the rain there to be able to use that charge attack. And then you can take advantage of it, but you can also protect and make sure that you can get into a nice situation for it. So, yeah, maybe Leftovers wasn't necessarily the call, but equally, Eloy is 5-1 here, so
yeah, exactly.
You know.
Yeah, what do we know?
What do we know?
Yeah, Protect is still really nice to be able to run on your Archaladon. But enough about Eloy. It's time to hear from our winner of that Swiss round 6. So let's throw it over to the lounge. It was Long Yu going for those pull and puffs, and certainly Long Yu was up to snuff.
Thank you very much, Charlie and Ben. I am, of course, joined with our first confirmed player going into the day 2 of the Pokémon Dortmund Regional Championships. Long Yu, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling so exciting because this is my first regional. I can't imagine that I can go so far. So also I have been picked to the stream table and I also won this game. It's so amazing.
Yeah, and you put on an amazing performance as well. Congratulations for making it into the day 2. Really cool team as well. It was mainly the Archaladon versus the Archaladon that seemed to be the key parts. But you had the Terra Grass Assault Vest, and then Eloy had Terra Bug Leftovers. So what were your thoughts going into the match with Archaladon against the opposing Archaladon?
Yeah, I have been practiced a lot about the rain team, but I've never practiced against Leftovers. So this is a very clever item choice, and it also got some trouble to me. So finally, I find a way that can make my acro so booky. Finally, I won again.
You were able to get through very well. Yeah. You had your Amoongus going for Pollen Puff to heal it up. You also you had Rain, you had Pelipper, Eloy had Politoed. Both of you didn't bring Pelipper or Politoed. So why did you choose to leave Pelipper on the bench?
Yeah, because when you're playing Red Team, you always like to bring Pelipper. But if other people also have Rain Team, so you don't want to bring it because it will let other people use the electronic skill, so it's not very clever.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out pretty well. So just before we conclude this interview, do you have any shout-outs that you'd want to give to anyone watching at home?
Of course. Firstly, I need to shout out to my family. They always support me to do what I want to do. And also my fans, especially the members of my channel. Without your support, I cannot make this so fun. And also Ren Chenfu, Shi Liang Tang, and Chong Junpeng, they also give me many advices about how to play in real-life events. And also Zhu Junxi, Si Dawei, and Kabi, Si Fenkesi, Yukino. Many people, they practice many best of 3 with me, so let's make me stronger.
Yes, good to hear. And once again, congratulations for making it into day 2 of the Pokémon Dortmund Regional Championship. We're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be right back with round 7. So don't go anywhere.
Well, this is actually my first regional, so I didn't actually prepare that much. But I thought, I watched some YouTube videos, went on Reddit, read about other people's experiences, and I have a whole cheering squad here, so, I think I go and meet with them after my games to get a little bit more energy, but yeah, that's basically it.
Obviously have a good sleep, like an 8-hour sleep, and then have a good breakfast too next day. And then I think you should be good for a long day of Pokemon.
If it's this tournament, I don't sleep. I toss and turn on a bed all night and just keep thinking, is my team ready to go? Have I done everything possible to be ready? And I just come in here and play free and play to what I think I can do. And as long as I do that, I have no regrets and I can go home at the end of the day happy.
Yeah, I think it's really important to make sure that you've got energy to compete throughout the day. That means eating a healthy breakfast. That means getting close to 8 hours of sleep and just being in a good headspace for the tournament. Don't be afraid to give yourself breaks between rounds to do things like listen to music or enjoy fresh air outside the venue. I think it's really just about making sure that your body and mind are ready for a long day of tough competition.
I, first of all, make sure that I get a full night's of rest if I can, although I know sometimes we end up staying up late to test and make sure our decks are fine. Trying to eat some breakfast ahead of time and really mentally reset, make sure you're ready for a long day and taking one game at a time.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and, you know, make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube, a lot of YouTube, just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own style, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at, and then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
Welcome back to the Dortmund Regional Championships. My name, for those of you that are just joining, is Lee Provis. I have the pleasure again to be back with Jamie Boyd. How are you doing, Jamie? Enjoy that last one?
Yeah, that was great. So, Terrabug, Archelodon with leftovers. We don't see that every day. Didn't quite come out on top, unfortunately. It was the classic Terragrass Assault Vest that came out on top. But yeah, really, really cool team. Seeing Eloy come back after all these years and still being in a really good position, so close to that day 2, but Long Yu able to just pick him at the end.
Just at the end there. It was so close as well. There was a lot of factors, I think, that came down between the outcome of that match, because it was really between the two. Archelodon and Archelodon, wasn't it? Even despite the Terra types there, really just came down between the two of them.
Yeah, it did seem so. And it was interesting seeing, well, they're a rain team. They didn't bring rain.
Yeah.
Politoed and Pelipper were both left on the bench. And they were content to bring the Basket Legion and the Archelodon that kind of rely on rain, but then if you've got the mirror match, it doesn't particularly matter if the rain's up or not.
Not so much, and I think if you're in that position where on one side of the field you're kind of hesitant to bring your own rain because it gives the opponent an advantage as much as it gives you an advantage, but if something goes wrong in the battle, then the advantage stays with them and you think, oh, I'm not in the best place here. But the Perish song, I think, may have come into play if we did see it. The problem was that it was on that choice-itemed Pokemon, so it wasn't really as free to use as maybe sometimes you would see if the choice item wasn't there.
Yeah, it's more of a tech to be able to lock out a game rather than I'm going for Perish as a strategy. And that not being available, I think that would have been really useful if that was like, well, I have Fake Out on my Gothitelle and I can Protect on my Politoed. That would have been a way to break through the Archelodon for sure.
Yeah, because you could almost position using that flip turn, couldn't you, with the Basket Legion into the Politoed and then go for that Fake Out, go for the Perish Song, and then just stall it out from there and get rid of that big threat quite easily in that situation, but unfortunately wasn't the option. But something for trainers to think about maybe in future if this Pokemon keeps being as dominant as it has been so far in the format.
Yeah, I mean, like, I see
Polito versus Pelipper. Pelipper is obviously so common. I see Polito as its niche would be going for Perish Song.
Yeah.
So it does make sense there was, even though it was choiced and it is just a tech move on there, like Perish Song is definitely still a viable strategy. With the Polito, we can see that. It was 5-0 going into that previous round. So, but it seems like trainers are opting way more for Pelipper. I think the Hurricane being able to get on, as well as the water moves that you can go for, flying as well, covers so many things really, really nicely that the Rain archetype does really want.
Yeah, Pelipper gets a lot of really good support moves. Wide Guard, Tailwind.
Yep.
And the Weather Ball's even good as well, so even if your weather gets disrupted, you've still got a really good way to utilize what your opponent's trying to undo what you're doing. So I think in a lot of ways, but like you mentioned, I think Politoed as one of those Pokemon dedicated to potentially being there as a support, setting the rain up, and then being that Perish Song Pokemon where your primary goal is to get rid of the 2 Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field, and then with the 2 remaining that they've got, that's when you unleash this Perish Song mode. Or vice versa, you could start the battle off with it, especially if you've got those trapping moves. Maybe even see something like Whirlpool or something like that to
potentially
self-trap.
Yeah, we will have to see if that's going to be the moves of choice for these trainers that are still doing very well across this tournament. We will have confirmed some players that will have got those 6 wins and will make it into day 2 of the regional championship. Of course, because the Swiss now does continue into the second day, while you're still at that 6-0 record, as we can see some fantastic trainers there, you still want to be consistently winning.
Yeah, got some incredible names across the board there. One familiar name is Matty Morgan. We've seen have a lot of success before and continuing that in the first EU regional this season. And, you know, nothing really jumping out at you saying, oh, wow, I didn't expect Matty to be playing something like that. But the more consistent kind of solid choices are what we're seeing here with the Goldingo. We haven't seen much of today, though. Really, I was expecting to see a lot more of it, but obviously doing a very good job for Matty.
I mean, I don't think we've seen much, but it was third on the usage. I believe it was still in the 30-something% usage, so it's definitely still being used, and obviously Matty is using it to great success here. It seems very similar to like the P2 Ursaluna team, but instead of going for slow Trick Room, Ursaluna's going to KO everything. Garchomp, nice and fast, don't need to Trick Room instead.
Yeah, and utilizing probably the Porygon 2 is your kind of way to undo the Trick Room if it does get set up. And then in those favorable positions where you've got the Porygon out on the field and maybe it's 1 or 2 Pokemon remaining, that's when you can set the Trick Room up to kind of utilize it as an offensive tool as well. Antonio Sanchez continuing their run on in this tournament in really good fashion, undefeated still, 6-0. And again, we had that team, the pleasure of featuring it earlier on the stream.
Now we were saying, well, tried and true we're trying to avoid those, but you know, it's starting to establish itself as tried and true if Antonio continues to have the run that they are having.
Well, yeah, I think if Antonio continues into day 2 and you know, any top finish with this team, it really does solidify it as a very good option going into this format, and one that, you know, even if you are preparing against it, if it's in hands of a very talented trainer, then it's still going to be a very difficult team to kind of overcome, and it's looking that way. I do love the team concept. The Dragonite we've already talked about enough on the stream, but it's just such a good option there, and alongside that Garchomp Double Dragon combination is just really, really great to see.
The Double Dragon used to be Salamence and over
Salamence,
Dragonite, right?
and Garchomp, yes.
Yeah, it did. So yeah, we're going down into the 5-1s as well. 5-1 is still a very, very good score to be able to have. You can see some good names there. Davide Carrez, obviously a standout. Rafael Sadowski, Francesco Rossini as well, going to be able to be at the 5-1 record. So yeah, 5-1, you're still absolutely in it. 1 loss does not put you out of the tournament by any means.
No, not at all. And I think at this stage in the tournament, you know, if you've only taken 1 loss, you've got to say, look around at the field around you, the caliber of players here, you're doing extremely well, and not letting it affect you is the next thing. I think don't tilt, don't go into the next round thinking about it, brush it off, move on. You've done very well so far in the tournament. You just need to carry that on, and I love the concept of this team. The double fairies here this time, and double dragon, and then
you're just missing a double steel, right?
Yeah. Well, we got double ghost there as well.
Double ghost,
so, yeah, just a double steel. Maybe there's a Terra type on the high dragon, and then that covers the double steel there, maybe. But yeah, I love the combinations here, and Francesco, you know, doing extremely well. Hopefully that continues on in the tournament. And Ross Stewart, we had Ben and Charlie mention running a particular Gastrodon. I'm very interested to see that. So Ross continuing great form at 6-0. at the top of the leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll have to see who we're going to be featuring on our stream round for this round 7, of course. We've got some great matches, but we can only feature one of them. We're going to be able to hopefully see who's going to be able to make it into that day 2 as well. It seems like we're going to be featuring Ivar Vliga versus Julio Tarlau for our feature match. And look at that. That's a killer watch roll.
That is a killer watch roll, and this team looks very fun to feature. I guess going up as well against what Julio's bringing, which is your more kind of traditional, what we've seen at this event this weekend so far in the broadcast, with that Maushold, the Annihilate. We've got the Dragonite, the Goldingo, Incineroar, and the Whimsicott there. But you've got the Killer Wattrel, you've got the Hisuian Typhlosion as well, and that Galarian Weezing, which I just love to see. We saw have quite a bit of success, a similar team to this success in Baltimore. So is it going to continue that vein this weekend? But that isn't the only match, of course.
Yeah, we've got plenty of other great matches. We just saw Long Yulin be able to secure their place into that day 2, going up against Joan Garcia. Again, with that lone Dondozo. We saw that crop up on the stream for Flavio Del Pidio, and it seems like it's having success for Joan as well here. We've got Matty Morgan versus Michelle Kelsch, 2 fantastic players. Regional champion Matty Morgan, world's finalist and semi-finalist Michelle Kelsch as well. So really, really good games. And I think a lot of trainers were opting into very similar teams, because as we look down some of those notable matches, maybe not so much for Ivar, but for the rest of the players, it seemed like they were going with pretty similar concepts.
Yeah, and I think that's what's probably going to happen for the rest of the tournament, right? Where we'll have these outliers like Ivar's got here that are still doing very well into that kind of more classic kind of build of team that players are bringing to the tournament. But the majority of those teams seem to be the ones that are performing the best in the tournament, so naturally they're going to be the ones that are sticking around at the top tables. Just whether or not they're going to stick around right till the end, or whether or not they'll be that kind of bunched up in between now and day 2, and then they'll fall off a bit. It'll be interesting to see how it all turns out.
Yeah, for sure. But then we do have a very, very cool team coming out here for Ivar that is going to be facing down against Julio Tarlau. So I'm very, very excited to feature this match in particular, because I always love to see these really unique Pokemon come into the fray.
Well, there's a unique Pokemon across the board on Ivar's side of the field. I mean, even the Corviknight, it's not something that we see or have seen too much in this regulation so far, you know, and I think it offers a lot for trainers when they're bringing it. The Steel, the Flying type, being able to Terastallize to get away from those weaknesses, but with that Mirror Armor ability that it's got, it's just so useful, especially when you're seeing that Intimidate cycling or any sort of kind of disruption stat-wise on your side of the field. And then we look at the more interesting things. You've got the Toedscruel. We've seen that with the Mycelium Might. It pairs up so nicely with that Weezing, getting rid of that ability, the neutralizing gas. But I guess before we take a deeper dive into the teams, we can take a look at the accomplishments of these incredible trainers.
Yeah, Ivar was a really, really strong showing in the Utrecht special event. Top 16, so close to that top 8 cut. I believe was using a really interesting Calyrex Ice Rider team to be able to have a really, really good performance. And looking over at Julio Tarlau as well, regional finalist back in 2022, so close to being able to get that regional title as well, with the top 4 in Bremen, and then really consistent across the internationals. Top 8 in 2023 in EUIC and top 16 in 2024 NAIC.
Yeah, that's the epitome of consistency there between those two events. Yeah, both players very good accomplishments to their names, and I'm sure they're eager to add another one at the end of this event this weekend here in Dortmund. We can, you know, talk about that Toedscruel, that Weezing combination, because we're going to have a quick look at it here. What are your feelings about the Mycelium Might and that neutralizing gas?
Well, it allows Toedscruel to be the fastest consistent sleep user that we have available in the format. We've been seeing quite a few Vivillon pop up on the screens as people are using that Pokemon, but Toedscruel is a little bit faster. Mycelium Might means that Spore would be in like negative priority, effectively in the same brackets for all the neutral moves, but turning that off with Weezing to be able to go for just regular old Spores at the normal speed that Toedscruel would be at is really, really nice. And the pairing of Acid Spray with a Choice Specs Weezing as well, that can really do some significant damage.
Yeah, I love that. And then the other outlier here is going to be that Killer Wattrel, something we definitely don't see too much of, with that competitive ability as well.
Yeah, it's going to scare off the Incineroars for sure. It's going to be able to do some massive damage if it does get intimidated. And then it pairs really nicely with the Garchomp because you've got the combination of going for Discharge and Earthquake. That is, we said about tried and true. That's a tried and true combination.
That is a tried and true combination. Looking forward to seeing how Julio approaches that threat because we've got the Whimsicott, Incineroar, Dragonite, Goldinger, Maushold, and the Annihilate there. Anything jumping out to you here? I mean, the haze on the Dragonite's definitely something that we don't see too often, Jamie, and that Ice Spinner combination, it's a really good way of getting rid of the terrain if it's been set up and then eliminating any stat boosts on both sides of the field.
Yeah, I think everything else is like, you would expect to see those sets, but that Dragonite is absolutely standout for me. Yeah, Haze Extreme Speed is very common on Dragonite and opting for the Terra Normal, and then Ice Spin and Thunder Punch, that's basically perfect coverage. We've known across the generations that Ice and Electric is a very, very good type combination.
Yeah, definitely, and I love the Rocky Helmet on the Maushold as well. I like it. It's a more of a traditional kind of support Maushold rather than the offensive one that we've seen more recently with that Population Bomb there to support the majority of the team, allow the Goldinger to set up with that nasty plot and also use that beat up when the opportunity's there to power up the Annihilate, get that Rage Fist powered up to a point where it is going to be picking up knockouts on the other side of the field. Incineroar there, standard. Whimsicott, pretty standard as well.
It does have beat up though. I know you would you definitely want beat up when you have an Annihilate, for sure. When you've got a Whimsicott, having beat up makes perfect sense. It's just quite uncommon on Whimsicott because you don't always pair it with an Annihilate, but obviously it's going to make perfect sense here. I think that the Weezing could be quite impactful here because you can lead it against the Whimsicott and then suddenly Prankster's gone, so maybe you can just go for a Choice Scarf Eruption with Typhlosion. If you go with the Toedscruel, Acid Spray's still going to threaten it down very heavily as well. You could pretty safely spore the Pokemon that's next to it. You could spore the Golden Go. Like, Toedscruel can spore with or without the Weezing on the field because Mycelium might, while it does have that kind of drawback of, well, it's going to move last in the priority bracket, will also bypass ability. So Weezing or not, it'll be able to spore the Golden Go.
Yeah, the one thing I would say about the two teams, Evo seems to have the immediate threat with those Pokemon that are able to just do damage straight away. You've got the Life Orb Garchomp, you've got the Scarf Typhlosion, and then you've got that Specs Galarian Weezing as well. Whereas Julio's side of the field are more setup based, and we are going to see the leads coming out. Julio leading with that Maushold and the Annihilate, and the Weezing out for Eva with that Toedscruel.
Yeah, so a very classic lead coming out for Julio here. You've got to assume that Eva has some sort of game plan against Maushold and Annihilate because it is such a common lead. The training on the speed on the Maushold is going to be quite impactful here because Maushold does naturally outspeed Toedscruel, and if you are training it to be as fast as possible, you'll easily be able to get the beat up before the Annihilate. But then if you don't go for Follow Me, that could leave you susceptible to the Spore that could be coming out. There's not a safety goggles on the Maushold. It is that Rocky Helmet instead.
Because of that, we're going to see the Protect come out from the Annihilate, not take any damage this turn, and then an Acid Spray into the Maushold here. Going to lower that special defense by 2 stages, which will in turn power up anything coming out from that Weezing and return a taunt into that Toedscruel. Going to prevent that Spore from coming off any further turns as a Dazzling Gleam. Just the move of choice here. It is going to be spread damage, not hitting the Annihilate here, and doing some big damage, picking up a massive knockout onto the Maushold turn 1. So that beat up option from that side of the field is no longer possible for Julio.
Yeah, that's a massive KO. Well, we said beat up's no longer an option. Yes, it is. Here comes the Whimsicott as well.
Round 2.
But yeah, there's no Prankster, but assuming the Whimsicott would be run as fast as possible, given it's holding a Focus Sash, because you always run it in special attack and speed in that case. But yeah, the Toedscruel does outspeed the Maushold. That is quite impactful. It didn't really matter in that turn, but that's really good information for both trainers going into the rest of the best of 3. Whimsicott should still be able to get a Tailwind up, but if it does want to, like it is going for, it can go for that beat up. This is only going to be 3 hits though, because the Maushold's already been KO'd. Now Rage Fist is 200 base power rather than 250, which you normally see. But yeah, Acid Spray, that's still super effective. And that's still really good damage into the Whimsicott.
Yeah, again, with the low and the special defense here. The Rage Fist going to come out before any Dazzling Gleam. Let's see what the damage is like. 200 base power, dude.
Not enough.
Big damage, but surviving as a Dazzling Gleam fired back in return and taking the Whimsicott down. Another one down, and the Annihilate taking a very big amount of damage for its trouble.
Yeah, if that would have been a 4 beat up into the Annihilate, would have probably been enough to pick up the knockout on that Weezing, but taking the KO on the mouse hold on that first turn meant that beat up wasn't as effective. And Incineroar's joining the field now. It's not going to be able to get an Intimidate off, of course, thanks to that neutralizing gas, but it does still have fake out pressure. You can go for a fake out into the Weezing at least, but not into the Toadscruel. That's exactly why it's going to be holding that covert cloak. You can very easily just go for a Spore here into the Annihilate if you want to. Earth Power would still do notable damage to the Incineroar as well. You've done so much chip damage to this opposing Annihilate. You can keep the Toadscruel safe as well, which is what Ivar is going for. Getting that Killer Wattrel in, that's going to be able to pressure some Tailwind support in the future.
Yeah, especially if we do see the Rage Fist into that slot, you've got that security of the Focus Sash, so you will be sticking around as the Weezing does go down now after all of the work that it's put in, taking 2 Pokemon down with those Dazzling Gleams. As we do see that neutralizing gas now wear off, we are going to see the Intimidate, and perfectly timed from Ivar, getting that competitive boost. +2 as a Flare Blitz does come out, doing some big damage, taking it down to its Sash here, but the Killer Wattrel in such a good position now. Is the final Pokemon that Garchomp. I didn't see when we were flashing through the switches there, but even if it is the Garchomp, but even if it wasn't, if it was a Toadscruel, you can still lock into that discharge. +2 after that competitive boost activated, but now in such a dominant position where, like you said, the tried and trusted formula is going to be that Disc-Quake combination, Earthquake and Discharge. Both Pokemon immune to each other and so oppressive, and we do see the forfeit from Julio. What a fast-paced game 1, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. That was easily going to be a double KO. Earthquake and Terra Ground Earthquake is what we saw Ivar going for as well. Into Discharge would have absolutely picked up the KO. So yeah, I think the Killer Wattrel was really cool because you've got 2 ground types with the Discharge. I picked up on, well, yeah, I'm going to Earthquake and Discharge with my Garchomp. I didn't even clock that, yes, of course you can Discharge next to your Toadscruel as well. So yeah, really nicely done. I think it is quite crucial that the Toadscruel does actually outspeed the mouse hold, because we know it's not safe to go, because that's on the Incineroar. You could very easily just Spore turn 1 now if the same lead is led for Julio.
Yeah, you could, and that would then open the door for you to maybe then go after the Annihilate, so it isn't knocking things out, being as such a hindrance to, even though that was so clean at game 1, and it caused Julio so many problems. Like you say, you've got that information now going forward. And the other thing, the timing there from Ivar to get that Killer Wattrel in was just so perfectly done.
That was so good.
We can't talk about it enough there, because knowing that, okay, well, the Glaring Weezing probably going to go down here, but if it does, that neutralizing gas is going to wear off, and then that Intimidate will activate. I'm going to make sure I take as much of an advantage of this as possible, getting that Killer Wattrel in. Of course, with the Focus Sash as well, there was no risk of it getting knocked out.
Yeah, for sure. And Flare Blitz would have been strong enough. It did bring it down to the Focus Sash. But yeah, Killer Wattrel usually needs to be on the field and then Incineroar switches in. I don't think I've ever seen that interaction where you switch in the Killer Wattrel to get the competitive boost because of the Weezing disappearing. That was such a cool play, and like the game was just immediately over. Like Discharge, Earthquake, that would have KO'd both Pokemon from full HP as well.
Yeah, it feels very difficult for Julio going into this next game, especially when, you know, anyone coming off a loss like that, especially being maybe taken a little bit by surprise. How are you approaching this one, Jamie?
Yeah, I think the Whimsicott lead would probably be a bit more ideal, because we saw the mouse hold, it didn't really do too much there. You would be able to go for a Tailwind straight away. That's if you were going still with the Annihilate strategy, but it seems like a complete switch up for both of the trainers here. It's going to be Incineroar and Dragonite for Julio, but Ivar did switch up to the Killer Wattrel, and there is that competitive boost immediately on turn 1. So yes, you got an Intimidate on the Garchomp, but now you boosted that Killer Wattrel.
Yeah, it's in a great position. It is threatened this next turn from that Fake Out, so it will have to either go for the Terastallization. You do that, you're committing that for the rest of the game, of course, but you can get some damage off, or you just go for a nice Protect, maybe utilize the Garchomp here to get some damage off, and you've got to be careful though in front of that Dragonite that does have those Ice-type attacks that 4 times super effective. So if you are staying on the field, if you are attacking, you've got to make sure that you get the knockouts from here, but we are going to see that Terastallization into the Ghost Terror type. It is going to have the immunity from that normal type Fake Out. Attack coming from the Incineroar this turn, so it will be able to get an attack off. No Fake Out, Discharge coming out from the Killer Wattrel. Garchomp immune to it, doing some big damage to the Incineroar, picking up the paralysis on that Incineroar as well as secondary effect, and followed up by a Dragon Claw. And not quite enough. The Dragonite just holding on there. The Life Orb boost, the Intimidate, so pivotal as an Ice Spinner coming out into the Garchomp. 4 times weakness there, enough to pick up the Garchomp, but the Rough Skin now, because the Dragonite just held on. Will it be enough? It will be enough to take down this Pokemon, leaving saving the Incineroar just to get the Flare Blitz potentially off into the Kilowattrel, but it has got that Focus Sash.
Oh, I didn't get it off. There is the secondary effect of Discharge coming into play. That is a full paralysis on the Incineroar, so we will never know what it was going to go for there. Breaking the Focus Sash would have been really, really good for Julio, but no, that Kilowattrel has it intact. It's able to survive another attack coming out from Julio's side of the field. Whimsicott joining the field, and with the Weezing joining the field as well. That means that the Prankster is turned off. You could have potentially gone for a Tailwind into a Flare Blitz into the Kilowattrel to be able to break the Focus Sash, but even if the Tailwind was set now, you're being paralyzed thanks to that Discharge, and we see it's a 2-hit knockout. So yes, you can go for the Discharge, maybe even into your own Weezing. Still do great damage to the Weezing, but that would secure the knockout on the opposing Incineroar as well.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed with the Weezing coming in here, and you think, oh, the Whimsicott coming in and has got that ability just to set everything up and get Julio back into this game, but it's a lot more difficult. You do, if you are Julio, have that Focus Sash, of course. You've got that security of being able to take at least one attack before going down, but the Tailwind now being set by that Kilowattrel on Evo's side of the field, followed up with a Sludge Bomb, enough to take down the Incineroar here, leaving the Whimsicott open to go for whatever it likes here, probably matching the Tailwind most situations, but we know from the speed interactions now that the Kilowattrel is in fact faster than that Whimsicott.
Yeah, it is naturally faster than opposing Whimsicotts. It's actually in quite a nice speed tier that we don't usually see because we don't really see a Kilowattrel, but it's in a fantastic position here because now it's facing down the Annihilate. It could just go for an Air Slash, which is super effective into that opposing Annihilate, probably going to force that Terrestrialization, but Sludge Bomb's going to be able to be very super effective into the opposing Whimsicott as well. Not even a Terrestrialization. That's just a one-hit knockout into the opposing Annihilate.
That is a huge knockout here. No change up from Julio's side of the field. The Air Slash, enough competitive boost to take it down in one hit. Taken for its trouble, that Moonblast, and the Moonblast drop as well. The huge neutralizing gas. Otherwise, that Moonblast drop would have activated the competitive, but the neutralizing gas keeping it in check for now. Just keeping it at that +2, but the Weezing doing enough. The Whimsicott taken down to a Sash, and it looks like a very quick-paced game here, and Evo is going to be our next round winner here at the Dortmund Regional Championships. In what style?
Kilowattrel is not what I expected to absolutely sweep through this round. That was incredible. Like we obviously know that Incineroar is used a lot, and Intimidate is a fantastic ability in BGC, but not against competitive Pokemon. Like we usually see it against Defiant. Defiant is so much more common. We see Annihilate, we see Kingambit.
Yeah.
Competitive is not as widely distributed on common Pokemon. But you get +2 special attack boost rather than the -1 up to +1 effectively. So yeah, that competitive boost, that Kilowattrel just ran through that game.
Absolutely incredible, yeah. And you look at the Discharge as well. I love Discharge because of its secondary effect, where it does have that, you know, a good chance to paralyze the target Pokemon. And yeah, we saw it was a huge, because if the Incineroar in that situation had been able to get an attack off, the Kilowattrel's in a little bit more of a precarious position that next turn. But because of that, fortunately for Julio, just not able to get any sort of momentum there. The Annihilate coming in at the end, you think, okay, is there a way to get this back? You've got your Tailwind up, but that was already matched by the Kilowattrel. So every step of the way, Evo was just thinking, right, I know what I'm going to do next, and utilizing all of these little intricate tools that have all these really niche kind of ways to be used in a format, and doing it and executing it so eloquently.
Yeah, that was just an absolutely fantastic showing, and switching up as well. Like the game one strategy seemed to be incredibly effective.
Yeah.
And then just being able to switch, well, Kilowattrel Garchomp instead. Let's just immediately go for those Earthquakes and Discharges. But yeah, like that's got to be the fastest game that we're going to have this season, most likely, because that was like only a few turns each game.
Yeah, that was incredibly quick. You're not used to kind of seeing the speed of game, but I think it just goes showing more testament to Evo's game plan, how comfortable they are with the team and knowing exactly what they need to do against these kind of common teams. We were just saying before this match began, the tried and tested teams, but when you're coming into it with a more unique team like Evo's got, and you've got your lines in place and you know exactly what you need to do against these teams, then it is as easy as that, and it's a good advertisement, I think, for players at home that are thinking maybe second guessing, do I bring these odd things that I'm not seeing so much on the stream? Well, yes, if you're confident with them, if they're working for you in practice, bring them to an event.
Yeah, for sure. And that, yeah, Kilowattrel it's not going to be on anyone's radar.
No.
Like Tailwind is
maybe after this weekend.
Maybe after this weekend. And because I think most Tailwind setters, it's been like, well, like, obviously Tornadus and all that used to be very, very strong. We don't have those, so it's, well, the Prankster Pokemon, let's go for Whimsicott, and let's go for Gale Wings, Tailwinds, and maybe a Murkrow instead. But no, you don't need Prankster Tailwind with, like, Killer Wattrel is very fast. Like, you've got Dragapult. That's about it that's relevant, that's going to outspeed Killer Wattrel. So you don't particularly need, like, Prankster Tailwind. This is definitely fast enough Tailwind.
Yeah, definitely fast enough. And I think against the opposing Tailwind users as well, when you look at what those Tailwind users are, you've got all the best attacking options against them to deal with them. You've got the Air Slash for the Whimsicott. If you're going to see Pelipper, if you're going to see Talonflame, you've got that discharge, and you think, well, I'm pretty all right in this situation. I can just Tailwind. I've got my Sash. I'm pretty secure here. If I do, I've got the Weezing in the back. I've got my Garchomp sitting quite snugly next to me just to be able to kind of chip away at things. And it's not exactly chipping away with the Life Orb, of course. It is doing significant damage. A really great Pokemon, and got those 3 abilities as well. I really love all of them. You know, they're all viable. It's a bit like the Archaludon, where you've got 3 abilities that you could really pick from, but they're all really useful, but probably not as useful as a competitive in that last match.
Yeah, that competitive was very good, for sure. You have to get the stat drop for it to be useful, whereas something like the Wind Power, you can activate yourself. If you go for Tailwind, well, suddenly your electric move is as strong as a +2 competitive boost would have given you in the first place, but you're in control of that. But then when you do get the competitive boost, then you can just keep going for those consistent moves as well, because Wind Power activates, and this discharge will be as strong, and then it's back to regular in the future. But if you get +2, well, every discharge is now this strong.
Yeah, and I love the adjustment in Game 2 as well of bringing the Garchomp, because I think Julio obviously identified that the Toedscruel was going to be an issue again, and maybe bringing the Dragonite there with that super effective Ice-type attack. And although it was super effective into the Garchomp, I think the Garchomp's just a little bit better defensively than that Toedscruel in that situation where it was able to, take the Intimidate, but I can compensate for that because I know I've got the Life Orb there, so I can still get the damage I need. Probably maybe expecting the Dragonite to go down, but showing how well Julio's trained that Dragonite, but it really didn't matter too much because the rough skin came into play there, and it was really from there, it was all in the hands of Evo to kind of take forward. We can see the Garchomp having a look, very strong, got a very large attacking stat as well, and a very good speed stat, very unique speed stat as well, especially placed into this format.
Yeah, unique speed stats are really nice, and the fact that it's like a little bit faster than a lot of the common Pokemon in this, like that we see commonly in this format, is really, really good for Garchomp. We saw it a lot when it was used in like Regulation D and E. It was usually Clear Amulet, and now there's been a huge shift to, I think every single Garchomp I've seen has been Life Orb at this point. Maybe there's been like one Choice Scarf Garchomp, but Clear Amulet seems to have dropped off. And yeah, why would you need Clear Amulet when you actually want to be intimidated if you've got a Killer Wattrel next to your Garchomp? So I'm really curious to see what the thoughts were to put that Killer Wattrel on the team, and we've got the man to do it. We've got Ivar ready for an interview, so please take it away.
This is Ivar Vliga's kitchen, and we are just living in it. Ivar, huge congratulations on that phenomenal win. Such an exciting team. Now, as you were saying to me just before, you took a lot of inspiration from Wolf Glick's Baltimore team. Talk to us about how you felt when you first saw that team.
Yeah, like, I thought Weezing was really good this format. So, and I did my own things. I tried it with Typhlosion before, actually. And also with Slaking and Dondozo. But in the end, I was like, I don't know about it. And then I was like watching Baltimore, and I saw the team, and I was like, I can give it a try. Why not? I like it. So then I played it, and I was like, okay, this team is actually really good. So why not try to work on it even more and make it so I like it, put my own things on it to, so I can play more efficiently.
Yeah, you have been cooking in that kitchen of yours, Ivar, and I mean, you are frying things left and right with discharge from the Killer Wattrel, even air frying with the Air Slash, taking out the Annihilate in one hit. The competitive really, really huge, but let's go back to that very first game here. Julio Tarlau, obviously an incredible player, and a team composition that's a bit more familiar at this point in Regulation Set H. What was your game plan going in against that team?
Yeah, so I think the main threats on the team is like the Mouse Ape stuff, and like the Golden Go with Tailwinds can be scary. But I was like, I'm just gonna try Toedscruel Weezing. It's matched up pretty well into the Mouse Ape, and if it gets the lead wrong, I can just Spore the Ape or the Golden Go, and then I'm kind of fine. So I tried to do that, but then turn 1, my Toedscruel was faster than the Mousehold. I didn't even expect that. So I acid sprayed anyway to play around the taunt and got the kill immediately. And from there on, I think I just played it out and had such a big lead in first turn. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You really did. Acid Spray synergizing really nicely, enabling the Dazzling Gleam to then pick up the knockout there. It was so cool to see. And then, yeah, the rest of the game, you're able to bring out your Kilowattrel and just sweep from there very fast. And then we got into game 2. Were you expecting that maybe Julia would lead the Incineroar, and that's why you led the Kilowattrel?
I kind of was expecting it, because into Weezing Toadscroll yet, I spinner on the Dragonite as well. So I thought Dragonite looked a little bit scary on lead, because Ice coverage is pretty good into the team. So I was like, and maybe Incineroar for the Weezing to fake it out immediately. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna do Garchomp Kilowattrel, because I thought it worked well against the other leads as well. Just getting Tailwind, Earthquaking, and then discharge, things like that. It was like pretty good into that team. So I was like, maybe I can catch it, and I get a competitive boost and go crazy.
Yeah, well, exactly, and we can see that right now on screen. Yeah. Kilowattrel going crazy, and yeah, it was so clever switching in the Kilowattrel when you knew the Weezing was about to go down, immediately activating the abilities, and therefore giving the Kilowattrel that competitive boost. Kilowattrel, fortunately here, didn't get burned, so it didn't go down at the end of the turn, and then, as you say, you can just go crazy with those discharges. Is that a play that you've practiced? You know Weezing's about to go down, so you get the Kilowattrel.
I done some different things. I sometimes ended up with a +6 Kilowattrel, because if you get the Intimidate first, then switch in Weezing, and then switch it out back, Intimidate reactivates. Yeah. So you can get like crazy high stats on your Kilowattrel. So I think it really synergizes well with the team.
Yeah, and then so you doubled up with the Dragon Claw in turn 1 of game 2 as well. Wasn't quite enough, but then the rough skin on the Garchomp was enough to take out the Dragonite.
If I go down here, I don't think it's too bad, because I get the Weezing in and can switch it out immediately and just click Discharge and pick up 2 KOs and just and then have a +4 Kilowattrel with a Sash. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I think the question on everyone's lips is, do you think this team can go all the way?
I think the team itself can. I don't know if I can do it, but why not try it, right?
We believe in you, Eva. We believe that you can. And you're a player who has a history of running really interesting teams. I was casting over a game you did in Malmö 2 years ago, although no, last year, 2 seasons ago, where you brought Dunsparce and Squawkabilly. It was so exciting to see. Can you talk to us a little bit about your approach to team building?
My approach to team building? I like to just play things I think are fun, in some way, but yeah, I want to have fun while playing, but also my own approach. I don't really take the super standard stuff most of the time, but I can do so if I want to. But most of the time I'm like, yeah, I want to do my own little spin on things, and then you sometimes get some crazy things and sometimes a little less crazy.
I hope that trainers at home are feeling really inspired to do some cooking of their own, get into their own kitchens and see what spice they can bring to the fray, because Eva is certainly testament to the fact that you can have a fantastic record running those Pokemon that we don't see so commonly. And of course, it is still so early in Regulations at age. There's still so much more experimentation that can be done. So really fantastic to see. Now, what are your aims for this season, Eva?
For this season, I actually didn't. I wasn't really trying to get super far this season. Like last year, I went to Worlds, I played there, I did a lot of regionals. I was like, I'm gonna take a step back a bit. This one I already signed with friends, so we just gonna have fun, and I brought a fun team that I liked, and I was like, okay, I'm going good. Like, if I can get, I'm going to Worlds, but I'm not planning on it really.
Okay, so you're just playing for the fun and seeing where it goes. And again, it's to each trainer their own deciding if Worlds is something that they want to go for. It might just be you're going for the one regional win, or you're just attending for fun. You don't really have your eye on the rest of the season too much. So that's really good to hear as well, Eva. And as you told me before we started the interview, you're a student, you're studying psychology. Hope that goes really well for you as well. Do you have any shout-outs that you want to give?
Some shout-outs? Yeah, I have a couple of shout-outs, like my family and friends, and specifically my friends from Niels and Jeffrey. We're wearing some cool things today, and yeah, that's probably the most of them. Like in global, I can, yeah, everyone supporting me, everyone watching, cheering me on. It's always nice to see people.
Yeah, exactly.
Meet new ones.
Yeah, so many people raising you up and cheering you on from the sidelines, making sure that you can get those fantastic finishes. Well, huge congratulations again to you, Eva. You've made day 2, so we'll keep our eye on you as the competition progresses.
Best
now, trainers, well, That's Ivar getting the win. Hooray. And now it's time to head into our last Swiss round.
It's good on.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch Freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu. Not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the minds are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. A critical hit. Sejun Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome to the Pokemon
Hello trainers, welcome back to the Dortmund Regional Championships. My name is Lee Provost. I don't often have the pleasure to be out on the floor, but I do have the pleasure to be joined by the phenomenal player, Victor Medina. How are you doing, Victor, and how's your tournament going today?
Doing good right now, 5-2. It was a bit of a rough start. I started 2-2, a little bit of RNG, a little bit of, but doing good. I'm feeling pretty well in the tournament. And yeah, let's play the win-and-in and see if I can go into the day 2.
Well, if anyone could do it, you definitely can. And coming back from that 2-2 as well, that is an accomplishment in itself, because at those stages in the tournament when it's not kind of going how you want it to, whether it's down to just things and moves having those secondary effects that you don't want, it can really affect your mentality. But you've just shown you've overcome that completely, and you're real in contention to make day 2, which is amazing. So how do you kind of manage that situation when you're in that stage of a tournament?
Well, it's definitely difficult. I sometimes get a little bit tilted, but the preparation has been going well. My matchup has been going well. It's just like try to focus on the next matches and on what you can do. Like, don't focus on the bad hacks that you had or the bad luck. Just focus on what you can do and in what you can get better. Well, I try to focus in that, but I get that sometimes it's very difficult.
Yeah, that's amazing advice as well, especially I think for newer players as well, and maybe considering coming to tournaments, or maybe you've just started a tournament, especially because you've got such a good resume behind you as well. I do want to ask you what you think of this format, but we know you performed so well last year. You were at the World Championships in Honolulu. I want to just quickly get your thoughts. How was your experience in Honolulu? How did the tournament at the World Championships go?
It went very well. I had a great time on stream. I played the win-and-in against a very good player, Chilean Tang.
Yeah.
It was a very, very amazing match. I didn't win, but I had a great time and I got 33rd. That is a very good result overall.
Yeah, amazing result, and congratulations on that, and hope to see you again at this year's World Championships. Talking about the upcoming World Championships, of course, we're in Regulation H now. How are you finding the new format? It's so different to what we were in at the World Championships, of course.
It is very, very different. It's completely different, to be honest. But I'm finding it very interesting. I'm liking it a lot, honestly. I think it gives the players like a very good variety of strategies. I feel like it's very cool. Like I really like this format overall. Right now.
That's great to hear. And do you have a favorite Pokemon in this format?
Yes, it's Ninetales Alola.
Oh, nice.
Ninetales.
Very good choice. Right. Before I let you go and get prepared for the last round, have you got any shout-outs, people here at the venue, people at home that might be watching?
Yes, well, shout out to my esport club, Esport Maniacos, and Juste. And yeah, in the venue, Antonio, Alex Soto, who is my partner, Esport Maniacos. And then to my family, to all the people in Spain that are supporting me right now and supporting all the Spanish players. Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Victor, for taking the time to speak to us, to share some of your experiences. Good luck in the next round, and hopefully it's not the last time we see you this weekend. We're going to throw to a quick break right now. Sit tight, trainers, because we'll be right back with round 7.
Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think? Pretty cool. There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
What a day we've had at the Dortmund Regional Championships this weekend. We're getting to the end of our Swiss rounds here on the first day on Saturday. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here by the wonderful Jamie Boyd. And Jamie, oh, what a day we've had.
What a day we've had. We've been able to feature so many fantastic trainers. I think it's been at least 5 previous regional champions that we've been able to feature on the stream so far. Yeah. Who knows, we may have featured the future Dortmund regional champion already on the stream. After a showing like that in the previous round, like Ivar absolutely just sweeping through with a killer Wattrel of all things, I'm very excited to see where this tournament goes, if that's the kind of thing we're going to be seeing.
Do you know what, Jamie? I was watching from the sidelines, and I gotta be honest, I was jealous of you being here on the desk, because that was just such a fabulous game. I was sitting at the sidelines, and every time Ivar made a play correctly, or when the wheezing went down and that activated Intimidate, and then the competitive went off, I was just like, this is brilliant.
That was
it was just so good. That was literally me for the entire 2 games.
Yeah, and Killer Wattrel able to just basically basically sweep with Discharge and Air Slash as well.
Yeah.
Like, such an uncommon Pokemon, and I think that's just a really good showing of what can happen in Regulation H. Because that power level is so much lower, so many niche Pokemon rise to be actually viable. Kilowattrel would have been on no one's radar, and then here it is now into day 2.
Yeah, and you can see why it's so powerful. I mean, combined with that age-old Disquake combination with the Garchomp, it's like, well, you wanna be able to intimidate a Life Orb Garchomp because hey, guess what? That does quite a lot of damage.
Yep.
But if you do that, you set off the competitive, and of course, you then have the Tailwind support. Kilowattrel's one of the fastest Pokemon that we have in this format. Not the fastest, but it's right on up there. And that combination is really scary to have to deal with, because no matter what you do, unless you're able to somehow burn the Garchomp, there's not really a good way to slow down that combination. If that's not working, well, Wheezing Toedscruel that we saw Wolf use a couple of weeks ago in Baltimore, well, we can see how effective that was against Julio in the last round.
Yeah, absolutely was, and it's still going to be very impactful going into the rest of the tournament, because of course Evi did make it into day 2 with that 6-1 record. You need the 6 wins to be able to make it into the day 2. Of course, you want at least 7 or 8 if you can help it, but you need at least 6, and we're getting down to crunch time now. This is going to be winning in for quite a few trainers in this final round.
And it's not just winning in, but it's also with our slightly different format now, the opportunity to cement your place in day 2. Not everybody is going to make their way into the asymmetrical top 8 that we have tomorrow, and so you do really need to secure those wins, get your record a little bit higher, push up your percentages, push up the chances that you're not going to run into maybe a little bit of a tough matchup tomorrow in the last 3 rounds of Swiss. Maybe something doesn't quite go your way. You want to make sure that you're mitigating that risk as much as you possibly can.
Yeah, if you end up undefeated in this day 1, you have to win 1 game out of 3 to be able to make it into that, at least make it into the top cut. And if you've gone undefeated at that point, 1 more game shouldn't be too much of a challenge. So yeah, like, you want to be, of course, winning as much as possible, but still, if you're at the 5-2 currently, you've still got every chance to even win the whole thing.
You certainly have. I mean, that's the good thing about an asymmetrical top 8, is that lots more players have an opportunity to battle it out to get into that top 8 cut. It's not just a case of, hey, I've got the same record as the person in 8th, but sorry, my opponents didn't quite do as well.
Yeah.
Now I'm sitting on the bubble, as we call it, in 9th position. Well, this particular type of structure gives you the opportunity to play again. It's all a little bit complicated. I must admit, my head gets a little bit tongue-tied, so to speak, when I'm thinking about exactly how the permutations work, but we'll sort that all out in the background for you tomorrow. But to get there, our players have to win just 1 more round.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really interesting to see how this now new structure of, well, Swiss continues into the day 2, how it's going to work across the season. We've, of course, seen it once in Baltimore. This is going to be our first one over here in the EU region. Going to be our first time experiencing this, really, because we're so used to, well, I need to make it into day 2, and then here's a brand new round of Swiss.
Right.
Whereas Swiss continuing, that's completely brand new to us.
Yeah, exactly, and it changes a few quite important things. Firstly, that you can't play the same person again. I mean, in previous tournament structures, I've played in some where I've played the same person day 1, 2, and 3 in an international championships, and that's not possible anymore because that Swiss continues until the top 8. So you can play someone twice, I guess.
Yeah.
But the likelihood of that happening is less likely unless you play them in day 2 already. But you also don't have this situation where you can, again, like we said, bubble out of top cut just based on the way that your day's gone, maybe even based on your round 1 opponent, which is totally up to chance.
Yeah, for sure. Like, in the old system, if you lose your round 1, well, you've got to win out basically the rest of the things. So yeah, we'll have to see who is going to be able to make it into that day 2. We have some fantastic matches that you are going to choose who we are featuring from. We had it on the round 3, and we had a great match featured there, and I'm sure we're going to have another brilliant one. Out of these 4
for choices. Look at some of those picks.
Well, if you're on Twitch right now, make sure you can cast your votes as to who you want to be seeing playing in round 8. It is your decision who we put on stream. So the first option, Joan Garcia versus Ross Stewart. I've alluded to it in a previous round with Charlie that Gastrodon is something special. So a little bit of a tidbit there. Rafael versus Francesco Rizzini. Francesco is a well-known player in the Italian community that has been playing the game for a very long time and always someone that's really great to be watching.
Yeah, and just to mention as well, the top match, they are currently 7-0. They're both undefeated, so we could be featuring the match for the undefeated player going into 8-0 for day 2. Of course, we've got some great other games, some teams that we would somewhat expect. We've seen the P2 Ursaluna coming out a lot. It used to be the Tyranitar to start off with, and then it was a shift to Flamigo in Baltimore, and then seems like Marcel has gone back to that Tyranitar.
And Marcel's another player that's been playing a long period of time, a player from Germany. Someone I'm really happy to see back. Tends to only play the German events, so yeah, really, really good to see him doing very well versus Carlos. Federico Camperosi, a player that we're well used to as well, sporting that Vivian, Pokemon that I definitely am excited to see doing well pretty consistently there. Lots of Porygon too, which I'm representing today on my pin here. So really happy to see that. And of course, as you mentioned, Jamie, there's the Flamigo instead of the Tyranitar. So we've got both options for you trainers. Which matchup do you want to see in round 8 of the Dortmund Regional Championships?
Yeah, we've also got that Solo Dondoza coming out from Carlos as well. We saw it coming out for Flavio Delpidio in that round 3 that was on the community choice as well, with that really interesting set of Covert Cloak with Fisher, Curse, and Yawn as well on top of the Wave Crash. So yeah, but I'm being interested to see what kind of Dondoza Carlos would be running as well.
Yeah, it's a strange thing to see Dondozo without its usual partner Tatsugiri, but I do think that's one of the things that Regulation Set H really does. It's like, hey, let's here's the rule book, Jamie. What do you want to do with it? Throw it away? Yeah, okay, let's just throw it away and just use the Pokemon as their own selves, really maximize their potential in the format now that they haven't got as much competition to be vying for those all-important 6 team slots.
Yeah, for sure. And whichever match we feature is, of course, going to be a great one. And whether it's going to be the 7-0 going into maybe undefeated territory in that day 2, which, as we've alluded to, is exactly where you want to be. You would only need one more match, one after that in day 2, to be able to make it into that top cut.
Yeah, and it looks like the community has finished voting, so we'll just wait to find out the final result, make sure that's all on board. But here it is. We have Federico Camperosi versus Anthony Manolache.
Yeah, it's going to be that Flamigo version of the Porygon 2 Ursaluna against that Vivian, which we have alluded to, of course. I believe this is going to be the first time we're featuring Golden Go on the stream, even though it was the 3rd most used Pokemon in this tournament.
It's pretty impressive that it's managed to, hide itself away from us for the stream, but we get 2 of them for the price of 1 now in this Swiss round 8, and a sort of mirror match in the way that, you know, there's the Porygon 2, there's the Golden Go, there's the Incineroar. Those are the sort of core pieces of both of these teams, but there's a very different flavor of structure for the other 3 Pokemon. The Vivillon, Primarina, and Garchomp versus the Ursaluna being the ground-type Pokemon of choice of Anthony, and that Flamigo and Amoonguss to support the more Trick Room-focused version of a team that Anthony's running.
I think that's the key thing, that the Ursaluna version is definitely more focused towards Trick Room. Yeah. Very much appreciates getting the Trick Rooms, the speeds reversed, so that Ursaluna suddenly is probably the slowest thing and just sweeps through with its Guts boosted facades. Whereas on the flip side for Federico, doesn't really matter if you're in Trick Room or not. Like, you'd appreciate it if you set up your...
Sometimes you are.
Yeah, sometimes potentially. And Primarina and Incineroar would like to be in Trick Room as well, but at the same time, because you've got the faster sleep than the Amoonguss with the Vivian as well available, and Garchomp doesn't really want to be in Trick Room, then you don't need to go for that at all.
Sometimes you're using Trick Room to stop Trick Room. If 2 Trick Rooms go off at the same time, then Trick Room doesn't, in fact, stay up on the board. So definitely some mind games here, depending on how these trainers want to approach it. And of course, with the Golden Go Mirror, with them both being a Ghost type, that's something that both players are really going to have to consider very strongly, is whether or not the Shadow Ball on each one is going to be able to go first. And does that force some options with terrestrialization.
Well, I think that gives just the advantage to the Garchomp, effectively, because Ursaluna, you'll have to be in Trick Room to try and avoid the massive Make It range that will be coming out from Golden Go, and then the Garchomp can support really nicely. The speeds on the Golden Go, well, you would assume that the one with the Garchomp is faster, because if you want to be slow for Trick Room as well, then that you'd be able to add a lot of bulk because you want to be slower. So assumedly that's the case. Who knows? Depends on whether because I have this Ursaluna that is super slow, I want to be a super fast Golden Go to compensate.
Yeah, just like put some pressure on in the early game, make sure you sort of punch a hole through your opponent's team, and then try to set up that Trick Room, get the Ursaluna going when your opponent doesn't have quite as many resources to handle the Ursaluna in the back. Well, we'll have to see how this matchup shakes up. I'm excited, Jamie, seeing how these trainers are going to be approaching it, both in the way that they've built their teams, but also, yeah, when you've got 3 Pokemon in common, it's not the most common amount of Pokemon to have in common. Sometimes, a lot of the time, you have either more or none. But it's definitely close enough that both of these players are going to have to do a lot of thinking in the way that they're going to be approaching the game.
Yeah, you can tell that the team building approach has been very similar, and it's just, well, here's my Rage Powder and Sleep Pokemon, and then here's my really strong ground type. Like it's very close, and I think it's going to be much more of a positioning kind of game rather than, well, the previous set that we saw him was just over and like blast her in a few turns.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a little bit of a closer look at Federico Camporosi as a player as well, because they're very well known in the community, a very, very good player. Look at those achievements. 2 international finalists in the senior division, 2023 Liverpool Regional Top 16 in the Masters division, most notably top 4 at Worlds in 2023 and getting top 32 at the North American International Championships just last year.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, back in the top 4 of that World Championships, he was using that Ursaluna, and then he's kind of shifted away to this Garchomp instead, and is now going to be facing the Ursaluna instead for that win and into the day 2. So yeah, a little bit of a shift up there, and just so it shows his flexibility as a player to, well, this could have been the Ursaluna version, and I am used to this. I got top 4 at Worlds with the Pokemon, but going for the Garchomp instead.
Yeah, and that's the really nice thing about how these great players adjust. I mean, talking to Michael Kelsch a little bit earlier along in the day, and he was talking about Dragapult, how he's adjusted it to the new regulation set, running Terra Dragon instead of the Terra Ghost that he ran in the World Championships. This is the same sort of thing where it's like, well, yeah, I like using the ground type coverage. I like having those sort of solid, stable Pokemon that they tend to be, but I really need to hone in on what's actually good in this format. What do I like using? What are the Pokemon around me? Where's the context that you have to be able to account for? So Federico, doing a fantastic job of that. And yeah, again, I got to do more shout outs to the Vivillon.
Yeah, for sure. Vivillon is such an interesting Pokemon, and it pairs really well with Garchomp as well because of that immunity to the ground and allowing it to just go for Earthquake completely freely. Whereas if you have a Moongus, well, you're going to have to Earthquake yourself in order to be able to get the spread damage. So it's a really nice synergy with that Garchomp.
Yeah, and well, Garchomp's been doing pretty well all across the day. Let's have a look at some of these standings here. As we were talking about, Ross Stewart was our 7-0 player in the community choice that we haven't been able to feature this time around. Fai's there, kicking up the rear with another 7-0. Mikhail Helst, when he was 5-0, he was also 10-0 in games. I'd be interested to catch up with him at the end of the day, see how many games he's dropped since then, if any, because if anyone was going to go 7-0 with a 14-0 record, I can see it being Mikhail.
Yeah, he's very quickly becoming one of the most consistent players that we've seen basically in the game. So 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Really, really strong showing, cementing their place firmly in that day 2 with a really cool team as well. Going for the unconventional, I say unconventional, it seemed to be Electabuzz versus Magmar, and Electabuzz made it into the top 12, but Magmar didn't make it in there. The more uncommon pick for that Follow Me user, but Michelle, of course, using it very, very effectively.
Absolutely. And looking a bit further down the list. Of course, Joan Garcia are 7-0, Cohen as well, Antonio as the last 7-0, but certainly not the least. We saw Antonio earlier on stream was able to do fantastically, really well. Look at that team. We saw it being played by, or a similar version at the very least, being played by Paul Chua in the Baltimore Regionals just 2 weeks ago, and showing that it's consistent. Even though the metagame has changed, even though things aren't quite the same as they were a couple of weeks ago, it's still finding a place here and still able to be putting on a great show.
Yeah, Antonio's ability to take a team that is established and still be able to be incredibly consistent with it is really, really impressive. Like back in his Liverpool Regional Championship win, Wolf Glicker just won that regional over in America, and then immediately Antonio takes the same team and wins the whole thing over here in Europe as well. So it's a bit like he's a very, very consistent player, being able to go with the, like I keep saying, tried and true team. I don't want to say it just yet, and I keep saying it. It's been one tournament. We'll have to see, though. 7-0 is pretty good.
But if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Seems so.
If it ain't broke. That's the really key decision I think that a lot of players have to make coming into these tournaments is like, hey, I could just try to emulate what a player that's done really well previously with, and use their team and just practice it, polish it, make sure you know your game plans in every situation. Or you can go the other way, like players like Ivar and Vliga that we saw on stream, absolutely just running away with the game against Julio Tarlau, but with a completely unconventional team. I think it's probably the first and last time we'll see a Kilowatt roll, at least in this tournament on stream, unless Ivar is on stream again in the top 8. And to be honest, I've got my fingers crossed for him, because that's such a cool team and such a good way to play.
Absolutely, and we've going to see some really cool teams coming out here for Anthony and Federico, of course, as well. Really excited to see. So hopefully the Vivian comes to the match, because we've been hyping it up so much. It does seem like it could be quite impactful in this game to be able to just spread those sleep powders very, very nicely.
It could be, and that's certainly when you're playing against a slow, more trick room focused team. Moves like Sleep Powder, especially boosted by the Compound Eyes, if that's what Federico is running, is very, very dangerous. I mean, we were talking about it earlier today, Jamie. It's like kind of Spore, but not quite. Like, it's not quite fully accurate, but it's close enough that you can kind of think of it like Spore.
Yeah. It's almost like you put a wide lens on like 90% accurate moves. It's getting pretty close to that. So yeah, of course you could just be seeing the Friend Guard come out from Vivian as well. That's also a very, very solid ability. And paired up to with something like a Garchomp, well, suddenly you're not going to be able to pick up the knockouts on that Garchomp with the Friend Guard. So the choice of Compound Eyes over Friend Guard, it's a really tough one.
And you can go either way. I mean, we've already seen it this weekend where Malsold can go for the Friend Guard or the Technician, depending on which way around. We've already covered Federico's achievements there, up there right now. But let's just quickly run through them again. An international finalist in the senior division twice over. 2023 Liverpool Regional Top 16, 2023 World's Top 4, and 2024 Top 32 in the North American International Championships.
Yeah, and Anthony able to qualify for Hawaii last season as well. And top 128 is a very, very solid showing for sure.
Definitely.
And still was able to compete in the Liverpool Regional Championship, making it most likely into that day 2 with the top 64 as well.
Yeah, and that's definitely great achievements for Anthony. It's showing the consistency in the most recent sets of formats. And, you know, sometimes when you've got a player with so much experience over the years, it doesn't necessarily translate into every regulation set, whereas the players that are picking up the game, I mean, we saw it last week with Nicholas winning the first regional championships that they attended because they're just fresh into the new format. But let's have a look. Jamie, take us through Federico's team.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the Compound Ice Sleep Powder version of the Vivian coming out for Federico there. Of course, the Terra Ghost to stop any fake outs that could be coming out. The Primarina is opting for Haze as its tech move, going to be able to stop Dondozo pretty comfortably. The Terra Fighting Porygon 2 is something that is picking up quite considerably, it seems. So you're going to be able to threaten things like King Gambit for massive damage. Against Archelodon, you're going to be able to threaten that for super effective damage as well. Of course, there is that Garchomp. It is holding that life orb that we so classically see on it. And it's going to be Terra Water as well. That's quite a nice tech move. Tech Terra is what I'm going for. Tech Terra. I don't think I've ever said Tech Terra before.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Tectonic, Garchomp, you know, it's a ground type.
That's of course what I was going for.
Absolutely. I could see it. I could see it, Jamie. I could see you were just struggling for the words there, but here we are on the other side.
Struggle is also a move, so...
there you go, struggling for the moves. Anthony on the other side has his Amoonguss with the Terra Water as well. Incineroar, Terra Flying, a nice little shake up there. Flamigo, that's the Pokemon I've got my eyes on. Scrappy, being able to block, intimidate, and be able to hit the ghost type. So could be really important in this Golden Go mirror that Flamigo is able to land super effective damage on it. And of course, rounding out the 6, the Nasty Plot Golden Go, the Trick Room Porygon 2, also Terra Fighting, and that Terra Ghost Ursaluna with its guts, and that trademark Flame Orb.
Yeah, and some trainers on this kind of team opt for Terra Normal on Ursaluna just for absolutely massive. This is absolutely KOing you in one shot for but yeah, Terra Ghost as well. We've seen Terra Ghost consistently across all of these teams. We saw it on the Vivian, the Flamigo as well. It's mainly to stop fake outs like that, because Ursaluna wants to sweep through Trick Room. You've only got 4 turns to be able to do it. If you lose a turn to a fake out, well then that's suddenly an entire turn of Trick Room gone. You're probably not going to be able to sweep through it. So yeah, Terra Ghost, very consistent option. Of course, it gets the immunity to fighting type attacks that would be very, very strong into Ursaluna as well.
And what I really like in combination with that is that you've got the Terra Flying on the Incineroar, so when you do set up that Trick Room, when you do get that Ursaluna going, you have another option other than the Flamigo to be able to take an Earthquake and not knock yourself out in the process, and also be able to fake out Parting Shot, get some damage off with Knockoff or Flare Blitz. That sort of combination really gets you steamrolling through that Trick Room. And Incineroar, we always call it a support Pokemon, and largely it is, but it's really something that you've got to remember now and then, that actually Incineroar can do damage.
Yeah, it can, and especially if you invest into its attacks. Like most trainers, when, like you said, they see it as a sport Pokemon, let's invest completely into its bulk, but it can absolutely do some damage if you invest into its attack. We're seeing it straight away coming out from Anthony's side of the field, paired up with a Flamigo, and there it is. We've been saying we want to see it. Here it is. There is that Vivian paired up with the Primarina.
And this is 2 for the price of 1 yet again here, and I'm really liking the position that the Primarina is in right now. Even though there's a fake out pressure on the field, Flamigo's only damage-dealing options are Close Combat and Dual Wing Beat, and while Dual Wing Beat is going to do quite a lot of damage, most notably would go through the Focus Sash of the Vivian, it's not going to do too much to the Primarina, and of course Incineroar's same type attack bonus moves are also not going to be very effective. So while the fake out pressure is on Frederico right now, the Primarina is in a fantastic position next turn to be going for some damage.
Yeah, you're going to store this turn of fake out, of course, coming out from that Incineroar, which is absolutely what was going to happen there. And yeah, Dual Wing Beat would be able to KO that Vivian through its Focus Sash. Not the common Brave Bird that we've been seeing on the Flamigo, so maybe just going for Dual Wing Beat because of the lack of recoil to break your own Focus Sash. But maybe Anthony was expecting all these Vivian to be able to come out, because now, yes, Flamigo is faster than Vivian. It's able to knock it out in one shot, so you'll be able to stop any of the Sleep Powders that could be Spore. I was going to say Spore. It's not Spore. It's close.
It's close.
It's Sleep Powder.
Close.
It's really good Sleep Powder, but it's slower than Flamigo, and that would be able to pick up the knockout with the Dual Wing Beat.
And that's why Vivian is going straight back to Federico, deciding to switch in there Incineroar. The Intimidate's going to come out onto the board, but not going to affect that scrappy Flamigo. It's going to be attacking at full power this turn. And yeah, here we go, the Dual Wing Beat. No Close Combat called into the Incineroar on the switch in, just going for the safe play there. Incineroar taking that like an absolute champ. Parting Shot slowing down that Primarina, but most notably, even though Federico is going for a faster, less Trick Room orientated team, the Incineroar on Anthony's side was faster than the Primarina, and that's not something I would have necessarily expected.
No, but it's going to be impactful here because that Incineroar gets out of the field, so it's not going to be able to take any of the super effective Hyper Voices that is coming out from the Primarina. And yeah, look at that. That Porygon 2 took absolutely nothing, but the Focus Sash is broken on the Flamigo, and that was still like like it didn't do that much damage, but the Focus Sash being broken means that Moonblast can now be a KO, even at -1. Flare Blitz is still probably a KO into the Flamigo as well.
And of course, we can see the Terra Ghost there on the Incineroar. That's definitely a call that both of these players are going to have to be thinking about, because if the Flamigo just goes straight for the close combat into the Incineroar and it goes for a Terra Ghost, it's not going to do anything whatsoever.
It will, because of the Scrappy. That's exactly why we see Flamigo. Yes. It would be a defensive Terra, so it would go back to neutral. So based on the dual wing beat damage, maybe it would survive, but yeah, like it would still hit it for sure. So the Terra Ghost, it won't get an immunity there, but sort of Flamigo is not going to be going for that close combat. Of course, if you're facing down an opposing Incineroar, switch in your own Incineroar, get that Intimidate back on the field.
I like that play quite a lot, and not just because it's the consistent Incineroar cycle that we've come to know and love in the video game championships, but because it means that the Flamigo is safe for later. It's definitely going to be one of those Pokemon that's going to make a big impact in the end game. You want to make sure that it's still there when the Vivian comes back onto the field, just to pressure away those sleep powders. Moonblast doesn't do much damage whatsoever, and a parting shot into that Porygon 2 is going to lower its stats. Most notably, the download boost was on the attack, not the special attack, so that Porygon 2 is going to be struggling to do damage right now.
Yeah, but it would still be able to break a Focus Sash of this now switching in Vivian that has hit the field. But no, it's not going to be attack, it's going to be the Trick Room instead. And very, very impactful there that we saw that the Incineroar was outspeeding the Primarina. So actually, this is kind of benefiting the Primarina to be in this position. Vivian is now the slowest Pokemon on the field, so going for a Sleep Powder into that Porygon 2 might not happen if the Porygon and the Incineroar just double up into it with a Flare Blitz and a Terra Blast.
Especially since the Primarina has its stats already dropped, its special attack has been dropped, it's probably not going to be able to, well, we saw it's not going to be able to do anything to the Porygon 2. It's probably not going to be able to do too much to the Incineroar either. So could be something that's worth considering, is going for a haze in this situation. Reset your own stats, and then you kind of make Hyper Voice a little bit more of a viable option.
Yeah, but there's just the Ice Beam and really good damage into the opposing Vivian. There's the Hyper Voice, but because of that earlier parting shot, not enough to pick up the KO on the Incineroar, which is now able to respond back with the Flare Blitz, and that's easily able to pick up the KO on that Vivian. No Sleep Powders into the Porygon 2.
I think after the Trick Room, the Vivian is kind of the weak link in the team in that situation. But now the Golden Go gets an opportunity to come in, and Golden Go with its Steel and Ghost typing is walling Porygon 2, so to speak. Porygon 2 can't do too much damage to the Golden Go whatsoever. And now that the Primarina is in a spot where the Incineroar has taken a lot of damage, the Primarina is going before the Incineroar, it's able to knock it out and allow the space for Golden Go to go for a boosting nasty plot, get itself set up, and maybe I guess if the Flamigo comes in and we're still in Trick Room, that will be putting a lot of pressure on the board.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with a Hyper Voice nasty plot. Maybe Anthony needs to consider reversing his own Trick Room now to be able to allow that Flamigo to outspeed the opposing Golden Go and then threaten the KO. But nope, not going to be reversing it here. It's going to be the Terra Blast for not really much damage at all into that Primarina, and that is able to respond back with a KO into the Incineroar.
I mean, Porygon 2 and Primarina are trying their best, and Primarina's doing a little bit of a better job than Porygon 2 right now. But just a make it rain on the Golden Go
really
there.
Good damage.
Yeah, really great damage. Single target, not a spread move anymore because the Incineroar was already knocked out. And if I'm not mistaken, that's probably putting the Porygon 2 in range of maybe a Moonblast from the Primarina if it's able to even land one at this stage.
Yeah, probably not Hyper Voice, not a -1, but yeah, Moonblast, that's going to be close. That should be able to pick up the knockout on that Porygon 2. Ursaluna has joined the field, but it's not burned yet, so it's not going to be able to do as much damage, but he's going to be able to pick up the knockout on the opposing Golden Go, even without the Guts boost for sure. But the Primarina is still pretty safe here. The Headlong Rush probably won't pick up the knockout on that Primarina. You've got the Incineroar waiting in the back that you could switch in, reset the special attack drop that you've just taken on the Golden Go, and get the Intimidate onto the opposing Ursaluna, so your Primarina is definitely going to be able to survive and hopefully get that Moonblast into that opposing Porygon 2, and that looks like it might be exactly what we're seeing here.
Incineroar coming in, and as you said, Jamie, getting that Intimidate onto the field. Of course, it is Terra Ghost as well, so the Headlong Rush isn't going to be doing super effective damage at all. And now the Ursaluna, I believe, will get the opportunity to go for its Terra Ghost. Make sure it's not taking super effective damage from the Primarina and kind of get itself set up to be able to launch those powerful facades. You know the Trick Room's going to be ending soon. There we are, headlong rush into the Incineroar, not doing too much at all. You know the Trick Room's going to be ending soon, so you're kind of waiting for Flamigo in the back to be able to come in and deal with the Golden Go. In the meantime, Porygon 2's got to stay on the field and keep itself healthy with Recover.
Yeah, and that was really not much damage at all from that Hyper Voice. Even with the headlong rush, dropping the special defenses of that Ursaluna, going for its Ghost Terror, so it was neutral to that Water Hyper Voice, means it's actually still pretty healthy here. And the Porygon 2, it looked like it could have been in range of Moonblast, but of course the Porygon 2 was slower than that Primarina, so even if it would have been a Moonblast into that slot, it would have been able to get that Recover first and easily be able to survive. And now the Ursaluna has got its Flame Orb activated. It's threatening huge damage with a Facade. A -1 Primarina should just about be able to live. Assumingly it's going to be a bulky Primarina, given it's holding a Citrus Berry. That should allow it to be able to survive that attack.
I think you're right, Jamie. I think that's exactly the sort of board state that we're in right now. And of course, the consistency of Hyper Voice coming out. I think, though, it's holding the Citrus Berry, so if the Primarina was able to take a Facade and then heal up a little bit, the question I've got is whether or not it would have been able to take a Dual Wing Beat afterwards, but we won't have to find out this turn because it's switching out for the Golden Go.
Yeah, not going to be able to go on the offensive here. If that would have been a Facade into Primarina, Golden Go would have appreciated that a lot. But Porygon 2 able to recover once again, back up to full HP, and the Ursaluna was not targeted here at all. There goes the EVO Light from that Porygon 2, thanks to that knockoff from the Incineroar. So very, very solid play coming out from Federico here, right as the Trick Room is over.
That's a big, big deal. We saw how much damage the Make It Rain from this Metal Coat Golden Go did in the previous turn. It was single target, so it's kind of similar, like making all of the Make It Rains kind of single target in terms of the damage that it's going to deal. But I think I'm more worried for Anthony about the damage that can potentially be taken on the Ursaluna this turn, especially if the Ursaluna doesn't go for a Protect and Federico calls it, goes for a Shadow Ball, just knocks it out. I think that's most of Anthony's damage down. I mean, you've got the scrappy Flamigo in the back, but it can only target one Pokemon at a time, and its Focus Sash has already been broken.
Yeah, I reckon this is still going to KO, though, because it's taken a headlong rush to a special defense drop as well. So I reckon it would have survived without that, but yeah, the special defense drop, that's a KO on the Ursaluna here. Porygon 2 without its EVO Light has surely got to be in range of Flare Blitz as well. So this is looking like it's going to be a double KO, and I don't think Flamigo, with a Focus Sash broken, is able to 1v3 here.
Only targeting one Pokemon at a time really is the downfall of Flamigo. If it wants to go for a close combat to knock out a Golden Go, then it's going to have to drop its own defenses. And even if it wasn't already likely that Flare Blitz was going to be able to pick up a knockout onto the Flamigo, well, yeah, after a defense drop, it probably would do. Of course, now that it's single target on Make It Rain as well, there's another scenario where the Incineroar goes down to a close combat, or maybe even a Dual Wing Beat if you're feeling confident about it. But then Make It Rain single target is probably going to knock out the Flamigo from here regardless.
Yeah, I would suspect it would. Even at -1, you got the Metal Coat boost as well. There does go the Incineroar down to that Dual Wing Beat, able to pick up the KO there. But now, like you said, this is still single target. Flamigo's defenses aren't great, to be honest. So even with this -1, there goes the Flamigo, and game 1 for Federico.
What a fantastic game that was, back and forward. But really the star of the show for me was that Primarina, just being able to sit in front of Anthony's Pokemon and kind of not worry about it. I think, like, there's definitely a conversation to be had, I think, in Anthony's mind about, like, hey, do I just need to push that Trick Room a little bit sooner in the game? I tried to get that Ursaluna set up, maybe switch it in as we've seen earlier today, get the Flame Orb activated straight away. Even if you've got to take a little bit of damage from a Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice, being a Water-type move, you still might have it, might be worth it, because then you've got more turns of Ursaluna being able to go for a Facade, go for a headlong rush, and try to punch some holes in Federico's team.
Yeah, it does seem like counterintuitive that Ursaluna is the best way through the Primarina. You just got to be contend with the Intimidate that can come out. Maybe the Golden Go can do something as well. If you get a Nasty Plot off, you're going to be able to KO the Primarina in one shot, given that you are the Life Orb variant of the Golden Go, so you're going to be able to threaten some really good damage with that as well. But that was left on the bench last time, so maybe consider going with the Golden Goat against the opposing, like Vivian can't go for... I almost said Spore again. Can't Sleep Powder you because of Good as Gold, even though it does outspeed you, and it can't redirect your Make It Rains as well. So Golden Goat could be a reasonable adjustment here coming out for Anthony.
I really like that idea, and especially with the Life Orb as well. It's pretty typical that a Life Orb variant of Golden Goat would be trained a little bit faster, playing on the more offensive aspect of what Golden Goat can do. And I do agree that it would be dishing out a lot of damage in that scenario. Also worth noting that Federico didn't bring their own Life Orb Garchomp to the game, and so maybe if Anthony's thinking, hey, how do I adjust to this? I didn't see a Garchomp last game. Maybe the Golden Go's an even better pick than it would have been even if the Garchomp was brought by Federico.
I mean, assumingly that was what was scaring off the Golden Go, right? And there we go. We are seeing that adjustment absolutely coming out. And yeah, no Garchomp coming out for Federico's side of the field. It's going to be Incineroar and Primarina that was doing so well for Federico in that previous game. But there's the Amoonguss paired up with the opposing Golden Go. The safety goals in the Incineroar here going to be quite impactful, because you can ignore the Rage Powder that could be coming out. Assumedly, Anthony wants to be able to go for Rage Powder and Nasty Plot, and then suddenly there's the KO into the opposing Primarina, but you can't as safely go for that. You kind of need to commit your Terra into Terra Dragon straight away, which is going to be reasonable. Like, you resist Hyper Voice as well, and if you do Rage Powder, that's going to be able to draw away any Moonblast that would have been super effective into that Golden Go. So, yeah, Golden Go, like, it's threatened by the safety goals in Incineroar, but it's still in a somewhat reasonable position because it does have that defensive Terra of Terra Dragon rather than the common one that we usually see with Life Orb of Terra Steel.
Well, Primarina's not going to be sticking around at all. Maybe doesn't want to deal with the Life Orb boosted Make It Rains regardless of the scenario. Golden Go going for the Protect, and I really like that. It looks like Anthony's trying to okay, I thought it was trying to get a little bit cheeky with the going for a Spore that Federico is covering, but no, instead just a double Protect to scout out the Fake Out. Now Golden Go's on the field for Federico, and these Golden Go are staring each other down, but there's redirection on one side of the field, but not the other.
Yeah, and Amoonguss is in a really rough position now because, yeah, you could redirect the Shadow Ball, and that would do really good damage into the Golden Go, but you can't Spore either Pokemon. There's the safety goggles and there's the Good as Gold ability that's going to be preventing that. So yeah, it's really awkward for that Amoonguss. Rage Powder next to Nasty Plot would have been really nice in that first position, but going for that very safe double Protect instead, if that would have been a Terra Dragon and maybe a side Pollen Puff Nasty Plot, that could have put Anthony in an absolutely fantastic position, but playing too passively there allowed that switching of the Golden Go, and now it's almost like it's a 2v1 because that Amoonguss is really not doing anything and is forced to switch out.
I like the switch out though, and I think the Terra Dragon that you called out for turn 1 could be just as effective in turn 2 here. But Incineroar's going to come in, make sure that Incineroar on Federico's side of the field is kept a little bit in check on this turn, and we are going to be seeing the first Terra of game 2. It's going to be the Golden Go, and it's going to be a Terra Dragon, so that looks like that's going to be Anthony's Golden Go just trying to maybe get set up or even just put a Shadow Ball on the field.
I know, as Federico's, they're both Terra Dragon, and Federico's is faster, went for a Make It Rain instead. A very, very brave Golden Go here that did not go for its Terastallization from Anthony's side, launching off that Life Orb Shadow Ball. That was really good damage with the special defense drop to boot, but no Terastallization there. Yes, there was an Intimidate, but that's still a super effective knockoff that is not able to pick up the knockout on that Golden Go. Even after the Life Orb recoil as well, it holds on in the red.
And speaking of Life Orb recoil, Jamie, that's going to be impactful for two reasons. First is that it's not going to be able to do as much damage, but second, because it actually allows this Golden Go at low HP to hang on and attack turn after turn after turn. And now Golden Go on Federico's side, it was the faster of the two Golden Go. It's going to have to think about protecting from the Fake Out, but if the Incineroar reads into that on Anthony's side, fakes out the Incineroar, as we're seeing here, could open the door, but Federico not falling for it at all. Make It Rain, KOing that Golden Go on Anthony's side of the field.
Yeah, and that's one of the big ways through the Primarina taken care of. You've got a Moongus and Incineroar that absolutely will not break through the opposing Primarina. I think you could tell by the reaction of Anthony there, that might have been a potential speed tie that he went for, because obviously he knows the training. If he is as fast as possible with the Golden Go, and Federico's was moving first, he knew that it could have been a speed tie. And there is the Flamigo there, so yeah, where's the damage into the Primarina now?
Yeah, I don't see it either. I mean, you've got the Amoonguss. What's the Amoonguss
It's just Pollen
running?
Puff.
It's just Pollen Puff, yeah. So maybe it's the Incineroar.
It's not. No, it's not.
Just keep Pollen Puffing it back.
No.
Big shot.
No, dual wing beat, I guess, is the best that we've got. So, and if you just break the focus sash of the Flamigo, then you just follow it with the Moonblast KO whenever you want now. So, yeah, really, really solid position for Federico. Even without the Primarine on the field, you just need to start chipping away at the Flamigo, and then, yeah, where is the damage going to come from?
Well, this damage is going to come from Flamigo into Incineroar, getting a close combat KO. But again, that leaves this Golden Go for Federico to make it rain yet again. It's at 2 stages of decreased special attack right now, but that doesn't matter. You can just break a Focus Sash and... wow, we're seeing the effect of how much damage that's going to be onto the Flamigo from game 1. Wow, that's even more impressive as the knockoff does knock out that Golden Go. But we're back. As you're saying, JB, we're back now to the Primarina and the unrevealed Vivian coming out for Federico. And yeah, I mean, I guess the good thing for Anthony right now is that the Primarina is slower than the Incineroar. So it does give you some opportunities to play a little bit aggressively into it. I mean, the Vivian has to be knocked out this turn kind of by the Flamigo, but then that opens the door to Hyper Voice coming out from the Primarina. It's a really tough spot.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Flamigo going to be detecting it instead, but yeah, that's just a Hurricane into that Incineroar, almost enough to pick up the knockout.
And the Confusion.
And, yeah, Confusion, why not as well, to be able to put it in range of maybe even KOing itself. There is that potential Confusion, and it is able to get the parting shot off at least, so going to be able to reduce the premium just a little bit.
And not confused anymore because it's managed to switch its way out. So, yeah, Incineroar will be back another day, but what a nice prediction there from Federico, just understanding that if the Flamigo was going to be going for damage, then you're going to be able to knock it out with that Hyper Voice. But if it just protects itself or switches into the Amoonguss, which was the other way that it could be played, well, you've got a good chance of knocking out, and if not knocking out, just nearly knocking out the Incineroar, making sure it can't just keep pivoting in.
Yeah, like, there might be a way back in for Anthony, maybe if you can get some spores off with the Amoonguss, you're going to be taking a lot of damage from the Hurricane. At any point, if you go for dual wing beat to KO the Vivian through its Focus Sash, well, that opens up the Premier to KO Flamigo with either Hyper Voice or with Moonblast. But then maybe spores can do stuff.
Does Hurricane knock out the... I don't think Hurricane doesn't knock out the Amoonguss, right?
It's a strong move, but Vivian itself isn't that strong. So I would assume an Amoonguss, even with that little bit of Hyper Voice chip, should probably be able to survive. Yeah, and then Flamigo's switching out. So maybe if the Amoonguss is able to survive, and it's got the Citrus Berry as well, so if it does survive the Hurricane, it will eat the Citrus Berry and definitely survive the Primarina, and that would allow a Spore into either Pokemon here, which could maybe give Anthony a way back into the game, especially with that defensive terror, which means it's not going to be weak to the Hurricane anymore.
Yeah, that's a really good shout there from Anthony, just finding the last vestiges of hope there. And of course, you can actually reactivate the Focus Sash on the Flamigo while one Pokemon is asleep.
Compound Ice Hurricane missed there. So unfortunate. Going to be able to not do the massive damage it could have done. There is that Hyper Voice, able to pick up the knockout on that Incineroar as it was on such low HP. But yeah, the Amoonguss free to Spore whichever slot it wants to go for here. It's going to be that Primarina. And now the Flamigo has been freed up to be able to not threaten the knockout into the Vivian with a dual wing beat as you Pollen Puff yourself. And if the Primarina stays asleep for 2 turns, yes, like you mentioned, that's back up to Focus Sash.
Yeah, I think this actually could be a lot closer.
It could be doable.
It could be doable. Yeah, I mean, it's likely that the Vivian is going to have to protect this turn from the dual wing beat.
Yep.
And I guess, like, I in this situation would still target down into the Vivian with the dual wing beat, but I'm wondering if actually looking ahead a few turns, the extra damage from one extra dual wing beat, if the Vivian does go for a protect, could actually clutch out an end game depending on how long this Pre-Marina stays asleep for.
Yeah, you could play the odds. Like it's a 2 in 3 chance of you coming out and getting your focus slash back up if you don't target Vivian, but nope, correctly does target here. Federico trying to get a little bit cheeky there, but nope, dual wing beat went into that Vivian, and like we mentioned, over the Brave Bird wouldn't have done it, but KOing through the focus slash with the dual wing beat, very, very nicely done indeed. Pre-Marina was guaranteed to sleep that turn, so this is almost certainly going to be that pollen puff to try and heal that Flamigo back up, but you do need to risk the sleep this turn. You can't protect and pollen puff yourself. It has to be that you'd be able to pollen puff yourself back up. So if the Pre-Marina was going to stay asleep this turn, you get your focus sash back, and then suddenly Flamigo would actually be able to break through with that dual wing bait.
I tell you what, let's just put the Flamigo to the side for a moment. How is the Pre-Marina going to be able to get through effectively that Amoonguss as well?
Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be doing decent damage, but not lots of damage. And if it's asleep for turn after turn after turn, Amoonguss can just keep sporing it, and then it's pollen puff after pollen puff after pollen puff.
Yeah, that's probably why he forfeited there.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Yeah.
That's a long end game to play, and to be honest, I would have liked to see how that would have played out, because there's a lot of different factors there. I mean, Moonblast and special attack drop on the Amoonguss, which actually could make a difference. Over 5, 6, 7 pollen puffs still would have been needed to take the knockout on the Pre-Marina, since it resists that bug type being a part fairy type. So yeah, interesting endgame. It really did look like Federico
I didn't believe in the 3 Pokemon that were remaining. I thought, well, you can't break through Pre-Marina anymore. Where's the damage? It had to be Golden Go. Dual Wing Beat's not going to be enough, but like 3 Dual Wing Beats will be enough if you've got the opportunity to go for it, because you'd be back to your focus sash most likely. I think if the Pre-Marina had woken up in that situation, it was still doable for Federico, and we will never know how that would end up. But if it did stay asleep, I'm pretty confident that Anti would have taken that game.
Well, let's look forward into game 3 now, Jamie. We've got these 2 trainers, such close margins between them. We had the switch up from Anthony bringing Golden Go, and it was enough to be able to take the win in game 2 against Federico. What are you thinking about going into game 3 in terms of switch-ups?
Well, I think the Golden Go adjustment for both trainers were very good here, and maybe it was a speed tie. It seemed like it based on the reaction of Anthony, and it seems like it was what he's going for again. Interesting that he's leading with the Amoonguss as well, because now with a switch up immediately with this Incineroar and Golden Go, the Amoonguss is kind of useless again.
Kind of useless, but it can, it can't even redirect, can it? So, but it does open the door for Amoonguss to just switch into Incineroar and cycle those fake outs, put some pressure onto the Golden Go on Federico's side. But in doing so, you do open the door for a nasty plot on Federico's side. So the question is what is Golden Go on Anthony's side going to be doing? Is it going to get a Shadow Ball into Federico's Golden Go like it tried to in game 2? Or is it going to be felled again by the combination of attacks of Golden Go and Incineroar?
And there's no Terra here as well, so if that is Shadow Ball, it's going to be interesting to move forward. There it was. It was a speed tie. It was a speed tie, and Anthony wins it this time.
One hit KO.
Yes, a Life Orb Shadow Ball always KOs an opposing Golden Go. The Metal Coat one might not have been able to be strong enough into Anthony's, but yeah, the speed tie one in this case from Anthony's side of the field. So we did see that, and now the Golden Go on Federico's side taken care of. Here comes the Pre-Marina, but Anthony has just switched in fake out pressure to be able to go for a fake out very safely into the Incineroar, and nothing will stop the nasty plot. Yes, you could go for Haze, but you don't achieve anything on that turn. So yeah, that is a huge, huge speed tie win for that Golden Go.
And a massive shake up to the momentum of this game. And now we've got to kind of re-establish ourselves. Like, now it's Federico's turn to find a win condition in a very bleak situation. I mean, you really do want your Golden Go to be doing good work in the matchup. You want it to be doing a lot of damage, but now, unlike in game 2, Federico doesn't have the Golden Go to do that, and Anthony can take advantage of it.
Yeah, switching in the Vivian here, so it's nothing like a Garchomp again for Federico, which would have absolutely been the best way to break through the opposing Golden Go and Incineroar on Anthony's side of the field, which is now going for its Terastallization into that Dragon type. So unless there's a Moonblast coming out into it from from the opposing Primarina, it's going to very, very safely be able to click that Nasty Plot button. And it's not going to take any damage this turn because Primarina is going for Protect instead. It was going to be a fake out into that Primarina. Yeah, nice. That covers for the going for the Moonblast into that Golden Go. But this is a very, very free Nasty Plot.
And it doesn't matter if you lose the Life Orb at this stage. Your Golden Go's used the Life Orb to do what it needed to do. You called it out. Making sure the Shadow Ball knocked out the other Golden Go. Then you can just go for the Terror. If you get your Life Orb knocked off, well, doesn't matter because you got the
But you didn't. Instead. You didn't. So this is probably strong enough to KO the Primarina now that you've got your +2.
+1?
Yeah, no, it was Shadow Ball. It's Shadow Ball. It didn't make it. It didn't make it rain as it often does. It was Shadow Ball. This is +2 Golden Go. This might be enough to knock out the Primarina in one shot. And even if it's not, it's going to bring it down so close to the red. Maybe just get that extra little bit of chip damage with the Incineroar. Because if you do go for a Flare Blitz into that Primarina, that would put it in range of +2 Make It Rain with a Life Orb for sure.
Or you break the Focus Sash on the Vivian, or you just make sure that the Primarina is not quite as threatening this turn. But I do wonder if that's a haze coming out from Federico. That would really, really change the momentum here. And I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that Anthony didn't go on the offensive. As you say, it was so easy to be able to take big knockouts there. But Primarina instead going for the Hyper Voice, not going to be very effective into that Amoonguss. And wow, this game 3 is much different to the last 2 games.
Oh, for sure. And now that Amoonguss going to be able to keep that Golden Go safe from any Moonblast if it does want to. It threatens a Spore into that Primarina that you could go for as well. You could Spore the Vivian. You could even Pollen Puff KO the Vivian after it's been brought down, definitely brought down to its Focus Sash after that +2 Make It Rain. Even if there's an Incineroar switch in, that's still going to probably take around half of its HP because of that boost and because of the Life Orb going on top of that. And then if you switch your Vivian out, then suddenly Primarina is almost certainly KO'd or put to sleep as well. And if it's the Primarina that switches out, Vivian, it's not really doing too much. Yes, Hurricane will do some very nice damage to the opposing Amoonguss. Maybe you still target the Golden Go and hope for some fusions. But yeah, it's Primarina switching out here. So Incineroar, it will take this Make It Rain, but it's still going to be huge damage coming out.
And it's definitely not going to like it one bit, as Intimidate doesn't do anything. Incineroar is switching in just for that typing. Hurricane.
Oh, there it is.
Here we go.
Oh.
Confusion off the Hurricane. That was one of Frederico's win conditions here.
Oh.
And the Golden Go's confused.
Oh, it hit itself.
It hit itself.
Oh.
No Make It Rain coming out from Anthony's side of the field. It's going to be the Pollen Puff breaking the Focus Sash on the Vivian, but that Vivian is still on the board, and we saw already that it would be able to pick up a knockout on the Golden Go this turn if it wants to. It's got the fake out support next to it with Incineroar, so yeah, Federico finding a way to come back into this game 3.
Yeah, normally you would be able to incredibly safely go for a double protect in this situation. It's not safe because maybe the Golden Go isn't able to protect because of another the confusion coming out from the Hurricane. If you can double protect, that's still pretty good because then you'd be able to Rage Powder away the Hurricane that could have been a KO into Golden Go and still get off your Make It Rain. But yeah, Federico going for the win condition that he can spot, getting that confusion into the opposing Golden Go. No double protect though coming out here. It is going to be a fake out into that opposing Golden Go and a massive Hurricane coming out from into the Amoonguss. It was enough to be able to pick up the KO thanks to that little bit of chip.
The little mushroom that couldn't, going down to the Hurricane there. Golden Go, of course, flinching from the fake out. Now Anthony gets an opportunity to bring his own fake out here, but there is also that one unrevealed Pokemon, and it could be that Flamigo there, putting the pressure onto the Vivian, putting the pressure onto Incineroar, and now there's some mind games to play. Does the Vivian go for a Rage Powder to stop the close combat into the Incineroar? Is the dual wing beat just the move of choice? But does Vivian protect from that and give Incineroar an opportunity to break the Focus Sash on Flamigo or do that last little bit of damage to the Golden Go?
Yeah, if you dual wing beats and KO the Vivian, you won't be able to KO the opposing Incineroar here. Going for a protect, most likely it seems. There's the confusion. It hits itself again.
No protect coming out.
Confusion hits. That would have been a protect, keeping it safe. But there's the close combat into the opposing Incineroar. No Rage Powder coming out either. That's a clean one-hit KO into the opposing Incineroar. So is it going to be a Hurricane into the Flamigo potentially, or is it going to be a KO into that opposing Golden Go, which would free up the Primarina? So
Hurricane.
There it is. There is the Hurricane into the opposing Golden Go, and it is able to pick up the KO. So we're back to where we were previously. Where is the damage now going to come into the Primarina?
Well, there's no Amoonguss this time. There's nothing to put that Primarina to sleep. There is the Incineroar that can parting shot and make sure that the damage on the Primarina has been put a little bit more under control. And of course, Anthony does have that fake out pressure to give himself a little bit of breathing room in this end game scenario. But both of the Pokemon on Frederico's side can go for a protect. You can just burn the fake out and then go for damage in the next turns. And of course, as we were saying, Dual Wing Beat's probably not going to be doing too much to the Primarina. Maybe there's a world where the Citrus Berry gets knocked off. That might give Anthony a little bit more opportunity to knock out the Primarina. But there it is, the double protect. No fake out going to be in play this turn.
No, but then that means you can very safely go for your Dual Wing Beat KO into the opposing Vivillon, and then assumedly go for either the knockoff to get rid of the Citrus Berry, or maybe parting shot to try and allow your Pokemon to survive. There is also the mind game of, well, when you've KO'd this Vivillon, assumedly the Vivillon is now going down to the Dual Wing Beat. The next turns, do you potentially wide guard on a Hyper Voice that would try and snipe off the Incineroar while breaking the Focus Sash of the Flamigo? Yeah. But then if you catch the Hyper Voice, then maybe here's another knockoff to get rid of the Citrus Berry, or another parting shot, and then you should be able to survive. So like this could come down to a really, really interesting endgame. Like, I can't see the real damage into the Primarina, but that won't matter if you survive through multiple turns of just, well, I'm chipping away, and suddenly your Citrus Berry's gone, and now you're not doing much damage because of parting shots. This is going to be so incredibly close in this endgame.
I think Moonblast is definitely the play. I mean, Incineroar's going to do less damage than Flamigo to the Primarina, so you've definitely got to consider it. But of course, we haven't been talking about the option to go for the Terra. Is this
going to be enough?
Ghost on the Vivillon. Vivillon's not known for being good at taking hits. Certainly not
Dual Wing Beat's way weaker though, but no, it's close combat. He called it! He called the Terra! He went for the close combat into the Ghost, which is definitely enough to KO. We saw the Dual Wing Beat damage previously. I don't think it would have been enough into the Terra Ghost, but he called the Terra Ghost. Absolutely fantastic. The Scrappy coming through in close combat. Cleanly one-hit KOs that opposing Vivillon, and there goes the Citrus Berry thanks to that knockoff from the Incineroar. That was like reasonable damage here. The Focus Sash is still in plate for the Flamigo as well. Yes, there is the Hyper Voice to break that Focus Sash. I say break the Focus Sash, bring it down to the Focus Sash. So is there's going to be enough damage here? Because, yeah, the Citrus Berry gone. Is Dual Wing Beat going to be enough paired with the Flare Blitz? Or do you go for potentially that wide guard to get an extra turn of Flare Blitz damage into the opposing from Primarina as well?
But if you play the next level, then maybe the Flamigo goes for the Protect on the Moonblast, and the Incineroar gets an opportunity.
There's no guarantee. There's no safe way.
It's absolutely all mind games for these players to be going in the last turns of this game. I can't wait to see what these players... There's too much here, too many layers of different protection for these players to go for. It really does come down to the decision-making process. Who can get in the other player's mind and decide on what they're going to do? Well, Frederico wants a little bit of a clue as to how Anthony's thinking this turn, just going for the Protect. It is a straight Dual Wing Beat and a presumably Flare Blitz onto the Primarina. Now, there hasn't been any Intimidates onto the Incineroar either. So maybe that's actually enough, because there's no Citrus Berry anymore to be able to knock out that Primarina just regardless. We're not actually playing mind games. Just the combination of attacks would be enough.
Yeah, but there's still no safe way. Yeah, like you could Moonblast into the Incineroar. There's the Wide Guard. Did he go for the Hyper Voice?
Okay, here we go.
This could be a tiny bit of extra chip into the Incineroar. So yeah, there's the Flare Blitz. It's not going to KO itself to the recoil. That's a little bit of extra chip, so that we're guaranteed. That's got to be in range of Dual Wing Beat now, because for me is actually pretty strong. And there is the Hyper Voice. So that's an extra turn that Anthony has given himself. And Dual Wing Beat and Flare Blitz will be enough to KO this Primarina. The Dual Wing Beat might, but it will be really close. But you've got the extra turn of Flare Blitz now. Dual Wing Beat not 100% accurate, of course, but it should be enough to be able to KO the Primarina, and it does connect. There's the first Dual Wing Beat. There's the second Dual Wing Beat. That's in range of Flare Blitz.
Hit points.
We've seen the Incineroar faster than the Primarina. It's going to be able to pick up the KO here, and somehow Anthony has clawed his way back and is able to win this round 8 and make it into day 2 of the Dortmund Regional Championships. And I think we're speechless.
I can hear the crowd through my headphones right now. Oh, they are going absolutely wild. Anthony here taking the win against Federico Camporosi, the underdog in this matchup in our top 8, taking out all the stops, playing for their win conditions. That game 2 that they found a way, even in a bad position, to be able to take a win, took it to a game 3, and then found that wide guard on the Hyper Voice to be able to just clutch out that last little bit of damage. And looking at those rolls, I think it was needed.
It was absolutely needed based on that damage. Yeah, but what we saw, like Flare Blitz into dual wing beat did not KO the Primarina. And then the Flare Blitz, that tiny little extra Flare Blitz that was available was enough. So yeah, fantastically played endgame there. Like we said, there was no safe path. Yes, that could have been a Moonblast KO into the opposing Flamigo, but it could have been a Detect on the Flamigo, which would have allowed the extra Flare Blitz. Could have been a Moonblast into the opposing Incineroar, but that wouldn't have worked if Flamigo attacked, because two dual wing beats would have been enough. So yeah, like it was like almost like a triangle of, well, I could go for Hyper Voice, but I could Wide Guard, but I could go for Moonblast, but could Detect, but I could go for Moonblast into Incineroar, but could attack. Like there wasn't a safe way. Anthony came out on top there. Even through the 2 Hurricane Confusion hits, if it had got off a Make It Rain at any point, game over. Like +2 Make It Rain, that much damage, no way back after that would have been launched off. But yeah, being able to get the right call in that endgame, wow, what a finish to this first day.
And it's such a good example of the mental fortitude of Anthony. When you go for turn 1, you go for that speed tie, you go for the Shadow Ball, you get it, you take the knockout, the Golden Go doesn't go for the Terror, you don't have to spend it on your Golden Go to be able, or at least that turn, to be able to play the game the way that you want to. But then having the confusion coming out from the Hurricane, and that kind of puts a scupper on your plans, then you've got to dig deep. You've got to find the mental fortitude to be able to then just play those small margins. I mean, yeah, like you say, there's no safe way to play that. You've just got to make a decision and go for it. That's what Anthony did in this matchup. And well, if that's an example of the quality of play that we're going to be seeing in day 2, I am excited to be getting into it.
Absolutely. You saw how impactful that speed tie win was there. Anthony knew it was a speed tie because he lost it in the game 2. Federico didn't have that information. This KO into the Amoonguss, I wouldn't have expected that. Like, Vivian is not the strongest Pokemon. Hurricane, I guess, it's a pretty high base power move, but able to pick up the KO there. A really nice call of the close combat. We haven't even gone back to mention, close combat had a quad resistance of the Vivian as well. Yes. That was the way back into the game, because the dual wing beat wasn't enough, calling that terrestrialization. This Hurricane able to pick up the KO on the opposing Golden Go as well. The Hurricane Confusion was so impactful. If the Make It Rain had gone off, easy game over for Anthony after that game 1. But yeah, what a call. What a call to close combat that Vivian.
That is just unbelievable there. Not just calling that it was going to go for Terra Ghost, but then, as you say, targeting into a quad wing Vivian. If that doesn't come off, if you close combat and they don't go for the Terra, wow. I mean, you are in trouble in that situation.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And you see there, like, that wasn't enough. Though that was Flare Blitz and dual wing beat, which wasn't enough. You needed that second Flare Blitz, and Anthony did find that way with the Wide Guard on the Hyper Voice. Just absolutely fantastic. Yeah, we need a breather.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I'm almost glad that this was the final match of today, because I don't think we can top that today. It's fantastic. Like I said, it's left us speechless.
What more can we say?
I know we can talk about Pokemon for a long time,
and we do,
and we do, and we're kind of struggling here because it's just absolutely mind blowing at that end game. Like, you don't get that high. Like, a lot of end games is like, well, this person has definitely won. I'll just go through the motions and then they win. That was a game that, like, it was not decided. There was just, like, there was the triangular way of just Hyper Voice into Wide Guard, into Moonblast, into Detect, into Moonblast, into Incineroar, attack, Flamigo. Like, there was a triangle way of just who got the better end of it. So it wasn't guaranteed, and it came down to the absolute wire. And just, absolutely brilliant way to end this day.
Such a fantastic game. Yeah. 2 fantastic players as well. And of course, not just that, Anthony being the underdog in this matchup. Federico Camporosi, one of the players that we featured on the stream many times. He's a name that when you see him on the opposite side of your match lip, you're thinking, okay, all right, strap in. We're going to have a game. We're going to have to play our very best to be able to win this out. But it just goes to show that while Federico played that fantastically, I mean, after the Golden Go got knocked out in game 3, Federico found a way to weave in a hype.
He recognized the way back into the game,
Totally. Got that confusion. The confusion came through. It's like tick, 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 tick. Federico's back in this match. But again, I'm gonna say it again, mental fortitude. That's what you need in this situation, playing at the top level. And of course, both these trainers being 5 and 2, that is their tournament lives on the line, whether or not they make it to 6 wins to be able to play in day 2. Unfortunately for Federico, that's not going to be his fate in Dortmund tomorrow. But he does get an opportunity to play the League Cup tomorrow for a few extra championship points. He's probably earned some championship points on the way through as well, so it's definitely commiserations, but yeah, he's definitely not out of the competition, so to speak, going into day 2. But yeah, Anthony gets to continue on and see if they can make it all the way to that asymmetrical top 8.
Well, their previous best finish was just a top 64 at a regional, and now you definitely at least match that with going into the day 2 as well, and could potentially be pushing further as well. So a really, really good showing, and I think it's always nice to see the quote-unquote underdog come out on top against the more experienced player, and we've seen that time and time again. Like, just because you're facing that experienced player does not mean they're automatically going to win because of their experience. There's so many trainers that are just coming into the format, into the seasons, just into this game, and being able to show that they are also top players, able to take down what are considered the top players as well. Time and time again, regional champions in their first ever tournaments, like potentially regional champions that have not really had any results before, but now here come their results.
Well, let's hear from Anthony himself after that nail-biter of a match. It's over to you on the couch.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you, Jamie. And I am here, everyone, with our round 8 winner, Anthony Manalash. How are you doing, my friend? Have you taken a moment to breathe after that last match?
Yeah, I went to celebrate like 5 seconds with my friends. Yeah, I'm relieved. I'm relieved I managed to win this. It was tough because Fede Campo is a really good player. But yeah, in the end, I end up winning, and I'm really happy about it.
Yeah, no, just firstly, congratulations, because I think that's probably one of the most exciting matches that we've had this weekend, in a great way for us to have the round 8, the last round of Swiss for us today as well. And there was turns and twists throughout that entire match. Yeah. Losing the game 1. And then coming into the game 2, how were you feeling coming into that and trying to make adjustments?
Yeah, in game 1, I think he had a better preparation against my matchup, and I didn't have enough preparation against his. And yeah, he just completely outplayed me and outdrafted me in game 1. So in game 2, I figured that maybe Ursulena wasn't the solution, and I went with Golden Go. Sadly, and I mean, it ended up happy in the end, but in game 2, our Golden Go were speed tying. I knew it because, I mean...
Yeah, I think we saw on the reaction when we could see you, when that happened, it was kind of like, oh, it must be a speed tie. And then we actually found out it was the speed tie in game 3.
I knew. He didn't, obviously, in game 3. In game 2, I lost 2 times, so he went on game 3 knowing he was faster, but I knew it was speed tie, so I was like, man, let's flip it in game 3. If I put the shadow ball before his, I just win, and it ended up giving me enough of a lead to win the game 3. So
yeah, and I mean that first turn, when you saw your Golden Go move first as well, and then the shadow ball go off and then pick up the knockout, must have felt so good. And the Golden Go then started to, you got it in such a good position where you were able to get the Trastalization off, and then you got the nasty plot. So that stage of the battle, you're thinking, I've locked this up, I've kind of done the work, and then the Vivian comes in, and you know, you've got to give credit to Fede for looking at his win conditions there, because one of the win conditions was getting that confusion onto the Goldingo and then it actually confusing itself to prevent your Goldingo from actually attacking. In this moment, what were you feeling in this precise moment here as we look at the play?
Right now I was playing a little bit safer with bringing Among Us. I was like, okay, I know Goldingo can just win this alone. I need to play it safe and just click make it rain when it's time to click make it rain. When I saw the confusion, I was like, oh my god, this better not start like that. And it did. I hit myself like 2 times in a row, I think. Luckily enough, he didn't play around the confusions hit, so he could have just ended my Goldingo and in like the first turn, and he didn't. So then I just made every prediction I could. I didn't have anything to lose. I was like in completely losing position. I just needed to do everything right, and it happened to work. So
you definitely did everything right, and then on top of that, you've just mentioned as well, you had the confusion turn, and then you had a second round where you think if you get one of those make it rains off, I think the match is done at that point. I think it's not done, but it's pretty close to being locked up. And then you hit yourself in confusion again, and then to keep your composure going into those latter turns when you're against Primarina and it's not looking great for you, that stage. Your Flamigo's down to its sash, your Incineroar's just above the red, and you think, okay, well, a Hyper Voice here is that's the game. And then you pull out the wide guard at the most perfect time. And it was just so beautifully done, and you could see, and I think at that stage, did you know that you'd kind of locked the match up?
I mean, when the wildcard went on and I saw his reaction, obviously he's just in front of me, I was like, oh yes, this is the only thing that could have happened. So in the first turn when we were in this position, he protected and I went with double attack because at this moment maybe he believed I had enough damage and with both of my Pokemon, so maybe he wanted to see if I wild guard. I didn't, so I guess this put me in an advantageous position in the mind game. Because I didn't wild guard the turn before, so I had to pull it in the next turn, and it happened to be the correct play. So
Protect definitely helped there, because I think in my mind, at that situation, I was thinking, maybe you go for the parting shot and protect the Flamigo there just to kind of reduce the damage. But again, at that stage in the battle, it's probably not even worth really doing that because everything's solo health and close to being picked up. But then it enabled you to go for the Y-Guard, and it was so well done. And watching plays like that happen is just such a pleasure. I really enjoyed that match, and I think it was just amazing to see. And again, congratulations on making it into day 2. How are you feeling about that? Are you feeling confident? I mean, coming off the back of those sort of plays, you've got to feel good about going into day 2 tomorrow.
I feel really good because I had a great start. I started with 5-0, so I was confident at this moment. But then I had some weakness on my gameplay, and I ended up going 5-2. Now I believe I'm playing quite well right now, so if I keep it like that, they will go well.
Well, I wish you luck in the rest of the tournament, and I hope it's not the last we see of you on the stream. Before we let you go, because we kept you for quite a while, and I'm sure you want to go and celebrate with your friends. Talking about the friends, though, have you got any friends here or at home that might be watching that you would like to give a shout out to before we let you go and celebrate?
Obviously, I will thank Team RDV. Merci. My team, where I prep with them and I do everything with them. Team PE, also a French team. All the French community besides that, obviously. And my brother, which I wouldn't have done everything in Pokemon if he wasn't there, so yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Gonna make me cry. But Anthony, congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
And good luck in the rest of the tournament. We look forward to hopefully seeing more of you And everyone at home, sit tight. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back to wrap up day one here at the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Welcome to the Pokémon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokémon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro. Right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressed if you're doing a battle and have to tell me that you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Sing it with me. We are family. I got all my mouse friends with me. They might not have ears, but we are still family, and so are you, trainers. We're part of the Pokemon community. We are all sweet little mice, just gathering together as one big happy Pokemon family. And that's certainly what the Dortmund Day 1 stream has made us feel, right, Ben?
Oh, definitely. Today has been absolutely electric. It's always a fantastic thing to be starting off the season in Europe and being at the first event of the season. Always exciting to see what players are going to be doing, what they're going to be achieving, and of course seeing those new faces rising to the top as well. And we've seen all of those things here in Dortmund.
Yeah, we really have. And I mean, new faces rising to the top, also new team compositions. To be honest, I'm surprised at how consistent we have seen some of these teams being, as in I thought maybe there'd be more experimentation. We certainly saw some experimentation, don't get me wrong, but feels like we're finding some common archetypes right now, Lee.
We are. I'm sorry, I can't take you serious.
Why? Well, what's distracting you?
No, we've had... What was the question, Charlie?
We've seen some very consistent archetypes.
There we go. Thank you, Jamie.
Like just the switch up of like, well, do I go with the Amoongus version of the Porygon 2, or do I go with the Vivillon version of the
Thank you so much, Jamie, for bringing us back down to earth.
I know, right? Yeah, it's almost like I heard the question and will answer it. So yeah, like Garchomp over Ursaluna, we've seen Electabuzz or Magmar as well. That's been a choice. So, and it seemed like Electabuzz was coming out on top there. So yeah, like I think we are getting somewhat of an established teams coming out. Like obviously this is our first one in the European region, and there's only been one in North America. But it seems like some players are honing in on, yes, this is an archetype I think will be consistent.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's always like, Lee, you don't often have a man dressed up as a giant mouse talking to you. It's really strange that threw you so much. Anyway,
it's normal to me.
Very well.
All I'm hearing coming out your mouth is mousehold.
Yeah, just squeak. Yeah, exactly that. Lee, well, go on. If you're focused now, then tell us, what's been your highlight of today?
Definitely. Well, I mean, I would say that last match, but
nope, that's mine.
Jamie's already got it, and because he saved us, I'll let him have it. So, no, I would say Evo in round 7. I think the Kilowattrel, how quick that match was, just incredible to see. In the Galarian Weezing putting in some work, and just the intricacies of how that battle played out. It was just phenomenal to see. If we get more like that, you know, tomorrow, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really cool to see someone, you know, take a team that did well at a previous regional championship, just put their own spin on it. Evo was saying the poor Mott not working so well on that team, that Wolf Glick, Justin Karras, perhaps others were running in Baltimore a couple of weeks ago. And here we can see that team in action and just say, the poor Mott's not working so well for me. I want to use the Kilowattrel. That's more my playstyle. Get the competitive boost. Fast, big discharge coming out, spread moves, of course, not doing anything into the Toedscruel, and just doing it that way. And there it is, that Kilowattrel getting all competitive, massive boost to its special attack there. So cool to see. And Jamie, go on, take us through it. Take us through that end game in that last round.
Like the last game, like we always say, like we do have fantastic games, and we consistently do. That was an unbelievable end game that we had, and I don't use that word lightly. That, like, the fact that seemed like it was such a good position on turn 1 for Anthony after that Shadow Ball KO, and then suddenly, no, the Hurricane Confusions are probably stealing this away, and then suddenly being able to close combat the bug and flying type of Vivillon into then getting the wide guard correct on the Hyper Voice at the end, like just such an incredible call at that point, because if that's a Moonblast, then Federico wins. So being able to get that call, that Hyper Voice into the wide guard, just absolutely brilliant end game.
And once again, seeing a lesser-known player come out on top over a better-known one, just like happened in Baltimore with Nicholas Morales beating Paul Chua in those grand finals. So exciting. What about you, Ben?
Well, I'm glad I'm sitting down after that final match of the day, because, well, Jamie and I we were speechless. Before. We're still speechless now. But for me, I look back a little bit earlier in the day, and actually Alex Soto versus Yol, where we played 2 tight games. Alex trying to use the strategy that he's so well known for in Trick Room, and using it very well, making tweaks to the team that he used previously. 1 Pokemon change, and of course a couple of move changes here or there. I'm sure the way that he's trained it has changed as well. But in game 3, turn 1, Annihilate and Indeedee out against our Chaladon and Sarina. and the final gambit goes into the Archaludon, gets the knockout. Indeed, he switches out into Hatterene, and the Tsarina taunts into the Magic Bounce Hatterene. That gets reflected by Magic Bounce. The Tsarina taunts itself. Follow Me Trick Room comes out, and Alex just absolutely ran away with the game, and it was just... It's that way of playing what looks like a linear team so differently to how you expect it, but so cleverly as well, and it was just a fabulous moment. One of the best plays I've seen ever.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all of these are you had to be there moments. So make sure you go back through the stream and check out all of those fantastic plays. And so kind of you all to ask, and since you do, my highlight of today would have been this rivalry we had between the Magmar and Electabuzz as the Follow Me Vital Spirit user of choice. It's interesting to see which players have been opting for Magmar, which for Electabuzz. We'll see which will go through to day 2 tomorrow. Speaking of which, let's take a look at some of those players who we will be seeing on day 2 in Dortmund. 101 total players qualified. We're going to just see a selection of those names here. Jamie, what's standing out to you?
Yeah, we saw that we could have featured Joan Garcia, that was currently undefeated going into this final round, and it seems like they did come out on top and are going to be claiming that 8-0 record, which is absolutely where you want to be going into that now continuation of the Swiss rounds. So yeah, really, really good showing. Quite a few trainers we were able to feature Michael Kelch as well, and I believe that he's done incredibly well. Ali was at least 7-0 going into the end game, end of this round, and I think he was able to take another win if he's up there as well, and potentially another 8-0.
Michael Kelch, definitely have our eyes on him. And Ross Stewart there as well, a trainer running Gengar and a Gastrodon who, Ben, you're still keeping a close to your chest.
Well, with Ross going into day 2, I'm going to continue to keep it under my chest. But look at all these extra names as well that we're going into day 2. The one that I really want to call out, Jack Clark, that we weren't able to feature today, also running a bit of a spicy team. Toxtricity and Drifblim on Jack Clark's team. Definitely some spicy picks, but he's been saying today that he is back, and that is very, very clear from his record today.
That's so good to hear, and I know that Jack Clark's been doing very well with that team in locals as well. Eloy Hahn, someone we were able to feature on stream earlier, a Terra Bug Archaludon, really nice defensively into other Archaludons, so you don't take as much damage from body press, for example. Lee, there's Evar right there for you.
Right there, yeah, alongside, some other well-known players. You've got Fevzi there, Nico Davide Cognetta, another very well-known player making it through. I mean, all of these players really have to be congratulated just for the accomplishment of making it into day 2. There's a long way to go in this tournament yet. We've got a whole another day to go. But I mean, just getting to this part, a halfway mark, and you're still in contention to go forward and potentially have a chance to win it. It's incredible to see. And the names are just continuing, Charlie.
Yeah, Florian Temer, of course, the winner of Dortmund in the last season, still making day 2 here. Potentially will be able to defend their title. Only time will tell. But then, of course, we've got to call out some of the names we're less familiar with here that are doing fantastically well, like Anthony, who we just covered in that last Swiss round. Potentially with all of the insane calls that Anthony was making in that previous game, could go all the way. Who knows? It really is any trainer's competition right now, Ben.
It so is. I mean, this is the example. We've already talked about it so much already today, how the underdog can succeed, how it's not just guaranteed that the more experienced player is going to win, and that's what Anthony shows us, of course. But one of the names that's calling out to me here is Sergio Ramirez. I believe last Dortmund we saw them in the top 4 of this tournament, not quite making it to the finals with Florian Tem and Nick Trott. But they're a player that's doing very consistently tournament after tournament after tournament. They've got such a great lineup. I mean, I had the pleasure I use the word pleasure maybe lightly of playing against Sergio one European International Championships, and I found out very quickly how consistent they are as a player as they summarily beat me in that round 1. It wasn't the best tournament showing I've ever had, but it put Sergio squarely on my radar, and seeing him time after time after time is always really nice to see too.
Had a fantastic season last season, but right back to the present, and in fact, more specifically, the future. You've seen all those players who are qualified for day 2. Well, what time do you need to be here? Well, I'll tell you, 9 a.m. local time. We will see you here tomorrow, trainers, for the continuation of our Dortmund Regional Championships. Set your alarms. make sure you've got, I don't know, if you've got your mouse hold to hand, make sure they're squeaking at you, getting you up in time, because the action really is only just heating up here. We've had such a thrilling day one already. I look absolutely ridiculous, don't I? I've just seen myself in the monitor. I look absolutely absurd.
Oh, you look lovely, Charlie.
Thank you.
You look absolutely. I think you should make this a thing.
Well, okay, well, thank you very much, Ben. We'll see if that comes to light. But anyway, we'll see you tomorrow, trainers, and we cannot wait to see what else our Dortmund players have in store for us. Jamie, what do you want to see in day two?
I think the Killer Wattrel is the standout niche pick that we've at least seen so far on the stream. I'm sure there's plenty of other ones to be able to see, but that Killer Wattrel, I think there's something special there.
Yeah, absolutely. Killer Wattrel, don't take your eyes off that Pokemon, trainers. Such a fast Pokemon as well. And you were saying at the beginning of the daily about the speed tiers and the way speed interacts. You've really got to keep your eyes on, who's going to be switching first, which Pokemon's going to be acting first if you want to get the most out of your team. Well, we're in Dortmund. Why don't we just take a zoomed out perspective right now? Why don't we take a look at all of our other stops on our train journey all the way up to Anaheim in California? Ben, some beautiful locations that we're going to be able to visit.
Gorgeous places that we've got on our season schedule this year round. Lille up next in a couple of weeks, followed by Dansk as well. I'm going to be there at Dansk. I'm really looking forward to be seeing the city. I wasn't able to see it last year, and some of the pictures that I saw of the scenery, some of the old town there is something I'm really looking forward to experience. Maybe bringing a jacket with me based on some of the stories that I heard from last time. And of course, that leads up to our first international championships in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, really, that Gdansk photo should just be blizzarded. We shouldn't really be able to make out that statue.
Polar bear in a blizzard.
Yeah, exactly. London, at least that's overcast. Maybe we should see some rain there as well. But anyway, really flattering photos of all these places that we've got coming up. And again, it's just so nice to see this map in full Technicolor right now. Whereas, of course, heading into the latter stages of last season, so much was grayed out, but it's a fresh new season, a fresh new start. So we cannot wait to continue on our journey all the way to Anaheim. Sao Paulo, of course, just the first international championships, and that's only about 5 or 6 weeks away. The Latin American community, I think some toxicity's got into the wiring here, but we're back. Sao Paulo, really, the Latin American community is so incredibly passionate about the game, right, Lee? They go absolutely crazy for it.
Yeah, extremely talented community as well. Very good at the game. Very welcoming. It's a lovely place, and having the pleasure of being there before, I would love to go again. I would love to go again and just be able to experience it. And the competition is fierce, but it's one of those where if you're going as a player from another region, you're going to get so much good experience because you're going up against that high quality opponent, and that even if you don't come away victorious, it's going to benefit you so much for the rest of the season. And with how heavy weighting the international championships have in this race for getting your invite this season, I think if you can make the trip, it's definitely worthwhile doing.
Yeah, bear in mind, trainers, the changes this season. Keep refreshing yourself because it's no longer a threshold that you need to reach. It's just the top however many in any given region. And for us at EU, that is the top 75 trainers in terms of their championship points. Those are the ones who will get their invitation to the World Championships, as well, of course, as the winner of each event along the way. We've got this weekend's entertainment with the Dortmund Regional Championships. But what else is going on in the world of Pokemon? What other entertainment can we tune into on the Twitch Pokemon channel? Well, let's take a look at what's coming up. And Ben, we're going to want to keep our night lights on over the Pokeween on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm definitely a light on at night kind of guy when it gets to this sort of scary season. Pokeween, thrills and chills there. Of course, want to be checking that out on Wednesday. The 2023 Latin America International and the Oceania International Championships as well to be looking forward to.
Yeah, that is indeed for Pokemon Go. And then on Thursday, Pokemon Diamond Pearl Sinnoh League Victors. A bit of a trip down memory lane. Lee, you're nodding in full agreement with that.
Yes, not only starting the week off strong, but ending it very strong as well. So don't miss any of the action from the broadcast this coming week.
Diamond Pearl, Sinnoh.
Yeah, great.
Such a fantastic nostalgic trip down memory lane. So hopefully see you watching along with that Twitch channel as well. But once more, just make sure that you treat the Pokeween with caution. how are you going to be wanting to follow along with our socials? Well, let's remind ourselves, we got a hashtag, we got our channels. There they are on screen. What's the hashtag, everybody?
Play Pokemon.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we're training up this choir, aren't we? Maybe I'll get you singing along like I did.
Yeah, we could like do an a cappella at once.
Oh, that'll be nice, harmonizing.
Jamie's a very good singer, I've heard.
Yes, yeah. Just
Actually,
spotlight
kinda,
on Jamie. No, it's true. We're actually not joking about that. Follow along on the socials, Instagram and X, and follow the channels, of course, as well. Drop a like, subscribe to those channels, YouTube and Twitch. We cannot wait to see you there. And also, so you know, when we're going live tomorrow, once more, that time is going to be 9 a.m. local time. Well, we're nearly done here for day one in Dortmund. Ben, a Pokemon that you think will surprise us that we'll see tomorrow?
You've kind of caught me out with that one, Charlie. I'm going to say Basculegion.
Basculegion, okay. Lee?
I'm gonna give Ross Stewart a shout out and say Gengar.
Gengar, yeah. Maybe we'll be seeing Gengar tomorrow, Jamie.
Superior. Sorry. My throat. I've always thought of Baxcalibur. Like Baxcalibur is an S-tier Pokemon in Regulation H, and people don't realise it yet.
Nice.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And Jamie, that was an uncanny impression of yourself. You
I know,
did
right?
Just like Jamie Boyd.
Yeah, no, I just had something caught in my throat. Sorry.
Absolutely unbelievable. And once again, since you all asked, I'm so thrilled to be able to.
I was actually about to ask you.
What Pokemon are you, Charlie?
I didn't give you a chance. Okay, go on then. Rewind.
You got
Ask
a
me
dragon
then.
scale.
What Pokemon? All right, you've lost your opportunity. That's enough of that sass mouse from you, Lee. I'm going to go with Quaquaval. I think we could well see some Quaquaval.
I like that.
Water fighting type. It's got some potential in the format right now. So then, trainers, 9 a.m. local time tomorrow. See you then. Make it a date. Sounds good. See you tomorrow for more thrills, spills, and overquills. Could see some overquills. Who knows? What, trainers? That is going to be us. It's a shame that now we've parted. But tomorrow, tune in, because Dortmund really is just getting started.